I accidentally tied into a weird system. A hot schoolgirl? It told me coldly, 5-star zombie biter. An insignificant little transparent person in the class? The system's voice was calm, 8-star zombie queen. Even the fluttering moth that I casually slapped to death under the streetlight, it announced solemnly. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star zombie, the bloodthirsty moth. I was completely stunned. It turned out that the time bound by this system was 30 days ahead. What it saw was actually the future scene 1 month later. Just when I was wondering if this was some kind of prank, the system emotionlessly spit out a shocking message. The Earth is about to enter the era of doomsday. Countless creatures will undergo unpredictable mutations, and the human world will face a devastating disaster. Then the system prompts, the 5-star zombie biter is approaching. Please escape immediately. My eyes went dark and my heart sank. Didn't they say that the apocalypse would come on December 1st? How come zombies appeared now? And they were 5-star zombies. I am just a 1-star refugee. How can I escape? Isn't this obviously a way to get myself killed? I looked up and around, sweating from nervousness. But I didn't see any zombies. But I saw the beauty Zhang Tian walking in from the back door of the classroom. Is it her? I was confused. This doesn't look like a zombie at all. Is it the system that made a mistake? Or did the reminder sound early? Unless the system is referring to Zhang Tian, who will become a zombie in 30 days. It doesn't make sense. Ding! System prompt. The 5-star zombie biter is approaching. Please prepare for battle. Yes, the answer is revealed. The 5-star zombie is her, the school beauty Zhang Tian. Looking at her tall figure and delicate face, I can't help but feel a little sorry. Such an excellent girl will become a zombie after 30 days. What a huge waste. Humph! Zhang Tian naturally noticed my gaze, but as the most beautiful girl in the school, she was already used to this kind of gaze, and even looked down on me. She raised her chin, looked down on me, and didn't even bother to look at me, and just walked past me arrogantly. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully avoiding the 5-star zombie biter. Reward experience value 10, skill, stealth. Stealth. After the skill is activated, you can disappear from the target's sight, and the validity period is 5 seconds. There is a chance of being discovered. The system prompt sounded in my mind, and I was surprised and happy. This system can actually be upgraded, and it can take effect on zombies that have not mutated in advance. This is simply a bug. If I can make good use of this bug, I don't know how powerful I will be in 30 days. The despair I had just felt about the end of the world was swept away, and I immediately picked up my pen and wrote down this important discovery in my little notebook. New discoveries in the system. 1. The system prompts in advance, and there is an advanced reaction bug. 2. The bug can be used to gain experience points. 3. Current status. Host. Jiangxing level. 1-star refugee. 10 out of 100 skills. Stealth. Valid for 5 seconds. Equipment. None honor. None self-evaluation. Although still rubbish, there is hope of changing one's fate. Putting down the pen, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly, and a bold plan emerged in my mind. I must give it a try when the time is right. On the other side, Zhang Tian saw me writing furiously out of the corner of her eye and thought I was writing a love diary, so she sneered. A bug is a bug. He is so happy to see me. Why is he writing such boring things? He thought I would be moved? How ridiculous. But I had no idea what Zhang Tian was thinking at the moment. As I watched her walk away with her waist twisted, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, she does have a nice figure, but I don't know if she can still after she turns into a zombie. Yes, I had a bold idea. However, the system did not give a moment to breathe, and prompt sounds rang out one after another. Ding! 1-star zombie-hungry people are approaching. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Ding! The 3-star zombie wanderer is approaching. Host, please evacuate immediately. Ding! The 2-star scavengers are approaching. Host, please form an alliance. Ding! The host is being surrounded by zombies. Please prepare for battle. I looked up at the classmates who were gradually filling up the classroom, feeling heavy-hearted. According to the system prompt, 80% of these people will become zombies in 30 days. The doomsday scene is simply unimaginable. Ding! The 8-star queen is approaching. Host, please form an alliance as soon as possible. 8-star queen? My pupils suddenly shrank, and I looked around quickly. When the system prompt sounded again, I finally locked on to the target, the unknown student sitting in the last row. No one knows this little unknown girl, and no one wants to be her friend. She always keeps to herself, even covering her face with long bangs and a mask. In 3 years of school, no one has ever seen her true face. But such an unknown person is actually the 8-star queen. Gulp! I swallowed, picked up my school bag, and mustered up the courage to sit next to her. Be prepared for a rainy day, and make friends with the 8-star queen while she is still a nobody. If the doomsday comes, an 8-star queen will not bother to care about a 1-star refugee like me. I took a deep breath, stretched out my hand nervously, and said sincerely, "Hello, classmate. My name is Jiang Sheng." The little transparent girl was obviously frightened. She raised her head and looked at me with vigilant eyes through her thick bangs. What beautiful eyes! When the little girl looked at me warily through her thick bangs, I was also looking at her carefully. Although her bright eyes were half hidden by her bangs, they still couldn't hide her beauty. I have never seen such clear eyes. If you only look at her eyes, not to mention the entire department, even all the girls in the school combined cannot compare to 1/10,000th of her beauty. Unfortunately, it's just the eyes. No one knows what the face looks like under the mask. After all, eyes can be deceiving. But I am willing to believe that behind this pair of clean and clear eyes, there must be a very good girl. At this moment, the little unknown Qin Yun met my passionate gaze and looked particularly nervous. She knew that my name was Jiang Sheng, a boy who liked to sit in the last row like her. In fact, she knew the names of all her classmates, but she had never mustered up the courage to talk to anyone. Qin Yun was afraid of communicating with others. From childhood to adulthood, she never spoke more than 10 sentences to outsiders. "Classmate, let's get to know each other." I saw the panic in her eyes and immediately realized that she might have some social anxiety. So I extended my hand more enthusiastically and even leaned forward a little. Qin Yun opened her mouth, hesitated, and stretched out her hand a little, then tried to retract it in panic. However, I didn't give her a chance to retreat and held her little hand tightly. "Classmate, I really want to be friends with you. Please believe me." I smiled honestly and solemnly. "Yes, I am sincere. Is this little unknown girl in front of me? In my eyes, she is no longer that. She is the 8-star queen. 30 days to the end of the world. I am eager to become a friend who fights side by side with her. She fights. I cheer her on. This is the sincerity and truth between friends." "Hi, my name is Qin Yun," Qin Yun said timidly. This was the first time she took the initiative to introduce herself to her classmates. My eager and sincere gaze warmed her heart, and a ripple appeared in her heart. "He is so nice. He is willing to be friends with me." Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 1/100. The system rewards 2 experience points. Host, Jiangsheng level. 1-star refugee, 12 out of 100 skills. Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Enhancement value 0, equipment. None. Enhancement value 0, glory. None. The system prompt made me stunned for a moment, but soon, I smiled like an innocent child. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to win the favor of the 8-star queen, and also increase my experience. This is simply wonderful. His smile is so pure. He must be a good person. He is so enthusiastic. He must really want to be friends with me. His happiness must be real. Qin Yun looked at me smiling foolishly, and her inner evaluation improved a few points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 2/100. The system rewards 2 experience points. In just a few seconds, the system prompt sounded continuously, and my experience value rose rapidly. At this moment, I looked at Qin Yun with eyes full of gratitude. She is not only the 8-star queen, but also my experience baby. Ding! System prompt. Favorability +1, 5/100. Experience +2. Host, Jiangsheng level. 1-star refugee, 20 out of 100 skills. Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Enhancement value 0, equipment. None. Enhancement value 0, glory. None. When the favorability reached 5, a bold guess suddenly popped up in my mind. Will it be like in a dating game, where when the favorability is full, you can... Thinking of this, I couldn't help but hold Qin Yun's hand tightly. "You two in the back row, keep dating until the get out of class is over. It's time for class now." Suddenly, Teacher Wang stood in the classroom and glared at me. Teacher Wang's words made Qin Yun like a frightened little rabbit. She hurriedly retracted her hand. Her face turned red as blood, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. I was thick-skinned and said with a smile, "Teacher Wang, I'm sorry. I will pay more attention next time." Teacher Wang rolled his eyes and said to himself, "Next time, you'll definitely dare to do it again." The classmates looked at us, their eyes full of shock and admiration. I was able to handle a nobody in the grade. What a tough guy. At this time, the beauty Zhang Tiantian's eyes were filled with anger. Doesn't he like me? He even wrote a love diary for me. Why is he with Xiao Mingming now? Ding! System prompt. Warning. The host has been locked by the 5-star zombie biter. Please escape immediately. The prompt in my mind made me stunned. I looked at Zhang Tiantian, not understanding why she was locking her eyes on me. But running away? I won't do it. She hasn't mutated, so why should I be afraid? What's more, there might be a reward. Come on, let the storm come even harder. Thinking of this, my eyes became more provocative, and I looked at Zhang Tiantian without any fear. Damn it, it's so damn. Zhang Tiantian stamped her feet in anger and clenched her hands. Of course, she noticed the strange change in my eyes, but because of this, she became even more angry. She interpreted my look as a provocation, or even a show-off after falling in love with someone else. She absolutely could not tolerate such humiliation. Just wait. I will make you pay the price after class. Zhang Tiantian made up her mind secretly, and an uncontrollable anger surged in her heart. Time seemed to stretch, and after waiting for a long time, the bell finally rang. After Teacher Wang announced the end of Get Out of Class, Zhang Tiantian stood up quickly, her eyes fixed on me, and walked straight towards me. But as soon as she got closer, she saw me suddenly open my mouth and reveal a full smile. Her heart was immediately filled with complicated ripples, and she thought angrily, "Humph, it must be another game of playing hard to get. In this case, I will temporarily satisfy your wish as a licking dog." In order to defend her pride as the most beautiful girl in the department, Zhang Tiantian would rather sacrifice herself to break up Qin Yun and me. As for me, I was just a stepping stone. After breaking up, she would kick me out immediately. But I never expected that my smile from the bottom of my heart would trigger such a rich imagination of Zhang Tiantian. In fact, the reason for my happiness is very simple. A prompt sound came from the doomsday system. Ding! System prompt. The zombie swarm is retreating, and the crisis is being resolved. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully hiding in the zombie group without being discovered. Reward experience points 10. The skill Stealth evolves into the skill Stealth. Stealth. After the skill is activated, the target can completely disappear from their perception, and the validity period is 5 seconds. There is a chance that it will be discovered. Looking at my attribute panel, I almost laughed out loud. Host. Jiang Sheng. Level. 1-star refugee, 30 out of 100. Skill. Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Equipment. None. Glory. None. Although I only had 10 experience points, the skill Stealth evolved into Hidden, which doubled my surprise. This may seem like just a one-word difference, but it is a qualitative change from disappearing from the target sight to being completely hidden from the target's perception. The only regret is that it only lasts for 5 seconds, but I believe that with subsequent enhancements, it will become even stronger. Just as I was laughing, someone suddenly pulled the corner of my clothes. I turned around and saw Qin Yun standing timidly behind me. She pointed cautiously behind me. "Ha!" I looked in the direction of her finger and noticed that Zhang Tiantian had stood in front of us at some point. Zhang Tian put her hands on her hips, extended her hand arrogantly, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Give it to me." "What?" I asked with a puzzled look on my face. She rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Of course it's the love diary you wrote for me. If you write something touching, I might be moved." I was completely stunned, looking down at the notebook in my hand, and suddenly I realized. It turned out that she regarded my records as the so-called love diary. Girl, your imagination is amazing. I shook my head helplessly and stuffed the notebook into my school bag. I may have been a little moved by Zhang Tiantian before, but since I knew that she would become a 5-star zombie in 30 days, I have completely sobered up. Student Zhang, this is just an ordinary notebook, not a diary. Besides, I don't like you, so please respect yourself. After saying that, I took Qin Yun's hand and pulled her to leave. Qin Yun's palms were burning from being held, and her face was red with shame. She secretly admired him in her heart. Jiang Sheng is such an upright person, but he can still refuse Zhang. who is so beautiful. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star Queen Yun. The favorability of both parties is +1, 6/100, and the reward experience value is 2. I was secretly delighted. By rejecting Zhang Tiantian this time, I not only avoided trouble, but also improved my favorability with Qin Yun. This deal was worth it. Zhang Tiantian behind him was furious and shouted angrily, Jiang Sheng, stop playing hard to get. I can be your girlfriend right now. I glanced back at her and said calmly, please don't be so self-indulgent. After saying that, I pulled Qin Yun away without looking back. Just as I walked out of the classroom, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully counterattacking the 5-star zombie biter. Reward experience value 6. Unlock the new skill Rebound. Rebound. After the skill is activated, it can rebound 100% of the enemy's damage, with a success rate of 6 out of 100. Zhang Tiantian stood there, stamping her feet and screaming in anger, completely losing the pride of being the most beautiful girl in the school. I held Qin Yun's little hand, and my heart was filled with joy. Well, I'm so ugly. Why do you still want to be friends with me? Qin Yun asked in a low voice. I stopped and looked down at her thick bangs and her big clear eyes, and said seriously, who said you were ugly? You just don't know how to dress up. Qin Yun's face turned even redder, and she sighed in her heart. He is really good at comforting people. So gentle. Ding! System prompt. Favorability +1. 7 out of 100. Bonus experience 2. I smiled and thought, Qin Yun, this experienced baby, is really my lucky star. So, I slowly pushed aside Qin Yun's bangs and took off her mask, hoping to encourage this socially anxious little girl. But when I saw Qin Yun's true face, I roared in my heart, how ugly is this? Qin, we should have a bottom line when it comes to Versailles, okay? I stared at Qin Yun infatuatedly. I had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Her clear eyes were like the stars in the night sky, and a glance at them would make people intoxicated. Her pure face was breathtakingly beautiful, as if it could be engraved into the soul at a glance and could not be erased. Am I ugly? Qin Yun lowered her head slightly, her eyes full of nervousness and anxiety, and asked cautiously. Since she was a child, she always felt that she was far inferior to her mother in appearance, and that kind of hidden inferiority made it difficult for her to raise her head. When I heard Qin Yun's words, I suddenly came back to my senses from her beauty and quickly shook my head, my eyes full of certainty. No, you are beautiful. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. My tone was sincere and came from the bottom of my heart. Even I felt unprecedented calm. Thinking about the fact that I had been obsessed with a girl as disgusting as Zhang Tiantian in the past, I couldn't help but feel regretful. Yes, I really hadn't seen the world because I had never seen a beauty like Qin Yun. Qin Yun's cheeks turned slightly red due to my words, and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. Is what he said true? Complex emotions were surging in her heart, which was the long-lost joy of being recognized and appreciated. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is increased by +1, 8 out of 100, and the reward experience value is 2. Ding! System prompt. Host current level, 1-star refugee, 50/100. Skills. Stealth, duration 5 seconds, rebound success rate 6%. The prompt sound in my mind made me realize that at this moment the distance between Qin Yun and I was one step closer. Looking at her, I suddenly felt a little pity for her. Qin Yun obviously has a stunning beauty, but she always lives in inferiority. What happened behind this? Come on, I'll help you get your hair done. I want everyone to see your beauty. I took Qin Yun's hand without giving her a chance to refuse and walked straight to the barber shop at the east gate of the school. Qin Yun was pulled by me, a little at a loss. Because of her low self-esteem, she never thought of showing her true appearance to others, and even covered her entire face with thick bangs and a mask. But for some reason, holding my hand, she felt unprecedented peace of mind, and even developed a secret trust. Teacher Tony, please give my dearest friend the most beautiful look. In the barber shop, Mr. Tony looked at Qin Yun seriously. He muttered to himself, You are so secretive. I'm afraid you are expecting a girl with a hairstyle to change everything. But when Qin Yun took off her mask and pushed aside her bangs, he was stunned. Oh my God! Does this need a hairstyle? With this look, any photo she takes will shock her friends. Tony adjusted his posture and began to trim the hair with awe, as if he was carving a work of art. He was extremely cautious with every move of his scissors, fearing that he would ruin the natural beauty. 2 hours later, when teacher Tony put down the scissors, Qin Yun's beauty was fully blossoming. Not only me, but also the customers in the store were stunned. Qin Yun nervously pulled my sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Student Jiang, they?" I patted the back of her hand gently and comforted her with a smile. "Don't worry, they are just amazed by your beauty." I looked at her firmly and said, "Now you understand how beautiful you are, don't you? Come on, I'll take you back to the dormitory so that everyone can see you." Along the way, Qin Yun became the focus of attention. Everyone who saw her, regardless of gender, stared at her intently. Some even took out their phones to take pictures, and the moments in WeChat groups were instantly flooded with photos. "Wow, who is that girl? How come there is someone so beautiful in our school? Who is the boy next to her? Why is my goddess holding his hand?" At the same time, in the dormitory, Zhang Tian was holding her phone, looking at the discussion about Qin Yun on the screen, shaking with anger. She couldn't let go of the feeling of having her self-esteem severely trampled on. Qin Yun and I were so popular that no one could match us until we sent her to the dormitory. Remember, your beauty does not need any covering. Don't be afraid of being seen anymore. Qin Yun looked at me and nodded gently. "Thank you, Jiang Sheng." After watching her enter the dormitory, I turned and left and started to prepare my own plan. As she looked at my back, a faint smile appeared on her face unconsciously, and she began to look forward to tomorrow. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, her roommates all stared at her with confusion on their faces. "Classmate, who are you?" The night breeze was blowing gently in the Nanda woods, and the coolness was immersive. The dim street lights stretched the shadows thin and long, and I walked slowly forward. Ding! System prompt. 2-star zombies, bloodthirsty moths, are spotted ahead. Please avoid them. When I heard the prompt sound, the corners of my mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. Avoid! I chuckled. Of course, the more the better. I had guessed it when I discovered the system bug. Humans can mutate into zombies, and animals are no exception. I certainly can't do things like killing people to level up, but dealing with these moths, that's a big gift package of experience points. Flutter moth, here I come. I ran forward quickly, my eyes full of eagerness to try. Ding! System prompt. The 2-star zombie bloodthirsty moth is approaching. Please prepare for battle. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, and with a snap sound, the bloodthirsty moths flying around under the street light turned into meat paste. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the 2-star zombie bloodthirsty moth in one strike. Reward experience points 2 points. Skill instant strike unlocked. Instant attack? This skill. I immediately checked the description. Instant strike. After the skill is activated, there is a chance of killing with one strike. The higher the proficiency, the higher the chance. When the skill is at the maximum level, it will kill with one strike regardless of the level. Host. Jiangsheng level. 1-star refugee, 52 out of 100 skills. Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6 out of 100. Instant strike, proficiency 1. Equipment, none. Glory, none. Looking at this wave of rewards, I smiled happily. This time my guess was completely correct. Even killing moths can level up and even unlock skills. What's more, the instant attack skill is simply a cheat level. After reaching the maximum level, it can ignore the level and kill with one hit. Ding! System prompt. A 1-star zombie is spotted ahead, the crazy wolf spider. Please be alert. More experience points are coming to my door. I took a step and rushed quickly to the next street light, and sure enough, I saw a black spider weaving a web. Instant attack! I shouted, concentrating all my strength on one kick and crushing the spider into pieces. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing a 1-star zombie crazy wolf spider in one strike. Reward experience point 1. Instant strike proficiency +1. The system prompt sounded, and I was in a good mood. I cheered myself up and continued to go deeper into the woods to fight monsters and level up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. While my classmates were busy studying, playing games, and dating, I was quietly upgrading myself in the grove, improving my abilities whenever I had the chance. Sometimes I would come across young couples whispering in the dark, the boy pulling carrots hard and the girl pulling, and I could only sigh silently. It's great to be young. I wanted to tell them that the end of the world was coming, But who would believe me? Not to mention that if the end of the world really came, I would probably be taken to the Research Institute for Sliced and studied if I told them such news. Wait, that person. I suddenly stopped, and my sight fell on a big banyan tree not far away. A man and a woman were sitting on a stone bench. Wait, that man turned out to be Teacher Wong. Teacher Wong? I looked at Nurse Liu beside him in shock. The nurse at the school hospital had a really unique taste. Nurse Liu glanced around vigilantly, and I quickly turned on the stealth function and slipped away quickly to avoid being discovered. The stealth skill allowed me to walk past Teacher Wong and Nurse Liu like an invisible person without them noticing. After leaving, I breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time secretly felt that Teacher Wong really knew how to have fun. But thinking about the system prompt just now, Nurse Liu is actually a 2-star zombie abyss mouth, and Teacher Wong is only a 1-star refugee. This combination makes my back cold just thinking about it. As the night deepened, I was too sleepy to open my eyes. I reluctantly returned to the dormitory, collapsed on the bed, and opened the system to check today's results. Host, Jiangxing level, 1-star refugee, 99 out of 100 skills. Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6 out of 100. Instant strike, proficiency 37. Equipment, none. Glory, none. Watching the improvement in attributes, I feel more confident about the coming doomsday. 1 day has passed, and there are 29 days left until the end of the world. I close my eyes and silently plan tomorrow's upgrade plan. Tomorrow is the weekend. It's time to go pick out some equipment. We can't always rely on our bare hands to fight zombies. Thinking of this, I took out my notebook and wrote a few words. Countdown to doomsday. 29 days. First mission. Upgrade to a 2-star scavenger. Today is the weekend, and there are always boys lingering downstairs of the female dormitory of Nanjing University. Some of them are waiting for their girlfriends, while others are ready to confess their love. Young people with strong hormones, probably only love can calm their restless hearts, except for games. Before I went out, I sent a message to Qin Yun and made an appointment to go shopping together. However, I ran all the way from the boys' dormitory to the girls' dormitory, but I couldn't see Qin Yun. Sure enough, being late is a woman's nature. I sighed helplessly. Even Qin Yun, who usually has a very low sense of presence, is no exception. As I was waiting bored, I heard the roar of a car behind me. After a while, a black Mercedes-Benz G slowly stopped in front of the dormitory building. The car door opened, and a boy wearing sunglasses and all branded clothes got out of the car holding a big bouquet of roses. Again, I saw that person, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. I recognized this person, Lu Kai from the School of Economics and Management, a well-known suitor in the whole school. The object of his pursuit is Zhang Tiantian, my senior sister, and the most beautiful girl in the department. Lu Kai's family was well off, and it was said that his family had a mine, making him a real mine owner. Therefore, he could not only afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but also got a special pass that allowed him to drive around the campus. Zhang Tiantian and I often attend open classes together, so we have witnessed Lu Kai's confessions many times. However, all of these confessions ended in failure. Today, it seems that he is planning to make a comeback. Suddenly, a familiar prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! System prompt. 5-star Berserker is approaching. Host, please form an alliance as soon as possible. I was stunned and almost couldn't stand. I never thought that this campus dandy Lu Kai was actually a 5-star Berserker. Interesting. I narrowed my eyes and looked at Lu Kai with interest. At the moment, except for the 8-star Queen Xinyan, Lu Kai is the highest level existence I have ever met. When choosing an ally, strength is the most important thing. Lu Kai is undoubtedly a target worth winning over. At this time, Lu Kai stood downstairs of the dormitory and shouted in a slightly stiff northern Shanxi dialect. Tian, I miss you. The students downstairs were amused, and even I couldn't help laughing. I already knew that Lu Kai had practiced northern Shanxi dialect in order to pursue Zhang Tiantian. Although he was not very fluent, he did have some authentic flavor. Tiantian, shut up. Just as Lu Kai was about to continue his confession, a figure hurriedly ran out of the girls' dormitory. It was none other than Zhang Tiantian. Zhang Tiantian's face was livid, and her eyes were filled with suppressed anger. She had always been proud of her status as the most beautiful girl in the school, but her family background was her weakness. She didn't want her classmates to know that she came from a rural area in northern Shanxi, and she never spoke dialect, even insisting on speaking Mandarin when calling her parents. and Lu Kai's voice almost exposed her worries in public. Tian, I like you, be my girlfriend. Lu Kai's face turned red with excitement when he saw Zhang Tian. He thought that it was the dialect that brought him and Zhang Tian closer, so he happily handed over the rose. Shut up! Zhang Tian was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. She wanted to kick Lu Kai out on the spot. However, thinking of Lu Kai's family background, she suppressed her anger. After taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself down and said, Classmate Lu Kai, I have said many times that I don't want to fall in love before graduation. Please stop pestering me, okay? Zhang Tiantian's tone may seem cold, but in fact, she is playing hard to get. The more you can't get something, the more you will miss it, and Zhang Tian has captured the hearts of many suitors in this way. Lu Kai opened his mouth, but was speechless for a moment. He stared blankly at Zhang Tian as she turned and left, the rose still in her hand, and the dialect he had just practiced was completely forgotten. Zhang Tian just turned around and walked a few steps, and her peripheral vision caught sight of me in the crowd, and she immediately turned around and walked back. Student Zhang, what I said yesterday is still valid. If you ever change your mind, I can be your girlfriend anytime. Zhang Tian said solemnly, her tone full of confidence. She felt that she had rejected Lu Kai, and he gave me another chance. With my conditions, I should agree to her even for the sake of face. Unfortunately, she thought too much. I ignored Zhang Tian and just turned my head calmly without even looking at her. There are only 29 days left until the apocalypse. How can I have the heart to fall in love with a future 5-star zombie biter? If I really wanna, I will just wear a sack when the apocalypse comes. Humph. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Seeing that I was indifferent, Zhang Tian stomped her feet in anger and turned away. This scene happened to be seen by Lu Kai, who was holding a rose not far away. He was stunned. Didn't he say that he would not fall in love before graduation? Why did he confess to Jiangxing again? Isn't this a double standard? Lu Kai, who was so angry, walked up to me quickly and asked angrily, Brother, are you going to steal Tian from me? I raised my eyelids and smiled. I was worried that I couldn't find a chance to get close to Lu Kai, but this guy came to me. I shook my head and said lightly, I'm not interested in Zhang Tian. Hey! Lu Kai looked me up and down in surprise. I am indeed taller and more handsome than him, but my skin is darker and I am not as rich as him. How can I say I am not interested in Zhang Tian, the most beautiful girl in the school? Moreover, from the tone, it seems that I am sincere. Dude, Tian is the most beautiful girl in the school. Are you really not interested? Lu Kai began to wonder with a bad taste. Could it be that Jiangsheng is not only not interested in Zhang Tian, but also in all girls? When he thought of this, he felt a chill. I was too lazy to pay attention to his imagination, rolled my eyes and said casually, The most beautiful girl in the department? That's because you haven't seen anyone prettier than her. When I said this, the image of Qin Yun, the unknown student in my grade, being transformed flashed through my mind. I have to say, after seeing that stunning face, Zhang Tian is no longer in my eyes. Hey, man, you're quite a braggart. You. Lu Kai was about to mock me for bragging, but the next second, a fairy-like girl trotted out of the girls' dormitory. Her delicate features and charming temperament instantly stunned Lu Kai. In his dull gaze, the beautiful girl stopped in front of me, blushing and shyly said, Student Jiang, I'm sorry, I'm late. It doesn't matter. I'm willing to wait no matter how long it takes. I said softly, took Qin Yun's little hand, and walked straight towards the school gate. Qin Yun blushed and struggled slightly, but ultimately failed to break free. She let me hold her hand and quickly left under the gaze of everyone. Holy crap! Lu Kai was completely stunned and couldn't help but swear, Brother, you are my god! If Lu Kai was angry that I remained indifferent to Zhang Tiantian's advances, and it was unbelievable that I ignored the beauty of the school bell. Then, when Qin Yun, a girl who was much more beautiful than Zhang Tian, took my hand, Lu Kai was filled with admiration. He can't even handle Zhang Tian, but I have already conquered Qin Yun, who is as beautiful as a fairy. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for gaining the admiration of a 5-star berserker. Honor value +1. System reward experience value 9. I had just walked a short distance when I was startled by the system notification sound in my mind. Honor? I actually have honor? Worship of the strong. The higher the honor value, the more favor you can get from the strong. When the honor value reaches a certain level, you can even make the strong follow you voluntarily. System prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum experience value for a 1-star refugee and upgrading to a 2-star scavenger. Current experience value. 8. Host status. Host. Jiangsheng level. 2-star scavenger. 8 out of 200 skills. Stealth duration 5 seconds. Rebound success rate 6 out of 100. Instant strike proficiency 37. Enhancement value 0. Equipment. None. Enhancement value 0. Glory. Worship of the strong. Glory value 1. It turns out that glory is equivalent to a kind of personal charm. I looked at the system's explanation of glory and suddenly realized it, and then I was looking forward to it. Although personal charm is illusory, it can sometimes have a miraculous effect. Similarly, the same is true for glory. When the glory is high enough, I can imagine that if I raise my arm, countless people will follow me. Just thinking about that scene makes me excited. However, I looked down and found that the increase in experience points for upgrading was a headache. When I was a 1-star refugee, I only needed 100 experience points to upgrade, but now a 2-star scavenger needs 200 points. Wouldn't it be even more difficult in the future? However, with only 29 days left until the end of the world, I had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. Just as I was thinking about it, an unexpected episode occurred. Brother, let's be friends. As soon as I finished speaking, Lu Kai came over with admiration in his eyes. Perhaps because of his upbringing, he has always believed that the strong are respected, and my ability in certain areas convinced him and made him willing to make friends with me. The corners of my mouth rose, and I was secretly delighted. I had just thought about getting close to Lu Kai, but he came to me on his own initiative. The 5-star berserker took the initiative to show his goodwill. This deal is a sure win. I readily reached out and shook Lu Kai's hand. Chinese Department, Jiangsheng. Brother, where are you and your sister-in-law going? I have a car and can take you there. Lu Kai seemed particularly enthusiastic and even offered to be the driver. I didn't want to be pretentious, so I agreed readily and pulled Qin Yun into Lu Kai's Mercedes-Benz G. Sitting in the back seat, I still held Qin Yun's hand, and Qin Yun blushed. Although she wanted to pull it back, she felt inexplicably relieved by being held. Especially just now. Under the attention of her classmates, she was nervous because of social phobia, but my hand made her feel much more at ease. What made her even more embarrassed was that Lu Kai actually called her sister-in-law, and I didn't refute. This made her wonder. Didn't they say they were just good friends? Could it be that he... System prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +3, 15 out of 100, and the system rewards 3 experience points. I raised my eyebrows, feeling overjoyed. I deliberately didn't refute Lu Kai's address, just to test Qin Yun's reaction. It seems that my bet was right. Qin Yun obviously has a good impression of me, but I know that feelings cannot be rushed and need to be developed step by step. Brother, where are you going? Lu Kai glanced at me in the rearview mirror. Today I was determined to steal his skills in picking up girls. I want to buy a bow and a tang sword. Brother Lu, do you have any connections? I said bluntly. The end of the world is approaching, and it is almost impossible to get guns in the country. Moreover, the noise from gunfire is too loud and can easily attract zombies. In comparison, the bow and arrow is quiet and practical, while the tang sword is suitable for close combat. The one is long range and the other is close, which complement each other perfectly. Next, I plan to use bows and arrows and tang swords to kill monsters and level up, improve my skill proficiency, and make full preparations for the end of the world. Although bows and tang swords are both controlled items, I believe that Lu Kai, a 5-star berserker, will be able to deal with them. Lu Kai was silent for a moment when he heard my question. Then his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I know a place where I can get bows and arrows and tang swords. Where? I couldn't help but get excited. Chunwu Guild Hall. Chunwu Guild Hall? Yes. Chunwu Hall, an officially certified martial arts hall, is qualified to sell weapons. Besides, I have a silver card from there, so I should be able to buy it. Thank you very much. Hey, we're brothers. Why should we be polite? Lu Kai laughed, then started the car and drove straight to Chunwu Guild Hall. However, I secretly glanced at Qin Yun, who was sitting next to me. When Lu Kai mentioned Chunwu Guild Hall, I clearly felt her hand tighten. Although I didn't know what the connection between her and Chunwu Guild Hall was, I could sense from my intuition that Qin Yun's identity was probably not that simple. About half an hour later, Lu Kai's Mercedes-Benz G stopped in front of a 2-story building near the 3rd Ring Road in the south of the city. This small building is an antique style. There's a large plaque hanging in front of the door with four powerful characters written in running script. Chunwoo Guildhall. Brother, we're here. Liu Kai got off the car first, followed by me, and Qin Yun was the last one to get off with his head down. After getting off the car, Qin Yun kept her head down, and her expression could not be seen, but her tense body betrayed her nervousness. I held her little hand and smiled softly. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. As soon as she finished speaking, I could feel that the stiffness of her body seemed to ease a little. But her abnormal behavior made me more convinced that this Chunwoo Guild Hall was not simple. I looked up at the magnificent plaque and thought to myself, it seems that there must be a story between Qin Yun and this place. Sir, I'm sorry, our Chunwoo Club is only open to members. Non-members are not allowed to enter. Liu Kaigang brought Qin Yun and me to the Chunwoo Club when we were stopped by the security at the door, and they refused to let us in. I'm a silver card member of your club. These two are my friends. Why can't they come in? Liu Kai was so angry that his face turned red, and he almost cursed. He was so old, and he had never been stopped like this before. Sir, I'm sorry. Even if you're a gold card member, you cannot bring non-members in. This is the rule of the club. The security guard was only in his early 20s. He had a dignified demeanor and spoke in a calm and neither humble nor arrogant tone. He did not sound like a security guard in an ordinary place at all. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary place. Liu Kai was so angry that he clenched his fists. Veins on his face were throbbing, and he was about to start a fight, but luckily, I held him back. What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? At this time, a woman in her 40s walked out of the hall. Although she was over 40, her skin was still tight and smooth, and her training clothes set off her proud figure. She walked with a strong aura that could not be ignored. She was obviously a master at first glance. Manager Chun, the security guard, saw her and immediately reported in detail what had just happened. Chun Fong listened and glanced at the three of us. She looked us up and down, and I couldn't help but stare at her for a few seconds. Because just now, the system prompted me. Chun Fong is a 6-star commander, stronger than Liu Kai. Except for the 8-star Queen Qin Yun, she is the strongest person I have ever met. Chun Fong's eyes casually swept over Liu Kai and me, but suddenly stopped when she saw Qin Yun, and a complicated look flashed across her face. After a moment, she said to the security guard, "Give each of the three of them a gold card. From today on, the door of Chunwoo Club will always be open to them." Yes, the security guard was stunned for a moment and looked at us suspiciously. He knew very well that Chun Fong could directly send out 3 gold cards, which meant that one of us must have an extraordinary status. But he quickly ruled out Liu Kai, thinking that a silver card member did not have this face. He also ruled out Qin Yun, thinking that she looked reserved and implicit, which was not the style Chun Fong liked. Finally, his eyes fell on me. Perhaps he thought I looked ordinary and might be the kind of playing pig and eating tiger type of master who was hiding his true colors. Therefore, he was particularly enthusiastic when he handed me the gold card. I could only smile bitterly, because I knew in my heart that the person Chun Fong really cared about was not me, but Qin Yun, who was standing next to me. I didn't take the security guard's enthusiasm seriously. The system prompted that the security guard was a 5-star zombie biter, the same level as Zhang Tiantian. If the doomsday comes, no matter how enthusiastic he is, I will kill him with one strike and leave no trouble. Brother, are you from a big family? Liu Kai walked into the club with the gold card, still a little dazed. He knew very well how difficult it was to get a gold card at Chunwoo Club. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only a silver card. He really couldn't figure out who else, other than those high-ranking big families, could make Chun Fong take the initiative to give him a card. I just smiled and didn't explain. Qin Yun was holding my hand tightly at this moment, her clear eyes full of pleading. I instantly understood what she meant. Help her. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. I leaned over to her ear and whispered. The warm breath hit her ears, and the man's breath filled her nose. Qin Yun's face was immediately stained with a blush, and she said softly and said no more. It's great to have him. He always helps me without reservation. I feel safe with him around. Could he really? Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. Favorability +1, 16/100. The system rewards 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. A series of system prompts instantly rang in my mind. In just a short moment, My experience value had increased to 20, and my favorability had also reached 20. This was a great harvest. As expected of my dear experienced baby, the progress is getting smoother and smoother. Unconsciously, I held Qin Yun's little hand tighter. Chun Fong, who was walking in front, kept paying attention to Qin Yun quietly. When she saw Qin Yun holding my hand tightly, her eyes could not help but stay on me for a moment. However, her eyes were still indifferent, and it was difficult to read any emotion. This is the armory of our Chenwu Guild. You can pick out any weapons you need, Chun Fong said calmly, and then led the three of us into the guild's special armory. The armory in front of us displays a wide variety of weapons. Although they cannot be called the legendary magical weapons, each one is a masterpiece and dazzling. Thank you, I thanked him politely, then walked to the weapon rack and began to choose a bow, an arrow, and a tang sword. As I stared at the weapon, prompts rang in my mind. Ding! System prompt. Level 3 bow can be bound. Ding! System prompt. Level 2 sword can be bound. The system's prompt sounded as I locked onto each weapon, displaying their levels. I went around and finally picked out a level 5 bow and a level 6 tang sword from among the many weapons. These were already the top equipment in the entire arsenal. Just choose these 2 items. How much is the total? I put the bow and tang sword in front of Chun Fong and asked tentatively. Chun Fong shook her head and said calmly, Gold card members can use the weapons here for free without paying, but she paused, her tone suddenly became serious. Now, you can't take them away. I was about to say thank you, but when I heard this, I was stunned and my heart sank. Why? I asked in confusion. Chun Fong explained calmly. All the weapons here have been registered. If you want to use these weapons, you must pass the review of our association and sign relevant terms, promising not to abuse them or use them to harm others. There is no problem with the terms, but the review. I frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Chun Fong smiled slightly and looked me up and down with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Without the basics of using weapons, you can't even be considered an entry-level player, so you are naturally not qualified to take these weapons away. Unless, her tone suddenly became sharp, you can reach the realm of perfection. She saw through my true colors at a glance. I had no experience in using weapons. She was right. I didn't have the calluses on my hands that a skilled weapon user would have. Even though these top-notch equipment were right in front of me, it would be wishful thinking for me to take them away. Audit. Chun Fong's words made me frown. After all, I know nothing about swordsmanship and archery at the moment, so passing the audit is simply a fantasy. However, I was not panicking. With the system, any difficulty could be easily solved. Moreover, I could understand the rules of Chenwu Guild. After all, those weapons were extremely lethal. If something went wrong when they were handed over to someone with insufficient ability, Chenwu Guild would not be able to bear the responsibility. Can the audit be postponed for a few days? I asked tentatively. Not at this stage, but give me a few days, and everything will be different. Of course, but you can only take the weapons away when you pass the review. Chun Fong answered straightforwardly, as if she had anticipated my inability to do anything at this stage. She did not show any surprise, but the contempt in her eyes deepened. I naturally felt her contempt, but I didn't take it to heart. If you ignore me today, I will make you out of reach tomorrow. With the system, a mere review is nothing to worry about. Then, can I take a set of training props? Since weapons are temporarily out of the question, training props are better than nothing. As long as there are props, brushing system progress is not a problem. Okay. Chun Fong agreed readily and quickly asked someone to send a new set of training props. A wooden tang sword, a simple bow, an arrow, and several arrows with rubber arrowheads. Seeing the system prompt showing that these were all level 0 items, I smiled helplessly. This thing is indeed useless, but for me at this stage, it's barely passable. After getting the props, I was ready to leave, but Chun Fong was unusually enthusiastic and personally escorted the three of us to the gate. Watching us get into Liu Kai's Mercedes-Benz G, she turned around and walked back to Chenwu Club and went straight to the second floor. In the office on the second floor of the club, Chun Fong opened the door and respectfully called out to the woman in white in front of the French window, Director. Standing in front of the French window is the director of Chenwu Club, Chen Xingnan. She is wearing a white training suit with a stunning face and a better figure than Chun Fong. Compared with Qin Yun, her beauty has a more mature charm and seductiveness. At this time, Chen Xingnan was looking out the window quietly, with deep eyes. Her sight followed the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that was getting farther and farther away, and she asked calmly, "What is the relationship between that boy and Yuna?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fong immediately restrained her expression and replied respectfully, "Director, the young lady and that boy are very close, and they look like a couple." Oh. Chen Xingnan raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Director, the young lady is engaged to Lu Qingshan, the young master of the Lu family. It's probably inappropriate for her to be so close to that boy. Should we intervene?" Chun Fong asked cautiously. "No need." Chun Xingnan waved her hand gently with a smile on her face. "It's rare for Yinner to meet someone she likes, so let her go. As a mother, she knows her daughter better than anyone else. Yunner has been introverted and even socially anxious since she was a child. She doesn't even have many friends, let alone a boyfriend." But Chun Fong hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Director, if the young lady's boyfriend is known by the Liu family, I'm afraid that boy will suffer. He doesn't look like a martial artist, and it would be easy for the Liu family to deal with him. If he can't even handle the Liu family, then he doesn't deserve to be my son-in-law." Chun Xingnan's tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable domineering attitude. "If you want to marry Yunner, you must have the ability to stand on your own." After saying that, she turned around and her eyes fell on the corner of the office. There was a tang sword and a bow and arrow, exactly the weapons I had chosen before. Chun Shengnan chuckled and murmured, "He can select the strongest tang sword and bow and arrow in the arsenal at a glance. I don't believe he is mediocre." Hearing this, Chun Fong felt very complicated. Although she had observed me and did not find any aura of a martial artist, my accuracy in choosing weapons was indeed amazing. Like Chun Xingnan, she was looking forward to my upcoming review. However, Chun Fong's view was obviously more pessimistic. If I really had the ability, I should have participated in the review today instead of backing off. Backing off today would be proof of incompetence. After leaving Chun Wu Club, Lu Kai originally planned to treat Qin Yun and me to a big meal and ask for advice on how to pursue girls, especially beautiful girls. However, Qin Yun was more accustomed to eating in the school cafeteria, so both Lu Kai and I chose to respect her habits and followed her back to the school cafeteria. As soon as he sat down, Lu Kai came over impatiently and asked expectantly, "Brother, teach me, what is the secret to chasing girls?" I smiled and said casually, "Secret? What secret is there? Just be handsome enough, and everything will fall into place naturally." Lu Kai was stunned, with a look on his face that said, "Are you kidding me?" He admitted that I was a little more handsome than him, but not handsome enough to make girls throw themselves at him, right? Lu Kai couldn't believe his ears and thought my words were totally unreliable. Qin Yun, who was sitting opposite me, couldn't help laughing out loud when she heard this narcissistic speech, and the juice in her mouth almost sprayed out. "Look at how silly you are smiling." I took out a napkin from the table and carefully wiped the juice from the corner of her mouth. My eyes were so serious that it was impossible to ignore them. Qin Yin was stunned, looking at my sincere face, and her heart could not help but ripple. He is so careful. He is quite humorous. Could it be that he really... At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, 22/100. The system rewards 6 experience points. Immediately afterwards, more system prompts popped up one after another. Ding. System prompt. I quickly called up my personal panel. Host, Jiang Sheng, level 2-star scavenger, 38/200. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6 out of 100. Instant strike, proficiency 37. Enhancement value 0. Equipment, none. Enhancement value 0. Honor, worship of the strong, honor value 1. With just one thoughtful gesture, the favorability between Qin Yun and I has exceeded 26, and the experience value has also increased to 38. Experience, baby! I love you so much. I was filled with emotion. With Qin Yun here, leveling up is as easy as using a cheat. However, at this moment, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, a beautiful girl with outstanding appearance. She glanced in our direction. Her eyes fell on Qin Yun, and her brows slightly frowned. She stopped and looked at Qin Yun carefully for a few seconds. Her face suddenly became solemn. Then, she turned her eyes and stared at me, her expression becoming more and more unfriendly. Finally, the girl walked towards us quickly with a dark face. Ding! System prompt. The 8-star queen is approaching. Host, please form an alliance as soon as possible. When I heard the sudden reminder sound in my mind, my originally happy mood because of Qin Yun, this experienced baby, suddenly tensed up, and I raised my head and looked around. An 8-star queen, and the second 8-star queen. If I could win the favor of two 8-star queens, wouldn't I be able to easily sweep away everything when the doomsday comes? A hint of anticipation quietly rose in my heart. Could it be her? My eyes fell on the girl walking towards me, and I couldn't help but be shocked. She was too conspicuous. Almost all the boys in Nanjing University knew her. Her name is Lu Qingyun, a beauty from the sports college, majoring in martial arts. She is not only beautiful, but also a fearsome fighter. It is said that there was a boy who pursued her relentlessly, but she got so angry that he beat him up and sent him to the hospital, where he had to lie in bed for half a month before he recovered. Since then, no one dared to mess with this queen easily, but her beauty could not be ignored. Lu Qingyun has a heroic face, tight and long legs, a slender waist, and a figure that is not plump but particularly upright. She is simply eye-catching. Brother, stop looking, or you'll get beaten. Lu Kai pushed me aside and reminded me in a low voice. Although he came from a wealthy family, he knew that Lu Qingyun was not only good at fighting, but also had an amazing background, so he couldn't afford to offend her. I could only smile bitterly and look away. Although I secretly hoped that something could develop between us, I also knew that her dominance was too much for me to even think about. Just when we thought she would walk straight past us, Lu Qingyun stopped in front of us. She looked at Qin Yun carefully for a few times, and after seeming to confirm something, she suddenly turned to look at me. Just now in the cafeteria, she clearly saw me wiping the juice off the corners of Qin Yun's mouth. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter, but she couldn't ignore it because Qin Yun was her future sister-in-law. If her brother Lu Qingshan knew that someone was cuckolding him, how could he explain this matter? Classmate, let's get to know each other. I'm from the Wushu department, Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun stared at me coldly, her voice calm and emotionless, still with that tone that kept people at a distance. Lu Qingyun's sudden friendliness stunned the three of us. Everyone knew that she had a cold personality and never talked to boys. But today, she actually took the initiative to ask to get to know me. This was too abnormal. No way. Jiangsheng really relies on his looks? Lu Kai was stunned and began to seriously doubt whether the reason I just made up might be credible. Qin Yun blinked slightly, mustering up the courage to look directly at this stranger for the first time. Because of her social anxiety, although she knew that she and Lu Qingshan were engaged, she had only met him once, and she didn't dare to look closely at other people in the Lu family, let alone recognize Lu Qingyun in front of her. At this moment, the reason why she looked directly at Lu Qingyun for the first time was entirely because of me, as a woman. Facing the sudden approach of another beautiful woman, she couldn't help but feel a little wary and jealous. As the person involved, I blinked, my mind full of doubts. I clearly did nothing, but why did Lu Qingyun take the initiative to find me? Isn't an 8-star queen like her usually so aloof and unconcerned with worldly affairs? But then again, since the beauty came to me on her own initiative, how could I refuse? So I stood up with a smile and introduced myself. Chinese department, Jiangsheng. Add a contact number, I said as I took out my cell phone, my movements natural yet a little nervous. Lu Qingyun didn't waste any time. She just glanced at the wooden sword and bow and arrow beside me, with a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. Okay, she agreed straightforwardly. I had no idea what she meant by that. I just felt lucky today. The 8-star queen wanted to add me? Only a fool would refuse such a pie-in-the-sky opportunity. We'll contact each other later. After adding my contact information, she said this coldly and turned away. Before I could come to my senses, a system prompt suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! The 8-star queen has issued a battle invitation to the host, and the system task has been established. System task. Defeat the 8-star queen, and you will be rewarded with 50 experience points, 10 skill enhancement points, and 10 equipment enhancement points. If the task fails, 100 experience points will be deducted. Damn it! I cursed instantly in my mind. I didn't do anything. Why was Lu Qingyun targeting me? And I only get 50 experience points for success, but 100 points for failure. This system is too bad. Not to mention that Lu Qingyun is a martial arts major, and my martial arts success rate is pitifully low with almost no chance of winning. Isn't this forcing me to die? No, martial arts training must be put on the agenda immediately. I quickly made up my mind that I had to achieve some results no matter what. I couldn't lose. I absolutely couldn't lose. If I lost, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Brother, you are my idol. Lu Kai came over and gave me a thumbs up with admiration on his face. He looked at Lu Qingyun's receding back, his tone full of sighs. First it was Zhang Teng, then it was Qin Yun, and now it's Lu Qingyun again. You are simply a beauty harvester. Just when I was getting annoyed by the system tasks, the system notification sounded again in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the worship of the 5-star Berserker, the worship honor value of the strong +2, and the system reward experience value 6. When I heard this tip, I was stunned, and my mood unexpectedly improved a bit. It seems that Lu Qingyun's arrival is not all bad. At this time, I noticed that Qin Yun seemed to be hesitant to speak. She lowered her head, rubbing the corner of her clothes with her fingers, as if she wanted to say something but never opened her mouth. There was a little struggle in her eyes, as if she was mumbling something in her heart. Student Jiang, actually I really like being friends with you, but I don't want you to get too close to other girls. I know I'm selfish, but I just want to be selfish with you. The reminder sounded again in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, 28/100. The system rewards 6 experience points. I took a look at the data on the system panel, and the attributes were indeed growing fast. Host, Jiang Sheng, level 2-star scavenger, 50 out of 200. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6 out of 100. Instant attack, proficiency 37. Equipment, none. Glory, worship of the strong, glory value 3. I touched my nose, feeling a little complicated. Although the system task put me under great pressure, Lu Qingyun's appearance didn't seem so bad. However, no matter what, I must not fail this mission. Chapter 11, Upgrading Archery. After lunch, Jiang Sheng was not idle. He said goodbye to Qin Yun and Lu Kai and came to the grove of the school alone. For no other reason than to learn archery and swordsmanship as quickly as possible, not only to pass the assessment of Qinwu Guild Hall, but more importantly, the system task challenge by Lu Qingyun. He can't lose this battle. Ding! System prompt. 3-star zombie fong bird found. Host, please be careful to avoid it. Here it comes. Jiang Sheng did not panic at all when he heard the system's prompt. On the contrary, he was eager to try and took off the simple bow and arrow he was carrying. Soon, Jiang Sheng found a bird on the branch of a Polonia tree. He smiled slightly and confirmed that it was his target, the 3-star zombie fong bird. Without saying a word, Jiang Sheng immediately bent his bow and drew his arrow and shot it towards the bird. Click! Jiang Sheng had indeed tried hard enough, but the arrow with the rubber tip fell to the ground powerlessly when it was still 4 or 5 meters away from the bird. Quack! The bird seemed to have noticed Jiang Sheng shooting an arrow at it. It jumped twice on the branch of the Polonia tree and stared at Jiang Sheng. It looked as if it was provoking him or mocking his incompetence. You uncle! Jiang Sheng was so angry that he wanted to curse. For the first time, he felt the pain and helplessness of being mocked by a bird. But there was no way, because Jiang Sheng had no basic skills in archery. He had no idea how to catch the little bird jumping on the branch of the Polonia tree. Don't look down on the young, because they are poor. Jiang Sheng said this with gritted teeth, then picked up the arrow on the ground angrily and turned to walk deeper into the grove. Whoosh! Click! Whoosh! Click! Jiang Sheng found a lot of zombie animals that had not yet mutated in the grove, but unfortunately his archery skills were too poor, and he couldn't shoot them at all. Jiang Sheng's repeated efforts were met with only repeated failures, which dealt a heavy blow to his self-confidence. Ding! System prompt. The 5-star zombie golden snail is right under your feet. Please avoid it. Oh! Jiang Sheng, who was almost heartbroken, suddenly heard a prompt from the system. His eyes lit up and a plan came to his mind. He lowered his head and began to search at his feet. Sure enough, Jiang Sheng saw a slowly crawling snail. When Jiang Sheng saw the little snail, he was so moved that tears were about to fall. Big brother snail, thank you for showing up. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Sheng took out the simple bow and arrow again, put on the arrow with the rubber arrowhead, and aimed it steadily at the little snail. As if worried that he would not be able to shoot again, Jiang Sheng moved the arrow closer to the snail little by little, and finally, it was almost hitting the snail's shell. Fortunately, the snail cannot run fast. Otherwise, it would have run away with its family long ago. Whoosh! Snap! As long as the distance is close enough, even the poorest skills will not be a problem. Jiangsheng loosened his grip slightly, and the arrow shot the little snail. Fortunately, the arrowhead was made of rubber. Otherwise, the arrow would have killed the little snail. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for severely damaging the 5-star zombie golden snail. The system rewards 3 experience points, and the system rewards the skill, God's Arrow. God's Arrow allows the host to obtain the divine arrow technique of hitting the target every time. The higher the proficiency, the greater the lethality. The current proficiency is 1. Jiangsheng looked at the system prompts and smiled widely. Everything was just as he had guessed. As long as he used the equipment, the system would definitely reward him with skills. This divine arrow is a good skill. After his joy, Jiangsheng once again bent his bow and drew his arrow. However, this time was different from the past. Although Jiangsheng had no professional training, for some reason he felt a natural sense of familiarity when he picked up the bow and arrow. He pulled the bow and arrow very standardly. Whoosh bang, this time, Jiangsheng didn't even get the arrow in front of the little snail, but he had already shot the little snail. Moreover, because the force was strong enough, the arrow sent the little snail to death with 1 shot. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star zombie golden snail. The system rewards 25 experience points, and the system rewards the mastery of the God's Arrow 5. Looking at his own gains in the system prompt, Jiangsheng faced the snail's corpse and observed silence for 2 minutes. Brother Snail, what a good man! Not only did he help Jiangsheng successfully acquire archery skills, but he also gained a lot of experience points and proficiency. With the little snail's start, everything went much more smoothly afterwards. Whoosh! Bang! Whoosh! Bang! In the next hour or so, the grove became Jiangsheng's archery range. As his skills became more and more proficient, he hunted more and more small animal zombies that had not yet mutated, and his experience and proficiency also increased rapidly. Host, Jiangsheng. Level, 2-star scavenger, 106/200. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6 out of 100. Instant strike, proficiency 37. Divine arrow, proficiency 66. Enhancement value 0. Equipment, none. Enhancement value 0. Glory, the worship of the strong, glory value 3. Jiangsheng looked at his attribute panel and was delighted. He could now conclude that he would be able to pass the test of Chenwu Guildhall in archery. Now he could start to practice swordsmanship. However, before that, Jiangsheng still had one thing to do. Carrying a bow and arrow, Jiangsheng once again came to the phoenix tree. Sure enough, the little bird that had just laughed at Jiangsheng was still standing on the branch. As if it had noticed Jiangsheng, the little bird started jumping back and forth on the branch again. It was a blatant provocation, and it didn't take Jiangsheng seriously at all. Jiangsheng didn't say anything. He bent his bow and drew his arrow. Whoosh bang. The little bird that was jumping on the branch fell to the ground, and the system prompt sounded at the same time. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star zombie fong bird. The system rewards 8 experience points and 3 skill proficiency points. Call. Comfortable. After killing the little bird, Jiangsheng contentedly put away the simple bow and arrow and drew out the wooden sword. Next, it is time to practice swordsmanship, but the goal of practicing swordsmanship still needs to be found. So Jiangsheng plunged into the grove again and began searching for his target. Ding! System prompt. Warning. Warning. There is a nest of 5-star zombie bone-eating demon ants ahead. Host, please avoid it immediately. Avoid it immediately. Ding! System prompt. Warning. Warning. There is a 7-star zombie demon queen ant in the anthill ahead. Please evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Just when Jiangsheng was anxiously looking for a target to practice swordplay, 2 system prompt sounds made Jiangsheng's eyes light up, and he felt extremely happy. The nest of the 5-star zombie bone-eating demon ants? 7-star zombie demon queen ant. It's like pie in the sky. Jiangsheng laughed so hard that his mouth opened wide. If this was the end of the world in 29 days, Jiangsheng would definitely not be able to laugh. After all, whether it was the 5-star zombie bone-eating ant or the 7-star zombie demon queen ant, they were all terrifying existences. But now, with the offense and defense switched, can Jiangsheng still be scared by a nest of ants? To put it bluntly, this is giving Jiangsheng experience. Jiangsheng could already imagine the exciting scene of himself frantically gaining experience and leveling up. So, Jiangsheng picked up the wooden sword, ignored the warning from the system, and rushed towards the anthill in front of him. Chapter 12: Strengthening Sword Skills. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! The nest of the 5-star zombie bone-eating demon ants is right under your feet. Please flee immediately. Flee immediately. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! The 7-star zombie demon queen ant is right under your feet. Please flee immediately. Flee immediately. The system prompt sounded over and over again in Jiangsheng's mind, telling him to evacuate as soon as possible and leave the ant nest in front of him. However, Jiangsheng was laughing as he looked at the anthill. Those busy ants were all valuable experiences, and he couldn't wait any longer. I am doing this to eliminate harm for the people. Jiangsheng said with a smile that although the ants are not harmful to humans now, 29 days later, when the ants transform into zombies, it will become a disaster for humans. No matter what, Jiangsheng is doing a good thing. Without saying a word, Jiangsheng picked up the wooden sword and with a whoosh, inserted it straight into the ant hole from top to bottom. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star zombie bone-eating demon ant. The system rewards 7 experience points, and the system rewards the skill, Return to Origin Sword. Good Yuan Yi Dao. Basic sword technique, upgradable, current proficiency 1. The system prompt sound in his mind once again verified Jiangsheng's thoughts. Sure enough, the doomsday system was good. As long as he could kill zombies above his level, he would get generous rewards. However, as the level increases, the experience and rewards Jiangsheng obtains are shrinking little by little. But overall, this no-cost business is still very comfortable. Jiangsheng's smile had not yet faded when a series of reminder sounds rang in his mind again. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star zombie bone-eating demon ant. The system rewards 7 experience points and 1 proficiency in the skill Good Yuan Yi Dao. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. Host. Jiangsheng. Level. 2-star scavenger, 177/200. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6 out of 100. Instant strike, proficiency 37. Divine arrow, proficiency 66. Return to origin sword, proficiency 18. Enhancement value 0. Equipment. None, enhancement value 0. Glory. The worship of the strong, glory value 3. A series of prompt sounds appeared one after another. With just one sword, Jiangsheng killed more than a dozen ants. The upgrade speed was simply too fast. Jiangsheng's eyes are now filled with tears. What's the difference between this and encountering a system upgrade bug? If the doomsday came 29 days later, let alone killing more than a dozen 5-star zombie bone-eating ants with one sword, even one alone could take Jiangsheng's life. I'm sorry. Jiangsheng slowly pulled out the wooden sword and then stabbed it heavily into the ant hole on the ground. This time was different from before. He also felt as if his body naturally knew how to swing the knife and how to use the knife. This time the knife was very different from before. Swish! The wooden sword stabbed heavily into the ground. Originally, the wooden sword could only penetrate a dozen centimeters deep, but now it had penetrated more than 30 centimeters. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star zombie bone-eating demon ant. The system rewards 7 experience points and 1 proficiency in the skill Good Yuan Yi Dao. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. There was another series of prompt sounds, and with this knife, Jiangsheng killed more than a dozen ants again. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum experience value and upgrading to a 3-star warrior. Host. Jiangsheng. Level. 3-star warrior, 1/300. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6 out of 100. Instant strike, proficiency 37. Divine arrow, proficiency 66. Return to origin sword, proficiency 36. Enhancement value 0. Equipment. None, enhancement value 0. Glory. The worship of the strong, glory value 3. Another upgrade did not make Jiangsheng too happy, because at the moment the system prompted the upgrade, the system reward for him killing the 5-star zombie bone-eating ant instantly dropped. Except for the proficiency of Good Yuan Yi Dao, which remained +1, the experience value dropped directly from 7 to 3. This level of experience point decrease is not a good thing for Jiang Sheng, especially since the experience points required will increase by 100 for each level up. This means that Jiang Sheng, who wants to reach a sufficient level before the end of the world, must take it seriously. Come again! While he could still take advantage of the system bug to upgrade, Jiang Sheng did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately picked up the wooden sword and stabbed at the ant nest again. Bite! 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 System prompts sounded one after another. Jiang Sheng's experience value increased rapidly. His proficiency in Guiyuan Dao became higher and higher, and Jiang Sheng became more and more proficient in using the wooden sword. It took Jiang Sheng more than half an hour to completely kill all the bone-eating ants. All that was left was the queen ant lying quietly in the anthill. This is the 7-star zombie demon Lord Queen Ant. It is also the first time that Jiang Sheng has killed a zombie above level 5. Just from the 2 words Demon Lord, one can feel the Queen Ant's extraordinariness. Goodbye. I won't see you off. Swish. The wooden sword drew a perfect arc in the air, and the sound of the wooden sword breaking through the air could be faintly heard. Jiang Sheng's swordsmanship, although not perfect, was almost there. With one swing of the wooden knife, Jiang Sheng chopped the Queen Ant in the anthill in half, killing her instantly. This was accompanied by the system's prompt sound. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the 7-star zombie demon Queen Ant. The system rewards 10 experience points, 1 skill, Guiyuan Yidao proficiency, and 1 skill enhancement value. Skill enhancement value can be used to upgrade and evolve any skill. Jiang Sheng was suddenly stunned for a moment, and it took a long time for Jiang Sheng to come back to his senses. He used the system bug to upgrade for 2 days. This was the first time he heard of the system reward skill enhancement value. Host, Jiang Sheng. Level, 3-star warrior, 202/300. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6/100. Instant strike, proficiency 37. Divine arrow, proficiency 66. Return to origin sword, proficiency 96. Enhancement value 1. Equipment. None. Enhancement value 0. Glory. The worship of the strong, glory value 3. Looking at the system enhancement value of only 1, Jiang Sheng was in a dilemma. He didn't know which skill he should enhance now. Whether it's invisibility, rebound, or instant attack, they are all god-level skills that can save lives. However, to strengthen and upgrade this kind of skill, I'm afraid 1 strengthening value is far from enough. The divine arrow and the returning sword should be able to be upgraded and strengthened using this 1 strengthening value. Ding dong! Just when Jiang Sheng was hesitating and struggling, he received a message from Lu Qingyun on WeChat. Jiang Sheng took a quick glance and found that it was Lu Qingyun who invited him to meet at the gymnasium for a sparring match. Although Lu Qingyun's words were very subtle, Jiang Sheng immediately understood what Lu Qingyun meant. Isn't this the task prompted by the system? I didn't expect it to come so soon. So, Jiang Sheng put the 1 strengthening value on Guiyuan's sword without hesitation. He cannot lose this battle. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for the successful enhancement. Guiyuan Yidao is upgrading. Chapter 13. First confrontation with Lu Qingyun. Ding! System prompt. Guiyuan Yidao is being upgraded. Ding! System prompt. Guiyuan Yidao upgrade completed. Ding! System prompt. Guiyuan Yidao is upgraded to Guiyuan 13 Dao. After a series of system prompts, Jiang Sheng finally heard the words he had been thinking about. Upgrade successful. The Guiyuan sword was upgraded to the Guiyuan 13 swords. At the same time as the skill was upgraded, a series of sword techniques flooded into Jiang Sheng's mind, and his proficiency in Guiyuan Dao was reset to 0 at this moment. Host, Jiang Sheng. Level, 3-star warrior, 202/300. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6/100. Instant strike, proficiency 37. Divine arrow, proficiency 66. Return to origin 13 swords, proficiency 0. Enhancement value 1. Equipment. None. Enhancement value 0. Glory. The worship of the strong, glory value 3. Although Jiang Sheng felt somewhat regretful that his proficiency was reset to 0, the sword technique of the 13 swords of Guiyuan in his mind made him extremely happy. He is now a completely different person than before. He can clearly distinguish the power of the 13 swords of Guiyuan compared to the 1 sword of Guiyuan. It is worth it to reset his proficiency to 0 this time. Putting away his phone, Jiang Sheng strode towards the gymnasium with his head held high. He had already decided to confront Lu Qingyun head-on. And by the way, he would also like to find out why Lu Qingyun had to pick a fight with him. Along the way, Jiang Sheng also eliminated several zombie flies that had not yet mutated and improved his proficiency in the 13 Swords of Guiyuan. I have to say that the 13 Swords of Guiyuan are really powerful. Even if the proficiency is not high enough, after each sword is swung out, it seems as if there is still an endless supply of power, and the next sword will follow naturally, one sword after another. The power is getting stronger and stronger, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Although they are both Guiyuan sword technique, there is a world of difference between them. Moreover, Jiang Sheng also vaguely realized that the 13 Guiyuan swords were not the limit of the Guiyuan sword technique. The ultimate of the Guiyuan sword technique is still far away, and his swordsmanship can still be continuously upgraded. When Jiang Sheng arrived at the gymnasium, his proficiency in the 13 Swords of Return to Origin had reached level 14. He was already quite skilled in using it, and he was 90% confident that he could deal with Lu Qingyun. Student Jiang, you are quite punctual. You said you would arrive in 20 minutes, and you really arrived 20 minutes later. I thought you would refuse when I asked you to spar with me. I didn't expect you to be so brave. Seeing Jiang Sheng walking towards her with his head held high, Lu Qingyun, who had been waiting in the gymnasium, couldn't help but brighten up. She was well aware that her reputation for toughness had already spread throughout the Nanjing University campus. She admired Jiang Sheng from the bottom of her heart for daring to come and fight so bravely, even though he didn't look like a martial artist at all. However, no matter how much she admired him, she absolutely could not tolerate Jiang Sheng's affair with her sister-in-law. Jiang Sheng heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. Did he have to be brave for once? No. If the system hadn't issued a task and forced him to come, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to cause trouble for himself. But now, he was not very afraid when he saw Lu Qingyun. On the contrary, in his eyes, Lu Qingyun was more like a big experience package given to him by the system. But before the official duel, Jiang Sheng wanted to figure out the question that had troubled him for a long time. That is, why did Lu Qingyun want to make things difficult for him? Jiang Sheng didn't remember offending Lu Qingyun. Oh, Mr. Lu, I want to ask, have I ever offended you in any way? Why do you have to go to war with me? As a future 8-star queen, Jiang Sheng still hopes to win Lu Qingyun over to his side if possible, rather than having her become an enemy. You really don't know? Lu Qingyun frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Sheng with some confusion. When she noticed that Jiang Sheng's eyes were clear and he didn't seem to be joking at all, she immediately understood that Jiang Sheng might have been kept in the dark and didn't know the relationship between Qingyun and her brother Lu Qingshan. Ahem. Since Jiang Sheng might have done it unintentionally, Lu Qingyun's complexion recovered somewhat. She coughed twice and said, Classmate Jiang, maybe you don't know that classmate Qin, who is so affectionate with you, is engaged to my brother. Ah! When Jiang Sheng heard Lu Qingyun's words, he was dumbfounded. After all this time, actually did something like chow chow. Student Jiang, our Lu family is a martial arts family, and so is Student Qin's family. A family with a long history like ours is very concerned about marriage contracts, so I hope you can leave Student Qin immediately and promise not to harass Student Qin again in the future. After telling Jiang Sheng the truth, Lu Qingyun told him in an unquestionable tone to leave Qin Yun's life and never step into it again. This made Jiang Sheng a little annoyed. What era is it now? Are you still talking about marriage and lifelong commitment? Isn't this cultural dregs? Moreover, Qin Yun is a cute and experienced baby to Jiang Sheng, and she can also become an ally in the future. A future 8-star queen is expected to let go just because of a few words from Lu Qingyun. What a joke! It's impossible! Jiang Sheng straightened his face and said with a dark face, Classmate Lu, classmate Qin didn't mention the engagement to me. Since she didn't say anything, it proves that she doesn't agree with it. Student Qin and I are friends. I don't want anyone to force her to do something she doesn't agree with. Not even Student Lu. I don't care what family or clan you are from. I, Jiang Sheng, only recognize one thing. Classmate Qin is my most beloved friend. With just a few simple words, Jiang Sheng made his position clear. Lu Qingyun gritted her teeth and stamped her feet in anger. She admitted that she admired Jiang Sheng's courage, but that didn't mean she would tolerate Jiang Sheng hooking up with her sister-in-law. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then I'll let you understand what a martial arts family is and what it means to be someone you can't afford to offend. As Lu Qingyun spoke, She quickly held the spear behind her across her chest. Lu family samsara spear. Please teach me. Seeing this, Jiangsheng calmly drew out the wooden sword from behind, smiled slightly, and said in imitation, Guyuan 13 swords. Please teach me. Lu Qingyun couldn't help but frown when she saw Jiangsheng holding a wooden sword. On the one hand, she felt that Jiangsheng was looking down on her by competing with her with a wooden sword. On the other hand, she had never heard of the 13 swords of Guyuan, and she wondered if Jiangsheng was fooling her. We have to go all out and see whether it is a mule or a horse. Only after trying it can we know whether Jiangsheng is bluffing or not. Look at the gun! Lu Qingyun shouted softly, picked up the spear, and stabbed it towards Jiangsheng's face with a whoosh. If it had been any other time, Lu Qingyun's shot would have definitely scared Jiangsheng to death, and he would have been completely unable to defend himself. But now, Jiangsheng is no longer the same person as before. After the system condensed and strengthened his swordsmanship twice, he can be considered a martial arts master. Student Lu, you are too slow. As Jiangsheng spoke, he slightly turned his body and easily dodged Lu Qingyun's spear thrust. At the same time, he also hit her with his wooden sword, causing Lu Qingyun to lose her balance and fall forward. While Lu Qingyun was stunned and dazed, she stumbled and passed in front of Jiangsheng. When Lu Qingyun's hair gently brushed Jiangsheng's cheek, the faint fragrance rushed into his nose, and Jiangsheng couldn't help but lean forward. It was this leaning that allowed Jiangsheng's hand, holding the wooden sword, to touch the softness of Lu Qingyun's chest. Lu Qingyun's face flushed with shame, her eyes widened with anger, and she stared at Jiangsheng and shouted, Shameless bastard! Look at the gun! Lu Qingyun shook her wrist, and the spear turned around and stabbed towards Jiangsheng's face again, this time with faster speed and greater force. Chapter 14 Mission Success, System Rewards. Oops! When Jiangsheng saw Lu Qingyun turning the gun around, he immediately realized the danger. If it was the Jiangsheng of the past, he would have no chance of lasting around in front of Lu Qingyun, but the Jiangsheng of today is no longer the same as before. The 13 Return to Origin swords not only greatly improved Jiangsheng's awareness, but also improved Jiangsheng's skills by dozens of times. Facing such a dangerous sword from Lu Qingyun, Jiangsheng was calmer than ever before. I'll dodge! Jiangsheng took a side step and began to dodge the fierce spear. At the same time, Jiangsheng hugged Lu Qingyun and pulled her with a little force, causing her center of gravity to shift and making it impossible for her to hit him steadily. Call! After this series of operations, Jiangsheng narrowly avoided Lu Qingyun's fierce shot. However, just when he was pulling Lu Qingyun, Jiangsheng always felt as if he had grasped something in his palm, which was soft and elastic. He subconsciously pinched his palm twice again. The feeling made Jiangsheng's heart flutter, and he realized something. Sure enough, he noticed it when he lowered his head. I'm sorry. Jiangsheng's face changed drastically. He quickly let go of Lu Qingyun in his arms and took several steps back, his face full of apology and embarrassment. He never expected that he couldn't help himself and took advantage of Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun's face turned pale with anger and her eyes were red. She had never had any close contact with a boy since she was a child. Jiangsheng's actions directly ignited Lu Qingyun's anger. Look at the gun, rascal! Lu Qingyun was furious and rushed towards Jiangsheng with her spear in hand. Maybe she was really angry. At this moment, every shot of Lu Qingyun was aimed directly at the vital points. Every shot was fatal. She had no intention of letting Jiangsheng go. Hiss! Jiangsheng also took a breath of cold air when he saw this, thinking that girls are too fussy. They are all children of the underworld. Why should they be so fussy? At worst, he could let Lu Qingyun touch him back. However, Lu Qingyun obviously did not have this intention. Just now, because she was too close to Jiangsheng, her spear could not exert its full power. Now that the distance between them was increased, she could instead use her spear skills to their full potential. Let's see if you can survive. Lu Qingyun muttered with gritted teeth. She was now furious and had only one thought in her mind, which was to make Jiangsheng shut up forever. Otherwise, she would not live either. Such a young girl was molested by Jiangsheng. She will not be able to face people anymore. But after stabbing more than 10 times in succession, Lu Qingyun's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Jiangsheng in front of her with disbelief, and her amazement was beyond words. She couldn't believe that Jiangsheng, who looked like he had no trace of martial arts training, was so powerful. Their Lu family samsara spear didn't even have the slightest advantage in front of Jiang Sheng. Although Lu Qingyun's strength was not strong enough, she could clearly feel that Jiang Sheng's strength was far above hers, and his swordsmanship was even more amazing. How come he is so strong? He seems to be 1 year younger than me, so how come his martial arts skills are better than mine? And he looks so relaxed and effortless. Lu Qingyun's amazement grew stronger and stronger. The more she fought, the more frightened she became. The more she fought, the more she realized that Jiang Sheng seemed to be letting her go on purpose. With the strength Jiang Sheng had shown, he could defeat her without expending so much effort. Maybe he really didn't mean it just now. I have to say, he can probably be called the best among the younger generation. Lu Qingyun felt that Jiang Sheng was so accommodating to her out of guilt. If it was really a life-and-death fight, even if she had 9 lives, she would have already met the king of hell. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for gaining the worship of the 8-star queen. The worship honor value of the strong is +3. Jiang Sheng, who was struggling with Lu Qingyun, was suddenly startled by the prompt sound in his mind. He didn't expect that he would get an unexpected gain from fighting with Lu Qingyun. As a result, his honor value reached 6, which was already quite good. Swish! After a fight, Lu Qingyun suddenly moved her feet and withdrew from the fight. She put away her spear, stared at Jiang Sheng coldly, and said, "I won't fight anymore. I am not your opponent." Lu Qingyun admitted defeat. Among her peers, she had always been arrogant and never submitted to anyone, but now she admitted defeat. Because Jiang Sheng's fighting ability was far superior to hers, the never-before-seen 13 Swords of Return to Origin almost cut off her pride as a leader of the younger generation. "Thank you." Jiang Sheng smiled and put away the wooden sword in his hand. To be honest, he was no less shocked than Lu Qingyun. Although he had thought that the 13 Swords of Return to Origin that he obtained from the system were quite powerful, he had not expected that they would be so strong in actual combat and could defeat Lu Qingyun, who was known as the #1 female hero in the martial arts department. Of course, in addition to this, Jiang Sheng's more important information comes from the system prompt sound. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of the 8-star Queen's Invitation. Obtain System Reward Experience Value 50, System Reward Skill Enhancement Value 10, System Reward Equipment Enhancement Value 10. Host, Jiang Sheng. Level, 3-star Warrior, 252/300. Skills, Stealth, Duration 5 seconds. Rebound, Success Rate 6/100. Instant Strike, Proficiency 37. Divine Arrow, Proficiency 66. Return to Origin 13 Swords, Proficiency 14. Enhancement Value 10. Equipment. None, Strength Value 10. Glory. The Worship of the Strong, Glory Value 6. Jiang Sheng was beaming with joy as he looked at the amazing changes on his system panel. Not to mention that he was now 1 step closer to upgrading. The 10-point enhancement value of his skills and equipment alone was enough to make him excited. Jiang Sheng, who had just tried to strengthen his swordsmanship and upgraded his Guiyuan 1 sword to Guiyuan 13 swords not long ago, knew very well that every strengthening of a skill would bring about epic-making changes. For example, the previous skill of Stealth is upgraded to Invisible Movement, which is an improvement in skill level. As for the equipment enhancement value, there is no equipment yet, so it is not clear whether the equipment will have special attributes after enhancement. Anyway, being able to enhance the equipment is much better than not being able to do so. Jiang Sheng put away his excitement, and there was a different feeling in his eyes when he looked at Lu Qingyun. Not to mention the intimate contact with Lu Qingyun just now, and the unforgettable touch. Just because Lu Qingyun has made him gain so much, he can't be gloomy towards her. Jiang Sheng smiled and said, "Classmate Lu, I have no intention of being your enemy, nor your Lu family, but classmate Qin is my best friend, and no one can change this fact. If your Lu family insists on not allowing me and Qin to be friends, then I can only stand on the opposite side of your Lu family. I, Jiang Sheng, don't cause trouble, but I'm never afraid of it." Jiang Sheng said this with great confidence, and he used his unwavering tone to express his attitude and determination at the moment. Lu Qingyun's eyelids twitched. She just admired Jiang Sheng's martial arts, but now she admired Jiang Sheng's courage, as a man and a responsible person. However, this was not enough for Lu Qingyun to tolerate Jiang Sheng's affair with her sister-in-law. Even if Jiang Sheng said they were just friends, it would not work because she knew her elder brother Lu Qingshan's temper very well and would never tolerate it. The Lu family would not tolerate it either. "Okay, you have the courage, But I must warn you, just because I can't beat you and can't do anything to you, doesn't mean that our Lu family will let it go. My brother will definitely come looking for you. Lu Qingyun gritted her teeth and said. She put away her spear, turned around, and left. However, Jiang Sheng also left an indelible mark in her heart. Jiang Sheng, a boy who conquered Lu Qingyun. Chapter 15 Audit Test. Difficulty increased. Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Qingyun's back with helplessness written all over his face. He didn't intend to go against the Lu family, nor did he have any blood feud with Lu Qingyun's elder brother Lu Qingshan. He was just preparing for the doomsday that would come in 29 days. When the end of the world comes, no one knows what the world will look like, but Jiang Sheng can conclude that the world will become extremely unsafe. Because in just 2 days, Jiang Sheng noticed that the number of zombies in the system prompts was far greater than that of humans, and the average level of zombies was also much higher than that of humans. Under such circumstances, danger is everywhere. No matter how high your level is, what does it matter? Facing countless and endless zombies, no matter how powerful a warrior is, he will eventually collapse due to exhaustion. Therefore, a strong teammate like Qin Yun is absolutely precious. What's more, Qin Yun is Jiang Sheng's lovely experienced baby. No one would give up such a beauty easily. Student Lu, I'm sorry. There are only 29 days left. I will do it even if it means breaking up with your Lu family. Jiang Sheng said with a firm gaze that he would never change his mind. However, the soft and elastic feeling just now was really nice and left a lasting impression. Moreover, Lu Qingyun is also an 8-star queen. If possible, he also wants to pull Lu Qingyun into his own trench. More people means more strength. Jiang Sheng thought, so secretly, as if he wanted to prove that his thoughts were extremely pure. I should be able to pass the test of Chenwu Hall now, right? Jiang Sheng, who had regained his composure, could not help but feel the desire to fight. He could even easily defeat Lu Qingyun, the famous beauty in the martial arts department. With his current strength, passing the test of Chenwu Hall should be a piece of cake. So Jiang Sheng took out his cell phone and called Lu Kai directly. He wanted Lu Kai to accompany him to Chenwu Club again. Ever since Lu Qingyun took the initiative to greet Jiang Sheng in the school cafeteria, Lu Kai has worshipped Jiang Sheng as a god. Now that Jiang Sheng calls him, he is naturally willing to do so. At the same time, Jiang Sheng also called Qin Yun. The reason was that Jiang Sheng felt that there was a close connection between Chenwu Guild Hall and Qin Yun, and it would be more appropriate with Qin Yun there. What's more, Qin Yun is Jiang Sheng's experienced treasure. Without Qin Yun, he always feels that something is missing. Moreover, he also wants to take the opportunity to improve the favorability between himself and Qin Yun. He is also looking forward to whether it will be like what he imagined after the favorability between the two is full. Jiang Sheng was laughing foolishly. He felt that the future was becoming more and more promising, even though the end of the world would come in 29 days. Brother, are you sure you can pass the test of Chenwu Guild Hall? Lu Kai was driving the car, with Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun sitting in the back seat. He looked back at Jiang Sheng in confusion, wondering if Jiang Sheng was bragging or joking. Let me tell you, I've been training at Chenwu Hall for 3 years, but I haven't been able to pass the test at Chenwu Hall. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Lu Kai swallowed them back. He didn't really believe that Jiang Sheng had the ability to pass the test of Chenwu Club, but it was not brotherly to attack Jiang Sheng in person, so he could only use his eyes to kindly remind Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng smiled confidently and said cheerfully, Brother Kai, if I say yes, then it must be yes. You have to believe me. Jiang Sheng now not only has godlike archery skills, but also the swordsmanship of Guyuan 13 swords. Even if he cannot pass the test safely, he still has 10 points of skill enhancement value. He doesn't believe that he can't pass the test of Chenwu Guild Hall. Forehead. Lu Kai opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He was 100% confident in Jiang Sheng's ability to pick up girls, but he was skeptical about Jiang Sheng's martial arts. There is no way. Even now, Jiang Sheng does not seem to have any signs of martial arts training. He looks like a college student with average physical fitness. Jiang Sheng saw Lu Kai's doubt, but he did not explain too much. Time will prove everything. Instead, it was Qin Yun, whose face was filled with nervousness, who caught Jiang Sheng's special attention. Ever since Jiang Sheng explained that he was going to take part in the test at Chenwu Club, Qin Yun became particularly concerned and nervous. Without Jiang Sheng saying anything more, Qin Yun took the initiative to say that she would go with him. Moreover, Qin Yin was waiting downstairs at the girls' dormitory early this time, and it was obvious that she was worried about something. However, since Qin Yin didn't say anything, Jiang Sheng didn't dare to ask too much. He just made up his mind secretly that if any situation occurred, he would make sure that the experienced baby Qin Yin was satisfied even if it cost him 10 points of skill enhancement value. With the belief that they would win, Jiang Sheng and his party came to Chenwu Guild Hall again. This time, because they all had gold cards on them, the security guards at the door had no reason to stop them. When Chen Fong heard that Jiang Sheng was going to challenge the test of Chenwu Club today, her face was filled with shock and surprise. Chen Fong looked Jiang Sheng up and down, her eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. This morning, she still felt that Jiang Sheng was a boy who knew the times. Knowing that he was not good enough, he took the initiative to say that he would come back in a few days to challenge the review test of Chenwu Club. But now, she felt that she had made a premature conclusion about Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng was really a young man who did not know his own abilities. It was only one day. Even if Jiang Sheng sharpened his skills before the battle, how much could he strengthen himself? It was absolutely a foolish dream to want to pass the examination of their Chenwu Hall. Outsiders may not understand, but as a manager, Chen Fong knows it best. The audit test of Chenwu Club is equivalent to the graduation examination of other martial arts schools. It is impossible to pass it without real ability. This is also the reason why Lu Kai could not pass the review test after 3 years of study. Young man, are you sure you have thought it through? Although failing the audit test is nothing, you still have to be concerned about losing face, especially in front of your friends. Chen Fong deliberately emphasized the word friend and glanced at Qin Yun intentionally or unintentionally. The meaning of her words was self-evident. Jiang Sheng naturally understood what Chen Fong meant. He also knew that although the other party looked down on him, he had no ill intentions and it was just a kind reminder, so he was not angry. He just smiled and responded, "I've thought it through. I'm at least 90% sure." Jiang Sheng was full of confidence and didn't seem to be joking. Seeing this, Chen Fong could only sigh helplessly. Being young and impetuous. One should pay the price for being young and impetuous. In that case, then just follow me. As Chen Fong spoke, she led Jiang Sheng and his group directly to the backyard of the Chenwu Guild Hall. This is where the Chenwu Club's review and testing takes place. Unlike the magnificent front yard with luxurious decoration, the backyard of the Chenwu Club is almost exactly the same as the rough and practical training grounds in TV dramas, and even better than those in the TV dramas. Young man, the archery test requires you to use the training arrows in your hand to shoot at 9 bull's eyes in the distance. Moreover, 1 arrow must hit the bull's eye directly. If it deviates by even a little bit, it will be considered a failure. Chen Fong didn't waste any time and directly explained the requirements of the first archery review test. Use a rubber arrow to hit the bull's eye. And from what Chen Fong said, it is necessary to hit the target. This requirement is quite high. If the force is not strong enough, the rubber arrow will fall even if it hits the bull's eye. Hiss! Before Jiang Sheng could react, Lu Kai and Qin Yun behind him had already changed their expressions. When did the Chenwu Hall's audit test become so difficult? It wasn't like this when I was doing the audit test. Andy is clearly trying to make things difficult for Jiang. Unless you are an expert in archery, it is impossible to do this. Chapter 16? Shocked? It's just the beginning. Lu Kai's expression changed again and again. He used to be a member of Chenwu Club, so he had some understanding of the audit test of Chenwu Club. After all, passing the review test of the Chenwu Guild meant not only the qualification to hold weapons, but more importantly, the recognition of the Chenwu Guild. Once recognized by the Chenwu Guild, you will have a place in the entire martial arts industry in Nanshire. So Lu Kai has always been eager to pass the review test of Chenwu Guild, but unfortunately, the requirements of Chenwu Guild were too high, and he failed several times. Now, he was completely desperate. When he took the review test, he didn't use rubber arrows, but a real bow and arrow. Moreover, he didn't have to hit the center of the bull's eye, as long as the number of rings was high enough. But now, in Lu Kai's opinion, the difficulty of Jiang Sheng's review test is simply hell level. Unless one is a true master, it is impossible to do it. It seems that I have no hope of passing the examination of Chenwu Guild Hall in this lifetime. Brother Jiang, I'm afraid his efforts are in vain. Faced with such a difficult audit test, Lu Kai didn't believe Jiang Sheng could pass it. Qin Yin was also very angry. If Chen Fong hadn't repeatedly warned her with her eyes not to talk too much, even though she was a little socially anxious and introverted, she would have been unable to help but shout that it was unfair. Her mother is the director of the Chun Wu Club. Although Qin Yun is not passionate about martial arts, she has been influenced by it and knows the rules of the Qin Wu Club like the back of her hand. Qin Yun was very clear about the level of the Qin Wu Guild's normal review test. Zhang Sheng's current difficulty level had already reached the Qin Wu Guild's Grandmaster certification level and was not a weapon-holding certification at all. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Sheng is now participating in the Grandmaster certification of Qin Wu Club, but no one has told him the truth. Zhang Sheng, who was kept in the dark, was still muttering in his heart that the Qin Wu Guild was really powerful, as an audit test was so difficult. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the Qin Wu Guild, thinking that it was a symbol of the Qin Wu Guild's identity. Then I will begin. Zhang Sheng did not doubt him. He picked up the simple bow, an arrow in his hand, and aimed at the 9 targets opposite. Chun Fong, who had a look of contempt on her face, suddenly changed her expression the moment Zhang Sheng picked up the bow and arrow. Because in her eyes, Zhang Sheng was just an ordinary person with no trace of martial arts training. But Zhang Sheng's movements of picking up the bow and arrow were smooth and seamless, giving people a natural demeanor of a master. Is he playing dumb to gain advantage? Chun Fong was secretly amazed in her heart, and she suddenly realized that Zhang Sheng was far from being as simple as he seemed. Whoosh! Just when Chun Fong was wondering, Zhang Sheng's first arrow had already been shot. Bang! With a crisp sound, Zhang Sheng's rubber-tipped arrow not only hit the bullseye steadily, but also pierced through the bullseye directly, with the arrowhead going several centimeters out. Oh my God! Lu Kai's lips trembled, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Zhang Sheng. He had never thought that Zhang Sheng was actually a top archery master. As for Zhang Sheng's arrow, just now, Lu Kai thought that even if he practiced hard for his whole life, he would not be able to do even 1/10 of Zhang Sheng's. Student Zhang is so amazing. Qin Yun also widened her eyes, looking at Zhang Sheng, who was standing not far away and shooting arrows in disbelief. It was the first time she witnessed Zhang Sheng's power, and an indescribable emotion arose in her heart. He is handsome, has good character, and is now even good at archery. Such a boy is so charming. That. Chun Fong was now a little incoherent. She had imagined many possible outcomes, but the current one was not the best. Being able to pierce the center of a bullseye with a rubber arrow, even if it was only a few centimeters, was already an extraordinary thing. Even if it was her, Chun Fong would feel inferior. There was no way she could do it. It seems that I really misjudged you. This was the first time that Chun Fong looked Zhang Sheng in the eye, the first time that she admired Zhang Sheng, and the first time that she had expectations of Zhang Sheng. She was looking forward to whether Zhang Sheng would have any more surprises next. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for gaining the worship of a 5-star berserker. The honor value of the strongman's worship is +1, and the system rewards 3 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, and the system rewards 4 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the admiration of a 6-star commander. The admiration honor value of the strong +2, and the system rewards 6 experience points. At this moment, Zhang Sheng, who was feeling embarrassed for having used too much force just now, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind, and his face was filled with surprise. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Originally, Zhang Sheng thought that as long as he could pass the audit test of Qin Wu Club, he had no other ideas. But now it seems that not only can he pass the audit test, he can also get some system rewards. What surprised Zhang Sheng the most was the admiration of Chun Fong, the 6-star commander. Not only did it increase his honor points, it also increased his experience. It also made him realize that his performance just now was a blessing in disguise and made Chun Fong pay attention to him. After figuring this out, Zhang Sheng was no longer embarrassed about having used too much force just now. He pulled the bow and arrow, whoosh, 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 shooting arrows at the target continuously. Bang! 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 Since he had no more worries and was stimulated by the system rewards, each of Zhang Sheng's subsequent arrows was fast, accurate, steady, and ruthless. All 9 targets were soon hit by Zhang Sheng's arrows with simple rubber arrowheads. Looking back at Qin Yun, Lu Kai, and Chun Fong at this time, their expressions were quite interesting. The way they looked at Zhang Sheng was as if they were looking at an alien. Is there something wrong? Zhang Sheng frowned slightly, muttering to himself, not quite understanding. As an outsider to the martial arts world, he naturally had no idea what his continuous shooting without stopping for a moment, even skipping the step of aiming and shooting in seconds each time, meant. But even Liu Kai, who was only half-baked in martial arts, knew that Jiang Sheng's rapid shooting was no match for him, even if a master of archery came. If Qin Yun and the other two were initially skeptical about Jiang Sheng's participation in the upgraded difficulty review test, now, in addition to the admiration that welled up in their hearts, there was also shock and fear that could not be concealed. No one could understand why Jiang Sheng, who didn't look like a martial artist at all, could possess archery skills at the master level. Why? Why is it like this? Is this what genius is? Am I really so vulnerable? Liu Kai felt bitter. After all, he was a genuine second-generation rich man and had practiced for many years. But in front of Jiang Sheng, a man of the same age, he was defeated miserably. He was beginning to feel ashamed now. He had dared to compare himself with Jiang Sheng just now. This was simply an insult to Jiang Sheng. Classmate Jiang is so awesome. I like him so much. There were little stars twinkling in Qin Yun's eyes. As a girl, what girl doesn't like macho men? Only Chen Fong was speechless again. She felt like her brain had crashed. It wasn't that she couldn't understand Jiang Sheng, but she felt that Jiang Sheng might be some big boss with a hidden identity who was deliberately teasing her. Bye. While Liu Kai, Qin Yun, and Chen Fong were thinking different things, a series of system prompts began to sound in Jiang Sheng's mind. Chapter 17 Challenge from Chen Fong. Accepted. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for gaining the worship of a 5-star berserker. The honor value of the strongman's worship is +1, and the system rewards 3 experience points. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, and the system rewards 4 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the admiration of a 6-star commander. The admiration honor value of the strong +2, and the system rewards 6 experience points. A series of system prompts sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind. He didn't expect that he would be able to receive system rewards again in such a short time. Of course, Jiang Sheng was somewhat puzzled. Didn't he just complete the archery examination of Chenwu Hall? As for the continuous shock of Qin Yun and the other two, to be honest, Jiang Sheng felt that he had not given his all. After all, he still had 10 points of skill enhancement value that had not been used. If he had used it, the effect of his archery would definitely be more than this. But now it seems that there is no need to use it. The current means alone are enough to easily pass the audit test. From this perspective, saving skill enhancement points can be considered a disguised gain. I have passed this, right? Jiang Sheng glanced at Chen Fong with a smile. He had noticed the contempt and indifference in Chen Fong's eyes from the very beginning. Now seeing Chen Fong's expression of shock that could not be any more, Jiang Sheng felt so happy. Yes, of course. Chen Fong swallowed hard and looked at Jiang Sheng with eyes full of disbelief. A young man who clearly didn't seem to have any traces of martial arts training. Yet he displayed skills that were enough to crush a grandmaster. This was simply too terrifying. Even a natural martial arts genius couldn't achieve something as exaggerated as Jiang Sheng. How on earth did he do that? Chen Fong really couldn't understand how Jiang Sheng could have achieved such perfection without years of martial arts training. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fong tried to calm herself down. Since Jiang Sheng had exceeded her understanding time and time again, she would have to go all out next. Chen Fong swore that she must find out Jiang Sheng's background. Student Jiang, since you have successfully passed the archery test, let's start the swordsmanship test next. Chen Fong raised her eyebrows, smiled at Jiang Sheng, and said, This time, I will be your opponent. You and I will both use wooden swords. If you beat me, you will pass the test. How about this? Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chen Fong had just finished speaking when, before Jiang Sheng could react, Liu Kai and Qin Yun could no longer hold their breath. The two of them looked at Chen Fong in a daze, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Manager Chen took action personally? Isn't this bullying an honest person? Liu Kai blinked, feeling overwhelmed. Chen Fong is able to become the manager of Chenwu Club, which shows his strength. Anyone who can defeat Chen Fong must be a master above the grandmaster level. Just a small audit test. Is that necessary? Even though Liu Kai's brain wasn't particularly sharp, he could already see that Chen Fong was intentionally targeting Jiang Sheng. And that's too much. Qin Yun was so angry that she stomped her feet. If Chen Fong hadn't stopped her with her eyes, she would have gone to her mother Chen Shengnan to sue her aunt Chen Fong. As the daughter of the director Chen Shengnan, how could she not know the testing standards of the Chenwu Club? Defeating Chen Fong was already higher than the ordinary Grandmaster certification. If this isn't considered bullying, then what is? Chen Fong naturally also felt the questioning looks from Lu Kai and Qin Yun. Originally, she had no intention of taking action herself. However, seeing Jiang Sheng's enchanting performance, she could no longer sit still. She had promised the curator Chen Shengnan that she would make the self-righteous Jiang Sheng suffer, no matter what. But now it seems that unless she takes action personally, no one can stop such a heaven-defying Jiang Sheng. But she also knew that Jiang Sheng would be able to see through her blatant behavior. It was too much to ask a newcomer who had applied for an examination and test to challenge the curator. She did not expect Jiang Sheng to agree to it, but she had to show her attitude. Even if Jiang Sheng disagrees, she will not make things difficult for him. She will set up an assessment for Jiang Sheng that is higher than the regular test, but not so abnormal. As long as Jiang Sheng passes it, she will still approve it. But she held on to a tiny hope that Jiang Sheng would give her a chance to find out Jiang Sheng's true background. Okay, I accept the challenge. When everyone thought that Jiang Sheng would refuse, would back down, would realize that Chen Fong was deliberately making things difficult and get furious, Jiang Sheng readily agreed. Ah! Not only Chen Fong, Qin Yun and Lu Kai were also stunned. Are you sure? I'm sure. Jiang Sheng said this with great confidence. He had indeed seen through Chen Fong's ill intentions, and he was not prepared to agree to it. After all, who would be idle and be a victim? How could Jiang Sheng admit defeat when he was bullied so blatantly? But just now, the system prompt sounded again, and the system issued a task again. Ding! System prompt. A challenge from a 6-star commander has been detected. The system has issued a new task. Accept the challenge and defeat the 6-star commander. You can refuse or give up the task. After the mission is successful, the system rewards 30 experience points, 3 skill enhancement points, 3 equipment enhancement points, and 3 honor points. Note, there is no penalty for mission failure. This series of system messages made Jiang Sheng very happy. Although challenging Chen Fong was a bit difficult, it was at least much more difficult than challenging Lu Qinyun. Although Lu Qinyun is an 8-star queen, she is young and her current fighting power is far inferior to that of the experienced Chen Fong. But who can blame me for not having any punishment for failing a mission? It would be really stupid not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. Why not give it a try? There's nothing to lose, right? It was precisely because of this that Jiang Sheng agreed so readily. Brother, are you crazy? That's Manager Chun, a serious master. There's no way you can beat her. Lu Kai nervously pulled Jiang Sheng, signaling Jiang Sheng not to be impulsive. Student Jiang, my aunt is really powerful. You should not fight with her. Qin Yun, who is introverted and socially anxious, rarely spoke up to stop Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng's eyelids twitched as he realized the relationship between Qin Yun and Chen Fong. However, he smiled and rejected the kindness of Lu Kai and Qin Yun. It's okay. Manager Chun is my senior. If I fight her, Manager Chun will definitely stop at a certain point and won't hurt me. Besides, Manager Chun is trying to help the younger generation. I can't not appreciate it, right? Jiang Sheng smiled, and in order to ensure that everything went well, he had already started adding points to the attribute panel in his mind. Ding! System prompt. The host's paired skill, Return to Origin 13 Blades, has been enhanced, consuming 1 skill enhancement value. Ding! System prompt. The skill Return to Origin 13 Swords has been strengthened, but it is not enough to complete the evolution. Come again. Jiang Sheng did not give up. He now had 10 points of skill enhancement value and was not worried about wasting it. Ding! System prompt. The host's paired skill, Return to Origin 13 Blades, has been enhanced, consuming 1 skill enhancement value. Ding! System prompt. The skill Return to Origin 13 Swords has been strengthened, but it is not enough to complete the evolution. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the enhancement of the skill Return to Origin 13 Swords. The skill is being upgraded. Please wait. Finally, after Jiang Sheng consumed 5 points of skill enhancement value, he finally received the long-awaited news of successful enhancement and skill upgrade in his mind. I just don't know to what level of swordsmanship the 13 Swords of Guiyuan can successfully strengthen this time. Chapter 18 9-Star Empress. Ding! System prompt. The skill Return to Origin 13 Blades has been upgraded. The Return to Origin 13 blades has been upgraded to Return to Origin 36 blades. You can continue to upgrade. Please ask the host whether you choose to continue upgrading. A system prompt sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind, and his skill Return to Origin 13 swords officially evolved into Return to Origin 36 swords. However, this is not the ultimate level of Gu Yuan sword technique. The system has already prompted that it can be further upgraded. But seeing that there were only 5 points of skill enhancement value left, Jiangxing finally held back because the next time the enhancement, 5 points of skill enhancement value, might not be enough, and if he saved some, it might have other uses at critical moments. Jiangxing slightly tightened the wooden sword in his hand. With his current perception of martial arts, he felt that the 36 swords of Gu Yuan were strong enough and should be able to defeat Qin Fang. Young man, are you ready? Just as Jiang Sheng was upgrading and strengthening the 13 swords of Return to Origin, Qin Fang was also ready. Qin Fang, now wearing a martial arts uniform and holding a wooden sword, exudes an invincible spirit. As expected, he is an extraordinary opponent for the Grandmaster certification. We're ready. We can start anytime. Jiang Sheng looked at Qin Fang, who was coming towards him aggressively, and nodded silently. No matter how strong Qin Fang is, Jiang Sheng is determined to win. If there is an accident, he still has other skills to use. The instant attack that has a certain chance of killing Qin Fang instantly cannot be used. It would be too embarrassing if it killed Qin Fang instantly. However, skill rebound and skill invisibility can definitely be used at critical moments, and there will definitely be unexpected results at that time. Of course, Jiang Sheng didn't want to reveal his cards so early, so it would be better not to use them if possible. Now that you are ready then, watch this. Qin Fang narrowed her eyes, and a sharp gaze burst out from the corners of her eyes. Call. Suddenly, Qin Fang rushed towards Jiang Sheng with a knife in hand. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing, especially the sharpness of the knife, which gave people a sense of invincibility and terror. Hiss! So strong! The corners of Lu Kai's mouth trembled. If Qin Fang didn't make a move, it would be fine. But once she made a move, even he, a half-baked martial artist, could see that Qin Fang was extraordinary. My aunt! Qin Yun was so anxious that she stamped her feet. She thought that Qin Fang might show mercy and not kill Jiang Sheng because Jiang Sheng was a junior and their classmate. But Qin Yun never expected that Qin Fang would show no mercy at all and go all out from the start. How could Jiang Sheng resist? Jun, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. My aunt loves me very much. She has never wanted to see a boy around me since I was a child. However, Jiang, you're already great. You are awesome for agreeing to a challenge from my aunt. Qin Yun, who was a little socially phobic, had a lot of little thoughts surging in his mind at this moment. She was angry at her Aunt Qin Fang's ruthlessness and felt sorry for Jiang Sheng. But more than that, she admired Jiang Sheng. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, and the system rewards 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Jiang Sheng, who was preparing to fight Qin Fang, suddenly heard the system prompt sound in his mind. He couldn't help but turn around and smile at Qin Yun. This cute experience baby always allows Jiang Sheng to have unexpected gains anytime and anywhere. Especially seeing the rapid improvement in the favorability of both parties, Jiang Sheng's expectations are even stronger. Once the favorability reaches the maximum level, can we? Jiang Sheng smiled foolishly. If it was really as he imagined, it would be wonderful. Young man, how dare you be distracted at this time? At this time, Qin Fang had already rushed over. When she saw that Jiang Sheng still had the mind to turn around and smile at Qin Yun, her face suddenly turned pale. Unless the other person's fighting power is far above yours, otherwise, being distracted in battle is simply courting death. Swish! As Qin Fang spoke with a hint of anger, her terrifying knife was already approaching Jiang Sheng's forehead. At this time, Jiang Sheng slowly turned his head and looked at Qin Fang. His eyes were as calm as a pool of water. Qin Fang looked at Jiang Sheng's eyes and couldn't help but be shocked because she could read the nonchalant confidence in Jiang Sheng's eyes. Bang! Sure enough, the next second, the wooden sword in Jiang Sheng's hand deflected Qin Fang's wooden sword at a very strange angle, and this was just the beginning. Bang! 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 Next, the wooden sword in Jiang Sheng's hand seemed to come alive, and it continued to move like a surging river, attacking Qin Fang like a tidal wave. Each of Jiang Sheng's strikes was powerful and heavy, and as Jiangxing struck more and more times, his speed also became faster and faster. At the beginning, Chen Fong could barely hold on, but as Jiangxing chopped at her with sword after sword, Chen Fong was finally defeated after the 20th sword. Bang! Boom, boom, boom! Jiangxing's 20th sword, which was like thunder, forced Chen Fong back several steps. Chen Fong held his breath and took a long time to calm down the surging blood in his body. She lost completely, and lost miserably. Chen Fong originally thought that she could easily defeat Jiangxing, but in fact, she could only withstand 20 blows from Jiangxing. Chen Fong understood that Jiangxing's swordsmanship was continuous, and there would definitely be more than 20 swords to come. Unfortunately, with her strength, she could only stop here. I lost. Chen Fong sighed. Even though she was full of rebelliousness, she had to bow to Jiangxing at this moment. You win. After saying this, Chen Fong felt like a deflated ball, and her energy and spirit suddenly became much weaker. At first, Chen Fong wanted to take action personally to teach Jiangxing a lesson, but in the end, she was taught a severe lesson by Jiangxing. It was too embarrassing. Jiangxing looked at Chen Fong, who looked dejected, put down the wooden sword in his hand, and said with a smile, "Senior, thank you for letting me." Jiangxing seemed very calm on the surface, but in fact, he was extremely happy in his heart. At least, he made the right bet. By strengthening the 13 Swords of Return to Origin and upgrading them to the 36 Swords of Return to Origin, he had the capital to defeat Chen Fong. But what surprised Jiangxing even more was that from the previous duel, Jiangxing gradually figured out the secret of Good Yuan sword technique. That is, as the Good Yuan sword technique improves, the more times the sword is struck, the stronger the final sword will be. This strength is the double superposition of speed and strength, and it is impeccable. In other words, if Jiangxing mastered a sufficiently advanced Guiyuan sword technique, then no matter what kind of enemy it was, he would be able to kill it with one sword. This skill is much more reliable than the instant attack, which has a pitifully low success rate. Win! Oh my god! Lu Kai and Qin Yun were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the final outcome would be like this. Bite! Bite! At the same time, the system prompt sound rang in Jiangxing's mind again. However, Jiangxing was already numb. In just a short while, he had heard the system prompt sound too many times. Before Jiangxing could sort out the system prompts in his mind, and before Jiangxing could check whether the rewards for completing the system tasks had been issued, a woman who looked somewhat similar to Qin Yun, but more beautiful and more charming, walked towards him in small steps not far away. She looked at Jiangxing with her bright eyes, with a hint of admiration and satisfaction in them, and the faint smile at the corner of her mouth made her even more charming. Jiangxing was stunned, not because the person was too beautiful, but because a system prompt sound popped up in his mind again. Ding! System prompt. Attention! Attention! The 9-star Empress is ahead. The 9-star Empress is ahead. Chapter 19 Annie also has a favorable impression. 9-star Empress? Jiangxing's heart trembled slightly. This was the highest level human he had met since the system was activated. Beautiful, generous, mature, and simply perfect, Chen Xingnan has brought Jiangxing a different experience since the moment she appeared. Mother! Qin Yun, who had been silent all the time, suddenly came to Chen Xingnan's side with a smile on her face, took Chen Xingnan's arm affectionately, and called out with a smile. Qin Yun, who suffers from social anxiety, is only so free and easy in front of her mother. Chen Xingnan patted Qin Yun's head lovingly and said with a smile, "Little girl." Mother! Jiangxing raised his eyebrows. Although he could see that Chen Xingnan and Qin Yun, who were walking towards him, had some similarities in appearance, he did not dare to think that the two were mother and daughter. After all, Chen Xingnan not only looks beautiful and mature, but more importantly, she looks to be only in her 30s and does not look like a woman in her 40s at all. Jiangxing carefully compared Qin Yun and Chen Xingnan. Although the two were equally beautiful, Chen Xingnan firmly suppressed Qin Yun in terms of temperament. She looked more charming and more eye-catching than Qin Yun. Just when Jiangxing was daydreaming, Chen Xingnan had already walked slowly in front of Jiangxing. She looked Jiangxing up and down with a faint smile and satisfaction in her eyes. Young man, you are very good. You can beat Chen Fong at your age. Your future is limitless. Of course, as Yunner's closest friend, you barely passed the test. If you can't even pass today's test, then I won't approve of your association with Yunner. Since Yunner's father passed away, you are the only man she is willing to get close to, but I will not take too much care of you because of this. You still need to solve the Liu family's affairs by yourself. Our Chen family will not take the initiative to help you. But I can promise you that as long as you can solve the trouble of the Liu family, I will approve and agree with your relationship with Yuner. How about that? Chun Xingnan exudes the temperament of someone in a high position. From beginning to end, her attitude is always superior and unquestionable, and at the same time, there is no room for turning back. However, between her words, she had already expressed her approval of Jiang Sheng, completely with the attitude of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Mother! Qin Yun's face turned red with embarrassment at Chun Xingnan's direct words. You girl! Chun Xingnan shook her head helplessly. She was a heroine who was as good as any man, but she had a timid daughter. Fortunately, she approved of Jiang Sheng as a son-in-law and thought he was a good one. Jiang Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Chun Xingnan's words were equivalent to standing on Jiang Sheng's side. From this point of view, behind Jiang Sheng, there is not only the 8-star Queen Qin Yun, but also a 9-star empress like Chun Xingnan. With this pair of beautiful mother and daughter, why would he be afraid of the coming of doomsday? However, the most important issue now is how to solve the trouble of the Liu family. After all, Chun Xingnan said that he needs to rely on himself to solve the problem of the Liu family. Annie, please rest assured. Jiang Sheng, will never back down when it comes to the Liu family. I will take action to resolve this obstacle myself. Jiang Sheng did not make up or speak nonsense when he said this, because he had already made his attitude clear when he confronted Liu Qingyun. For the sake of Qin Yun, the 8-star queen, he would rather be an enemy of the giant Liu family. Now with the addition of a 9-star empress, Chun Xingnan, it will naturally be a fight to the death with the Liu family. There is no reason for Jiang Sheng to retreat. Good. Very good. Seeing that Jiang Sheng was resolute and calm, Chun Xingnan's evaluation of Jiang Sheng obviously increased a bit. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the 9-star queen's praise. Both parties' favorability +1, 1/100. The system rewards 3 experience points. The sudden system notification startled Jiang Sheng. He had never thought that he could actually gain a favorable impression with the 9-star Empress Chun Xingnan. If the favorable impression was at the maximum level, would it also mean a bold idea slowly began to grow in Jiang Sheng's heart? Xiao Jiang, please wait for a moment. I will go get you the weapon you chose at that time. As Chun Xingnan spoke, she turned around and walked towards the armory with Chen Fang. Qin Yun seemed to be worried that Chun Xingnan would not give Jiang Sheng the best, so she took the initiative to follow them. Chun Xingnan saw through it all, but didn't say anything. She just smiled bitterly and shook her head, secretly sighing that girls cannot be kept when they grow up. After Chun Xingnan and the other 2 left, Lu Kai came behind Jiang Sheng. Brother, I really envy you. Lu Kai looked at Qin Yun and Chun Xingnan, mother and daughter, who looked like sisters, and both had such a good impression of Jiang Sheng. If he didn't envy her, that would be a lie. However, Lu Kai, who had just witnessed how powerful Jiang Sheng was, could only envy him. After all, he felt inferior to Jiang Sheng. Even if he was given another 10 years, he had no confidence that he could be even slightly better than Jiang Sheng in martial arts. It's just my charm that has nowhere to go. I'm also very distressed. Jiang Sheng responded to Lu Kai in a pretentious manner, because just when Lu Kai said that he envied him, the system reminded him again that the admiration honor value of the strong was still increasing. He firmly believed that as long as he used the right method, he could continue to gain honor value from Lu Kai. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the system prompted him that his honor value had increased. Jiang Sheng was delighted in his heart. Pretending to be cool could increase his honor points, and also improve his favorability with Qin Yun and Chun Xingnan. The road to pretending to be cool is long and arduous. Xiao Jiang, this is the bow and arrow and the tang sword you picked out earlier. Do you think they are correct? Chun Xingnan and the other 2 returned. She personally brought the bow and arrows and tang sword that Jiang Sheng had selected earlier and handed them to Jiang Sheng. Since Jiang Sheng successfully passed the review test of Chenwu Guildhall, and it was an enhanced review test, Jiang Sheng is qualified to take them away. Thank you, Annie. Jiang Sheng accepted the bow and arrow and tang sword with a smile. He had just checked them with the system and found that they were indeed level 5 bow, and arrow, and level 6 tang sword, without any problems. You're welcome. I'm looking forward to you solving this big problem of the Liu family. Chun Xingnan smiled slightly and decisively asked Chen Fang to send Jiang Sheng and Lu Kai away. Because after such a series of troubles, it was already late, and it was time for Jiang Sheng and the others to go back to school. As for Qin Yun, she was kept by Chun Xingnan and seemed to have something to say. She probably wouldn't go back to school tonight. There was no conversation along the way. Jiang Sheng and Lu Kai returned to school early, but they just arrived in time for the dormitory to close. After all, they had stayed in Chenwu Hall for too long. Lying on the bed, Jiang Sheng was not in a hurry to sleep. Instead, he opened the system panel and began to check his gains for the day. Because he gained so much at Chenwu Club, and Chen Xingnan's appearance was too sudden, Jiang Sheng didn't read a lot of system information. Now it was late at night, and everyone was asleep. Jiang Sheng checked his day's harvest, and his eyes widened with his mouth open in disbelief. You won't know until you see it. It's shocking. In just one day, Jiang Sheng has already reaped a rich harvest. Chapter 20: The Dark Clouds of the Lu Family. Host: Jiang Sheng. Level: 3-star warrior, 297/300. Skills: Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6/100. Instant strike, proficiency 37. Arrow of the Gods, proficiency 66. Return to the Origin, 36 swords, proficiency 14. Enhancement value 8. Equipment: Cold Iron Knife, level 6. Fine Steel Bow, level 5. Enhancement value 13. Glory: The Worship of the Strong, glory value 16. The favorability of the 8-star Queen is 38/100. The favorability of the 9-star Empress is 1 out of 100. After checking his current panel information, Jiang Sheng was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After today, there are still 28 days until the end of the world. However, Jiang Sheng's fear has become weaker and weaker. He is thinking more about how to live a prosperous life after the end of the world. After all, Jiang Sheng's current level is close to 4 stars, and it will definitely be higher in the future. He also has a lot of skills, and he is not too weak and can be further strengthened. Once enough enhancement values are accumulated, Jiang Sheng's skills and equipment will have a qualitative leap. This does not include Jiang Sheng's 2 experienced treasures, the 8-star Queen Qin Yun and the 9-star Empress Chen Xingnan. While improving the favorability with these 2 people, you are also leveling up. Not to mention that after seeing the beautiful women showing their affection for Jiang Sheng one after another, Lu Kai was almost ready to become Jiang Sheng's little brother wholeheartedly. Go to sleep. We still have to continue upgrading tomorrow. Jiang Sheng muttered happily. He felt that the future was becoming more and more promising. While Jiang Sheng was sleeping soundly, the Lu family was shrouded in a dark cloud. Lu Qingyan came back from school today, but brought back a problem that gave the Lu family a headache. That is, Lu family's granddaughter-in-law, Qin Yun, is actually dating another boy. Xiao Yun, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The old man of the Lu family, Lu Guohai, looked at his granddaughter Lu Qin Yun with a gloomy face. This was a matter concerning the reputation of the Lu family and could not be taken lightly. Lu Qin Yun nodded solemnly and said very seriously, Grandpa, there is no mistake. I am not mistaken. That is my sister-in-law, Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun used to be so scared that she covered her face with her hair. As a girl, especially a beautiful girl, Lu Qin Yun naturally cared a lot about Qin Yun's appearance. When the 2 families met for the first time, Qin Yun might not remember Lu Qin Yun, but Lu Qin Yun would never forget Qin Yun. After receiving Lu Qin Yun's affirmative answer, Lu Guohai took a deep breath and did not speak for a long time. If this kind of thing were to get out, a traditional family like the Lu family would surely lose face. And since they stubbornly adhere to tradition, they would definitely not be able to tolerate it. Grandpa, although this matter is the Lu family's business, it is also my own business, Lu Qingshan, so I want to personally solve this trouble of Jiang Sheng. Lu Qingshan took the initiative to step forward. As the number 1 person of his generation, he had his own pride. It would be strange if he could tolerate his fiancée flirting with other boys. Qingshan, don't be reckless and don't endanger that boy's life. Just teach him a lesson and let him back off. Don't be impulsive. Lu Guohai nodded and agreed with Lu Qingshan's idea, but he also reminded Lu Qingshan not to be too extreme in doing things and to know when to stop. Don't worry, Grandpa. I know my limits. Lu Qingshan responded, then turned around and left the Lu family ancestral hall. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun quickly chased after him. As for the Lu family ancestral hall, the atmosphere was still so cold that it was almost freezing. Dad, when you asked Qingshan to show mercy, you weren't worried that Qingshan wouldn't know the seriousness of the matter and cause someone's death or trouble, right? Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyun's father Lu Zhantang had a gloomy face and spoke indifferently. Lu Guohai nodded in acquiescence. He smiled bitterly and sighed. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. He slowly said, "Since Xiaoyan can see that little girl from the Chen family is with another boy, I don't believe that the Chen family didn't notice anything." "Dad, are you saying?" The Chen family acquiesced. Finally, a hint of emotion appeared on Lu Zhantang's face. "That's exactly what I'm worried about," Lu Guohai said slowly. "Since Qin Xingnan has taken over the Qinwu Club, she is destined to become the next person in charge of the Qin family. You and I both know Qin Xingnan's character. Even if she wants to turn against our Lu family for the sake of her daughter Qin Yun, she may not be unable to do it." Lu Zhantang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists secretly. He knew that Qin Xingnan could definitely do it. Lu Guohai saw Lu Zhantang's anger, but he could do nothing about it. Although the Lu family, like the Chen family, is a martial arts family with a long history, in fact, the Lu family has declined a lot in recent years and can no longer be compared with the Qin family. Not to mention, Qin Xingnan, who has long been the strongest among the others, is fully qualified to ignore the Lu family. It is precisely because of this that Qin Xingnan's attitude is particularly important. If Qin Xingnan wants to turn against the Lu family, then no matter who comes forward from the Lu family, it will be in vain. But if Qin Xingnan does not take action, the Lu family has 100 ways to deal with Jiang Sheng. Lu Guohai asked Lu Qingshan not to be impulsive because he wanted to test where Qin Xingnan's bottom line was and whether Qin Xingnan would turn against the Lu family. "Zhantang, our martial arts family is like this. Everything is decided by strength. If that boy can trample our Lu family under his feet, even if Qingshan and Qin Yun are engaged first, what does it matter? Don't we have to make concessions?" "Dad, I agree if you say Qin Xingnan has such strength, but I will never believe it if you say a young boy of the same age as Xiaoyan has such strength. If you let me take action, I promise that I can destroy him within 3 moves. I told you, don't be impulsive. Test Qin Xingnan's bottom line first. As long as Qin Xingnan doesn't take action, I will not let that guy off easily." "What a pity. With Qingshan's strength, he will definitely be able to crush that kid and won't give me a chance to attack. Otherwise, I will let him know that our Lu family is an existence that he cannot afford to offend." The father and son of the Lu family were having a secret conversation in the ancestral hall. Outside the ancestral hall, in the Lu family compound, Lu Qingyun finally caught up with Lu Qingshan. "Brother, don't underestimate Jiang. Otherwise, you will suffer." After Lu Qingyun caught up with Lu Qingshan, she ignited Lu Qingshan's anger as soon as she opened her mouth. "What? Are you in love with that pretty boy too? Are you afraid that I will hurt him?" Lu Qingshan's face darkened, and he glared at his sister Lu Qingyun angrily. "Call." Lu Qingyun's cheeks turned red all of a sudden. To be honest, ever since she was defeated by Jiang Sheng, she had developed a strange feeling towards Jiang Sheng, but she was not sure whether she liked him or not. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Suddenly realizing that she was actually thinking about Jiang Sheng, Lu Qingyun immediately calmed herself down. She rolled her eyes and said to herself, "What pretty boy? Jiang is even darker than you. Although he's not ugly, he's not that handsome either. He just has a charm that makes people look at him a few more times." Snort. Lu Qingshan snorted coldly viciously. After all, Jiang Sheng is more handsome than him. Lu Qingshan? Lu Qingyun was awakened by Lu Qingshan's cold snort, and immediately realized that her subconscious words had irritated Lu Qingshan's fragile nerves. Because Lu Qingshan looks like his mother and did not inherit the Lu family's appearance genes, so he is not handsome. Compared with the beauty of Lu Qingyun, he is even a little ugly. This is Lu Qingshan's reverse scale that cannot be touched. So Lu Qingyun quickly changed the subject and said, "Brother, you think too much. I wanted to tell you that I have fought with Jiang. I wanted to teach him a lesson and make him leave my sister-in-law, but unfortunately, what a pity. It's a pity that I lost." "What?" Lu Qingshan's face suddenly darkened. He was well aware of Lu Qingyun's strength. Although she was not as good as him, she was no ordinary person either. The fact that Jiang Sheng could defeat Lu Qingyun proved that he was definitely capable. "Since he's so powerful, let me meet him in person tomorrow. Xiaoyan, send a message to that guy. I want to duel with him tomorrow." Chapter 21, Love, Rival, Lu Qingshan. There was no conversation that night. When Jiang Sheng woke up from his sleep, the first message he saw was from Lu Qingyun. "Student Jiang, let's meet at the gymnasium at 7 o'clock. Jiang Sheng frowned. The gymnasium is different from the library. The library is open 24 hours a day, but the gymnasium is different. It closes at 10 p.m. and opens at 8 a.m. And Lu Qingyun actually asked him to meet at the gym at 7 o'clock, so it might not be just a simple meeting. What on earth does Lu want to do? Jiang Sheng didn't think that Lu Qingyun wanted to date him. He knew himself well. He and Lu Qingyun were still enemies and not very close. So, Jiang Sheng sent a message to Lu Qingyun. Ryu, is there something wrong? It was a long time after the message was sent that Lu Qingyun replied. My brother wants to see you. Lu Qingshan. Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows. He had expected Lu Qingshan to come looking for him, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. After all, the hatred of having one's wife stolen was irreconcilable, and he didn't believe that Lu Qingshan would give away such a beautiful woman like Qin Yun. Although it was Jiang Sheng who interfered in the engagement between Qin Yun and Lu Qingshan, it was obvious that Qin Yun did not like Lu Qingshan, and Chun Xingnan's attitude was not much different. The reason why the Chun family still approved of this engagement was probably because they wanted to save face and did not want to break off relations with the Lu family. Now Qin Yun and Chun Xingnan are Jiang Sheng's most beloved babies. Their troubles are his troubles. After solving the Lu family problem, needless to say, the favorability between him and Qin Yun and Chun Xingnan will definitely increase rapidly. Once the favorability is satisfied, then Jiang Sheng smiled foolishly. Although there were only 28 days left until the end of the world, Jiang Sheng temporarily gave up upgrading and decisively accepted the invitation from Lu Qingyun. Don't worry, Lu. I will be there on time. On the other side, Lu Qingyun, who was holding her phone tightly, worried about whether Jiang Sheng would agree or show up, suddenly saw the news that Jiang Sheng agreed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the unwavering words on the phone, Lu Qingyun's heart actually had some thoughts. Classmate Jiang, he is really a real man. Dare to take responsibility. Dare to face things. Not be cowardly. Not escape. Dare to love and hate. Isn't this the good boy in Lu Qingyun's mind? Pooh, pooh, pooh. Suddenly realizing that she was thinking about Jiang Sheng's kindness again, Lu Qingyun quickly shook her head to wake herself up. She can't fall in love with Jiang Sheng. Absolutely not. Suppressing the distracting thoughts in her mind, Lu Qingyun sent a message to her brother Lu Qingshan. Brother, classmate Jiang said he will be there on time. Good. Lu Qingshan's answer was very concise. Just one word represented his entire attitude. No, I have to go with you to see what's going on. I can't let my brother act rashly. Grandpa said that being rash can lead to bad things. Lu Qingyun could feel Lu Qingshan's anger, so she decided to go to the gymnasium with him and watch the fight in person. As for whether Lu Qingyun really wanted to supervise Lu Qingshan for her grandfather, or was worried that Jiang Sheng would get hurt, she herself couldn't tell. At 7 o'clock, Jiang Sheng arrived at the gymnasium as scheduled. To his surprise, although the door of the gymnasium was closed, the door lock was open. Jiang Sheng understood what was going on when he thought about the Lu family being a traditional martial arts family. As a martial arts family, how could they not have any connections and power? Opening a university gymnasium is effortless. Compared to this, Jiang Sheng is really as weak as an ant in front of the Lu family. However, Jiang Sheng likes challenges. Pushing open the door of the gymnasium, Jiang Sheng walked in and finally met the legendary Lu Qingshan at the place where he had fought with Lu Qingyun last time. A tall and strong boy who looks to be almost 30 years old. Although he is not ugly, he is definitely not handsome. Standing next to Lu Qingshan, Jiang Sheng felt that he was a lot more confident because he looked much more handsome now, even though he was originally quite ordinary. However, Jiang Sheng didn't care about these things because the first time he saw Lu Qingshan, the system prompt sound came to his mind. Ding! System prompt, warning. Warning! There are 7-star zombie killers ahead. Please flee immediately. Flee immediately. 7-star zombies killing demons? Jiang Sheng's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that Lu Qingyun, the brother of the 8-star queen, was actually a 7-star zombie killer. At this moment, Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Qingyun standing next to him, and he felt indescribable. When the doomsday comes, Lu Qingyun will be very sad and heartbroken to see her brother turned into a zombie and a 7-star zombie. However, zombies and humans are destined to be unable to coexist. Whoever is merciful will die without a burial place. At that time, facing the dilemma, how will Lu Qingyun feel? When Lu Qingyun saw Jiang Sheng looking at her with complicated eyes, her heart suddenly trembled. For some reason, her little face felt a little hot. She quickly shook her head, trying to calm herself down, then walked up quickly and said to Jiang Sheng with an apologetic look on her face, "Student Jiang, I'm so sorry. After all, Qin Yun is engaged to my brother. Our Lu family will not let this matter go easily. But don't worry too much. Grandpa has told my brother not to be too impulsive and not to harm your life. But physical pain is unavoidable. You should be more careful." Lu Qingyun knew very well how powerful her brother Lu Qingshan was. In her subconscious, Jiang Sheng had no chance of winning at all. "Thank you for your concern." Jiang Sheng responded with a smile, and his impression of Lu Qingyun improved a lot. Just because of what Lu Qingyun just said, he was willing to help Lu Qingyun when the doomsday came, to help Lu Qingyun, kill Lu Qingshan, and save Lu Qingyun from unnecessary troubles. Thinking of this, Jiang Sheng began to look at Lu Qingshan with a smile. If the end of the world had come now, he would definitely not be a match for Lu Qingshan. After all, one was at 7 stars and the other at 3 stars. The gap between them was too big. But now the doomsday has not yet come, so Jiang Sheng is confident enough to compete with Lu Qingshan. "Mr. Lu, I know you are angry that I am so close to classmate Qin, but I still say the same thing. As long as classmate Qin is willing, I will never leave you. If you are unhappy, I, Jiang Sheng, am willing to take all your anger." Jiang Sheng responded domineeringly. His courage made Lu Qingyun and Lu Qingshan look at him with admiration. "He's a man." Lu Qingshan smiled coldly. He really admired Jiang Sheng's courage, but he felt more angry in his heart. Qingyun is willing? Doesn't this mean that Qingyun doesn't want to be with him? Thinking back to the first time he met Qingyun and the time when they got engaged, didn't Qingyun not even look at him straight in the eye? Later, Lu Qingshan took the initiative to ask Qingyun out many times, but in the end, he could not escape the fate of being rejected. However, Qingyun took the initiative to walk with Jiang Sheng. How could Lu Qingshan not be angry? How could he not be jealous? Although he didn't know that Qingyun's refusal was more due to her social phobia, the jealousy in Lu Qingshan's heart did not diminish at all. Jealousy can make a person unrecognizable. Before Lu Qingshan knew it, he had already developed a surging murderous intent. What grandfather's instructions? What about stopping at a certain point? All go to hell. Lu Qingshan smiled grimly and said, "Student Jiang, I admire your courage, but you probably don't know how powerful I am. 3 years ago, I was already a master. Now, I am invincible among my peers. You can't beat me." Jiang Sheng's eyelids twitched because he read murderous intent in Lu Qingshan's eyes. His heart skipped a beat. The battle tomorrow morning was destined to be extremely dangerous. Chapter 22 You Lost. Lu Qingshan was filled with murderous intent. Today, if there was even the slightest chance, he would kill Jiang Sheng with his gun. Even if in the end people would poke holes in his back, laugh at him for being petty, and ridicule him for losing his manners, Lu Qingshan would not mind. "Student Jiang, come and fight." Lu Qingshan raised the spear in his hand and stared at Jiang Sheng fiercely. Jiang Sheng looked at the murderous Lu Qingshan and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Now that things had come to this point, he had no way out. Even though he knew there was a tiger in the mountain, Jiang Sheng would still go there. "If you want to fight, then fight." Jiang Sheng didn't waste any words. He raised the cold iron knife in his hand and stared at Lu Qingshan with cold eyes. "Kill! Kill!" The two of them shouted the word kill almost at the same time, and then they moved as fast as dragons and killed each other quickly, waving the weapons in their hands vigorously. From the beginning, they did not hide anything. All of them were killing moves. All of them were trump cards. "Hiss!" Lu Qingyun, who was standing aside and watching the fight, couldn't help but gasp after seeing the moves of Jiang Sheng and Lu Qingshan. It would be fine if it was her brother Lu Qingshan, as she knew Lu Qingshan's abilities. But even so, Lu Qingyun was still shocked by his ruthless moves. What shocked her even more was Jiang Sheng, with whom she had fought before. At this moment, Jiang Sheng's moves were completely different from when he fought with her that day. It is no exaggeration to say that if Jiang Sheng had faced her with his current moves that day, Lu Qingyun could conclude that she would not be able to last more than 3 moves. "It seems that he showed some mercy to me that day." Lu Qingyun looked at Jiang Sheng with increasingly complicated eyes. She knew that as a member of the Lu family, she should fight to the death with Jiang Sheng, but for some reason, she always had an inexplicable feeling for Jiang Sheng. Good, good, good. That's interesting. Let's fight again." After Lu Qingshan and Jiang Sheng exchanged more than 10 moves, the powerful force made both of them retreat a few steps. Lu Qingshan, who failed to quickly defeat Jiang Sheng, was angry and shocked. He did not expect that Jiang Sheng actually had something, but this did not dispel his intention to kill Jiang Sheng. On the contrary, Jiang Sheng's strength made him even more murderous. Although Lu Qingshan is arrogant, he knows himself well. He has to admit that when he was the same age as Jiang Sheng, he did not have the fighting power that Jiang Sheng has now. If Jiang Sheng continues to grow, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses him. From being angry at the fact that Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun were walking so closely together, to now, Lu Qingshan is afraid that he will be surpassed by Jiang Sheng one day. He wants to kill Jiang Sheng to keep his title as the strongest among his peers. I still say the same thing: if you want to fight, then fight. Jiang Sheng will never back down. Jiang Sheng held the cold iron knife in his hand and quickly rushed towards Lu Qingshan, who was rushing towards him. Although Jiang Sheng is now performing the upgraded 36 Return to Origin swords, Jiang Sheng believes that he is still inferior to Lu Qingshan in terms of martial arts skills. As expected, after Jiang Sheng performed the 36 Swords of Return to Origin once, he still failed to defeat Lu Qingshan. Are you at your wit's end? Lu Qingshan, who was fighting with Jiang Sheng, suddenly noticed that after Jiang Sheng finished 36 strikes, he returned to the first strike, so he laughed, because he knew that he had found out Jiang Sheng's bottom line. Although Jiang Sheng is indeed powerful, his current strength is not enough to defeat Lu Qingshan. As long as the fight continues, Lu Qingshan will definitely win. At your wit's end? You probably don't know my trump card. Jiang Sheng laughed contemptuously upon hearing this. Indeed, he has already performed the 36 Return to Origin swords, but this is not all of Jiang Sheng's trump cards. Not to mention that Jiang Sheng still has skill enhancement value and can continue to strengthen the 36 Swords of Return to Origin. His other skills alone are enough to deal with Lu Qingshan. Pretending. Look at the gun. Lu Qingshan didn't think Jiang Sheng had any more cards up his sleeve. He raised his gun angrily and stabbed it straight at Jiang Sheng's face. Pretentious? Jiang Sheng laughed. The one who is really pretending is you. Having said that, Jiang Sheng activated his skill without saying anything else. Rebound. Skill rebound activated. Jiang Sheng held his sword in front of him, but it was not any of the 36 Swords of Guiyuan, but a skill of rebounding performed by using sword techniques. Bang! Lu Qingshan's spear did not slack off at all, and hit Jiang Sheng's cold iron knife with all his strength, instantly causing a sharp roar. The next second, Lu Qingshan's expression suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated dozens of steps before he could barely stabilize his body. What was that move you just made? Lu Qingshan looked at Jiang Sheng in disbelief. Jiang Sheng seemed to be just holding his sword in front of him, but he was able to block his full-strength attack and even seriously injure him. This was too terrifying. Ding! System prompt. Skill rebound. Rebounded successfully. The target suffered 100% rebound damage from the skill. The system prompt sounded as expected, but Jiang Sheng didn't think much about it, nor did he respond to Lu Qingshan's words. This is just the beginning. Jiang Sheng's methods are far more than this. Skill stealth on. Swish. When Jiang Sheng activated his invisibility skill, he instantly disappeared from the perception of Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyun. The siblings Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyun stared in amazement at the place where Jiang Sheng had just stood, wondering if they were hallucinating. How could Jiang Sheng, such a big living person, suddenly disappear? Just when the two were puzzled, the next second, Jiang Sheng suddenly appeared behind Lu Qingshan, and at the same time, the cold iron knife was placed on Lu Qingshan's neck. You lost? Jiang Sheng looked calmly at Lu Qingshan, who was in shock, and spoke in a calm tone. Lu Qingshan's pupils contracted. He swore that he had been extremely alert and careful just now, and he didn't even notice that there was someone behind him. But for some reason, Jiang Sheng was able to appear behind him without anyone noticing. What kind of monster is he? Lu Qingshan went crazy. Jiang Sheng's counterattack against him with a sword just now almost made him collapse. Now Jiang Sheng's disappearance made him even more hysterical. He is obviously a few years younger than himself, but he has demonstrated fighting power that is far beyond his reach. If Lu Qingshan is not angry, then there is something wrong. Jiang San is so handsome. Lu Qingyun also stared at Jiang Sheng in amazement, because as a bystander, she couldn't understand Jiang Sheng's last two moves. She could only say that Jiang Sheng's skills were too advanced, so advanced that even bystanders couldn't see through them. Oh, what am I thinking? Suddenly realizing that she was a member of the Lu family, she should be at odds with Jiang Sheng, but she was praising Jiang Sheng for being so handsome. Lu Qingyun blushed instantly and quickly pretended to be indignant. Jiang Sheng didn't care about the little thoughts of Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyun, because at this moment, the system prompt sounds were ringing continuously in his mind. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 7-star zombie killer demon. The system rewards 10 experience points and 2 skill enhancement points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 1/100. The system rewards 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum experience level. Upgrading will start now. Please wait. Chapter 23, Another Experience Baby. Jiang Sheng suddenly frowned. The first system prompt was within Jiang Sheng's expectations. After all, he had defeated the 7-star zombie killer demon. Even if he didn't kill him, the system reward was reasonable. The third tip was expected. I was only 3 experience points away from upgrading, so it was normal to upgrade now. Just the second system prompt sound surprised Jiang Sheng. How could Qingyun suddenly become more fond of me when she didn't know I defeated Lu Qingshan? Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Sheng suddenly noticed that behind the 8-star queen's favorability was clearly marked 1 out of 100. This is not the level of affection between me and Qingyun. Jiang Sheng remembered very clearly that the favorability between him and Qingyun had reached 38 out of 100, not 1. That being said, the 8-star queen's favorability should belong to someone else. Besides Qingyun, the only other 8-star queen Jiang Sheng had met was Call. Jiang Sheng suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Qingyun not far away. The corners of his mouth trembled, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never thought that he would be able to establish a good impression with Lu Qingyun. This was too unexpected and unbelievable. Sure enough, I am still very handsome. Jiang Sheng smiled foolishly. It was naturally a good thing to be able to establish a good impression with Lu Qingyun. After all, once the good impression was at the maximum level, then Jiang Sheng was happy, but Lu Qingyun blushed. She always felt that Jiang Sheng looked at her strangely, as if Jiang Sheng could see through all her little thoughts. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 2/100. The system rewards 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading from a 3-star warrior to a 4-star warrior. Host. Jiang Sheng. Level. 4-star force warrior, 11/400. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6/100. Instant strike, proficiency 37. Arrow of the gods, proficiency 66. Return to the origin 36 swords, proficiency 14. Enhancement value 10. Equipment, cold iron knife, level 6. Fine steel bow, level 5. Enhancement value 13. Glory, the worship of the strong, glory value 16. Hey, another experience, baby. I like it. Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Qingyun with blushing cheeks, and for a moment he ignored the joy of being upgraded to a 4-star warrior. After all, upgrades are common, but experience babies are rare, let alone a cute experience baby like Lu Qingyun, who can increase favorability and upgrade herself with just a glance. Bang! At this time, Lu Qingshan, who had finally accepted the fact of his failure, weakly let go of the spear in his hand. The spear fell to the ground, making a harsh sound that pierced Lu Qingshan's pride and self-esteem. I lost? Lu Qingshan murmured. He couldn't accept the fact that he lost to Jiang Sheng. He could even accept losing to Qingyun, but he could not accept losing to Jiang Sheng. What he felt for Qingyun was more of a possessive desire for her beauty, but when it came to martial arts, he was obsessed and fanatical about it. The only title that made Lu Qingshan proud, the title of the strongest among his peers, was shattered so easily by Jiang Sheng, and his heart of Taoism was also shattered. Puff! Lu Qingshan, who was possessed by a demon in his heart, vomited blood again. He was completely desperate, lost his mind, and had lost all his spirit. Elder brother! Seeing this, Lu Qingyun walked up quickly and wanted to support Lu Qingshan, but was pushed away angrily by Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan roared angrily, his eyes red as he stared at Lu Qingyun, gritting his teeth and roaring. I lost. I lost the dignity of the Lu family. I lost my hard-earned title of the best among my peers, and I also lost Qinyun. I lost everything. What are you still doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Lu Qingshan, who was possessed by a mental demon, had lost all recognition of his relatives, and his mind had reached a dead end. Brother, I'm not, I didn't I? Shut up. You're all the same. You all think that I, Lu Qingshan, am ugly and have not inherited the good genes of the Lu family. You all look down on me. You all deserve to die. Brother, you misunderstood. Stop talking nonsense. From today on, I, Lu Qingshan, will cut all ties with your Lu family. I won't let you laugh at me. I will take back double what I lost today. Lu Qingshan's eyes were full of bloodshot. He glared at Lu Qingyun coldly, then turned around and stared at Jiang Sheng viciously. He opened his mouth and smiled grimly. You just wait for me? After saying that, Lu Qingshan grabbed the spear on the ground and walked out of the gymnasium. Brother, I really didn't. Lu Qingyun's eyes were red and tears flowed down uncontrollably. As Lu Qingshan's biological sister, she never looked down on Lu Qingshan. Moreover, as a girl, she was delicate and knew from childhood that Lu Qingshan was inferior, so she never mentioned the issue of appearance in front of Lu Qingshan. But Lu Qingyun would never have imagined that Lu Qingshan's inner demons were so heavy that he had reached the point of losing himself. Not good. Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes and quietly looked at Lu Qingshan's departing back. His heart skipped a beat, and he secretly thought that something was not good. Lu Qingyun could only see that Lu Qingshan was blinded by his inner demons, but Jiang Sheng found out Lu Qingshan's background through the system. Just now, the system prompted Jiang Sheng that Lu Qingshan, who was originally a 7-star zombie-killing demon, has now officially been upgraded to an 8-star zombie-killing demon king. He can upgrade, and Lu Qingshan can also upgrade. Although it is not clear what the upgrade mechanism of Lu Qingshan is, there is no doubt that Lu Qingshan is a strong enemy and must be extra careful. Jiang Sheng walked up slowly, patted Lu Qingyun's back gently, and said comfortingly, Don't be sad. Lu Qingshan has fallen into the devil's way. He is no longer your brother now. It's not worth it to be sad for him. Wow! Jiang Sheng's words seemed to open the last line of defense of Lu Qingyun's suppressed emotions. Lu Qingyun, who had long been unable to hold back, let out a scream and burst into tears. She turned around and threw herself into Jiang Sheng's arms, leaned on his shoulder, and burst into tears. When she was most sad and helpless, it was Jiang Sheng, the enemy of the Lu family, who gave her a warm hug. Instead, it was his own brother who hurt him time and time again. After all this trouble caused by Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingyun's sense of family belief became weaker and weaker. Instead, she felt that Jiang Sheng, an outsider, made her feel closer. If you want to cry, just cry as much as you want. My shoulder will always be half reserved for you. Jiang Sheng's soft voice sounded, as if it had some magical power, which directly opened Lu Qingyun's tear glands, making Lu Qingyun cry uncontrollably. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 3/100. The system rewards 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 4/100. The system rewards 2 experience points. Bye! A series of system prompts sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind. At the same time, the voices of classmates could be heard outside the gym. The students who had gotten up early to exercise in the gym had already arrived. Amid the chattering, Jiang Sheng noticed a familiar voice. Is it her? Chapter 24. Lu Qingyun is a little arrogant. Tian, you look so beautiful in this dress. It shows off your good figure to the fullest. Tian, after our workout, let's go have breakfast together. Tian, I. Soon a group of students in sportswear came to the gymnasium. Among the group, there was a beautiful girl with a ponytail, who was surrounded in the center like a star. I don't know if the girl did it on purpose, but she wore yoga pants when she came to the gym to exercise in the morning. It did outline her figure, but it also made her look not so elegant. But the girl seemed to enjoy the feeling of being pursued by a group of boys, and she was also happy to show off her figure. After all, as the most beautiful girl in the school, isn't Zhang Tian most proud of her figure and looks? Apart from these, There is nothing else about her that is worthy of boys' love. A group of people led by Zhang Tiantian walked into the gymnasium and ran into Jiang Sheng, who was holding Lu Qingyun in his arms. You? Her? When Zhang Tiantian saw Jiang Sheng, she was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of anger immediately rose in her eyes. After all, she had been defeated by Jiang Sheng several times in a row. Isn't this the boyfriend of the most beautiful schoolgirl who's been going viral in school? Could it be that the mysterious school beauty is in his arms? Wow, I'm really looking forward to it. The boys who were originally surrounding Zhang Tiantian suddenly became excited. Because ever since the photos of Qin Yun and Jiang Sheng became popular on campus, Jiang Sheng has become an idol in the eyes of boys, and Qin Yun is also the dream goddess of countless boys. Jiang Sheng looked at Zhang Tiantian, who had an angry face, with embarrassment written all over his face. He had absolutely no interest in Zhang Tiantian, the 5-star zombie terror, unless he put a sack over his head. As for the other excited classmates, Jiang Sheng was quite speechless because he knew in his heart that these people were overthinking. The person in his arms was not Qin Yun at all, but Lu Qingyun. Jiang Sheng gently patted Lu Qingyun on the back and said with a helpless smile, "Classmate Lu, everyone is looking at us. You are so bad." Lu Qingyun glared at Jiang Sheng shyly and quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lu Qingyun's personality at Nanjing University has always been that of a hot ice beauty who keeps people at a distance. But now she is hiding in Jiang Sheng's arms and crying. If her classmates see this, won't her personality collapse? But there is no room for regret now. "Don't follow me." Lu Qingyun pinched Jiang Sheng hard with her little hand, then turned around and ran towards the door, fearing that her classmates would see her appearance clearly. Unfortunately, no matter how fast Lu Qingyun ran, she could not escape the camera of the mobile phone. That was Lu Qingyun from the martial arts department? Yes, it's her. Oh my God. How many girlfriends does this handsome guy have? And they are all beautiful. All of a sudden, the classmates were excited. This was much more lively than Jiang Sheng holding Qin Yun in his arms. The classmates couldn't help but look at Jiang Sheng with envy and admiration in their eyes, especially the male classmates, whose faces showed a look of admiration. That was Lu Qingyun, the girl that everyone feared. Yet she could hide in Jiang Sheng's arms and cry. This news was so shocking and so admirable. Zhang Tiantian couldn't hold it anymore. She thought that Jiang Sheng looked down on her just because he had Qin Yun. However, she didn't expect that Jiang Sheng was not lying. Jiang Sheng's charm was really infinite. He could even secretly win over the feared Lu Qingyun. This was too terrifying. Suddenly, Zhang Tiantian regretted why she did not agree to Jiang Sheng's pursuit. If she had agreed, at least she could stay by Jiang Sheng's side like Qin Yun and Lu Qingyun. In this way, her beauty would be on the same level as Qin Yun and Lu Qingyun. But now, the girls around Jiang Sheng are recognized as real beauties by their classmates. Zhang Tiantian's beauty has already quietly fallen below Qin Yun and Lu Qingyun, even though this is indeed the case. Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Qingyun, who was shyly running away, and touched his nose awkwardly. Although Lu Qingyun had spoken with anger just now, when she left, the system prompted Jiang Sheng that the favorability between them had increased by 1, and the favorability directly reached 6 out of 100. It seems that Lu Qingyun is still at Sundra person. As for the looks and attitudes of his classmates, Jiang Sheng didn't care at all. After all, among these people, the highest level was still Zhang Tiantian, the 5-star zombie terror. Weaklings were no longer worthy of Jiang Sheng's attention. Jiang Sheng put away the cold iron knife and walked out of the gymnasium. When he passed by Zhang Tiantian, she opened her mouth and wanted to call Jiang Sheng because she wanted to try again and wanted to ask if she still had a chance. But when the words came to her lips, Zhang Tiantian swallowed them back. She had been embarrassed several times, and she didn't want to lose the last of her dignity. Jiang Sheng glanced at Zhang Tiantian, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jiang Sheng saw through Zhang Tiantian's little thoughts, but he was too lazy to point them out. Jiang Sheng is no longer afraid of a 5-star zombie, because he is already a 4-star zombie. In 28 days before the doomsday comes, he will definitely be able to suppress Zhang Tiantian in terms of level. Therefore, there is no need to waste too much energy on a weak person who is bound to die. Hateful. Zhang Tiantian seemed to understand the contempt in Jiang Sheng's eyes. She was so angry that she almost swore. However, In order to maintain the last bit of her goddess demeanor, she endured it. Jiangsheng walked out of the gymnasium, took a deep breath, and felt the air was sweet. This is the third day after the system was activated. From the initial confusion and helplessness to the current full of fighting spirit, everything has changed so fast that Jiangsheng himself feels like he is dreaming. But strength doesn't lie, level doesn't lie. Jiangsheng is indeed on the path to becoming stronger. Ding dong! Suddenly, Jiangsheng's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Qin Yun, saying that she wanted to invite Jiangsheng to have breakfast together. As his stomach was empty, Jiangsheng agreed without hesitation. When Jiangsheng arrived at the cafeteria, there were only a few students left. After all, the normal breakfast time was from 7 to 8 o'clock. The early birds before 7 o'clock had already left, and the lazy ones after 8 o'clock were mostly too lazy to eat breakfast. Jiangsheng came to have breakfast after 8 o'clock, so naturally he didn't meet many classmates. So, Jiangsheng quickly found Qin Yun among the scattered students. With a smile on his face, he walked over quickly and sat opposite Qin Yun. Qin Yun is still beautiful today, but for some reason, I always feel that Qin Yun has added a touch of sharpness in her subtlety. Looking at the breakfast Qin Yun had already bought for him, Jiangsheng didn't know whether he should pick up his chopsticks, because Qin Yun had been staring at him straight, and that look seemed to have seen through him, and it was clear that there was something wrong. The awkward atmosphere lasted for a long time before Qin Yun smiled sweetly and said, "Student Jiang, don't you have anything to tell me?" Chapter 25: The Anger of the Lu Family. When Jiangsheng was asked this by Qin Yun, he immediately broke out in a sweat, as if he had been discovered to be unfaithful in his relationship. Fortunately, Jiangsheng had a good brain and quickly came up with a response strategy. "Student Qin, you've been talking more than usual." In the past, Qin Yun was a complete social phobia person and basically would not take the initiative to talk to anyone. But now, Qin Yun, at least in front of Jiangsheng, is much more calm. Swish! Jiangsheng's words instantly made Qin Yun blush. Normally, Qin Yun would not take the initiative to talk to anyone, except for those who were close to her. Social phobia means fear of strangers, not relatives. Now Qin Yun can be more calm in front of Jiangsheng, obviously treating Jiangsheng as a close person. I didn't realize that I would take the initiative to talk to Jiang about such embarrassing topics. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so relaxed in front of Jiang, as if I were facing a family member? Is that me? Qin Yun's little thoughts began to churn in her heart. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 39/100. The system rewards 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Jiangsheng's mind. The favorability between him and Qin Yun was slowly increasing, and his own experience value was also increasing. Jiangsheng looked at Qin Yun, whose face was flushed and who lowered her head shyly, and thought happily in his heart, "She is worthy of being the #1 experienced baby, and she never disappoints me." Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I guess you must have seen the circle of friends posted by your classmates. In fact, the relationship between Lu and I is not what our classmates think. Lu and I are not as close as you and I are. Jiangsheng spoke frankly, and he did not lie. In fact, the favorability between him and Qin Yun was indeed much higher than that between him and Lu Qingyun. Listening to Jiangsheng's sincere words, Qin Yun continued to lower her head, not daring to look up at Jiangsheng. Although she no longer regarded Jiangsheng as an outsider, she was not so close to him that they could talk about everything. However, in Qin Yun's mind, all kinds of little thoughts kept popping up. Student Jiang is so honest. I really like a straightforward guy like Jiang. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 41/100. The system rewards 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Although Qin Yun didn't say anything, the system prompt sound still made Jiangsheng understand that little Qin Yun had a lot of inner drama. But fortunately, they're all good things. Brother, no idol. Please teach me how to pick up girls. Just when the atmosphere between Jiangsheng and Qin Yun was a little ambiguous and awkward, a familiar figure appeared. Yes, it was Lu Kai. He came to see Jiangsheng again. Like Qin Yun, Lu Kai also saw the photos that went viral on his classmates' WeChat moments. Jiangsheng was hugging Lu Qingyun, and Lu Qingyun was in tears. That scene that situation, no one would believe that there was no story between Jiang Sheng and Lu Qingyun, let alone Lu Kai. Cough, cough. Jiang Sheng glanced at Lu Kai, who was rushing to find him, and scratched his head in embarrassment. If it was just Lu Kai and him, there would be nothing wrong with what Lu Kai said just now. After all, they were all boys, and this kind of thing has always been a topic of conversation after dinner. However, Qingyun was sitting opposite Jiang Sheng, and Lu Kai's words seemed somewhat disrespectful to his female classmate. But the strange thing is that Qingyun didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. Instead, she blinked like a curious baby and stared at Jiang Sheng, waiting for Jiang Sheng's reply with curiosity. This girl, I'm afraid it's not just social phobia. She seems to be a bit of a natural fool. Jiang Sheng smiled bitterly without saying anything. In response to Lu Kai's question, he could only bite the bullet and say, Brother Kai, I've said before that this thing requires talent. For me, it's simply because I'm handsome. Puff! Qingyun couldn't help laughing out loud after hearing Jiang Sheng's answer. But before Lu Kai could respond, she seemed to realize that her smile was inappropriate, so she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look Jiang Sheng and Lu Kai in the eye. Student Jiang is really good at bragging. Not to mention Qingyun, who didn't believe it. Lu Kai didn't believe it either. My idol, are you kidding me? Do you think I'm not sincere enough, so you don't want to share everything with me? How about this? There's a party in my friend's circle today. I'll take you to see the big scene and show you my sincerity. Now that you've seen my sincerity, you must not fool me anymore. Lu Kai said this, not caring whether Jiang Sheng was full or not, and pulled Jiang Sheng away. Jiang Sheng was embarrassed and speechless. He looked at Qingyun, who was just sitting there smiling foolishly. He always felt that there was cunning in Qingyun's smile. While Jiang Sheng was being dragged by Lu Kai to attend the party, the news that Jiang Sheng had successfully defeated Lu Qingshan also reached the Chun family and the Lu family respectively. Is the news that Jiang Sheng defeated Lu Qingshan confirmed? Chun Xingnan couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes and looked at Chun Fong seriously, expecting a positive answer. And Chun Fong's answer did not disappoint Chun Xingnan. Director, the news is absolutely true and cannot be wrong. Chun Fong said this with great confidence. Although the news was somewhat unbelievable to her, she firmly believed that her source of information was correct. Okay, great. Chun Xingnan was overjoyed and murmured. Being able to defeat the number one person in the younger generation, Jiang Sheng is qualified to become the son-in-law of my Chun family. From today on, if necessary, my Chun family can help Jiang Sheng. In the past, Chun Xingnan would not be so enthusiastic towards Jiang Sheng. She has always spoken with strength. Now that Jiang Sheng has demonstrated his strength, Chun Xingnan is naturally very happy. Being able to defeat the number one person of the younger generation and being so young, Jiang Sheng's future is limitless, and he is definitely worth training. As for the Lu family, they also received the news of Lu Qingshan's failure, but they did not have the joy and happiness of the Qin family. Instead, they only felt lost and angry. What did you say? Qingshan lost? How is that possible? Lu Guohai slammed the table in anger, wondering if he had heard it wrong. His most proud grandson actually lost to an unknown boy. This was too ridiculous. The servant of the Lu family who was standing in the hall and came to report the situation to Lu Guohai was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to respond. This is the fact, he was just reporting it truthfully. It was somewhat unkind of Lu Guohai to get angry at him. Dad, don't be angry. It would be strange if that kid didn't have any skills at all. Lu Zhantang narrowed his eyes, and there was no sign of anger or calm on his face. His words were filled with murderous intent. To be valued by the Qin family and liked by Qin Yun, Jiang Sheng must have some outstanding qualities. However, his strength is somewhat beyond our expectations. Zhantang, what do you think we should do now? Lu Guohai finally calmed down and realized that he had just lost his composure. Dad, since Qingshan's skills are inferior to others, then our Lu family has nothing to say. However, it is absolutely true that he seduced our Lu family's daughter-in-law. It is only natural for our Lu family to seek justice from him. Lu Zhantang said this and slowly stood up. When Lu Guohai saw this, he immediately understood. He nodded and agreed with Lu Zhantang's idea. Lu Qingshan had already lost. If our Lu family could not get back on track, we would definitely be laughed at by our peers. As an elder, you should be careful about your behavior. Don't worry, Dad. I understand. Just keep a breath. Lu Zhantang, who had just walked out of the ancestral hall, suddenly heard his father Lu Guohai's cold words from behind. He couldn't help but be alert. Then he smiled and replied loudly, I understand. I will keep that breath for 3 months. Chapter 26, Human Zero. Lu Kai's car drove out of the school gate and headed all the way to the city center. The Nanjing University campus, where Jiang Sheng and his classmates are located, is located outside the Third Ring Road. It is not considered a remote suburb, but it is still some distance away from the city. On the way, Jiang Sheng smiled helplessly and said, Brother Kai, I really didn't mean to fool you, but I really don't have any skills in picking up girls. Lu Kai was a very honest person, so Jiang Sheng didn't have the heart to deceive him, so he explained the actual situation very frankly. However, the more frank Jiang Sheng was, the more doubts Lu Kai raised in return. Brother, I've been sincere to you. If you keep hiding things from me, you're not a good friend to me. Jiang Sheng opened his mouth speechlessly, wanting to say something, but felt something stuck in his throat. Okay, I know you're handsome, but if you want me to believe that you've captured the hearts of 2 beauties with just your handsome looks, you have to continue to prove your charm. Otherwise, I won't believe it. Lu Kai had an expression that said, I'm not going to fool you. He seemed very serious, but in fact, he was clearly stupid. Jiang Sheng had a headache and didn't know what to say, so he changed the subject and wanted to talk about what today's party was about and why Lu Kai took it so seriously. Because Lu Kai was wearing formal attire, a black suit, a tie, and gold-rimmed glasses, trying hard to look like a gentleman. Hearing that Jiang Sheng wanted to talk about the party, Lu Kai instantly perked up again, even forgetting his previous urgency to learn Jiang Sheng's skills in picking up girls. Brother, this party today is not ordinary. This is a gathering of the younger generations of the major families in Jiangzhou. Only the well-known families are qualified to participate. Those who can enter this gathering must be rich or noble. For this kind of gathering, each participant can only bring one person to accompany them. Usually, in order to make connections, countless families are willing to pay a high price to buy such a companion. You are lucky today. I rejected the 200,000 yuan accompanying fee and asked you to come and accompany me. Do you think I'm a good friend? But if I bring you, I cannot bring Qin. I hope you won't be angry. Lu Kai briefly explained what happened at today's party, and also pointed out that he only brought Jiang Sheng and not Qin Yun. It was not because he was stingy, but the party rules were there, and he, Lu Kai, could not break the rules. So amazing. Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. A spot to accompany someone to the party could be sold for a high price of 200,000, which showed how valuable this party was. At the same time, it can also be seen that Lu Kai is a person who can get along with others, and at least he really treats Jiang Sheng as a buddy. It's just a pity that Jiang Sheng doesn't have any special skills in picking up girls, so he can't help Lu Kai with that. The car passed through many streets and finally heard the underground parking lot of a building. Lu Kai took Jiang Sheng to the elevator hall. Unlike ordinary elevator halls, the elevator hall here has 3 elevators, 2 normal elevators, and 1 VIP elevator with a special access control and full-time guards. This was the VIP elevator that Lu Kai and Jiang Sheng took. Sir, please show me your invitation. The security guard at the door politely stopped Lu Kai and Jiang Sheng. He glanced at Lu Kai and Jiang Sheng and finally spoke these words to Jiang Sheng, as if Jiang Sheng was the protagonist of the party, and Lu Kai was the one who bought the accompanying qualification. Give. Lu Kai did not notice the security guard's strange look. He readily took out the invitation from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. The security guard was surprised at first, then he looked at the invitation again and again. After making sure that there was no problem with the invitation, he took the initiative to open the door and let Jiang Sheng and Lu Kai take the VIP elevator. Looking at the slowly closing elevator door, the security guard murmured in confusion. What's going on? The protagonist actually gave the invitation to the supporting actor for safekeeping? This protagonist is quite honest. As a security guard at every party, he has seen too many people who have purchased accompanying qualifications. Generally speaking, those who are truly qualified to attend the party will dress relatively casually, and only those who spend money to make friends will pay special attention and wear suits. But this time, he was wrong. Lu Kai, who was dressed formally, was the real protagonist. The reason why Lu Kai dressed so formally was because his father said that a girl of prominent status would be attending today's party, and he must leave a good impression on her. It is precisely because of this that Lu Kai, who is usually not very particular, dresses so formally and acts so nervous. Jiang Sheng, who was accidentally treated as the protagonist, saw that there were only 2 buttons on the elevator after entering, one for the underground parking lot and the other for the top floor. This elevator never stopped at the middle floors. As the elevator went up, Jiang Sheng smelled the stench of money in the air. This elevator was too fast and too stable. It was completely different from the elevators he usually took. It was indeed not that the product was not well made, but that good things were not for ordinary people to enjoy. Soon, Jiang Sheng and Lu Kai arrived at the top floor. The elevator door opened, and there were reception ladies on both sides. They were wearing cool cheongsams and had smiles on their faces. If they could be noticed by a nobleman, their life would be worth it. Seeing two people coming down from the elevator, one was Jiang Sheng in plain clothes, and the other was Lu Kai in a suit and tie, the reception ladies, like the security guards downstairs, naturally turned their eyes to Jiang Sheng. "Welcome!" Jiang Sheng was slightly startled by the scene in front of him, but his expression was calm. Although he had never enjoyed this kind of life, he had seen it on TV. Who doesn't know how to pretend? So, Jiang Sheng walked inside with a calm expression, which attracted more attention from the reception ladies. Is it really just because Jiang Sheng is so handsome? This time, Lu Kai finally noticed the strangeness in everyone's eyes. Usually when he came here alone, these people's eyes were all on him. But this time, everyone was looking at Jiang Sheng. How could he not think too much? Unfortunately, he was wrong. When they arrived at the cocktail party, there was a wide variety of famous wines, as well as various cakes and fruits. However, because Jiang Sheng and Lu Kai arrived too early, no one else had arrived yet. In the huge venue, besides the waiter, there were only two of them. Just wander around. It's still early now, and people won't come until around noon. Lu Kai simply explained something to Jiang Sheng, then sat down depressed, reflecting on why he was not as handsome as Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng was hungry, so he didn't hesitate to pick up the plate and started looking for something to eat. While choosing delicious food, Jiang Sheng suddenly ran into a girl who was eating cake secretly. She had innocent twin ponytails, a pretty oval face, and cream all over her cherry lips, with some stuck on her delicate and upturned nose. Her clear eyes showed the panic of being discovered by Jiang Sheng. Forehead. Jiang Sheng stared at the other person in a daze. He admitted that this girl with twin ponytails was very beautiful, no less beautiful than Qin Yun and Lu Qingyun. However, the reason why he was shocked was not because of her beauty, but because of the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! System prompt. Human number 0 found. World mission is being activated. Chapter 27. Brain-burning relationships between men and women. Human number 0? World quest? Jiang Sheng stared at the beautiful girl with twin ponytails in front of him with shining eyes, feeling extremely excited. He realized that he seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary, and that this girl with twin ponytails was of great importance. Being called human number 0 and being able to trigger world missions, the more Jiang Sheng looked at this girl with twin ponytails, the more he liked her. Ding! System prompt. World quest activated successfully. Ding! System prompt. World quest has been opened. World quest. A major quest that will be randomly triggered in the doomsday world and will affect the future direction. The quest opening method is random, the quest content is random, and the quest rewards and penalties are random. Note: if a major world quest fails, the world will become a human graveyard and humanity will perish. Jiang Sheng, who was delighted, suddenly frowned. It's so scary. It turns out that all factors of world missions are random, and if a major world mission fails, humanity will be on the road to extinction. Gulp! Jiang Sheng swallowed nervously, and his mind immediately became tense. He understood that he had to establish a good relationship with the girl with twin ponytails in front of him and be ready to trigger the world mission at any time. He cannot let the world mission go out of control. He cannot let humanity go to extinction. After all, he does not want to die. You are here to steal food too? The girl with twin ponytails saw Jiang Sheng swallowing nervously and looking at her with a bit of panic, and she suddenly laughed out loud. She looked around and found that no one was paying attention to her and Jiang Sheng, so she smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I've been eating secretly for a while and found that no one is paying attention. We just eat, and when we're done, they'll bring us new food." As she was talking, the girl with ponytails took another piece of cake and started eating it happily. Jiang Sheng was amused by the innocence of the girl with twin ponytails. He didn't expect that a human being number 0, who was related to the extinction of mankind, was such an innocent and simple girl. "Hello, classmate. My name is Jiang Sheng. Let's get to know each other." Since we know that the other party is human number 0 and has an extraordinary identity, we naturally have to establish contact with him. Otherwise, it would be a pity. "Classmate." The girl with the ponytails was delighted when she heard Jiang Sheng's words. She smiled and said, "Do I look that young?" Jiang Sheng frowned when he heard that. The girl with twin ponytails seemed to be about the same age as him, or even a few years younger than him. But why did it sound like she was older than him? "How old are you?" Jiang Sheng asked tentatively. The girl with twin ponytails ate the cake while making the number 28 with her hand, indicating that she is now 28 years old. Ah! Jiang Sheng was somewhat shocked. This girl with ponytails didn't look like she was 28 years old at all. People would believe she was 18. The girl with twin ponytails seemed to like playing pranks on people. When she saw Jiang Sheng's surprised expression, she immediately showed a satisfied expression. Then she wiped the cream off her mouth and said with a smile, "I won't mess with you anymore. I'm really 28 years old. I just graduated with a doctorate this year and came to teach at Nanjing University." Jiang Sheng's eyelids twitched. Damn it. He didn't expect that human number 0 was actually his teacher. It was just that this teacher's behavior was somewhat unreliable. The girl with twin ponytails noticed the change in Jiang Sheng's expression and immediately pouted awkwardly, saying, "Classmate, you are not a student of Nanjing University, are you?" Although he was extremely reluctant to admit it, Jiang Sheng nodded helplessly and said, "Nanjing University Chinese Department, Jiang Sheng." The girl with twin ponytails wiped her hands, and with a smile stretched out her hand to shake hands with Jiang Sheng. "What a coincidence. I'm a teacher in the Chinese department of Nanjing University, Zhou. Done." Jiang Sheng's heart sank. On the one hand, he was embarrassed and speechless to run into his teacher. On the other hand, he finally didn't have to worry about it anymore. Since they were all in the Chinese department of Nanjing University, they would inevitably meet each other in the future. The relationship between them would naturally be established. Jiang Sheng shook hands with Zhou reluctantly. He had to admit that if Zhou went to school now, the classroom would be full. Other teachers have to worry about attendance in class, but Zhou doesn't have to worry about that at all. With her around, they might not have to worry about whether there are enough seats in the classroom or whether there will be too many students from other departments. After all, beautiful teachers are boys' favorites. While Jiang Sheng and Zhou were chatting, people gradually started to arrive at the cocktail party. Zhou saw someone else coming, so she pulled Jiang Sheng into the small house next door. "Student Jiang, let's avoid this kind of occasion. People come here to make friends, build relationships, and discuss business. If we eat so blatantly, people will think we are impolite." Oh! Jiang Sheng had never attended such a party, so he naturally didn't know that eating at such a party would be considered impolite. However, when he saw Zhou secretly taking away a lot of delicious food when she was leaving, he thought Zhou was actually quite cute. He was not idle either. He was worried about being hungry, so he followed Zhou's example and took away a lot of delicious food. There was a lot of chatter outside, and gradually there were sounds of people chatting and laughing as they toasted each other with cups of wine. But inside the small room, there was only the sound of Jiang Sheng and Zhou eating. Jiang Sheng was full after eating half of his food, but when he turned around, he saw that Zhou had not only eaten everything on her plate, but was also staring at the food on her plate. "Student Jiang, are you still eating?" Zhou looked at Jiang Sheng with eager eyes. Her pitiful appearance was really lovable. If Jiang Sheng had not seen with his own eyes that Zhou finished most of the cake and ate a lot of fruit, he would have felt sorry for her and thought that Zhou must have been hungry for a long time. "Teacher Zhou, I'm full. These are for you." As soon as Jiang Sheng finished speaking, Zhou took the plate and continued to eat. This scene made Jiang Sheng start to look at Zhou's graceful figure. She didn't look fat, but how could Zhou eat so much? Is this the legendary one, looking thin but feeling plump? But whether she was chubby or not, Jiang Sheng didn't touch her, nor did he dare to touch her, so he naturally didn't know. Anyway, it seemed that Zhou was thin where she should be thin, and fat where she should be fat, and she was definitely a perfect figure in the eyes of men. Jiang Sheng, who was watching Zhou eating so fast, suddenly frowned and looked towards the door in confusion. Although there was a door between them, the system prompt made him realize that there were two familiar people outside the door. One was Qin Yun, and the other was Lu Qingyun. Ding! System prompt. The 8-star queen has arrived. Both parties have a favorable impression of 42 out of 100. Ding! System prompt. The 8-star queen has arrived. Both parties have a favorable impression of 2 out of 100. Why are these two people here? Jiang Sheng frowned in confusion. He didn't expect that Qin Yun and Lu Qingyun would both attend the cocktail party. What made Jiang Sheng even more panicked was that the system prompted Jiang Sheng that Qin Yun and Lu Qin Yun were walking towards the cabin, and from the sound they had already reached the door. Jiang Sheng looked at the closed door, then at Zhou Yu beside him, and suddenly realized that his behavior of hiding in a small room with Zhou Yu and secretly eating delicious food was somewhat ambiguous. This is terrible. The relationship is complicated. Chapter 28, Lu Kai, a true brother. Jiang Sheng looked at Zhou Yu, who was just concentrating on eating beside him, and felt particularly worried. After all, Zhou Yu's posture and image now made her completely defenseless against him, and in the eyes of others, it was somewhat ambiguous. So, Jiang Sheng wanted to remind Zhou Yu, "Mr. Zhou, can you?" "Cannot." Before Jiang Sheng finished speaking, Zhou Yu immediately covered the delicious food on her plate, looked at Jiang Sheng warily, and said, "You have already given it to me, so it is mine now. Of course, I can't give you my food." When it comes to food, Zhou Yu is still quite selfish. Seeing Zhou Yu being so protective of her food, Jiang Sheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just wanted to remind Zhou Yu to eat in a more generous posture and keep a distance from him, so as to avoid being misunderstood by Lu Qin and Qin Yun, who would come in later. Unfortunately, Jiang Sheng has no chance. Squeak! The door of the cottage rang, and then the pretty and slightly arrogant Lu Qin and the gentle and beautiful Qin Yun walked in from outside. The two were still talking and laughing at first, but when they noticed that there were other people in the room, and that they were Jiang Sheng and the equally beautiful Zhou Yu, they all stopped talking involuntarily and looked at Jiang Sheng and Zhou Yu warily. "Student Jiang, who is this?" Lu Qin narrowed her eyes, looked at Zhou Yu, and then stared at Jiang Sheng with murderous intent. Although the relationship between Lu Qin and Jiang Sheng was not very close, after the little ambiguity in the gym, Lu Qin's attitude towards Jiang Sheng was obviously very different from before. The current vigilance and anger are easy to understand. Qin Yun didn't say anything. She just looked at Jiang Sheng quietly with her gentle eyes. Gentleness is often the most lethal. Even if Qin Yun said nothing, Jiang Sheng could still feel the oppression from Qin Yun. As long as his answer could not satisfy Qin Yun, Jiang Sheng believed that Qin Yun's heart would go out of control. To be honest, Jiang Sheng didn't want to offend either of the two 8-star queens who had established a favorable impression on him, and he didn't want to weaken the favorable impression between them. Gulp! Jiang Sheng swallowed nervously, straightened his face, and then introduced, "Student Lu, Student Qin, this is Teacher Zhou from our school." "Teacher Zhou?" Lu Qin frowned, her eyes full of disbelief. Qin Yun's eyes were also full of confusion, as if she was doubting whether Jiang Sheng had lied. Jiang Sheng's heart skipped a beat. The attitudes of the two beauties were on the verge of collapse. There was no time to lose. He had to clarify his relationship with Zhou Yu immediately. Otherwise, it would damage his favorability with the two of them, which would be troublesome. So Jiang Sheng quickly took the plate from Zhou Yu and said to her, "Teacher Zhou, let me introduce you to these two students from our Nanjing University. They're Lu Qin from the Department of Martial Arts and Qin Yun from the Department of Chinese." Oh! Zhou Yu watched the plate of delicious food being taken away by Jiang Sheng. Then she reluctantly raised her head and looked at Lu Qin and Qin Yun with an innocent face. "So beautiful! What a nice girl!" When Lu Qin and Qin Yun saw Zhou Yu's appearance clearly, they were both shocked at the same time and were stunned by Zhou Yu's appearance. Even though they were all beauties, they had to admit that Zhou Yu displayed a natural purity. Feeling Zhou Yu's beauty, Lu Qin and Qin Yun looked at Jiang Sheng almost at the same time. Their eyes clearly showed their distrust of Jiang Sheng. This made Jiang Sheng a little panicked, because in the girl's world, lying is the biggest stain. He couldn't let Zhou Yu ruin the goodwill he had worked so hard to build, so he signaled Zhou Yu to introduce herself quickly. Zhou Yu naturally felt Jiang Sheng's anxiety. She rolled her eyes speechlessly and then slowly explained. "Hello, students. I am a new teacher who has come to NTU to report on my work. My name is Zhou Yu. You can call me Teacher Zhou like he does." When Zhou Yu is serious, she looks like a doctoral student, but when she is not serious, it is really hard to imagine that she is already 28 years old. Zhou Yu. Hearing Zhou Yu's name, Lu Qin and Qin Yun looked at each other. They didn't say anything, but it could be seen that they exchanged some information through their eyes. Then, their attitudes changed 180 degrees. They treated Zhou Yu with extra enthusiasm, while Jiang Sheng was treated coldly. "Hello, Professor Zhou, welcome to NTU." Lu Qin took the initiative to shake hands with Zhou Yu, and then pulled Zhou aside to chat about family matters. Qin Yun has tried very hard to overcome her social phobia today, but facing the unfamiliar Zhou, it is still difficult for her to open her mouth. She just sits quietly next to Lu Qin and Zhou, burying her head, trying to make her presence felt. Is this the end? Now it was Jiang Sheng's turn to be confused. He had thought that the two girls would persist in getting to the bottom of the matter, but the reality was that the two girls believed Zhou on the spot and threw him aside, not asking any more questions. He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhou and the other two. His expression was particularly intriguing. It is said that 3 women make a drama, and it is indeed true. Even if Qin Yun, a socially anxious little girl, is included, Zhou and the other two sitting together still give people a sense of the impact of a big drama beginning. What's more, all 3 of them are beautiful women, not to mention how pleasing to the eyes they are. Hey, Jiang, the 3 of us girls have something private to talk about. It's not appropriate for a grown man like you to stay here, right? Lu Qingyun seemed to still be angry with Jiang Sheng and deliberately yelled at him to leave. Jiang Sheng curled his lips and had nothing to say in response. He could only get up and leave helplessly. Before leaving, he noticed that the considerate Qin Yun was actually looking at him and grinning. Sure enough, I must have looked very embarrassing just now. Sighing, Jiang Sheng walked out of the cabin. Just as he closed the door, he heard the sound of someone locking the door from inside. TSK, women, their hearts are like the sea, really unpredictable. Jiang Sheng was too lazy to dwell on it. The fact that his favorability toward Qin Yun and Lu Qingyun had not decreased already made him very satisfied. As for other things, he was too lazy to care about them. Jiang Sheng found a corner to sit down and looked at the cocktail party, which was already crowded with people. He felt out of place and extremely bored. Brother, why are you just sitting there? If you miss this good opportunity to meet young masters from different families, it will be hard to come by again. At this time, Lu Kai came to Jiang Sheng, wondering why Jiang Sheng didn't learn from those people who accompanied him to the cocktail party and get to know the young masters of the major families. When you reach a certain level, your network of connections becomes a force that cannot be ignored. Unfortunately, Jiang Sheng took a quick look and was completely uninterested. In the crowd, except for Lu Kai, there were no humans above 5 stars, nor zombies above 5 stars. So, what if he got to know these people? It would be a sheer waste of affection. With this time, he would rather think more about how to continue to improve his favorability with Qin Yun and Lu Qingyun. In my eyes, none of them together are as worthy of being friends as you, Brother Kai. Instead of wasting my time on them, I might as well make friends with you, Brother Kai. Jiang Sheng spoke frankly, but one sentence made Lu Kai's eyes red. Although Lu Kai is a top figure in Nanjing University, at today's cocktail party, Lu Kai, is just an ordinary rich second generation. However, Jiang Sheng regarded himself as the most worthy person to associate with. How could Lu Kai not be excited and moved? Good brother, just because of what you said, I'm determined to make you my friend. This was the first time he felt the friendship between friends. Come on, I'll take you to meet our business partners. Lu Kai pulled Jiang Sheng up without saying anything and took the initiative to take Jiang Sheng to meet the young master of their partner's family. At this moment, Lu Kai's network of contacts was officially shared with Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng was a little confused. He didn't expect that just one of his words would elicit such sincere behavior from Lu Kai. Although he didn't like to get to know those young men who were destined to be useless after 28 days, he still gave Lu Kai enough face. At the beginning, when Lu Kai solemnly introduced Jiang Sheng to others, everyone was very enthusiastic and interested. After all, Lu Kai would not usually introduce people to his family and partners. However, when everyone heard about Jiang Sheng's insignificant identity, they immediately lost interest. Even those nouveau riche who spent a lot of money to build a network of relationships looked at Jiang Sheng with a hint of contempt and disdain. Damn it, they're all snobs. Seeing that everyone was quite indifferent to Jiang Sheng, Lu Kai couldn't help but complain. Jiang Sheng comforted Lu Kai. Don't be angry, the world is bustling with people because of profit. It's normal to be snobbish. No, you're not. Lu Kai had a very good impression of Jiang Sheng, which made Jiang Sheng feel a little embarrassed. He is not a snob, but he is a real mean person. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly appeared behind Jiang Sheng and Lu Kai. The two were startled at first, then turned around and saw that it was Lu Qingshan who had arrived late. You! Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The system prompt sound appeared too many times just now, and they were all introducing those useless young masters, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't expect that he actually ignored Lu Qingshan, the 8-star zombie-killing demon king. It has to be said that after the upgrade, Lu Qingshan's temperament has changed a lot. Although it is not clear what the opportunity for Lu Qingshan's upgrade was, Jiang Sheng understands that this enemy Lu Qingshan must be eliminated sooner or later. Otherwise, he will become a disaster sooner or later. Lu Qingshan, what do you mean? Lu Kai knew Lu Qingshan. When he saw that Lu Qingshan was not kind to Jiang Sheng, he glared at him, stood between Lu Qingshan and Jiang Sheng, and started yelling at him angrily. Lu Qingshan was not angry, but just smiled coldly and said, "He's secretly hooked up with my fiancée. Isn't he a real villain? Are you talking about classmate Qinyan? You can't even keep an eye on your own fiancée, so you blame others? Besides, you're not married, and classmate Jiang and classmate Qin are just friends. Is there anything that crosses the line? Can you be called a villain? To be honest, do you know Qin? Why does Qin dislike you? Also, Qin and Jiang are just friends now. Do you have no confidence in your own charm by accusing her like this? And I heard that you challenged Jiang to a duel just for Qin, but the result, you know it yourself. You're not good at love, you're not good at strength, but you're the best at bullying people. It would have been fine if Lu Kai didn't say anything, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Lu Qingshan's mentality exploded. Okay, no one of you two are friends. It turns out you are both snakes and rats from the same nest. Lu Qingshan was furious and pointed at Jiang Sheng and Lu Kai, almost starting a fight. In the end, he was pulled away by others, thus avoiding a conflict. Qingshan, why are you haggling over a worthless loser? That's right. Even if he can please Qin Yun now, can he please Director Qin? Without Director Qin's approval, he has no chance at all. Qingshan, what are our identities? And what is his identity? If we fight with him, it will only lose our face. The young masters around were trying their best to persuade Lu Qingshan. The leverage in their minds was simple. Jiang Sheng was worthless, and Lu Qingshan was the eldest son of the Lu family. No matter how they looked at it, it was more profitable to stand on the side of Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan, who was originally extremely angry, finally calmed down after being persuaded by other young masters. Moreover, he felt a sense of superiority from their words. He naively believed that it was just like that. He was born to be better than Jiang Sheng, and Jiang Sheng could never be better than him. You are right. I have lowered my status. Lu Qingshan smiled grimly, his eyes full of provocation as he looked at Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng curled his lips and ignored Lu Qingshan. Although this guy was quite powerful, and his level had been upgraded to become an 8-star zombie-killing demon king, Lu Qingshan's flaws as a person were too obvious. He was easily angered and was destined to accomplish nothing. Brother, ignore them. They like to flatter Lu Qingshan and let them flatter him. We don't care. Lu Kai comforted Jiang Sheng at this time and said, the reason why today's party is important is because a distinguished guest has come, but that distinguished guest is not Lu Qingshan, but Miss Zhou Yu, who will be a teacher in our school. Wait, you just said who? Chapter 29, Random World Quest activated. Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Kai in surprise. He had just heard clearly that Lu Kai said that the most important purpose of this party was to welcome Zhou Yu, and that Zhou Yu was going to be a teacher in their school. Jiang Sheng glanced at the locked hut out of the corner of his eye, and his heart was in turmoil. He never expected that the protagonist today would be the glutton Zhou Yu. Miss Zhou Yu Zhou, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Lu Kai looked at Jiang Sheng with confusion. He didn't understand why Jiang Sheng had such a big reaction after hearing Zhou Yu's name. What is Zhou Yu's background? Jiang Sheng quickly calmed down. He remembered very clearly that Zhou Yu was a very important human number 0 and the key to unlocking the world mission. He really didn't expect that Zhou Yu's identity was far more than that. When Lu Kai saw Jiang Sheng asking about Zhou Yu's background, he ignored why Jiang Sheng was making such a fuss just now. He came close to Jiang Sheng and whispered, this Zhou Yu is not simple. She is from Jing City. Her background, it is said that the Zhou family has a deep relationship with the military. I don't know any deeper information. My ability is limited, and I can't find out. I think the people who came here today can't find out either. But no matter what, Miss Zhou Yu is a very important person to all the major families in Jiangzhou. No matter who she is, she must be treated very seriously. Of course, if I can establish a relationship with Miss Zhou Yu, even if we can just become ordinary friends, it would be something to be very proud of. After all, if I have connections directly to Beijing, I am no longer an ordinary person. Every word Lu Kai said was like thunder, exploding in Jiang Sheng's ears, and also made Jiang Sheng's impression of Zhou Yu increasingly clear. No wonder Lu Qingyun and Qingyun are here. It turns out they want to get in touch with Zhou Yu. This Zhou Yu is quite mysterious. No one has ever seen her before. It seems that the Zhou family has done a good job of protecting her. This human being number 0 must be given special attention. Regardless of whether it is out of concern for the world mission or not, Jiangsheng must take Zhou Yu seriously. Moreover, Qingyun, a person with social phobia, was kept by Chun Shengnan yesterday. She was specifically told to let Qingyun, who never participated in such activities, get to know Zhou Yu. This way, Qingyun could understand how terrifying the energy Zhou Yu represents is. Jiangsheng believes that when the doomsday comes in the next 28 days, the power behind Zhou Yu will be enough to affect the entire doomsday situation. So she is so important, but I got there by accident. Jiangsheng was very happy in his heart. Those young masters who looked down on him were now anxiously waiting to meet Zhou Yu, while he had already had an ambiguous relationship with Zhou Yu by secretly eating delicious food. Brother, are you also tempted? But it's such a pity that at this hour, Miss Zhou hasn't shown up yet. Lu Kai looked around in confusion. He didn't know Zhou Yu and didn't have any photo of her, but he heard that she was pretty. However, among all the girls present, none of them met the description so far. Zhou Yu? She's here, Jiangsheng said casually. Ah, you know? Lu Kai looked at Jiangsheng in shock. Jiangsheng smiled and pointed to the locked room, saying, Miss Zhou is in there. Come out. As Jiangsheng was speaking, the door of the hut opened with a creak. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qingyun and Qingyun came out first, followed closely by Zhou Yu. The appearance of 3 beauties at the same time immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the boys, whose eyes were dazzled. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing these 3 beautiful ladies gathered together? Ms. Zhou. Soon, someone realized that the person walking behind Lu Qingyun and Qingyun was the Miss Zhou Yu whom they had been waiting for. Lu Kai looked at Jiangsheng, then at Zhou Yu. He opened his mouth and spoke for a long time. Brother, you are really my idol. Lu Kai dressed so formally today just to leave a good impression in front of Zhou Yu. But he hasn't even met her yet, but Jiangsheng seems to have known her for a long time. How could he not be envious and jealous? It's just SOSO. Jiangsheng smiled and didn't take it seriously, but soon everyone's eyes were on him. Because Lu Qingyun, Qingyun, and Zhou Yu all walked straight towards Jiangsheng. Lu Qingyun and Qingyun sat next to Jiangsheng, while Zhou Yu stood opposite Jiangsheng with a smirk on her face. Student Jiang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Zhou Yu's innocent eyes seemed to be filled with some deep meaning that was difficult to express, but any experienced person could understand the meaning of Zhou Yu's eyes at a glance. Jiangsheng felt embarrassed and helpless. He looked at Lu Qingyun and Qingyun beside him. He wondered what the two had said to Zhou Yu that made Zhou Yu look at him like that. Lu Qingyun raised her little head proudly and said nothing. Qingyun buried her head. Although she, who suffered from social anxiety, overcame the psychological pressure and came to the cocktail party for the sake of her mother Chun Shengnan and the Chun family, she was still not used to being watched by others. Jiangsheng spread his hands and thought, forget it, whatever. Anyway, he only needs to ensure Zhou Yu's safety and ensure that the world mission does not fail. As for how Zhou Yu views him, it doesn't matter. No, that boy knows Miss Zhou. Why? Heaven is so unfair. Seeing that Zhou Yu seemed to be very familiar with Jiangsheng, those young masters immediately became furious, especially since 2 beautiful women, Lu Qingyun and Qingyun, were sitting next to Jiangsheng, which made them feel even more unbalanced. Ms. Zhou, I'm Li Changfu from the Li family. Can I meet you? Although everyone felt unbalanced, they had not forgotten their mission to make friends with Zhou Yu. So someone took the pressure and approached her at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu's response was quite ruthless. Can't. These 3 simple words immediately shattered all the fantasies of Li Changfu, the young master of the Li family. I'm from the Zhang family. Don't bother me. I'm not interested in being friends with you. Some people wanted to continue chatting with Zhou Yu, but Zhou Yu's face turned cold, and she rejected them all, making the atmosphere on the scene extremely awkward. Everyone looked at Jiangsheng with even more envy and jealousy. Ms. Zhou, you are not interested in making friends with us, but you are interested in getting to know a hypocrite. Your standard for making friends doesn't seem very good. Since the soft approach didn't work, someone started to try a different approach, using a hard approach. This person was none other than Lu Qingshan, who had just been pissed off by Lu Kai. Oh, tell me, who is the hypocrite, and how is he a hypocrite? Sure enough, Lu Qingshan's unconventional approach really caught Zhou Yu's attention. Zhou Yu turned her head with interest and looked at Lu Qingshan, who was looking at Jiang Sheng with sarcasm on his face. Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Qingshan in surprise. He was not surprised that Lu Qingshan would be so unkind, but was surprised by the system prompt sound that just appeared in his mind. Ding! System prompt. Random world mission has been activated. The current world mission is to prevent Lu Qingshan and Zhou Yu from making friends. If you succeed in completing the random world mission, you will receive a system reward of 20 experience points, 20 skill enhancement points, and 20 equipment enhancement points. The random world mission failed, Human Zero died, the Doomsday world lost the opportunity to upgrade the world line, and humanity will eventually perish. Chapter 30 Red Mark Tasks in the Little Notebook. Sure enough, Lu Qingshan is a difficult variable. This random world quest is not difficult, and the quest rewards are pretty good. Although the experience points are a bit low, the skill enhancement points and equipment enhancement points are more valuable. But what is the world line upgrade mentioned by the system at the end? Various thoughts flashed through Jiang Sheng's mind. The system prompt just now made Jiang Sheng realize that Lu Qingshan must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise there might be endless trouble. As for what the world line upgrade means, it is not the time to consider it yet. There will naturally be a chance to find out the truth in the future. But this also reminded Jiang Sheng that the Doomsday world that would come in 28 days was not as simple as he had imagined. Lu Qingshan glanced at Jiang Sheng, who was lost in thought, with a cold smile on his lips. He raised his head and said to Zhou Yu proudly, "This Miss Qingyun, I am engaged. This Lu Qingyun is my sister, and you are Jiang Sheng's teacher. I don't need to explain the relationship between you three and him, right? If this is not called a hypocrite, then there is no such thing as a hypocritical person in this world." Lu Qingshan doesn't talk much, but every word he says is full of sarcasm, implying that Jiang Sheng is a bad person and a complete hypocrite. Oh! Zhou Yu's innocent eyes finally showed a slight fluctuation, and then she turned to look at Jiang Sheng blankly and said, "Student Jiang, why don't you explain?" "This is natural," Jiang Sheng responded briefly. Seeing that Lu Qingshan looked confident of winning, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The same problem. Lu Kai had just made Lu Qingshan almost go berserk. Now if Jiang Sheng were to take action, he would only make Lu Qingshan more embarrassed. So, Jiang Sheng laughed heartily and said, "Whether Qin and him are engaged or not, what does it have to do with me? Qin and I are purely classmates and best friends. If he can't tolerate Qin making friends, shouldn't it be his problem? Can you blame me for this?" Jiang Sheng's brief and straightforward words instantly stunned Lu Qingshan. Originally, Lu Qingshan was mocking Jiang Sheng for his character problems, but now it is he, Lu Qingshan, who is narrow-minded. Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth and was speechless for a moment. After all, neither Jiang Sheng nor Qin Yun had ever said that they were in a relationship. If they were just classmates, then there would be no problem with their relationship. Ding! System prompt warning. Warning! The host has caused the 8-star queen's sadness. The favorability of both parties has been reduced by -141/100, and the system has deducted 2 experience points. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind. Lu Qingshan's reaction did not surprise Jiang Sheng at all. Instead, he was surprised when the system prompted that Qin Yun was sad and the favorability between them decreased. Jiang Sheng looked at Qin Yun with a little surprise. There was no sadness or loss in his eyes. On the contrary, it was full of surprise. It turns out that Qin wants to be more than just an ordinary friend with me. Could it be that she wants to? A bold idea was born in Jiang Sheng's mind. If Qin Yun acquiesced to what Jiang Sheng had just said, and also believed that she and Jiang Sheng were just pure friends, there was no reason to be sad. Unless Qin Yun did not intend to have a relationship with Jiang Sheng that was more than just a simple friendship. Jiang Sheng was happy. He was more and more certain that the higher the favorability, the closer the relationship would be. Once it reached the maximum level, then, gulp! His eyes swept over Qin Yun's beautiful face and proud figure, and Jiang Sheng began to look forward to it. Jiang Sheng suppressed his inner excitement and returned to the previous topic. He said bluntly, As for classmate Lu, I think it is Lu Qingshan who should apologize. Because of classmate Qin, Lu Qingshan had a fight with me. In the end, he lost, but he was very unwilling to accept it. So he took his anger out on classmate Lu and even wanted to sever ties with the Lu family. How can such a person be qualified to call me a hypocrite? I just gave my classmate Lu a shoulder to lean on when she was sad. Is that wrong? Isn't Lu Qingshan too petty? He doesn't even have the tolerance to tolerate others? Not to mention, Mr. Zhou and I have just met, and he can already make up stories about us. He is unreliable. Wow! Jiang Sheng's words immediately caused an uproar at the scene. Not only Zhou Yu looked at Lu Qingshan with questioning and contempt in her expression, but everyone else also looked at Lu Qingshan with disgust and disdain. As a man, what kind of man is it to blame all the faults on others? It is a shame to be with Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan naturally felt the strange looks from everyone, and he was also completely enraged by Jiang Sheng's words. Then he suddenly raised his hand, grabbed Jiang Sheng's neck fiercely, and said viciously, "I'm going to kill you." Jiang Sheng looked indifferent. With so many people present, he didn't believe that Lu Qingshan would dare to act recklessly. Even if Lu Qingshan dared to do so, he, Jiang Sheng, had the means to save himself, so there was no need to be afraid. The only pity is that Lu Qingyun was not angry because of what he just said. It seems that her favorability towards him is not enough, and Lu Qingyun was not jealous. Lu Qingshan, you're going too far. Zhou Yu's face darkened, and she angrily scolded Lu Qingshan, asking him to let go of his hand. Zhou Yu's roar immediately woke Lu Qingshan up. His mind sank, and he realized that Jiang Sheng had tricked him. Lu Qingshan couldn't explain why he used violence in front of Zhou Yu, and it would be difficult for him to leave any good impression on Zhou Yu. He lost again, and lost more completely and in a particularly frustrating way. Jiang Sheng, let's wait and see. Lu Qingshan let go of his hand angrily, glared at Jiang Sheng fiercely, then turned and left the party. Since there is no hope of establishing a good relationship with Zhou Yu, there is no point in staying here. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the random world mission. The system rewards 20 experience points, 20 skill enhancement points, and 20 equipment enhancement points. Host, Jiang Sheng. Level, 4-star Force Warrior, 40 out of 400. Skills, Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 6/100. Instant Strike, proficiency 37. Divine Arrow, proficiency 66. Return to Origin 36 Swords, proficiency 14. Enhancement value 30. Equipment, Cold Iron Knife, level 6. Fine Steel Bow, level 5. Enhancement value 33. Glory, the Worship of the Strong, glory value 16. Looking at the great increase in his skill enhancement values and equipment enhancement values, Jiang Sheng didn't take Lu Qingshan's hatred to heart at all. There are still 28 days left, and he still has time to prepare. As long as he can get rid of Lu Qingshan before the doomsday, he will not be afraid of Lu Qingshan, the so-called 8-star zombie-killing demon. However, Jiang Sheng still silently took out his little notebook and wrote down the killing of Lu Qingshan in the log. He marked this task in red. Killing Lu Qingshan is officially on the agenda. Chapter 31, Zhou Yu's Choice. Lu Qingshan's incident was just a small episode in today's party. After Lu Qingshan left, the party continued as usual. But what was different from before was that those young men who had originally disdained to date Jiang Sheng were now all very enthusiastic and surrounded Jiang Sheng in 3 layers. Jiang Sheng was speechless, but he couldn't refuse. Jiang Sheng in the crowd was perfunctorily dealing with those young masters. Among these people, there were neither very strong humans nor very strong zombies. There was no need to have in-depth interactions with them. Ding! System prompt, warning. Warning! The host's behavior has caused the 8-star queen to feel sad. The favorability of both parties is -1, 40/100, and the system deducts 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! Bye! Just when Jiang Sheng was perfunctorily dealing with those young masters, a series of system prompt sounds in his mind gave Jiang Sheng a big fright. Oops! The experience baby has become an experience deduction baby. Jiang Sheng was anxious. He knew that his words must have had a strong impact, causing Qin Yun, who was already socially anxious and prone to daydreaming, to have more thoughts in her mind. There was no other way. Jiang Sheng could only ruthlessly reject the requests of those young masters to make friends with him and strode towards Qin Yun. Compared with those unnecessary young masters, Qin Yun's value is immeasurable, and he knows what is more important. What did Jiang mean by what he said just now? Does he dislike me? Classmate? He and I are just classmates. Am I being too sentimental? Should I keep my distance from Jiang? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Qin Yun's mind. She was very sad and upset. She finally met a boy who could talk to her and who didn't look down on her. But Jiangxing only treated her as an ordinary friend. Qin Yun was deeply hurt. Thump! Just when Qin Yun was feeling sad, a figure sat down next to her. Qin Yun, who suffers from social anxiety, hid in an inconspicuous corner by herself in order to avoid other people. Even after completing the task of getting to know Zhou Yu as assigned by her mother Qin Xingnan, she stopped communicating with Zhou Yu, leaving only Lu Qingyun and Zhou Yu there to chat privately. She was in this state already, so no one should bother her anymore. After all, those who could come to the party were all well-known young people, and they would not be so shameless as to pester her. Qin Yun raised her head in confusion and looked at the figure beside her. She was also wondering who was looking for her. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but once you look, a thin layer of mist appears in her bright eyes. Call. Jiang Sheng didn't say anything, but just grabbed Qin Yun's little hand and looked at her lovingly. Student Jiang? Qin Yun's cheeks flushed with shame, and she didn't dare to look at Jiang Sheng. She didn't expect Jiang Sheng to be so bold as to openly grab her hand in such an occasion. If you want, I don't need to be your classmate or just your friend. I don't care even if I am blamed by the whole world, or even if I become the enemy of the whole world. Jiang Sheng looked at Qin Yun seriously, and his words came from the bottom of his heart. Tongue. Qin Yun's cheeks turned even redder. With her socially anxious personality, she had no idea how to respond. She could only bury her head shyly, not daring to even look at Jiang Sheng. But Jiang Sheng could not hide her inner thoughts at all. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, 42 out of 100. The system rewards 4 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. In just a short moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind. The favorability between Qin Yun and him soared from 40 to 50, and the experience value also increased by 20. Not only were the favorability and experience points that were originally deducted restored, but they were even much more abundant. This deal made a ton of money. It's great to have you, Jiang Sheng said with a smile. His favorability with Qin Yun finally reached more than half, and he was getting closer and closer to the full level. He was not only looking forward to it, but even began to feel a little restless. Qin Yun didn't dare to speak at this time. She just buried her head shyly and said nothing. However, her little hand that was held by Qin Yun had already taken the initiative to tightly grasp Jiang Sheng's large palm. The day's party ended quickly. While driving Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun back to school, Lu Kai observed Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun in the back seat through the rearview mirror from time to time. Although Lu Kai didn't know what happened between Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun, he was sure that their relationship was different from before. Even if they didn't say anything and had no communication, the air was filled with the sour smell of love. Oh my God! My good brother, you are really possessed by Chow Chow. But I like it. Lu Kai secretly gave a thumbs up. He was sure that Jiang Sheng had succeeded in poaching her. If Jiang Sheng had poached someone else's girlfriend, he might have felt that Jiang Sheng's actions were not very righteous. But if it was Lu Qingshan's girlfriend, Lu Kai could only say, please increase your efforts. After the party, Zhou Yu returned to her residence in Jiangzhou, a villa overlooking the river. There were 5 or 6 young men gathered in the villa, each of them dressed in tight clothes. Although they were not wearing military uniforms, their temperament had already exposed their identity as soldiers. Team leader. Seeing Zhou Yu coming back, the young men stood up in unison, with respectful expressions on their faces. See? Zhou Yu's eyes also changed from their previous innocence and romance, and were replaced by the unfathomable depth of her planning and strategizing. After Zhou Yu sat down with a group of young people, she said, have the data from the instrument come out? Are there any particularly good ones? Captain, the data is out. Miss Qin Yun and Miss Lu Qingyun are both valuable talents. And Lu Qingshan is also a good candidate with very good stats. Except for these 3 people, the other people's stats are relatively ordinary, and there is no outstanding one. I suggest that we focus on training Qin Yun, Lu Qingyun, and Lu Qingshan. The team members informed Zhou Yu of the instrument's data results and also put forward their personal ideas and suggestions. Zhou Yu nodded slightly and said, Lu Qingyun and Qingyun are indeed good and can be trained seriously, but Lu Qingshan? Oh, forget it. If we train someone who can't even control his emotions, who knows whether he will be a help or a destructive force in the future? Zhou Yu had a very good impression of Lu Qingyun and Qingyun. Although Lu Qingyun was a little arrogant, she was not a bad person and had tenacity. As for Qingyun, she was a little girl with social anxiety, but she was cute and kind-hearted. It might be difficult to cultivate her, but it was definitely worth it. Then Zhou Yu asked again, what are the stats of Jiangsheng? Is he worth training? The team members shook their heads and responded, Jiangsheng's stats are only level 4, which is far behind Qingyun, and the other two's level 8. Even if we train him with all our strength, I'm afraid there won't be any ideal results. Is that so? What a pity. Zhou Yu sighed in disappointment, then threw Jiangsheng's information aside and only took Lu Qingyun and Qin Yun's information upstairs. Chapter 32, Self-Protection Mission begins. Dad, I won't help you contact Jiang, and I won't allow you to hurt Jiang. Qin Yun doesn't have any feelings for my brother, but you guys are venting your anger on Jiang. This is not right. Lu Qingyun yelled angrily, and she would never agree to help her father Lu Zhantong contact Jiangsheng. After the confrontation between Lu Qingshan and Jiangsheng, Lu Qingyun already understood the attitude of the Lu family. Anyone who wanted to meet Jiangsheng must have bad intentions. If it were the Lu Qingyun of the past, she would also think that Jiangsheng's affair with Qin Yun was an unforgivable crime that must be severely punished. But after really talking to Qin Yun, she found that she was wrong, extremely wrong. Qin Yun had no feelings for Lu Qingshan at all. If it weren't for the marriage relationship forced upon her by the two families, Qin Yun would never have had any contact with Lu Qingshan in her life. As a girl, Lu Qingyun already sympathized with Qin Yun's situation, and now she had to help her family deal with Jiangsheng, which she couldn't bear. Hao Yun. Lu Zhantang glared at Lu Qingyun fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, You only considered Qin Yun's feelings. Have you ever considered the reputation of our Lu family? Our Lu family can't afford to lose this person. But, no buts, just let Jiangsheng out, and I'll take care of the rest. I promise I won't hurt him. I just want him to leave Qin Yun and stop doing anything that would damage the reputation of our Lu family. Dad, I think the real problem is with our Lu family. We are so conservative that we ruined a girl's happiness just to save the family's reputation. This is wrong. Letting go openly is what a dignified family should do, not bullying others. Lu Zhantang was choked by Lu Qingyun's words and couldn't say a word for a long time. Indeed, if it were a truly large family, they would not make such a fuss over a small matter of marriage. But unfortunately, their Lu family is not a big family. On the contrary, the Lu family has been declining over the years. The marriage with the Chen family is an opportunity for their Lu family to rise, so they will not give up easily. Forget it. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. Lu Zhantang let out a long sigh, as if he had figured it out. Dad, this is right. Seeing that Lu Zhantang finally gave in, Lu Qingyun let down her guard, walked over to Lu Zhantang with a smile, and said, Dad, I think we only need to. Bang! Lu Qingyun had just said half of her words when Lu Qingshan raised his hand and struck her hard on the back of her neck. Lu Qingyun swayed slightly and fainted on the spot. Lu Zhantang took the cell phone out of Lu Qingyun's pocket, threw his daughter Lu Qingyun to the ground, his face full of cold anger. Eating from the inside out, Lu Zhantang withdrew his gaze from Lu Qingyun, unlocked the password with Lu Qingyun's finger, found Jiangsheng's number from WeChat, and then sent an invitation. Bye. A moment later, Lu Qingyun received Jiangsheng's reply of approval on her mobile phone, and Lu Zhantang smiled immediately. He threw Lu Qingyun's cell phone on the ground and left home with a smile. After today, the Lu family's troubles will no longer exist. At school, Jiangsheng, who had just returned to the dormitory, received a message from Lu Qingyun. Classmate Jiang, see you under the big banyan tree by the lake at 7 p.m. Jiangsheng was confused by Lu Qingyun's sudden invitation, but when he thought about the goodwill that had already been established between him and Lu Qingyun, he instantly felt that Lu Qingyun's invitation was reasonable. After all, Lu Qingyun is also an experienced person. He can't just focus on Qingyun and ignore Lu Qingyun. So after a simple tidying up, Jiangsheng arrived early at the artificial lake located in the school woods. The artificial lake of Nanjing University is very large, But there is only one big banyan tree by the lake, so Jiangsheng easily found the place where he had agreed to meet with Lu Qingyun. On Sunday evening, the cool breeze by the lake and the sunset in the lake are really a beautiful scenery. At this time, there are countless boys and girls coming to the lake to talk about love. However, because the banyan tree is too famous, there are very few young couples coming here. After all, in public, boys have to behave themselves and girls have to be reserved, which somewhat goes against the original intention of the young couple going out for a walk in the evening. Looking at the young couples who occasionally pass by him, Jiang Sheng's face was full of helplessness. The system's prompt sound just now made him realize that among these young couples, there were not many who were both human and zombies. Instead, there were more couples who were both human and zombie. Could it be that this is the kind of love that even God can't stand? You are Jiang Sheng. Just as Jiang Sheng was sitting there thinking about something, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Jiang Sheng stood up and looked, and found that the other person was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Although his face was a little bloated, it could be seen that he was also a handsome guy when he was young, especially the contours of the middle-aged man's face, which were vaguely similar to Lu Qingyun's. Are you Lu's classmate? I am Lu Qingyun's father, Lu Zhantang. Lu Zhantang introduced his identity with a smile, but his smile was so fake that Jiang Sheng could sense the murderous intent in Lu Zhantang's smile. Here comes with bad intentions. Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows, already understanding Lu Zhantang's intention. He looked around again, wanting to look for Lu Qingyun, but unfortunately, after looking around, he didn't find any trace of Lu Qingyun. No need to look for her. Sharon doesn't want me to come see you, so I'll let her sleep at home for a while. Lu Zhantang did not hide it and said directly, my purpose in coming to you is also very simple. You leave Qingyun, or I let you leave forever. Hiss! Jiang Sheng couldn't help but gasp. This Lu Zhantang really didn't hide his true intentions at all. He exposed his murderous intent so blatantly. Moreover, Jiang Sheng could also sense that Lu Zhantang's aura was not weak. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! The host has been locked by the 8-star zombie hidden killer Demon King. Please flee immediately. Flee immediately. Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows suddenly. It was another 8-star zombie. The father and son of the Lu family were really a worry. Ding! System prompt. The killing intention of the 8-star zombie hidden killer has been opened, and the self-protection task has been activated. Self-preservation mission. Survive the killing of the 8-star zombie hidden killer Demon King. After completing the mission, you can get 20 experience points as a system reward and 20 system reward of the worship glory of the strong. Jiang Sheng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Lu Zhantang's murderous intent would actually activate the system's self-preservation task. Moreover, the reward for the task was very good, with a full 20 points of honor value. However, since it was a self-protection mission, it seemed that Lu Zhantang's murderous intention was real. It was not a joke, but he really wanted to kill Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng clenched his fists silently. He did not bring his cold iron knife and fine steel bow this time, so he could only fight with his bare hands. This battle is destined to be difficult. If you are not careful, you may really die at the hands of Lu Zhantang. Chapter 33. Life and Death Moment. Crazy Points. Have you made your choice? Lu Zhantang stared at Jiang Sheng with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. There was no emotion in his eyes, only a chilling murderous intent. Click! Jiang Sheng was shocked and instantly understood Lu Zhantang's intention. It seems that Lu Zhantang had no intention of letting him go since he found him, and he had already had the intention to kill him. What choice or not was just an excuse. The final outcome was the same. He was going to put him to death. No wonder the system activated the self-protection task. Lu Zhantang had no intention of letting himself go. Apart from self-protection, there was no way he could escape. If that's the case, then what else is there to talk about? Only the weak will be chosen. The strong, of course, do whatever they want. Jiang Sheng understood Lu Zhantang's murderous intentions and laughed out loud. There was no need to pretend anymore, and he said bluntly, "What I choose is none of your business." In one sentence, Jiang Sheng's attitude is revealed. He wants to be a strong man, not a weak man who can be bullied by others. You! Lu Zhantang's face suddenly darkened with anger. He didn't expect Jiang Sheng to be so disrespectful to him. Okay, since you were so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he said that, Lu Zhantang took a leap and pounced towards Jiang Sheng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Zhantang clapped out with both palms, accompanied by a whistling sound of breaking through the air. Each of his palms seemed to have the power to break someone's bones. Master, Jiang Sheng instantly realized that he was no match for Lu Zhantang, as his strength was not something he could easily contend with. Therefore, Jiang Sheng did not dare to be careless. He immediately used the 36 swords of Guyuan, transformed it into a palm technique, and confronted Lu Zhantang. Bang, bang, bang! The two fought for dozens of moves in succession, and it seemed that there was no winner. But in fact, Jiang Sheng's arms were numb, and his blood was surging in his body. He was no match for Lu Zhantang at all. If the two of them remained in a stalemate for 20 minutes, Jiang Sheng would almost certainly be defeated. Interesting. You transformed your sword skills into palm techniques and used them so smoothly. You are indeed gifted. After fighting with Jiang Sheng, Lu Zhantang couldn't help but admire him, saying that there were not many young people who could use swordsmanship as skillfully as Jiang Sheng. However, Lu Zhantang frowned and murmured in confusion. Your swordsmanship is good, continuous, and powerful, but with this swordsmanship alone, you should not be Qingshan's opponent. Lu Zhantang didn't understand. Although Jiang Sheng's current strength was not weak, he was not strong enough to defeat Lu Qingshan. Squinting his eyes, Lu Zhantang suddenly smiled. A grim smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Lu Zhantang showed his white teeth and said coldly, "Hide your incompetence? Boy, you dare to hide your incompetence in front of me. You really don't regard me, Lu Zhantang, as a human being. In this case, then you prepare to die." Lu Zhantang was angry, furious, and amused. He didn't expect Jiang Sheng to dare to hide his abilities when fighting with him, so his palm skills became more fierce, and almost every move was fatal. Seeing this, Jiang Sheng smiled bitterly. He had no intention of hiding his weakness in front of Lu Zhantang. It was just that his 36 return to origin swords was the limit of his combat power. Seeing Lu Zhantang's killing move approaching, Jiang Sheng no longer dared to be careless. Skill stealth. Activate. Buzz. The next second, Jiang Sheng disappeared from Lu Zhantang's perception. Where are the people? Lu Zhantang was suddenly startled. Jiang Sheng was clearly in front of him just now. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Sheng seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. What kind of body movement is this? No wonder Qingshan lost. Lu Zhantang was a worldly wise man, but he was still shocked by Jiang Sheng's stealth skills. However, he was much stronger than Lu Qingshan. He did not panic, but looked around cautiously, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Sheng who was about to show up. No matter how strong his physical skills are, it is impossible to avoid his sight and perception forever. So Lu Zhantang doesn't believe that Jiang Sheng can hide forever. If that's the case, wouldn't Jiang Sheng be invincible? Skill, instant attack. On. The 5 seconds were up, and Jiang Sheng's stealth skill had finally reached its limit. At this time, Jiang Sheng also came behind Lu Zhantang. He no longer used the 36 return to origin blades because the 36 return to origin blades obviously could not defeat Lu Zhantang, so he could only pin his hopes on instant attack. Even if it means killing Lu Zhantang instantly, he will not hesitate. After all, between his dead friend and me, Jiang Sheng would definitely choose his dead friend. Bang! Jiang Sheng launched a fierce and quick attack, hitting Lu Zhantang on the back, but unfortunately, the quick attack failed. Ding! System prompt. Skill instant attack failed to kill the enemy. Oops! Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Sheng smiled bitterly. The instant attack failed, so the next step would be Lu Zhantang's violent attack. Sure enough, Lu Zhantang turned around quickly and grabbed Jiang Sheng's arm, making it impossible for Jiang Sheng to escape. At the same time, Lu Zhantang opened his mouth and laughed sinisterly. Boy, now I want to see where you can run. Lu Zhantang's smile was extremely vicious, and it made Jiang Sheng's hair stand on end. Jiang Sheng could already conclude that the next move would be Lu Zhantang's fatal blow. Skill rebound on? Helplessly, Jiang Sheng was grabbed by Lu Zhantang's arm and had nowhere to escape. He could only use his skills to rebound at the critical moment, hoping to successfully rebound Lu Zhantang's fatal blow. But Jiang Sheng also understood that the probability of a rebound was too low and unreliable. So, while turning on the skill rebound, Jiang Sheng added all the skill enhancement values to the skill rebound. Although skill enhancement value is important, it is only useful if you are alive. If you can't withstand Lu Zhantang's attack, everything will be in vain. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. The skill rebound enhancement was successful. Success rate 7 out of 100. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. The skill rebound enhancement was successful. Success rate 8 out of 100. Ding! System prompt. All skill enhancement values were added to skill rebound almost instantly, and the success rate of skill rebound also increased from the initial 6 out of 100 to 36 out of 100. Ah, kid, you want to block my attack? You think too much. When Lu Zhantang saw Jiang Sheng raise his hand to try to block his fatal blow, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Is Lu Zhantang's killer move actually that easy to resist? Bang! The powerful palm force pressed down Jiang Sheng's arm and hit Jiang Sheng's chest heavily. Lu Zhantang completed this attack. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. The skill rebound is successful. All the opponent's damage is rebounded. Along with the system prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. His smile was so relaxed and comfortable. Lu Zhantang was wondering. He clearly hit Jiang Sheng, but why was Jiang Sheng smiling so happily? Just as he was confused, he suddenly felt a terrifying force passing through his arm. Piercing palm? How is that possible? Lu Zhantang widened his eyes in horror. He was very familiar with this move. It was a killer move that he never passed on to others. Chapter 34. Lu Qingyun is late. Heart-piercing palm is one of the Lu family's unique skills. Because it is too brutal and will cause either death or injury, it is listed as a forbidden move by the Lu family. No one is allowed to learn it unless with the permission of Lu Guohai. Lu Zhantang is not young anymore and has enough strength. So apart from Lu Guohai, Lu Zhantang is the only one in the Lu family who has mastered the secret technique of the piercing heart palm. However, the Lu family's secret heart-piercing palm was now surging into Lu Zhantang's body like a rushing river. How could he not be shocked? How could he not panic? Bang! Lu Zhantang was not given any chance to figure out what was going on. The terrifying force made him retreat more than 10 steps. With a thud, Lu Zhantang fell heavily to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and he stared in disbelief at Jiang Sheng, who was safe and sound not far away. You, what on earth, poof? He wanted to say something, but the surging blood and energy made him spit out blood again, and his face looked even uglier. Even Jiang Sheng could feel that Lu Zhantang was breathing out more than breathing in. Hiss! So cruel! Jiang Sheng was not in a happy mood right now. He was just secretly feeling thankful. Fortunately, the rebound skill was successful. Otherwise, Lu Zhantang's move would have definitely made him bleed to pieces. Even if he didn't die on the spot, given the extent of Lu Zhantang's injuries, he probably wouldn't be able to survive for a few more days. Thinking of this, Jiang Sheng's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. Lu Zhantang had acted so cruelly, but now he was hit back. It was all his own fault. He deserved it. At the same time, Lu Zhantang's appearance also reminded Jiang Sheng that no matter where he went in the future, he must bring his equipment with him, and he must not leave his cold iron knife and fine steel bow. If Jiang Sheng had the cold iron knife in his hand just now, with the 5 seconds of invisibility, he would definitely have had a chance to kill Lu Zhantang with one blow. Of course, Lu Zhantang mistakenly thought that Jiang Sheng's previous stealth was some kind of amazing physical skill. If he had been vigilant and kept a distance, 5 seconds would not have been enough for Jiang Sheng to complete the counterattack. So, although Jiang Sheng's current skills are very abnormal, their strength is still a little lacking. If he meets a real master, he will definitely be defeated miserably. We still need to continue upgrading. Jiang Sheng frowned and secretly made up his mind that as his level increased, his combat power would naturally increase. At the same time, the skill enhancement value obtained as a system reward can also continuously enhance skills and increase one's life-saving ability. In short, upgrading is the kingly way and strength is the hard truth. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the self-protection mission. The system rewards the skill enhancement value of 20, and the system rewards the strong worship glory value of 20. Host, Jiang Sheng. Level, 4-star Force Warrior. 80 out of 400. Skills, Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 36 out of 100. Instant Strike, proficiency 37. Divine Arrow, proficiency 66. Return to Origin 36 Swords, proficiency 14. enhancement value 0. Equipment, cold iron knife, level 6. Fine steel bow, level 5, enhancement value 33. Glory, the worship of the strong, glory value 36. Just when all kinds of thoughts filled Jiang Sheng's mind, the system prompt sounded again, and the self-protection mission was successful. Call! Jiang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was extremely difficult. If he wasn't careful, he would be doomed. But fortunately, he won in the end. It's not unfair that Qin Shan lost to you. Lu Zhantang finally calmed down the surging energy and blood in his body. He tried hard to act mysterious and act as if he was not injured at all. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Jiang Sheng, who had survived the disaster, "Boy, my Lu family will not pursue the matter of Qin Shan anymore. Let's say goodbye now." Lu Zhantang said this, stood up, and walked out of the school. Although Lu Zhantang acted very calm, Jiang Sheng sneered with disdain. If it wasn't for the system prompt just now, telling him that the self-protection mission was successful, he would really be frightened by Lu Zhantang's appearance. But now, all he could do was sneer and show disdain. If Lu Zhantang no longer had the ability to hunt him down, the system would not have determined that the self-preservation mission was successful. In other words, Lu Zhantang, who seemed to be safe and sound, was actually already at the end of his strength and would never be able to threaten Jiang Sheng again. "Goodbye. I won't see you off." Jiang Sheng sneered in reply, totally disregarding Lu Zhantang's mood at the moment. Lu Zhantang's body trembled slightly. He clenched his teeth. His eyes were red. If he had not been hit by the piercing palm, he would have killed Jiang Sheng even at the risk of his life. Unfortunately, Lu Zhantang suffered the backlash of the skill rebound. He was hit hard by a piercing palm. This palm was enough to take his life, but it would not occur so quickly. However, he would not live for long. In addition to being angry, Lu Zhantang was more frightened and uneasy. Before Jiang Sheng entered the Lu family's vision, the name Jiang Sheng had never appeared in the martial arts world. It was only after fighting with Jiang Sheng that Lu Zhantang realized how terrifying Jiang Sheng was. Jiang Sheng's victory over Lu Qinshan was not accidental, but inevitable. Especially Jiang Sheng's final blow, Lu Zhantang still couldn't figure out the mystery behind it. Why did his piercing palm bounce back? When did such a terrifying move appear in the martial arts world? Could it be that the moves in martial arts novels have been transformed into reality? Lu Zhantang couldn't figure it out, and he stopped thinking about it, because no matter how Jiang Sheng did it, with such combat power, he would definitely be valued by Chen Xingnan. Once Jiang Sheng becomes a promising talent in Chen Xingnan's eyes, even if the Lu family wants to fight back, they will be powerless to reverse the situation. So his magnanimity just now was just an act of helplessness. God wants to destroy my Lu family. Lu Zhantang smiled bitterly in despair. He wouldn't live long. His father Lu Guohai was old, and his son Lu Qinshan had a mental illness because of his defeat to Jiang Sheng. 3 generations of the Lu family had completely ruined their future just to deal with Jiang Sheng, an unknown young man. As for Lu Qinyun, Lu Zhantang had never thought that in the Lu family's concept, his daughter was an outsider, even though Lu Qinyun had good talent. "Dad!" Lu Zhantang had just walked out a short distance when he ran into Lu Qinyun, who was rushing over. She said angrily, "Dad, how could you do such a thing? You don't have the demeanor of a master at all." Lu Qinyun was anxious and sad. She was used by her father Lu Zhantang to lure Jiang Sheng to the big banyan tree by the lake. Without thinking, she knew that her father Lu Zhantang had no good intentions. She was worried that Jiang Sheng had met with an accident. Snort! Facing his daughter Lu Qingyun's questioning, Lu Zhantang snorted coldly and turned a deaf ear to it. "What do you know, woman?" "Dad, how is classmate Jiang? You wouldn't kill him, would you?" Lu Qinyun knew Lu Zhantang's style of doing things, so she was very worried about Jiang Sheng's situation. Crack! Hearing Lu Qinyun mention Jiang Sheng, Lu Zhantang gritted his teeth fiercely. He didn't say anything, just glared at Lu Qinyun and walked away. "Dad!" Lu Qinyun was extremely anxious, but Lu Zhantang had no intention of telling her the result, so Lu Qinyun could only run to the big banyan tree by the lake alone. "Student Jiang, you must not be in any danger. If anything happens to you, I will never forgive myself. As long as you are fine, no matter what you ask for, I will agree to it." "Real?" Lu Qinyun had just run to the big banyan tree by the lake and was looking around for Jiang Sheng. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng came out from behind the tree and looked at Lu Qinyun with a smile. His eyes were full of deep meaning. Chapter 35, The End of the Lu Family, The Beginning of the Chun Family. Student Jiang, are you okay? Lu Qingyun looked at Jiang Sheng in surprise, his face flushed, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Her father Lu Zhantang personally took action, so how come Jiang Sheng looked like he was unharmed? This was too incredible. Jiang Sheng did not answer Lu Qingyun's question, but continued to ask about the previous topic. You just said that as long as I'm fine, you can ask for anything? Does this count? Student Jiang, it's rare for the arrogant Lu Qingyun to suffer a loss. Lu Qingyun stared at Jiang Sheng angrily, wanting to say something, but stopping herself. But after a moment, she raised her head and said, "Of course my words count. I want to see what kind of excessive demands you dare to make, Jiang." Lu Qingyun stared at Jiang Sheng. Although she looked submissive, in fact, her expression clearly said that if Jiang Sheng dared to make unreasonable demands, she would eat him alive. Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Qingyun with a smile. He had to admit that compared with Qingyun, Lu Qingyun did have a unique charm. Compared to Qingyun's social phobia and well-behaved character, the slightly arrogant Lu Qingyun has a stronger sense of conquest. Ahem. Jiang Sheng cleared his throat and then said slowly, "Since you can ask for anything, I want to be friends with Lu. Is this too much to ask?" When Lu Qingyun heard Jiang Sheng's words, she was suddenly stunned. She didn't expect that Jiang Sheng's final request was just to be friends with her. Looking back, although Lu Qingyun had always been unfriendly to Jiang Sheng, from the initial anger and hatred to crying on his shoulder in the gymnasium, unknowingly, Lu Qingyun had begun to consider Jiang Sheng. Especially this time, Lu Qingyun was really anxious, really worried, and really afraid that something might happen to Jiang Sheng. It can be said that in Lu Qingyun's heart, she has long regarded Jiang Sheng as a friend, and the relationship is even further than that of friends. But she was too proud to admit it. "Since you are so sincere, I will be your friend with all my might. However, we can only be ordinary friends. Don't have any unreasonable expectations. I'm not interested in you." As Lu Qingyun spoke, she clenched her fists and warned Jiang Sheng, as if in a demonstrative manner. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, and the system rewards for experience points. Understood. Jiang Sheng didn't say anything, but he was already very happy in his heart. Did Lu Qingyun really have no improper thoughts about him? If not, then what was going on with the favorability? It can only be said that there was a breakthrough, but the relationship between the two had not yet reached that stage. This kind of thing cannot be rushed, so Jiang Sheng is naturally happy to take it slow. As long as he can reach the maximum level of favorability with Lu Qingyun before the end of the world in 28 days, that will be enough. If you're okay, I'll leave. Lu Qingyun didn't want to appear too enthusiastic, so she said something coldly and turned away. Jiang Sheng didn't mind exposing the truth, so he just smiled and left the big banyan tree by the lake. He returned to the dormitory, put on his cold iron knife and fine steel bow, and came to the grove again to continue his upgrading work. In order to prepare for the doomsday in 28 days, Jiang Sheng has no reason to be lazy. Lu family. Zhantang, you really... Lu Guohai felt a pain in his heart when he looked at Lu Zhantang, who was lying on the bed with a pale face. This is his own son, the mainstay of the Lu family. But now, Lu Zhantang is in a weak state, and it seems that he doesn't have much time left. Dad, our Lu family should accept our fate. With Jiang Sheng's talent, Chen Xingnan can't fail to value him. Our Lu family has no chance. Lu Zhantang coughed violently twice and even coughed up blood, but he didn't care. Compared to his own injuries, the future of the Lu family is more important. I know, I understand everything. Lu Guohai let out a long sigh. If he had known this would happen, he would not have fallen out with Jiang Sheng. Because of Qin Yun, they suffered a big setback at Jiang Sheng's hands. Grandson Lu Qingshan had an inner demon, and his son Lu Zhantang was dying. The Lu family, which was already in decline, declined even faster after this incident, and was completely devastated. Dad, how is Qingshan? In his last moments, Lu Zhantang was still worried about his son Lu Qingshan. Ever since Lu Qingshan lost to Jiang Sheng, he was so angry that he wanted to sever ties with the Lu family and has never returned home since then. Lu Guohai shook his head helplessly and said, "You know Qingshan's temper. If he can't figure it out, he won't come back. I hope Qingshan can overcome his inner demon soon." The future of the Liu family rests entirely on his shoulders. Liu Zhantang coughed twice again, and seeing that his face was getting paler and paler, Liu Guohai refused to let Liu Zhantang speak at all and forced him to lie down and rest. As for Jiang Sheng, the Liu family would no longer ask any more questions. Of course, most of them just didn't dare to. They had already suffered such a big setback. If they suffered another setback at the hands of Jiang Sheng, then their Liu family would be too stupid. Chun Wu Guildhall. Is the news accurate? Is Liu Zhantang really seriously injured by Jiang Sheng and will not live long? Chun Xingnan looked at Chun Fong with surprise. She found it a little hard to believe the news Chun Fong had just reported. Director, the news is absolutely true. The people we planted in the Liu family saw Liu Zhantang vomiting blood with their own eyes. Chun Fong was also surprised. If Jiang Sheng defeating Liu Qingshan was a surprise, then Jiang Sheng defeating Liu Zhantang was a shock. Liu Zhantang is the backbone of the Liu family. Although his strength is not as good as Chun Xingnan, he is definitely not weak. Jiang Sheng's ability is evident from the fact that he was able to severely injure Liu Zhantang to the point of vomiting blood and to put Liu Zhantang's life in jeopardy. Director, Jiang Sheng is a bit mysterious. According to the reply from our people in the Liu family, what Liu Zhantang hit was the Liu family's unique martial art, the heart-piercing palm. In our martial arts world, no one else except the Liu family can perform such a sinister move. It's quite interesting. Chun Xingnan nodded. The Liu family's heart-piercing palm was well known in the martial arts world. The fact that Jiang Sheng could make Liu Zhantang hit by was definitely not just a matter of natural talent. After thinking for a while, Chun Xingnan looked at the sunset outside the window and said lazily, "How about this? Let Yuner bring Jiang Sheng to my Chun family tomorrow." Ah! Chun Fong was slightly startled and said in surprise, "Director, so you accepted him?" Chun Xingnan chuckled and responded, "Didn't I say it? As long as he can solve the trouble of the Liu family, I will agree to his relationship with Yuner. Now that the Liu family has lost two masters, as long as the Liu family is not stupid, they will naturally not compete with Jiang Sheng anymore. Since Jiang Sheng has done what I asked, I should also honor my original promise. However, whether he can get the approval of the elders of my Chun family is not my business. Qin Yun is the only girl in the Qin family, and has always been loved by everyone. Not to mention the elders, even the brothers and sisters of the same generation are very distressed. Jiang Sheng wants to get the recognition of the Qin family, but it is a long way to go, and it is not easy. Chapter 36 Glory. Unyielding. Hands up. The knife falls. Hands up. The knife falls. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 2-star zombie flying poisonous spider. The system rewards 3 experience points and plus 1 proficiency of the return to Origin 36 swords. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a 1-star zombie earthworm. The system rewards 1 experience point and plus 1 proficiency in the return to Origin 36 blades. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host. Host. Jiang Sheng. Level. 4-star Force Warrior, 260/400. Skills, Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 36 out of 100. Instant Strike, proficiency 50. Divine Arrow, proficiency 77. Return to Origin 36 swords, proficiency 56. Enhancement value 14. Equipment. Cold Iron Knife, level 6. Fine Steel Bow, level 5. Enhancement value 33. Glory. The Worship of the Strong, glory value 36. One after another, system prompts sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind. Jiang Sheng's skill proficiency was constantly improving, and his experience points were also increasing. Sometimes he could even gain system skill enhancement points. But even so, Jiang Sheng couldn't be happy at all, because there were fewer and fewer zombies for him to kill in the grove. We must find a new leveling spot. If we stay in the school woods, I'm afraid we won't get any bigger rewards. Jiang Sheng frowned. In order to quickly improve his strength, the school grove could no longer satisfy him. So, after sweeping away the zombies in the school woods, Jiang Sheng went straight back to the dormitory. He lay on the bed, turned on his phone, and looked for a suitable leveling point on the mobile map. After searching for a long time, Jiang Sheng felt that only Hongshan Park in the suburbs met his needs. Hongshan Park covers a large enough area with abundant flora and fauna. Relatively speaking, the probability of zombie animals appearing will be higher, and there will be more high-level zombie animals. Now Jiangsheng is already a 4-star warrior. If he continues to kill low-level zombies, the gains will be very small. He must increase the level of zombies he kills. The system bug can only be exploited before the doomsday. Once the doomsday comes, Jiangsheng will never have the chance to enjoy such a convenient system bug again. After determining the leveling location, Jiangsheng fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he took some dry food and equipment and headed straight for Hongshan Park in the suburbs. As for today's class, whoever likes it can take it. There are only 27 days left before the end of the world. Class? What class? If you have that time, you might as well brush up on your level. Because Jiangsheng was going to Hongshan Park to level up today, and today was Monday, and everyone had classes, so he didn't bother Lu Kai and took the subway to Hongshan Park alone. Under normal circumstances, taking the subway is nothing, but today, after the activation of the Doomsday system, the nature of taking the subway is very different. Ding! System prompt, warning. Warning. There is a wave of zombies ahead. Please hide as soon as possible. Hide as soon as possible. Ding! System prompt, warning. Warning. There is a wave of zombies ahead. Please hide as soon as possible. Hide as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded again and again in Jiangsheng's mind, asking Jiangsheng to leave the subway station as soon as possible, but Jiangsheng remained unmoved. In front of Jiangsheng's eyes, it was a crowded crowd during rush hour. If it were doomsday, it would definitely be a terrifying tide of zombies. Just the densely packed crowds of people were enough to make one's scalp tingle. Unfortunately, it is not the end of the world yet. In Jiangsheng's eyes, it is just a crowd of workers going to work. There is nothing to be afraid of. Ignoring the repeated warnings from the system prompts, Jiangsheng walked towards the subway station with unwavering steps. He passed through security check, boarded the crowded subway, and headed to Hongshan Park with the elderly men and women. The uncles and aunts go there to exercise, while Jiangsheng goes there to upgrade himself. Glancing at the densely packed elderly men and women on the subway, Jiangsheng gulped and swallowed nervously, his eyes full of helplessness and bitterness. Your uncle is still your uncle, and your aunt is still your aunt after all. These elderly uncles are actually half of them are 5-star or above humans or zombies. The aunties are even scarier. Almost half of them are 6-star or above humans or zombies. Compared to young people, the fighting power of these old men and women after the apocalypse is even more terrifying, whether as humans or zombies. Jiangsheng usually reads jokes online that say that the physical fitness of old men and women is 100 times stronger than that of young people. He has always thought it was a joke, but after reading it today, he realized that maybe it was not a joke, but just a helpless ridicule of young people. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for bravely facing the zombie tide. The system rewards 10 experience points, and the system rewards glory. Unyielding. Unyielding. Personal glory. When the host is in a desperate situation, there is a certain probability that the unyielding glory can be triggered and the anti-kill attribute can be activated. Note, the probability of successfully activating the unyielding glory is related to the glory value, and the current glory value is 1. Is it still possible to play like this? Jiangsheng, who was originally feeling emotional, was startled by the sudden system prompt sound. But when he checked the system prompts, a happy smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that taking the subway could bring him great honor. This subway ride was not in vain. In order to gain unyielding glory, Jiangsheng changed subways several times and walked around in the crowded carriages. Hard work pays off. Jiangsheng earned 6 points of indomitable glory during a morning rush hour. Finally, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiangsheng arrived at Hongshan Park smoothly. On Monday, there were almost no people in Hongshan Park except for the elderly, who came there for a walk and exercise. So, after Jiangsheng climbed up the mountain, it was quite quiet. Apart from the zombie animals and the system prompt sound, he hardly ran into any people. Ding! System prompt, be careful. Be careful. There is a 4-star zombie evil rhinoceros beetle ahead. Please prepare for battle. A familiar system prompt sounded in Jiangsheng's mind, making him feel happy. As he expected, the level of zombie animals in Hongshan Park was indeed high enough. As soon as he went up the mountain, he ran into a 4-star zombie evil rhinoceros beetle. Jiangsheng didn't waste any time and decisively pulled out the cold iron knife. Hands up! The knife falls. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 4-star zombie evil rhinoceros beetle. The system rewards 8 experience points and +2 proficiency of the Return to Origin 36 swords. Not bad. Compared to the pitiful experience points rewarded by the system before, killing high-level zombies is indeed a rich reward. So Jiang Sheng, holding the cold iron knife, sneaked into the wild road in the mountains with even greater excitement. There would definitely be more zombie animals there. Along the way, Jiang Sheng was working hard to gain experience and level up until the system prompt sounded again. Ding! System prompt. There is a 3-star beast-fanged rabbit ahead. The host can tame it. A beast? Jiang Sheng's eyes lit up, and he was immediately delighted. He had not expected that there would be a beast-taming thing before the doomsday, which would come in 27 days. Chapter 37, 2-star beast tamer. Jiang Sheng was surprised and began to look for the so-called 3-star beast-fanged rabbit in the grass in front of him. Finally, he found out it was a cute white hare, which was gnawing on some unknown grass stems with its sharp teeth. Call. The cute white hare seemed to have heard something, stopped what it was doing, and began to look around vigilantly. Whoosh! I don't know whether the white hare discovered Jiang Sheng, but in any case, it ran away without any explanation. Oops! Jiang Sheng thought to himself that something was not good. When he just discovered the white hare, he had already activated the stealth skill in time. But unfortunately, the white hare was too vigilant. Even though it did not discover Jiang Sheng, it sensed that something was wrong around it and ran away immediately. Chase! This was the first beast Jiang Sheng had seen. Although it was not of a high level and was a sharp-toothed rabbit, it didn't sound very powerful, but it was a beginning. Everything is difficult at the beginning. You need an opportunity to develop a new path. So Jiang Sheng stopped hiding and started chasing after the white hare. If it were any other time, Jiang Sheng would be completely left behind by the white hare after just a few steps, and he would lose it. But things are different now. Jiang Sheng is now a 4-star warrior. His strength, speed, and physical fitness are far beyond what they were before. Chase a little rabbit without being left behind. Jiang Sheng followed the white rabbit over a ridge and came to a valley in Hongshan Park. From a distance, Jiang Sheng saw a house. Does this rabbit have an owner? Jiang Sheng frowned. If the rabbit was already owned, he would have to sell it if he wanted it. But whether the other party was willing to buy it was another matter. Just as Jiang Sheng expected, when he caught up, the white hare had already run into the house and consciously got into the rabbit cage, hugging the carrots inside and starting to eat them with relish. As for Jiang Sheng, who was standing at the door of the house, the white rabbit didn't even look at him. Jiang Sheng felt helpless as he looked at the white hare that didn't take him seriously at all. He was just about to step into the house to meet the owner, but the next second, a series of system prompts made Jiang Sheng completely dumbfounded. Ding! System prompt. There is a 2-star beast gray wolf ahead. The host can tame it. Ding! System prompt. There is a 5-star beast, the 7-step snake, ahead. The host can tame it. Ding! System prompt. There is a 3-star beast human-speaking parrot ahead. The host can tame it. System notification sounds rang out one after another, causing Jiang Sheng to open his eyes wide in disbelief. He never imagined that there would be so many ferocious beasts in the buildings inside such a small park. Moreover, they were all ferocious beasts. Not a single one was a zombie. If there were a few zombie animals among the wild beasts, Jiang Sheng could still understand it as a coincidence. All this was just the result of the owner of the house liking to keep animals in captivity. But looking at those ferocious beasts, Jiang Sheng knew in his heart that this was definitely not a coincidence. The owner of this house must be a very extraordinary person. I don't know if the other party has activated the doomsday system like me. It was too much of a coincidence. It wasn't that Jiang Sheng didn't believe it, but the probability of raising a bunch of ferocious beasts was too low as the probability of ghosts existing in this world. Xiaowu, someone is coming. Just when Jiang Sheng was shocked by the scene in front of him, the 3-star beast human-speaking parrot spoke, and from what it said, it seemed to be calling the owner of the house. Sure enough, as soon as the parrot finished speaking, a girl wearing a floral apron walked out of the house. She looks a bit like a country girl, but the youthful liveliness in her eyes and the priceless earrings and necklace prove that she only looks like a country girl, and she has nothing to do with her. Xiaowu, someone is coming. The human language parrot is still calling. Got it, you talkative parrot. Xiaowu rolled his eyes at the human talking parrot, then walked towards Jiang Sheng at the door with a smile. Her youthful appearance and pretty face really caught people's attention. Although she looked a bit like a country girl, she had a different kind of beauty. Hello, my name is Yang Xiaowu. You must have lost your way in the park. Just follow this road down the mountain, and you will reach the park trail in 20 minutes at most. Yang Xiaowu thought Jiang Sheng was lost, so as soon as they met, he showed Jiang Sheng the way down the mountain. Unfortunately, Jiang Sheng was not lost, but came here on purpose. Jiang Sheng looked at the girl in front of him who looked like a country girl, but was extremely charming, with a complicated look in his eyes, because when Yang Xiaowu walked out of the house, the system prompt sound informed him of Yang Xiaowu's background. Ding! System prompt. 2-star Beastmaster appears. Host, please form an alliance as soon as possible. Beast Tamer. A rare attribute that can control wild beasts. At the same time, it can tame and upgrade wild beasts. To be honest, Jiang Sheng was a little envious. He finally understood that taming wild beasts was not so easy, but Yang Xiaowu had rare attributes. Yang Xiaowu saw that Jiang Sheng did not leave, but kept staring at her without saying anything, which made her feel depressed and unhappy. But Yang Xiaowu was well-mannered and did not get angry. He kept smiling. Instead, the human language parrot behind him could not stand it anymore. Pervert! Pervert! Stop looking at me. You are too low class. Xiaowu doesn't like you. Stop talking. Yang Xiaowu turned around and glared at the human-speaking parrot. It turned out that the human-speaking parrot was quite human-like. After being scolded by Yang Xiaowu, it immediately shut up. Jiang Sheng scratched his head in embarrassment. He also realized that he had just stared at Yang Xiaowu, which was a bit too much. So he smiled bitterly and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it just now. Ding. System prompt. There is a 9-star beast chilling ahead. Please avoid it immediately. Jiang Sheng, who was apologizing to Yang Xiaowu, was startled by the system prompt sound that suddenly appeared in his mind. 9-star beast? Chilin? Facing the legendary beast, Jiang Sheng looked behind Yang Xiaowu with curiosity, but all he saw was a little kitten. How could the ferocious beast, the Qilin, be there? Ding! System prompt. The 9-star beast Qilin is approaching. Please get out of the way immediately. Get out of the way immediately. Is that it? Jiang Sheng blinked and looked at the little kitten that walked to Yang Xiaowu's feet and was held in Yang Xiaowu's arms lovingly. The expression on his face was somewhat interesting. It's too terrifying that a little kitten actually has the blood of a Qilin and can awaken after the end of the world. The most terrifying thing is that this 9-star beast Qilin was tamed by a 2-star Beastmaster. Jiang Sheng understood in an instant how terrifying rare attributes are. Gulp! Jiang Sheng looked at the little kitten acting coquettishly in Yang Xiaowu's arms. He wanted it. Chapter 38. Kirin Kitten got it. Do you like animals, too? When Yang Xiaowu saw Jiang Sheng was halfway through his apology, he turned his gaze to the little kitten in his arms, and his eyes were shining, and he couldn't take his eyes away. He subconsciously thought that Jiang Sheng was also a person who liked small animals. Yes. Jiang Sheng came to his senses instantly after hearing Yang Xiaowu shout. He suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to calm himself down. Of course, he wanted the 9-star beast Qilin, but he couldn't show too much enthusiasm. Otherwise, not only would he scare the kitten, but he would also probably scare Yang Xiaowu. After all, not everyone can see that this little kitten is extraordinary. I was attracted by that little rabbit just now. I didn't expect that you raised it, and you raised so many of them. As Jiang Sheng spoke, he looked up at the various cages around the house. There were many animals in them. All of them were ferocious beasts of various levels. If the end of the world comes in 27 days, Yang Xiaowu will surely be able to make a name for himself with these ferocious beasts. Oh! Yang Xiaowu nodded in sudden realization. The house she lived in Hongshan Park was her family's ancestral home. Because the Yang family had a high enough status, even when the park was built, the ancestral home of the Yang family was preserved, and the road leading to the ancestral home was deliberately built to be very hidden to reduce disturbance from outsiders. No wonder Jiang Sheng could find this place. If he followed the little white rabbit, everything would be explained. If you like, I can give Xiaobai to you. Yang Xiaowu was very generous and wanted to give the little white rabbit to Jiang Sheng right away. If at the beginning, Jiang Sheng only saw the 3-star beast-fanged rabbit, he would definitely be very happy and pleased. But now, after seeing the 9-star beast Qilin, the 3-star beast sharp-fanged rabbit is no longer attractive. Jiang Sheng quickly waved his hands and said, No, a gentleman does not take away what others love. Besides, it is somewhat inappropriate to keep rabbits in school. Jiang Sheng said no, but his eyes were always on the kitten. His intention and eyes were clear and direct enough. Hypocrite! Hypocrite! At this time, the human-speaking parrot spoke again. It seemed to be too human-like, and even knew how to laugh at Jiang Sheng. "Shut up!" Yang Xiaowu glared at the parrot angrily. She could also see that Jiang Sheng was not really thinking what he said, but it was still very rude to mock others so bluntly. With an awkward smile, Yang Xiaowu slowly handed the kitten in his arms to Jiang Sheng. "I see you like it very much. It may not be possible to raise a rabbit in school, but it should not be a problem to raise a cat. Thank you." This time, without waiting for Yang Xiaowu to say the words, "This is for Jiang Sheng," Jiang Sheng impatiently held the kitten in his arms, as if he was afraid that Yang Xiaowu would be unhappy. Yang Xiaowu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. He was afraid that he would have no choice but to send her off now. In the end, Yang Xiaowu really gave the kitten, which was a 9-star beast qilin, to Jiang Sheng. After the two added their contact information, Jiang Sheng happily carried the kitten down the mountain. The biggest gain from Jiang Sheng's trip to Hongshan Park was not the number of zombie animals he killed, nor the improvement in his skill proficiency and experience points, but the little kitten in his arms. A 9-star beast. Even if the end of the world comes for the little kitten in 27 days, and its bloodline awakens, it won't have much combat power, but it will definitely be worthwhile to keep it. Being able to grow into a 9-star being, one can understand the value of it with just their toes. Xiaowu, I'm sorry. I owe you today. I will definitely repay you if I have the chance in the future. After coming down the mountain, Jiang Sheng looked back in the direction of the Yang family's ancestral home, feeling somewhat apologetic. After all, it was the 9-star beast he got from Yang Xiaowu. No matter what, Jiang Sheng owed Yang Xiaowu a favor. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely pay it back. There are still 27 days until the end of the world. If you want to repay this favor, there is still a chance. On the mountain, in the yard of the ancestral home, Yang Xiaowu was chatting with a human-speaking parrot. The human-speaking parrot really understood human nature. At this moment, it was complaining, "Xiaowu, why did you give the little qilin to that pervert?" It was obvious that the pervert saw the potential of the little qilin. Yang Xiaowu rolled his eyes at the parrot speechlessly and reminded him, "My name is Jiang Sheng, not pervert. As for the little qilin, it's a pity, but there are only 27 days left until the prophecy on the heavenly monument. I think Jiang Sheng has great potential, and using the little qilin to build a relationship is a good choice. If there is a need in the future for the sake of little qilin, he will not sit idly by and watch him die." It turned out that Yang Xiaowu had planned this long ago. Giving away the kitten was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, nor was it done out of face. "Snort!" The human-speaking parrot sneered disdainfully. "Is he worthy of exchanging the little unicorn for a huge favor? I don't believe he can achieve much in the future. Then, let's just wait and see." Yang Xiao was not angry either. She had always been very confident in her vision. She is very good at judging animals, and she believes that she is equally good at judging people. Little qilin is gone. What should we do if the prophecy on the heavenly monument comes true in 27 days? The human-speaking parrot reminded Yang Xiaowu at this time. Yang Xiaowu smiled, blinked, looked at the human-speaking parrot, and said, "Even if Xiao Qilin is gone, don't we still have you?" "Me? Don't give me that. If the prophecy on the heavenly monument really comes true, I won't help you. I'm an old man now, and I don't want to see another phoenix crying to the 9th heaven." The human-speaking parrot turned its head and rejected Yang Xiaowu's request in a very human way. Yang Xiaowu was not angry and turned back to the house. Although little qilin was taken away by Jiang Sheng, little Qilin's sisters and brothers were still there. Although they were far less talented than little Qilin, they were not ordinary people either. If taken good care of, they will still be a force that cannot be underestimated in the future. NCU Lecture Hall. Today, we heard that a new teacher was coming to teach, so all the students came in unison, for fear that the new teacher would suddenly call on their names. New teacher? Is he an old professor who was rehired by the school? I hate those stubborn old teachers the most. They call the roll every day and make me unable to sleep well. Idiot, you are totally uninformed. I asked my advisor, and he said she is a newly graduated PhD student, and she is a beauty. Dr. Beauty, listen to what you are saying. Is there such a possibility in the world? You are prejudiced against PhD students. The students were chatting and were all very curious about the new teacher. Squeak! The classroom door opened, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, a girl with clear eyes walked in. She was dressed in a professional suit and looked exceptionally beautiful. She is Zhou. Wow! The moment Zhou appeared, the whole classroom was boiling. She is so beautiful. She is the most beautiful teacher I have ever seen in the Chinese department, no doubt about it. Zhou Yu's clear eyes swept across the lecture hall, and finally, she frowned and said, "Where's Jiang Sheng? Why didn't he come to class?" Chapter 39, Upgrading the 5-Star Berserker. Grass. Why is it him again? I've already felt envy and jealousy. Now all I have left is hatred. The students were originally extremely excited, but when they heard the new beautiful teacher Zhou Yu's first thing and the first sentence she said in class was to look for Jiang Sheng, the male students immediately became envious and jealous. After all, the affairs between Jiang Sheng, Qin Yun, and Lu Qingyun had already caused quite a stir in the school, and Jiang Sheng had long been considered a prominent figure in Nanjing University. Now it seems that the beautiful teacher Zhou Yu has also fallen into Jiang Sheng's arms. If the boys are not envious, jealous, and hateful, then they have something wrong with their hearts. Zhou Yu ignored the boys' wailing. She came to Nanjing University with a mission and purpose, and it was impossible for her to take everyone's feelings into consideration. Zhou Yu looked around and confirmed that Jiang Sheng did not come to class. Then she turned her gaze to Qin Yun and said, "Qin, do you know where Jiang Sheng went?" Qin Yun, who had been sitting in the last row with her head down and not daring to communicate with others, was called by Zhou Yu at this time. She had to raise her head embarrassedly and whispered, "Classmate Jiang went to Hongshan Park." Sure enough, Qin Yun knew Jiang Sheng's whereabouts very well. "I'm so sad. The goddess and Jiang Sheng have already developed to this point, and even her whereabouts are so clear." The moment Qin Yun revealed Jiang Sheng's whereabouts, the boys started complaining and wailing again. Qin Yun knew Jiang Sheng so well, so they must have a close relationship. All the boys also understood that they had no chance. Zhou Yu frowned, not understanding for a moment why Jiang Sheng was going to Hongshan Park. Suddenly, Zhou Yu's eyes lit up and she murmured softly, "Hongshan Park? Could it be?" Zhou Yu instantly remembered that there was an old house of the Yang family above Hongshan Park, and that the eldest daughter of the Yang family lived there. I never thought that Jiang Sheng would actually reach out to the Yang family. Zhou Yu's eyes looked clear and pure on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. Her evaluation of Jiang Sheng could not help but rise to a higher level. Think about it. Jiang Sheng was surrounded by 2 8-star queens, Qin Yun and Lu Qingyun, and now there is a direct daughter of the Yang family. This is not just a matter of defying the will of heaven. It is simply a perverted level of terror. However, although Zhou Yu's mind was full of various thoughts, her eyes were still as clear as ever. She looked at Qin Yun and said with a smile, "Classmate Qin, please tell classmate Jiang that you still have to come back for class. Especially after you come back, come find me and explain the reason for skipping class." Oh! Qin Yun naturally didn't understand why Zhou Yu cared so much about Jiang Sheng. She didn't think much about it and just sent a message to Jiang Sheng to explain Zhou Yu's intentions. At the same time, she also looked at Zhou Yu secretly and cautiously, thinking to herself, why does teacher Zhou care so much about Jiang? Could it be that she is also... Student Jiang, you are too popular, aren't you? You have student Lu in front and teacher Zhou behind. Being friends with you is not a worry at all. I really don't know how many outstanding girls will be around you in the future. Ding! System prompt. The host has caused the sorrow of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is -1, 49/100, and the system deducts 2 experience points. Jiang Sheng, who was walking down the mountain and fighting monsters to level up, was startled by the system prompt sound in his mind. He didn't do anything, but the system deducted 1 point from his favorability with Qin Yun and also deducted 2 points from his experience points. This made Jiang Sheng, who was about to upgrade, temporarily slow down his pace. Level: 4-star Force Warrior, 398/400. Skills: Stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound success rate 36/100. Instant Strike, proficiency 60. Arrow of the Gods, proficiency 88. Return to the Origin 36 Swords, proficiency 80. Enhancement value 20. Equipment: Cold Iron Knife, level 6. Fine Steel Bow, level 5. Enhancement value 33. Glory: Adoration of the Strong, glory value 36. Unyielding, glory value 6. Seeing that the upgrade failed, Jiang Sheng was not sad. After all, there were plenty of zombie bugs on Hongshan Mountain, and he could upgrade successfully with just a few moves. Moreover, the proficiency of the skills Instant Strike, Divine Arrow, and Return to Origin 36 Swords has increased rapidly, and the skill enhancement value has reached 20 points. These gains are what really satisfy him. Especially the little kitten in his arms. It is his favorite. This little kitten may be the future 9-star Qilin. Although it is just a tabby cat cub now, it has demonstrated impressive fighting power. There were several times when Jiang Sheng was about to kill the zombie mice. The little kitten acted quickly and caught the zombie mice before Jiang Sheng succeeded. As expected, the tabby cat is the leader among Chinese rural cats. It is really great. No wonder it has the blood of the unicorn. Ding dong! Just when Jiang Sheng was wondering why the favorability between him and Qin Yun had decreased, he received a message from Qin Yun, and he suddenly realized it. Hey, this girl must be jealous again. Jiang Sheng smiled helplessly. Qin Yun was good in every way except that she got jealous easily. But it was okay. Although Qin Yun's jealousy would reduce his favorability and deduct experience points, the amount deducted was not much each time. If he went back to coax her, he would get more as a reward. Knowing that Qin Yun was jealous, Jiang Sheng immediately replied to Qin Yun and expressed his longing for her in his words. After a few sweet words, the cheerful system prompt sound immediately rang in Jiang Sheng's mind again. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, 51/100. The system rewards 6 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, 53/100. The system rewards 6 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations. In the blink of an eye, the favorability between Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun rose to 55, and Jiang Sheng also gained 18 experience points. In this way, Jiang Sheng can successfully complete the upgrade targets. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum experience level. The host level has begun to upgrade. Ding! System prompt. Host level is upgrading. Please wait. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to a 5-star Berserker. Level. 5-star Berserker. 16/500. Skills. Stealth. Duration 5 seconds. Rebound success rate 36/100. Instant strike proficiency 60. Arrow of the Gods, proficiency 88. Return to the origin 36 swords, proficiency 80. Enhancement value 20. Equipment. Cold Iron Knife, level 6. Fine Steel Bow, level 5. Enhancement value 33. Glory. Adoration of the Strong, glory value 36. Unyielding, glory value 6. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Sheng successfully completed the promotion, which also allowed Jiang Sheng to discover a new system BUG. That is, to improve the favorability between himself and Qin Yun. Lowering the favorability will only deduct 2 experience points, but gaining favorability can increase 3 experience points. This deal is very cost-effective. If one day you can't find a good way to level up, simply having an emotional drama with Qin Yun can also increase your experience points. As expected of Jiang Sheng's favorite experience baby, Qin Yun is really great. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to a 5-star Berserker and successfully opening the system's high-level upgrade reward function. System rewards are being prepared. Please wait. Chapter 40. Encounter with a 7-star Warlock. High-level upgrade bonus function? Jiang Sheng, who was figuring out a system bug, was startled by the sudden system prompt sound in his mind. The system has been open for so long, and this is the first time he has enjoyed the system upgrade reward. Of course, this was mainly because his previous level was too low and he was not able to trigger the system's high-level upgrade reward function. But from now on, every time he upgrades, it will be a high-level upgrade and system rewards are inevitable. Surprised, Jiang Sheng waited with anticipation. He wanted to see what the system's upgrade rewards would be. Soon after, the system prompt sound came as expected. Ding! System prompt. System high-level upgrade rewards have been issued. Please check it out. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward skill. Copy. Copy. Exclusive skill. Can copy any skill of the opponent. Note. Does not include rare talent skills, special exclusive skills, etc. When Jiang Sheng heard the system prompt sound in his mind, his eyes suddenly lit up. Copying the opponent's skills is a good method and can be very effective at critical moments. Although it cannot copy rare talent skills and special exclusive skills, it is enough. The only thing that made Jiangsheng feel uncomfortable was the clearly visible words cannot be strengthened behind the copy skill. The inability to upgrade skills has somewhat taken away some of the fun, but the copying skills are already incredibly powerful, and if they are further strengthened, it may become a system bug, which is understandable. After putting away the cold iron knife and picking up the kitten, Jiangsheng prepared to leave Hongshan Park and return to school. After all, Zhouyu wants to see me, and she is a Type 0 human, so I must take her seriously. As for Hongshan Park, Jiangsheng will definitely come back when he has time. It is simply a paradise for upgrades and much more comfortable than the school woods. On the way down the mountain, Jiangsheng met a young man in casual clothes walking towards the mountain. The other party is of noble bearing and looks quite handsome. Although he is not wearing any gold or silver, one can tell from his temperament that he is definitely the child of a wealthy family and is definitely not an ordinary person. If it was just an ordinary person, no matter how rich he was, Jiangsheng would not even look at him twice. However, the system prompt in his mind made him involuntarily look at the other person twice more. Ding! System prompt. A 7-star warlock is coming ahead. Please form an alliance with him. Warlock. A person of special profession, the inheritor of Chinese magic. The corners of Jiangsheng's mouth trembled. The word sorcerer, coupled with the introduction of the inheritor of Chinese magic, immediately caused a storm in Jiangsheng's heart. He knew that since his ancestors could create a civilization that was far superior to their contemporaries and allow Chinese civilization to continue uninterrupted, they were definitely not superstitious people. Think about it, there is no so-called unified belief in gods in China. People have always believed in whatever gods are effective. So there is an old saying in China that there are no idol gods in China. In such a historical context, it is somewhat hard to understand why our ancestors were superstitious about alchemy. After all, if it didn't work, how could the character of our ancestors allow the profession of sorcerer to exist for a long time? So, it's not that our ancestors were ignorant and superstitious, but that the good things our ancestors believed in could not benefit ordinary people. Just as Jiangsheng was looking at the young sorcerer, the young man was also looking at Jiangsheng. There was something wrong with the way he looked at Jiangsheng, especially when he saw the little kitten in Jiangsheng's arms. His brows furrowed, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Stop! The young sorcerer took a step forward and stood directly in front of Jiangsheng. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Jiangsheng looked at the young warlock in confusion. Although the other party belonged to a special profession, he did not have special talents. Jiangsheng was still able to copy the other party's skills, so he did not have too much fear in his heart. Why did you steal the little Qilin? The young sorcerer stared at the kitten in Jiangsheng's arms. It was obvious that he also knew the kitten and must be familiar with Yang Xiaowu. Steal! Jiangsheng curled his lips. He looked so handsome and upright. How could he be a thief? It must be said that the young warlock looked down on others. So, Jiangsheng replied with some anger in his words. Who said I stole it? This was given to me by Xiaowu. The young sorcerer smiled coldly, stared at Jiangsheng with disdain, and said slowly, Xiaowu gave it to you? Are you kidding? Young Xiaohe? I am Xiao Zhouxin. I know the value of this little Qilin better than you do. It's simply a daydream to ask Xiaowu to give it to you. Besides, as Xiaowu's cousin, why haven't I met you before? If you are not familiar with Xiaowu, would Xiaowu give you little Qilin? Are you kidding me? Yang Xiaowu made his identity clear directly. As Yang Xiaowu's cousin and a member of the Yang family, he knew very well the value of little Qilin. Even after he had begged Xiaowu so many times, he still couldn't get Xiaowu to give little Qilin to him. Now Xiaowu gave little Qilin to an outsider. He didn't believe it. Cousin? Jiangsheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Yang Xiaohe was actually Yang Xiaowu's family member. Now he understood why the other party knew the kitten and why he looked so different. It seems that the entire Yang family is no ordinary family. Jiangsheng didn't say anything more. He took out his phone, pointed at Xiaowu's contact information, and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Xiaowu's cousin, but I definitely didn't lie. The kitten was given to me by Xiaowu, not stolen by me. Yang Xiao looked at Yang Xiaowu's contact information in Jiangsheng's phone and couldn't help but frown, because Yang Xiaowu generally would not give his contact information to a stranger. Since Jiangsheng has Yang Xiaowu's contact information, it proves that Jiangsheng's words are mostly credible. In addition, Yang Xiao suddenly remembered that the ancestor had been in the mountain. It might be possible to steal other small animals raised by Xiaowu, but it was impossible to steal the little Qilin. Without the ancestor's permission, No one can take the little Qilin away from Hongshan. It seems to be true. Yang Xiao frowned. He had begged for so long, but failed to persuade Xiao Wu to give the little Qilin to him. In the end, he gave it to an outsider. He is so angry. If you don't believe me, I can contact Xiao Wu right now and ask her to explain the situation to you. Jiang Sheng replied decisively. Seeing Yang Xiao's expression changing again and again, but he didn't refute, he immediately understood that Yang Xiao must have believed what he said. So Jiang Sheng said, "If everything is fine, can I leave now?" Having said that, Jiang Sheng was about to bypass Yang Xiao and leave. However, Jiang Sheng had just taken a few steps when he was stopped again by Yang Xiao. "You can't leave. At least you can't take little Qilin with you. Little Qilin belongs to our Yang family, and Xiao Wu can't make the decision alone. If you must leave, then please, get my approval." Chapter 41. Copying Skills to Achieve Great Success. Yang Xiao stared at Jiang Sheng angrily. He also knew that what he said just now was a bit too much. The little Qilin was obviously bred by Xiao Wu alone, but he insisted that it belonged to the Yang family, which was somewhat shameless. However, for the sake of little Qilin, Yang Xiao would rather be shameless. So many years had passed, and Xiao Wu had finally cultivated a rare beast like the little Qilin. If he just let Jiang Sheng take it away so easily, Yang Xiao would never forgive himself. Seeing the little Qilin fall into someone else's pocket, Yang Xiao felt really distressed. "Your approval?" Jiang Sheng frowned. He didn't expect that Yang Xiao, the inheritor of magic, would actually act like a rogue. But then he thought, what he was holding in his arms was the 9-star beast Qilin. Anyone would be moved, right? "Yes, if you let me recognize your strength, I will let you take the little Qilin away. Otherwise, forget it." Yang Xiao's attitude was also very clear. He did not disagree with Jiang Sheng taking the little Qilin away, but he did not agree with an ordinary outsider taking the little Qilin away. The status of their Yang family is not simple. From their ancestors to the present, they have always been in a superior position. In 27 days, it will be the day predicted by the heavenly monument. There is no problem in using the little Qilin to make allies. The problem is that the allies must be valuable enough. If he is a loser, then it would be a waste of emotion to make friends with him using little Qilin. In that case, thank you very much. Seeing this, Jiang Sheng didn't say anything more and directly pulled out the cold iron knife from behind. A martial artist? Yang Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw Jiang Sheng drawing his sword. In the Chinese system, there is a visible chain of contempt. Families like their Yang family, which have inherited magic skills, have always looked down on people in the martial arts world, believing that they are all reckless men. Although it must be admitted that people in the martial arts world are more likely to achieve success and have more masters, but as long as a person with outstanding talent is born in the magic field, it will crush the martial arts world. Coincidentally, Yang Xiao was the inheritor of a magical skill with extraordinary talent, so his contempt was reasonable and well-founded. "I'm afraid of you. I can't afford to lose." Yang Xiao smiled contemptuously, then took out 7 or 8 talismans from his arms, stuck them on his body, and went straight to kill Jiang Sheng. The magic school has always been suppressing the martial arts school, so Yang Xiao didn't think Jiang Sheng had any chance of winning. This move, when Jiang Sheng saw Yang Xiao put up the talisman, his face suddenly turned bitter. He just tried to secretly activate the copy skill, but unfortunately, talismans are an exclusive skill of the magic lineage, and he cannot copy them. Moreover, even if he can copy them, he should copy to make talismans instead of using them. Unless Jiang Sheng also has the talisman on him, it would be almost a pipe dream to copy this skill. Bang, bang, bang. I have to say that the magic lineage is indeed powerful. Yang Xiao, who has talismans attached to him, has unparalleled speed and strength. Even under Jiang Sheng's endless 36 return to origin swords, he can still handle it with ease. "My friend, it seems you can't do it." Yang Xiao dealt with Jiang Sheng's 36 return to origin swords with ease and like a fish in water. He even had time to tease Jiang Sheng. This instantly aroused Jiang Sheng's desire to fight. Men hate it most when others say no. "My lord, give me some reinforcement." Jiang Sheng did not hesitate at all. He still had 20 points of skill enhancement value, and he put all of them on the 36 swords of Guiyuan without hesitation. If he couldn't even deal with Yang Xiao, who had just activated the talisman, how could he expect the other party to recognize him? Ding! System prompt. The 36 return swords are being strengthened. The strengthening was unsuccessful. Ding! System prompt. The 36 return swords are being strengthened. The strengthening was unsuccessful. Ding! System prompt. The 36 return blades are being strengthened. Strengthened successfully. Congratulations to the host. The 36 return blades have been successfully upgraded to the 72 return blades. After experiencing more than 10 failures, finally, a successful system prompt sound rang in Jiang Sheng's mind, and he instantly felt the power of the cold iron knife in his hand suddenly increase. Coupled with Jiang Sheng's newly upgraded 5-star berserker, he now feels that he can beat 10 of his former selves. What's going on? Yang Xiaohe, who had been very excited and at ease, suddenly felt a lot of pressure. After all, he was a sorcerer, not a martial artist. It was understandable that he was unable to resist the 72 swords of return to origin, whose power had suddenly increased by more than twice. I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding your abilities. I underestimated you, but don't think that this is the only method I have. Yang Xiaohe sneered and retreated with a whoosh. Then he put his hands together and muttered, "May's thick fog. Buzz." When Yang Xiaohe stacked the seal and finished reciting the incantation, the next second, a thick fog suddenly rose from the forest, instantly blocking Jiang Sheng's sight. However, Yang Xiaohe's sight was not affected at all. Faced with this situation, Jiang Sheng smiled calmly. Skill copy on. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the skill Great Fog. The fog is thick. Release. Buzz. The same mantra and seal were used. The next second, a thick fog rose with Jiang Sheng as the center, blocking Yang Xiaohe's sight. Yang Xiaohe was stunned. He didn't expect that Jiang Sheng, who was obviously a martial artist, could also use magic, and his magic was as thick as his own. Humph! You dare to show off your mere tricks in front of an expert. Yang Xiaohe was not in a hurry, and started a new hand seal and mantra. The gust of wind is like a command. The wind rises. Call. As soon as Yang Xiaohe finished speaking, a gust of wind blew and completely dispersed the fog at the scene. Both he and Jiang Sheng appeared on the mountain path again. You character technique, urgent. Then, Yang Xiaohe chanted the word you again, and the next second, the fallen leaves on the ground seemed to be controlled, and all of them shot towards Jiang Sheng like sharp swords. Skill copy on. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the U character technique. The Imperial technique quick. Activate. Wow. The same mantra and hand seal were released again by Jiang Sheng. The same U character technique was activated, and countless fallen leaves flew towards Yang Xiaohe. But unfortunately, Jiang Sheng was only a 5-star berserker and not a professional warlock, so naturally he could not control as many fallen leaves as Yang Xiaohe. However, Jiang Sheng's swordsmanship was powerful, and he easily blocked Yang Xiaohe's extra fallen leaf attacks. You? Who are you? Yang Xiaohe was almost going crazy. He didn't expect that Jiang Sheng also knew the magic that he knew. Although he was weaker than him, he was still terrifying enough. After all, he is a rare genius that only appears once in a century. Jiang Sheng smiled at Yang Xiaohe and said, "A person who is worthy of Xiao Wu using little Qilin to make friends with." Jiang Sheng will never forget that he owes Yang Xiaowu a huge favor, and he doesn't want his family to blame him for Yang Xiaowu handing the little Qilin over to him. So today, he must make Yang Xiaohe completely submit to him. So, in the next second, Jiang Sheng activated his tried and tested magical skill, invisibility. Swish! Without any warning, Jiang Sheng disappeared from Yang Xiaohe's perception. Chapter 42, Accepting the Defeat. What's going on? Where are the people? Yang Xiaohe was suddenly startled and shocked by Jiang Sheng's actions. What frightened him was not that Jiang Cheng disappeared from his sight, but that before he disappeared, Jiang Cheng did not make any hand seals or chant any spells, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Yang Xiaohe had never seen such a method, let alone heard of it. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Xiaohe did not dare to neglect it at all, and immediately pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, saying confidently, "Third eye, open." Wow! As Yang Xiaohe finished speaking, his eyes seemed to be flashing with a lively light. The magic of the heavenly eyes, a unique skill of the Yang family, can spy on the hidden magic of the world. However, under the blessing of the heavenly eyes, Yang Xiaohe looked around, but still could not see Jiang Sheng's figure, as if Jiang Sheng had completely disappeared. How is that possible? Yang Xiaohe was stunned. In the past, Tianmu's magic was always effective. No matter whether it was concealment or illusion, nothing could escape Tianmu's eyes. But today it was completely useless. Bite! The sound of a knife rang out, and Jiang Sheng's figure appeared in front of Yang Xiao again. But this time, the cold iron knife in Jiang Sheng's hand was pointing steadily at his forehead. Yang Xiao's mouth trembled, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. He didn't expect that the person he couldn't find even with his magic and his celestial eyes would actually stand in front of him. It cannot be said that the Yang family's magic and Tianmu are not good. It can only be said that Jiang Sheng's concealment method is too terrifying. Jiang Sheng looked at Yang Xiao's eyes that were filled with shock beyond words, and he felt so happy in his heart. From looking down on him in the beginning to being dumbfounded now, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Sheng held his arm straight, with the cold iron knife pressed straight against Yang Xiao's brow. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, he chuckled, and said calmly, "Thank you." Yang Xiao smiled bitterly, looking at Jiang Sheng helplessly, sighing dejectedly, and said, "I lost." Yang Xiao is a real man. If he loses, he loses. He never makes excuses or reasons for himself. The way he looked at Jiang Sheng changed completely, from initial contempt to solemnity and admiration. "I admit that you have the capital to let Xiao use Zayakakalin to make friends. My talent is not as good as yours." Yang Xiao, who was known as a genius once in a century, now thinks that Jiang Sheng's talent is better than his own, because Jiang Sheng's final means of concealment can be called a magical skill. Swish! Jiang Sheng shook his wrist, retracted the cold iron knife, and said to Yang Xiao with a smile, "We don't know each other without fighting. Let's be friends." As he spoke, Jiang Sheng took out his cell phone and wanted to add Yang Xiao's contact information. At this moment, Yang Xiao no longer had the arrogance he had before. He quickly took out his cell phone and exchanged contact information with Jiang Sheng. Yang Xiao has already accepted Jiang Sheng from the bottom of his heart. After the two exchanged contact information, Jiang Sheng went down the mountain. Before leaving Hanshan Park, he was able to meet a 7-star sorcerer, which was good news. As for Yang Xiao, he continued to go up the mountain to look for Yang Xiao with a depressed mood. During all these years in the Yang family, he had always been known as a genius and had never been defeated. The battle with Jiang Sheng was the first time in his history that he suffered a defeat. When Yang Xiao arrived at the Yang family's old house with a dejected look on his face, the human-speaking parrot had already started calling. "Xiaoyi, what's wrong with you? Why are you unhappy?" The human-speaking parrot was really human-like and actually cared about Yang Xiao. At this time, Yang Xiao also walked out of the house and looked at Yang Xiao with concern. Yang Xiao is not only a genius that the Yang family only sees once in a century, but he is also a good and upright person and is deeply loved by Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao sighed dejectedly and replied helplessly, "I lost the competition today, and I lost miserably." Ah! As soon as Yang Xiao finished speaking, the human-talking parrot and Yang Xiao both widened their eyes and looked at Yang Xiao in disbelief. They knew Yang Xiao's methods, not to mention his peers. Even the elders who were skilled in magic might not be able to gain any benefit from Yang Xiao. However, it was too unbelievable and difficult to accept that such a stunning and beautiful person actually lost in a competition. Humph! Whose old monster is so shameless as to attack a junior like you? The human-speaking parrot spoke angrily. If it heard anything, it would never let it go. Yang Xiao shook his head and said dejectedly, "It's not a senior boss, but a person of the same age. No, it looks like he should be a few years younger than me." What? This time, it wasn't just the parrot that was talking. Even Yang Xiao couldn't help but cry out. A person younger than Yang Xiao actually surpassed the pride of the Yang family? Isn't this too exaggerated? "Brother, who is it? There shouldn't be anyone stronger than you in Jiangzhou." Yang Xiao asked in confusion, and the human-speaking parrot looked at Yang Xiao in surprise, waiting for Yang Xiao's answer. Yang Xiao raised his head woodenly, looked at Yang Xiao, smiled bitterly, and said, "You know him, he is Jiang Sheng." "No, isn't it?" The human-speaking parrot screamed out first before Yang Xiao, because the human-speaking parrot was the least optimistic about Jiang Sheng, but Jiang Sheng defeated the pride of the Yang family, which was a bit of a big blow. "Brother, are you sure you're not kidding?" Yang Xiao said solemnly that although she believed in her judgment of people, she had never expected that Jiang Sheng had the ability to defeat his cousin Yang Xiao. "Of course I wouldn't joke about this. This is what happened." Yang Xiao had no choice but to tell Jiang Sheng everything that happened on the mountain road, including how he suspected Jiang Sheng of stealing the little Qilin and how the two of them fought to see who was the better of them. After listening to Yang Xiao's narration, both Yang Xiao and the human-talking pair were so shocked that they couldn't utter a word for a long time. Being able to perform the same magic as Yang Xiaohe, and also possessing strong martial arts skills, isn't this perfect? Little girl, this time it was my old age that made a mistake. You are right. He is worth it. After calming down, the human-speaking parrot looked at Yang Xiao meaningfully. At this moment, it didn't look like a parrot at all, but clearly an old monster. Yang Xiao smiled bitterly. I thought he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Not to mention you. I was also wrong. Why are you all so depressed? After all, Jiang Sheng is now a solid ally of our Yang family. If the prophecy of the heavenly monument comes true in 27 days, he will be a rare helper for our Yang family. Yang Xiaohe was actually more relaxed than Yang Xiaowu and the human-talking parrot. Although he lost the competition, it did not cause him too much psychological trauma. That's right. In that case, next time he comes to Hongshan, invite him to visit us at home. The human-speaking parrot finally spoke. Yes. Unexpectedly, the human-speaking parrot had such a heavy say in major events. As soon as it opened its mouth, Yang Xiaowu and Yang Xiaohe had to respond humbly. Chapter 43: Close Contact with Qin Yun. After Jiang Sheng left Hongshan Park, he took the kitten back to school. Because Qin Yun sent a message that Zhou Yu wanted to see him, Jiang Sheng didn't dare to delay, so he took a taxi and went straight to the school. The journey was very peaceful, and in just over half an hour, Jiang Sheng returned to school. At the gate of Nanjing University, there was a beautiful figure waiting for Jiang Sheng. Behind the figure, many boys were surrounding her from a distance. After all, everyone loves beauty, and it is normal for a charming beauty appearing at the school gate to cause a small sensation. The beautiful figure was none other than Qin Yun, who had been waiting for Jiang Sheng at the school gate early in the morning. Jiang Sheng got out of the car and looked at Qin Yun, who was looking at him eagerly, and his heart suddenly felt warm. At the beginning, Jiang Sheng just treated Qin Yun as his experienced baby, but after spending these few days with her, he felt that this little girl Qin Yun was very cute and very sincere to him. It seems that the improvement in the favorability between the two came from Qin Yun, but it must be admitted that Jiang Sheng also began to pay special attention to Qin Yun's feelings unknowingly. Have you been waiting for a long time? Jiang Sheng quickly came to Qin Yun's side, looking at the dense beads of sweat on Qin Yun's forehead, his eyes full of heartache. Qin Yun smiled shyly and did not answer Jiang Sheng's question. Instead, she hesitated for many times before finally summoning up the courage to say, "Are those words you sent to me sincere?" Qin Yun looked at Jiang Sheng eagerly, and one could tell her inner anticipation. Jiang Sheng smiled and rubbed Qin Yun's little head, saying, "Of course, I really mean it." Swish. After Qin Yun heard this, her face suddenly turned red. Because of her socially anxious personality, from childhood to adulthood, she could barely communicate with boys, let alone fall in love. Therefore, the content of Jiang Sheng's reply to her message was too shocking for her, and she couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. "Come on, accompany me to meet Teacher Zhou." Jiang Sheng took Qin Yun's hand and walked towards the Chinese department's office building amid the envious and jealous gazes of the boys at the gate. Qin Yun blushed and lowered her head, and obediently let Jiang Sheng take her hand and leave. "Mr. Jiang, that's great. I like being friends with Jiang. Be the best of friends." Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, 57/100. The system rewards 6 experience points. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host. Bye. A series of system prompts sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind. Although he could not see the expression on Qin Yun's face as she lowered her head, he could imagine what Qin Yun was thinking. Recalling the message, he replied to Qin Yun. Jiang Sheng smiled knowingly. As expected, girls always like sweet words. Even the socially anxious little cutie Qin Yun is no exception. "Please ask my dearest classmate Qin to tell Teacher Zhou that when I return, I will bring my best friend Qin to see her. Because the most beautiful classmate Qin is my greatest confidence in facing other beautiful girls. With Qin around, even the fairies will be eclipsed." Jiang Sheng had to admit that his words were a bit shameless, but what he said was also true. Qin Yun was indeed not inferior to Zhou Yu in appearance, so there was no reason to be anxious. However, Jiangsheng did not expect that his words would be so useful that they could move Qin Yun twice and increase her favorability towards him twice. Of all the holes, flattery is the only thing that cannot be penetrated. Among bullets and missiles, the most terrifying ones are always sugar-coated bullets. Meow. The two were walking in the campus when the kitten in Jiangsheng's arms suddenly popped its head out and barked at Jiangsheng. Little meow? Qin Yun, who suffers from social anxiety and would avoid strangers when seeing them, suddenly lit up her eyes when she saw the little kitten in Jiangsheng's arms. It seems that Qin Yunxi is afraid of people, not small animals. Can I hold it? Qin Yun asked cautiously. She has loved cats and dogs since she was a child. Unfortunately, with a strong mother like Chen Shengnan, Qin Yun did not dare to ask her mother for them, even though she liked them. So she had been suppressing the love in her heart. Now her relationship with Jiangsheng was even better than that between her and her mother Chen Shengnan. So Qin Yun no longer concealed it in front of Jiangsheng. Sure, Jiangsheng took the kitten out of his arms and carefully placed it into Qin Yun's arms. Perhaps it was because Qin Yun was too nervous. She was a little too aggressive when she held the kitten in her arms. Not only did she hold the kitten in her arms, she even held Jiangsheng's hands in her arms as well. In just that instant, the chewy and soft touch made Jiangsheng's heart flutter. It's not noticeable normally, but after this touch, Jiangsheng realized that Qin Yun was not small, much bigger than he had imagined. Call. Qin Yun also realized that she had been too aggressive just now, and she held Jiangsheng's hands tightly in her arms. So she blushed, raised her head shyly, looked at Jiangsheng pitifully, and said, "Student Jiang, can you take your hand out?" Jiangsheng looked at the silly and cute Qin Yun and said with a helpless smile, "Of course, but the premise is that you let go first, otherwise I can't pull it out." Jiangsheng said this while gently pulling his hand back. It would have been fine if he hadn't pulled it, but after pulling it back and forth like this, the soft and elastic thing instantly changed into various shapes, making Jiangsheng feel what the real stuff is. Sorry. Qin Yun felt even more embarrassed, so she quickly loosened her arms and let Jiangsheng take his hands out of her arms. On the way thereafter, the two were somewhat afraid to look at each other because they both felt somewhat awkward. Along the way, the two walked very slowly, as if they didn't want to end the undercurrent of awkwardness between them. "What's your name, little meow?" In the end, it was Qin Yun who broke the awkwardness, and the ambiguous atmosphere between the two was finally eased a little. "Little Qilin." Jiangsheng was still savoring the soft feeling of his hands, and replied casually. Not only Yang Xiaowu, but even Yang Xiao calls the little kitten like that, so the little kitten's name must be Little Qilin. Moreover, the name is absolutely worthy of its name. Even though the kitten is just a tabby cat cub now, after 27 days when the doomsday comes, the kitten's bloodline will awaken, and it will evolve into a 9-star beast, the Qilin. Little Qilin? What a majestic name. Qin Yun held the kitten in her arms and liked it more and more the more she looked at it. Jiangsheng looked at Qin Yun holding the kitten and liked her more and more. Finally, the two walked along a not-so-long campus road for a very long time before arriving at the office building of the Chinese department. After the two arrived at the door of Zhou Yu's office, Qin Yun did not go in, but waited at the door holding the kitten, leaving Jiangsheng to meet Zhou Yu alone. Because of Jiangsheng's response to her after he returned to school, Qin Yun didn't know why, but now she felt particularly at ease when looking at Jiangsheng, and she no longer felt jealous. It is also possible that the special contact between the two just now quickly brought them closer together. Boom! 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 Teacher Zhou, I'm Jiangsheng. Chapter 44, Zhou Yu's Choice. Jiangsheng stood at the door of Zhou Yu's office, knocked, said his name, and waited for Zhou Yu's response. Perhaps because she was angry, Zhou Yu deliberately left Jiangsheng alone for a while, then said calmly, "The door is not locked, come in." Well, Jiangsheng shook his head speechlessly. These little thoughts of girls were sometimes so naive and silly and so cute. After entering the office, Jiangsheng closed the door and walked to Zhou Yu's desk. At this moment, Zhou Yu was concentrating on writing something. She didn't even look up at Jiangsheng and seemed to be very busy. But the sharp-eyed Jiangsheng saw, at a glance, that Zhou Yu was not writing anything at all, but was just scribbling. There is a line in the East, "When people come, birds are not startled," and there is a line in the West, "I meet you again in the season of falling flowers." It's a hodgepodge. To say that she was practicing calligraphy is a bit of a compliment to Zhou Yu, because she wrote very quickly, and it seemed that her thoughts were very confused, and she wrote whatever came to her mind. This might be closely related to Zhou Yu's inner panic at the moment. Zhou Yu originally wanted to leave Jiangxing alone for a while as a punishment for Jiangxing not coming to her class. After all, it was Zhou Yu's first class after arriving at Nanjing University, and Jiangxing dared to skip class. If I said nothing and did nothing, wouldn't it be too indulgent to Jiangxing? Although Zhou Yu is very optimistic about Jiangxing, it must be admitted that Jiangxing is currently far from meeting Zhou Yu's minimum review standards. Only by putting pressure on Jiangxing did Zhou Yu feel that Jiangxing would be motivated and would be easier to train in the future. However, Zhou Yu's eyes accidentally swept over the dial on her wrist. The light red number 5 in the middle of the dial immediately caught Zhou Yu's attention. Zhou Yu's heart was shaken, and she looked at her watch in disbelief. She suspected that there was something wrong with the watch, so she tapped it gently. However, the result is the same. The number stays precisely at 5. What's going on? Wasn't he level 4 yesterday? How come he is level 5 today? This is a state-of-the-art ergometer. There shouldn't be anything wrong with it. Could it be? Zhou Yu raised her head and looked at Jiangxing with suspicion. It doesn't mean that the level of energy measurement won't change, but even if it changes, it can't be such a big change. Yesterday, Jiangxing's data was light 4, representing level 4 elementary, but today it was light 5, which means that Jiangxing only took 1 day to upgrade from level 4 to level 5, jumping almost a level. Even if you search the whole of China, you probably won't find a second person who can progress at this speed. Moreover, although the level 5 test data is not enough to meet Zhou Yu's audit standards, it is not far from the lowest audit level 6. Isn't this guy too surprising? No, it should be a shock. Zhou Yu looked at Jiangxing with somewhat dazed eyes. The shock Jiangxing brought to her was unprecedented. Ms. Zhou. While Zhou Yu was looking at and examining Jiangxing, Jiangxing was also looking at Zhou Yu. For some reason, Jiangxing always felt that there was something wrong with Zhou Yu's eyes. When he met Zhou Yu before, he thought Zhou Yu's eyes were clear and pure, but now it seemed that they were unfathomable. Could it be that all this was Teacher Zhou's disguise? Jiangxing frowned in confusion. He was somewhat doubtful that he had been deceived by Zhou Yu. The greedy little brat and the simple hobby might all be a disguise. Student Jiang, why didn't you come to class today? Do you know that this is my first class? As my favorite student, how much it hurts me if you don't come to class. Just when Jiangxing was thinking a lot, Zhou Yu suddenly spoke. Her eyes are still so clear and innocent, and her words are still so speechless and helpless. This? Jiangxing scratched his head awkwardly. Facing Zhou Yu at this moment, he felt that his previous thoughts must have been an illusion. Zhou Yu was definitely not a cunning person to ask such a question. He must have been overthinking it. Teacher Zhou, I'm sorry for skipping class, but I went to Hongshan Park for something important. I hope you can understand. I will. Just do what you need to do from now on. I will explain the situation to the department on your behalf. Ah! Why are you so surprised? We are a revolutionary friendship that has secretly eaten desserts together. I can still help you with this. However, you must pass the final exam. If you fail, I can't help you. Zhou Yu spoke seriously, with an innocent smile on her face, which made people naturally willing to believe her. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Jiangxing also didn't expect that Zhou Yu would not only not pursue his absence from class, but would actually take the initiative to explain to the department that he might be absent from class to cover up for him. Although Jiangxing didn't quite believe that Zhou Yu would help him just because they had secretly eaten dessert at the cocktail party together, he would naturally seize the opportunity to move freely. After all, there are only 27 days left until the end of the world, and every time he levels up, the experience points he needs will increase by 100 points, and so on. The subsequent upgrades will become more and more difficult, so time is very precious. As for the final exam, let it be whatever you want. The end of the world is coming soon. Who cares about how many points you get in the final exam? At this time, you are still studying? What the hell? Jiangxing walked out of Zhou Yu's office in a daze. Although the two chatted some more later, the topics were all about food and drinks. There was no manners at all. It seemed that in Zhou Yu's eyes, nothing was more attractive than delicious food. This also made Jiangxing feel that his idea that Zhou Yu was too cunning was wrong, because Zhou Yu really didn't look like that. But what Jiangxing didn't know was that after he walked out of the office, Zhou Yu took out an old-fashioned keypad phone and dialed a mysterious number. After a while, the call was connected, and Zhou Yu said to the other end of the phone, I want to add a place on the list. Who? Jiangxing. What level? Level 5. Level 5. After hearing Zhou Yu's report, The person on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised. After a brief silence, the other party responded, "No, his level is not high enough. The lowest level for this review and screening is level 6. He cannot be added to the list. I hope you will consider this carefully. When I saw him yesterday, he had just reached level 4. But when I saw him today, he was already level 5. With this speed of upgrading, I think he deserves a spot." Zhou Yu argued with reason. "Xiao Ye, you know that each of our quotas is very precious and requires a lot of resources to train. A level 5 is too risky after all. Moreover, no one can be sure that he can upgrade quickly in the future." The person on the other end of the phone obviously disagreed to add Jiangxing's name. "I'll trade my spot for him. You Xiao Ye, is it worth it? I believe it's worth it." Chapter 45, Qin Yun's Brothers. When Jiangxing walked out of Zhou Yu's office, he was still thinking about how good Zhou Yu was. Because of the relationship, they had secretly eaten dessert together. Zhou Yu was really nice to him. "Teacher Zhou, you are a good person." Jiangxing sighed secretly, but didn't think any further about it. At this time, Jiangxing's gaze turned to Qin Yun, who had been waiting for him outside the door, and then he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The cute little kitten was curled up on Qin Yun's chest, sleeping sweetly. Lying between the peaks on Qin Yun's chest, sleeping with the peaks as his pillow, Jiangxing, who had experienced the softness and elasticity of the peaks not long ago, was really envious. Fortunately, it was a little female cat. Otherwise, Jiangxing would have been envious and jealous. What did Teacher Zhou say? Qin Yun saw Jiangxing walking out of Zhou Yu's office and walked up to him quickly, asking with concern. Teacher Zhou didn't say anything, but just said that he would explain it to the department later, and it wouldn't matter if I didn't go to class. What does Teacher Zhou mean by this? I thought Teacher Zhou was angry and wanted to criticize you. I don't know what it means. Anyway, I think Teacher Zhou is a simple and nice person. That's right. I also think Teacher Zhou is quite. Qin Yun was speaking when she suddenly noticed that Jiangxing's eyes were on the kitten on her chest. Qin Yun's cheeks turned red when she suddenly remembered the intimate contact they had just had. She quickly turned around and said shyly, "Student Jiang, my mom said she wants you to come to my house when you have time. Since Teacher Zhou is willing to explain the situation to the department and not hold you responsible for skipping classes, then, can you come home with me?" Qin Yun didn't dare to look at Jiangxing, for she was afraid that Jiangxing would refuse. Moreover, Jiangxing's straightforward gaze made people somewhat shy. Will Jiang agree? Does this count as meeting the parents? Oh my, this is really embarrassing. While Qin Yun's thoughts were racing, Jiangxing's cheerful voice came from behind her. "Of course, I'm always at your service." Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 60/100, and the system rewards 2 experience points. Jiangxing had just agreed to Qin Yun when a system prompt sounded in his mind, which made Jiangxing slightly stunned, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Yun changed. Because he knew that Qin Yun might be thinking about something. However, that should be the good side. "Then, let's go." Qin Yun didn't dare to look back. She said something shyly and went downstairs first. At the same time, she sent a message to her family, saying that she wanted to go home with Jiangxing. As a result, a high-end business car appeared on campus, and Chen Fong came to the school in person to pick up Jiangxing and Qin Yun. Looking at the high-end commercial vehicle worth millions, Jiangxing felt somewhat uneasy. Although he had long guessed that Qin Yun's family background was not ordinary. Looking at the row of special passes on the commercial vehicle, he realized that he had underestimated Qin Yun's family background. Qin Yun's background is countless times more powerful than he had imagined. My lovely experienced baby is not an ordinary person after all, Jiangxing muttered to himself. And only then did he realize that when the system was activated, he chose to become an ally fighting side by side with Qin Yun. That was a right decision. On the road, Chen Fong was driving while observing Jiangxing and Qin Yun in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Although Jiangxing and Qin Yun were separated by chairs and had little communication between them, as someone who had experienced this, Chen Fong always felt that the relationship between Jiangxing and Qin Yun was different from before. It seemed that something had happened between them that made their relationship a little too close. Is it possible? No, that definitely won't happen. Little Qin Yun is a well-behaved girl, and she won't do anything out of line. Then what happened to them? Especially Jiangxing. How come he looks so much stronger than before? Chen Fong was full of confusion. She couldn't understand the ambiguous atmosphere between Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun, and she couldn't understand why Jiang Sheng looked much better than before after just not seeing him for a few days. Shaking his head violently, Chen Fong thought secretly that it must be an illusion. After all, no matter how talented a person is, it is impossible for him to make so much progress in just a few days. Finally, without any conversation along the way, Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun arrived at the Chen family's old house. The Chen family's ancestral home is located on the outskirts of the city. It covers a very large area and looks like an antique park. After passing through several courtyards, Jiang Sheng finally arrived at the Chen family's hall. Because Qin Yun's father died shortly after she was born, and her mother Qin Xingnan did not remarry, she had lived with Qin Yun and the Chen family alone for so many years. Therefore, Qin Yun grew up in the Chen family since she was a child and is considered a member of the Chen family through and through. Also, because this generation of the Chen family consists entirely of males, with Qin Yun being the only girl, it is easy to see how much Qin Yun is doted on in the Chen family. Perhaps it was because of the excessive pampering of the Chen family that Qin Yun developed a socially anxious personality. After all, when Jiang Sheng first came to the Chen family, he had already felt the Chen family's special enthusiasm and attention to Qin Yun. Little sister, I'm back. Seventh sister, who is this person? Could it be your boyfriend? I heard that the Liu family took the initiative to cancel the engagement. Could it be because of him? Crash. Soon, a large group of young people from the Chen family gathered around Qin Yun and Jiang Sheng. They were all young boys full of vigor and vitality, and because the Chen family had been practicing martial arts for generations, almost every male in the Chen family was exceptionally strong. The oppressive feeling that came over them made Jiang Sheng a little uncomfortable, let alone Qin Yun. Faced with the inquiries from the younger generation of the Chen family, Qin Yun blushed, buried her head, and didn't know how to respond. Normally, she was socially anxious and seldom responded to her brothers and sisters. Now that it was such an embarrassing topic, she didn't know where to start. The younger generation of the Chen family seemed to have gotten used to Qin Yun's shyness and social phobia. Although their questions were directed at Qin Yun, their eyes were always on Jiang Sheng. Their intention was very clear. They wanted Jiang Sheng to answer on behalf of Qin Yun. Jiang Sheng looked embarrassed. Looking at Qin Yun's brothers and sisters who were staring at him eagerly, he could only bite the bullet and reply, yeah. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +2, 62/100. The system rewards 6 experience points. Jiang Sheng's brief response immediately received a system notification sound. The favorability between him and Qin Yun increased again, and his experience points also increased. Jiang Sheng's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't hide his surprise. He admitted that he and Qin Yun were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but Qin Yun was not angry. Instead, her favorability increased. What did this mean? It meant that Qin Yun also thought so. So, once the favorability is at the maximum level, wouldn't it really be like a love development game? Just when Jiang Sheng was secretly happy, he suddenly felt a wave of coldness. He looked around vigilantly and found that the younger generation of the Chen family were all staring at him coldly. Those eyes were enough to kill people. What's going on? Jiang Sheng curled his lips, somewhat confused. Chapter 46, Chen Xingnan's Favorability. Director, are you really not going to show up? With the personalities of the younger generation of our Chen family, I'm afraid they will embarrass Jiang Sheng. Chen Fong stood behind Chen Xingnan, looking through the attic window at Jiang Sheng, who was surrounded downstairs by the younger generation of the Chen family, who were eyeing him covetously, her face full of worry. Chen Xingnan glanced at the people downstairs and said calmly, if he wants to be Yun'er's man, he must have the courage to face the younger generation of the Chen family. If he can't even conquer the younger generation of the Chen family, he is not worthy of Yun'er. If the Liu family and our Chen family had not already made an agreement, I would never have agreed to the marriage between Yun'er and Liu Qingshan. Now that Yun'er is free, I can decide her marriage. I will choose a man for Yun'er according to my standards. Hearing Chen Xingnan's calm words, Chen Fong couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. If he were to choose a man based on Chen Xingnan's mate selection criteria, wouldn't Jiang Sheng be in trouble? Although Chen Xingnan's husband died a few years after their marriage, everyone must admit that Chen Xingnan's husband at that time was one of the most talented young people, and even in the whole of China, he was a remarkable figure. Moreover, Chen Xingnan's husband worked very hard to pass the test. Thinking of this, Chen Fong looked at Jiang Sheng with some pity in her eyes. She knew in her heart that the test waiting for Jiang Sheng was far more than this. Downstairs, Jiang Sheng, who was surrounded, felt a little uneasy. After all, almost all of the younger generation of the Chen family are practitioners of martial arts, and once their eyes become unfriendly, they can be quite terrifying. Ding! System prompt. There is a 6-star commander ahead. Host, please form an alliance immediately. Ding! System prompt. There is an 8-star king ahead. Host, please form an alliance immediately. Ding! System prompt. A series of system prompts sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind at the same time. He swallowed excitedly and looked at the younger generation of the Chen family with eager eyes. Because among the younger generation of the Chen family, there are actually many high-level humans hidden. Even the weakest of the younger generation of the Chen family has the level of a 5-star berserker. What is even more unexpected is that among the young generation of the Chen family, there is not even a single zombie. This probability is quite terrifying. If we can form an alliance with the Chen family, then there is no need to think about it. We will have an additional doomsday army with explosive combat power. Oh, in that case, you are Jiang Sheng? At this time, a young man came out from the younger generation of the Chen family. Jiang Sheng looked the other person up and down. He had bronze skin, a muscular, slightly plump body, and big, bright eyes. He was a nice, handsome guy. I have to say that the Chen family's genes are really strong. Any one of them is a handsome guy. Yes, I am Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Although the younger generation of the Chen family are all masters, Jiang Sheng is not at all inferior, because he possesses various skills and his physical body is also a 5-star berserker, so there is no need to be afraid. I am the younger brother of the 7th sister and the 9th child in the family. You can call me Chen Jiu. Chen Jiu spoke directly, without any hesitation. Since you are Jiang Sheng, the man chosen by my 7th sister, then I want to see if you have the ability to protect my 7th sister. I hope you don't think of that loser Lu Qingshan, who doesn't even dare to face us 7th sister's relatives. How can he be qualified to be 7th sister's man? And how can he be worthy of protecting 7th sister? I look down on Lu Qingshan, but I hope you, Jiang Sheng, can make me look up to you. Chen Jiu's words were quite straightforward, even a little hurtful. But Jiang Sheng could feel Chen Jiu's concern for Qin Yun and that he treated Qin Yun as his own sister. At the same time, Jiang Sheng also confirmed Chen Jiu's level through the system. He is a 6-star commander with considerable strength. However, as I said before, Jiang Sheng possesses various skills, so there is no need to be afraid. He is already accustomed to fighting against opponents of higher levels. Brother 9, do you want to test my skills? If that's the case, I will respectfully obey your command. Jiang Sheng smiled brightly and accepted Chen Jiu's straightforward challenge. Good. You are a real man. You are much better than that loser Lu Qingshan. When Chen Jiu saw Jiang Sheng agreed, he immediately burst into laughter, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Sheng was different. Not only Chen Jiu, but other younger generations of the Chen family also looked at Jiang Sheng with admiration in their eyes. These people are all the best among the younger generation of the Chen family. Otherwise, Chen Jiu alone would not be enough to make Lu Qingshan afraid. Since Jiang Sheng readily accepted the challenge, the younger generation of the Chen family really gave up their positions, giving Chen Jiu and Jiang Sheng enough space so that the two could have a good fight. Student Jiang, I'm sorry, I made you feel embarrassed. But you must not be angry, my 9th brother is kind-hearted and cares about me. But don't worry, brother 9 is just tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He won't really hurt you. It's already very good that you dare to accept the challenge. Qin Yun looked at Jiang Sheng, who was getting ready for a fight with Chen Jiu, and felt a little guilty. After all, it was because of Qin Yun that Jiang Sheng had to face the challenge of the younger generation of the Chen family, but she was also very pleased because Jiang Sheng's bravery proved her weight in Jiang Sheng's heart. She understood that her choice was not wrong, and she had not misjudged Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng was worth it. In the attic, Chen Fong looked at Jiang Sheng and Chen Jiu downstairs, who were preparing for a sparring match with some surprise, and felt nervous. Although Chen Fong is in charge of the management of the Chenwu Club, as a woman, she is not very talented and her fighting ability is not very strong. However, she was able to fight with Jiang Sheng last time. Although Jiang Sheng won in the end, his advantage was not very obvious. But Chen Jiu was different. He was a young man full of vigor and vitality. His energy and fighting power were completely on a different level from Chen Fong's. If Jiang Sheng fought with Chun Jio, he would most likely be in danger. Although Chun Jio would definitely not kill Jiang Sheng, Chen Fong was worried that losing to Chun Jio, who was younger than her, would hurt Jiang Sheng's self-esteem. Director, are you really not going to stop this? If Jiang Sheng loses, I'm afraid he will never recover. Chun Xingnan smiled and said, your worries are unnecessary. If he can beat Lu Qingshan, he should not be weaker than Xiao Jio. Besides, have you forgotten that Jiang Sheng was the one who injured Lu Zhantang, and he used the Lu family's piercing palm? I don't believe that he is really as ordinary as he looks. I guess he must be hiding many secrets that we don't know. I want to dig out Jiang Sheng's secrets through one test after another. Chen Xingnan's words immediately made Chen Fong wake up. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. Then she remembered that Jiang Sheng was a terrifying existence who had defeated 2 masters of the Lu family in succession, forcing the Lu family to voluntarily give up the engagement. Perhaps because Jiang Sheng looks so ordinary, people always overlook the fact that he has done many shocking and surprising things behind the scenes. Chun Xingnan narrowed her eyes, her gaze firmly fixed on Jiang Sheng, and she murmured softly, facing the best of the younger generation of the Chen family, you can still be so calm and neither humble nor overbearing. You are very good. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the 9-star Queen's praise. Both parties' favorability +1, 2 out of 100. The system rewards 4 experience points. Chapter 47, Unexpected Gains. Jiang Sheng, who was about to make a move, was suddenly startled by the prompt sound in his mind. He blinked, and after confirming again and again, he found that it was indeed the favorability from the 9-star Empress. He immediately understood that Chen Xingnan must be observing him secretly in a place he couldn't see. Moreover, his decisive response also won Chen Xingnan's favor. Although I don't know if it will be possible after Chen Xingnan's favorability reaches the maximum level. However, increasing the favorability with the 9-star Empress is a good thing after all. Since you like the bold style, I'll just come clean and stop pretending. Jiang Sheng felt happy in his heart. Although on the surface it seemed that Chen Xingnan was in the dark and he, Jiang Sheng, was in the light, Chen Xingnan was secretly observing Jiang Sheng's every move and giving Jiang Sheng corresponding evaluations. But in fact, because of the system, Jiang Sheng can capture Chen Xingnan's attitude at any time, which is equivalent to knowing the standard answer. When answering the questions, the offensive and defensive relationships are directly exchanged. Knowing that Chen Xingnan likes boys who are generous and dare to face things directly, Jiang Sheng has nothing else to say but to just do it. Ninth brother, I'm older than you after all, so let you make the first move in this sparring match. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the 9-star Queen's praise. Both parties' favorability +1, 3/100. System rewards 4 experience points. Sure enough, Jiang Sheng's decision worked, and Chen Xingnan's favorability is still increasing. Okay, then I won't be polite. Chun Jio was a straightforward person. Since Jiang Sheng asked him to show his skills, he had no other thoughts except admiration. He picked up his Tai Chi sword and stabbed Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng was not in a hurry, and performed the 72 Return to Origin swords like a master. Because Jiang Sheng was so familiar with Guiyuan's sword technique, when the skill was improved to 72 strikes, each strike carried the aura of a great master. Ding! 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 In the blink of an eye, Jiang Sheng had fought with Chun Jio dozens of times. Not only did Jiang Sheng not lose the upper hand, he was even able to suppress Chun Jio steadily. No matter from which perspective, Jiang Sheng is more like a master than Chun Jio. Ninth brother, your swordsmanship is good, but it is too strong and not flexible enough. I will accompany you to practice a few more moves. Actual combat is the best way to improve yourself. Jiang Sheng said this with the demeanor of a master. Because his Guiyuan sword skill was improved step by step from the basic sword skills, he knew very well in which aspects the Guiyuan sword skill was improved each time. He also understood better what kind of martial arts was considered advanced and what kind of martial arts was lacking. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the 9-star Queen's praise. Both parties' favorability +1, 4/100. System rewards 4 experience points. It has to be said that Jiang Sheng has grasped Chen Xingnan's pleasure point. Every time, he can accurately hit Chen Xingnan's thoughts, making Chen Xingnan unconsciously increase her favorability towards Jiang Sheng. In this situation, it seems that Jiang Sheng's performance makes Chen Xingnan satisfied, But if you think about it carefully, isn't it Jiang Sheng who actively guides Chen Xingnan's thoughts, making Chen Xingnan a tool for Jiang Sheng to refresh his favorability without knowing it? Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your advice. Chen Jiao, who was fighting with Jiang Sheng, was also impressed by Jiang Sheng's demeanor. More importantly, Jiang Sheng is really better than him. He can accurately point out his weaknesses and is willing to teach him new moves to help him improve his combat power. To say I'm not touched would be a lie. This Jiang Sheng is awesome. Little sister, not bad, this boy is very much my choice. Seventh sister, I support you two being together. The younger generation of the Chen family has now had a huge change in their attitude towards Jiang Sheng. Of course, they didn't have much ill will towards Jiang Sheng at the beginning. They just wanted to test Jiang Sheng. All we can say is that Jiang Sheng's performance met their wishes and stood the test of theirs. Qin Yun, who had a socially anxious personality, was too embarrassed to answer the younger generation of the Qin family. She just looked at Jiang Sheng lovingly, feeling very happy. Student Jiang is awesome. Come on, Jiang. Jiang, you are the first boy who can be recognized by the brothers and sisters. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 62/100. The system rewards 3 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Jiang Sheng, who was deliberately instructing Qin Jiao, was suddenly startled by the system prompt's sound in his mind. He glanced at Qin Yun, who was standing aside watching the game, and his heart was filled with joy when he saw her blushing, smiling face. His original intention was to refresh the favorability between himself and Chen Xingnan, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain, and even Qin Yun's favorability was refreshed. Not bad, very good, the bold and unrestrained style needs to continue. In the attic, Chen Fong looked at Jiang Sheng, who was at ease when fighting with Chen Jiao, and couldn't help but feel amazed. Especially when he saw Jiang Sheng's swordsmanship, which was obviously much more advanced. He was so shocked that he was speechless. She clearly remembered that when Jiang Sheng fought with her before, his sword skills were sharp, but not as advanced as they are now. Has he made progress again? Chen Fong was shocked. She suddenly felt that even if anything incredible happened to Jiang Sheng in the future, it would be understandable. After all, for a genius who can master swordsmanship to such a high level in such a short period of time, anything can happen. Well, he has improved again. Chen Xingnan narrowed her eyes. Although her expression didn't show any change, she was deeply impressed by Jiang Sheng. She had seen Jiang Sheng's swordsmanship before and was surprised by his proficiency at that time. Now, Jiang Sheng's performance at the level of a master was indeed eye-opening. In the future, Chen Xingnan has reason to believe that Jiang Sheng might be able to reach the master level in the martial arts world. That is, the kind of terrifying existence where every gesture is a lethal move. Perhaps she suddenly thought of something, or perhaps Jiang Sheng's performance ignited Chen Xingnan's interest, so Chen Xingnan took out her cell phone and sent a message. At the same time, Chen Yaowu, who was standing in the yard below the attic, silently took out his mobile phone. He glanced at the heart on the phone, and his eyebrows raised involuntarily. Slowly raising his head, Chen Yaowu looked towards the attic where Chen Xingnan was. Although he could not see the situation inside the attic from downstairs, Chen Yaowu could feel that Chen Xingnan, the ant who sent the message, must be very excited at this moment. Yaowu, after Xiaozhou's challenge is over, you must go on stage in person and force Jiang Sheng into a desperate situation. I want to see how he performs in a desperate situation. Chen Yaowu smiled bitterly in his heart. Logically speaking, Jiang Sheng's current performance and strength were enough to conquer the younger generation of the Qin family. Even if there were more challenges, they would be limited. But the ant Chen Xingnan forced Jiang Sheng into a desperate situation, which was a bit too much. But Chen Yaowu understood his aunt Chen Xingnan's temper. Since his aunt Chen Xingnan made the decision, he could only do as she said. But Jiang Sheng will suffer. Chen Yaowu is the strongest among the younger generation of the Qin family. In the entire Qin family, he is only weaker than Chen Xingnan. If he attacks to his limit, Jiang Sheng will definitely suffer. I'm sorry, my dear brother-in-law. Chen Yaowu looked at Jiang Sheng intently. As a martial arts fanatic, once he got serious, it would be quite terrifying. Chapter 48, Chen Yaowu declares war. Thank you for your advice. After Chen Jiao and Jiang Sheng fought for dozens of rounds, it finally ended happily. Both of them gained a lot from this fight. After Jiang Sheng's guidance, Chen Jiao had a clearer understanding of his own problems, and also understood his future path better. Jiang Sheng gained favor and experience from Chen Xingnan and Qin Yun through his bold and unrestrained style. "You're welcome, we're all family." Jiang Sheng also responded to Chen Jiao happily. At least from the current situation, Chen Jiao sincerely accepted him. Jiang Sheng's response also attracted recognition from other younger generations of the Chen family. Even though the younger generation of the Chen family seemed unfriendly towards Jiang Sheng, in fact, compared to Lu Qingshan, they were already restrained enough. Lu Qingshan's fiancée, who was arranged by his parents and matchmaker, often suffered the cold stare of the younger generation of the Qin family. Jiang Sheng was Qin Yun's own choice. Most of the time, they were tough on the outside but soft on the inside and quite polite. "That's right. We are family from now on, no need to be so polite. Yes, from now on, we can call each other brothers. Brother Jiang, you must be nice to seventh sister in the future." The younger generation of the Qin family came forward one after another, gently patting Jiang Sheng on the shoulders to express their goodwill. As for fighting, Qin Jiao had already tested it. Jiang Sheng's strength was indeed good and worthy of praise. There was no need to test him again. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully forming an alliance with many high-level humans and obtaining the system reward glory. The beginning of the covenant. The beginning of the glorious covenant. Passive glory can increase the host's affinity and enhance the probability of the host forming an alliance with others. The current glory value is 5. Jiang Sheng, who was responding to the younger generation of the Qin family, suddenly had his eyes brightened. The system prompt sound in his mind was like the sound of nature. "I didn't expect that after being recognized by the younger generation of the Qin family, I would be able to obtain the beginning of the passive glory covenant. Not bad, very good." Qin Yun was delighted when she saw Jiang Sheng surrounded by the younger generation of the Qin family. Judging from the current situation, Jiang Sheng has passed the test of the younger generation of the Chen family, and Qin Yun can finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Mr. Jiang, how can you say we are a family? We haven't even—" "Mr. Jiang, why do I feel like you are more popular with the brothers and sisters than me?" "Thank you, Jiang-san." All kinds of thoughts were flying around in Qin Yun's mind, but they finally condensed into one sentence. "Thank you." Thank you, Jiang Sheng, for choosing to make friends with Qin Yun in the corner of the last row of the classroom. Thank you, Jiang Sheng, for gradually leading Qin Yun, who was almost extremely socially anxious, out of the vortex of character flaws. Thank you, Jiang Sheng, for helping Qin Yun get rid of the constraints of family marriage and allowing her to choose her own life. And Qin Yun's life choice is Jiang Sheng. Brother Jiang, your performance just now was very good. Are you interested in fighting with me? Just when the younger generation of the Chen family and Jiang Sheng were getting along very harmoniously, a rough voice suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yaowu, a man in his 30s with dark skin, walked slowly out of the crowd. His eyes were full of fighting spirit as he quietly looked at Jiang Sheng in the center of the crowd. "Brother, what are you doing?" Chen Yaowu's sudden words startled everyone, because Chen Yaowu was the second most important person in the Chen family after Chen Xingnan, except for those old monsters. Among his peers, Chen Yaowu is the strongest one who is unrivaled, unsurpassed, and cannot be faced up to. Guys like Lu Qingshan, who claims to be the best and number one among his peers, will actively ignore Chen Yaowu when showing off themselves, because everyone has reached a tacit understanding and regards Chen Yaowu as a senior, not a peer. It was also because of Chen Yaowu's existence that the powerful Lu Qingshan still did not dare to come to the Qin family. He could not withstand Chen Yaowu's ravages. When dealing with martial artists like Jiang Sheng, Chen Yaowu is no different from a weakling. That's why when Chen Yaowu asked to fight with Jiang Sheng, the younger generation of the Qin family were so surprised and unbelievable. Because there is absolutely no need. Chen Yaowu is definitely many times stronger than Jiang Sheng. Moreover, Jiang Sheng has already been recognized by everyone. It would be a bit redundant to let Chen Yaowu take action. But Chen Yaowu, who usually has a simple and honest character, didn't care about other people's attitudes at this time. He just stared at Jiang Sheng, waiting for Jiang Sheng's reply. "Brother!" Qin Yun, who had a socially anxious personality, had never spoken on her own initiative, but when Chen Yaowu mentioned that he had a fight with Jiang Sheng, she took the initiative to stand up out of concern. Unfortunately, even if Qin Yun spoke, Chen Yaowu remained indifferent and just stared at Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng saw this scene, especially after seeing the expressions of the other young people in the Chen family and Qin Yun. He instantly understood that Chen Yaowu was extraordinary. Moreover, according to the system prompt, Chen Yaowu was the only 8-star king. However, since Jiang Sheng has decided to carry on with his bold and unrestrained style to the end, he will not give up halfway. Because he knew very well that once he became timid and retreated, he would definitely be looked down upon by Chen Xingnan, and the 4 points of favorability he had accumulated with Chen Xingnan with great difficulty would not be able to withstand the test. Since it is Big Brother's request, then I, Jiang Sheng, am naturally willing to accompany you to the end. Jiang Sheng agreed. Well, that's courageous. Chen Yaowu nodded approvingly. He thought Jiang Sheng would be afraid and back off, but he didn't expect Jiang Sheng to actually agree. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the approval of the 8-star king. The strong man's worship honor value +2, and the system rewards 6 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the approval of the 9-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 5/100. The system rewards 4 experience points. Jiang Sheng's eyes lit up. It turned out that his decision to stick to the bold and unrestrained style was the right one. His favorability and honor points increased, and his experience points also increased by 10. But the next second, Jiang Sheng couldn't laugh anymore. Brother, you must be merciful and stop when you are done. You usually use too much force when you spar with us. Brother Jiang may not be able to withstand your torture. It was only the second son of the Chen family, who was younger than Chen Yaowu, who spoke up, asking Chen Yaowu to be more restrained. However, Chen Yaowu stared at the second son of the Chen family coldly and said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" This one sentence made the second son of the Chen family speechless. Among the younger generation of the Chen family, no one dared to point fingers in front of Chen Yaowu. After scolding the second son of the Chen family, Chen Yaowu deliberately looked at Jiang Sheng and said word by word, "I will not show mercy today. I want to force him into a desperate situation. I just want to see if he is worthy of the 7th sister in this desperate situation." Cruel? Desperate situation? Chen Yaowu's words were like a huge rock pressing down on Jiang Sheng's heart, making him realize that the upcoming confrontation would be difficult, more difficult than he had imagined. Chapter 49, this is called talent. In the middle of the Chen family's courtyard, Jiang Sheng and Chen Yaowu stood opposite each other. The area around them was cleaned up. The younger generation of the Chen family and Qin Yin also stood in the distance and watched quietly. Since Chen Yaowu said he wanted to force Jiang Sheng into a desperate situation, this battle would definitely be extremely brutal. The younger generation of the Chen family, who had received personal instruction from Chen Yaowu, knew this very well. 7th sister, don't worry. Even if Big Brother uses heavy hands, he won't harm Brother Zhang's life. It's just superficial injuries are inevitable. The second son of the Chen family comforted Qin Yun, but even he knew that his comfort was somewhat unnecessary. Because even he himself felt that this comfort was unnecessary. As long as Chen Yaowu fought seriously, no matter who his opponent was, he would not be finished unless he lay in bed for 10 days or half a month. Qin Yun did not respond to the second son of the Chen family. She just looked at Jiang Sheng standing in the middle of the field with red eyes and concern. "Jun, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Student Jiang, if you can't hold on any longer, beg for mercy. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Mr. Jiang, I will definitely make it up to you." Qin Yun looked at Jiang Sheng, and while she felt distressed, she also secretly made up her mind that she would definitely compensate Jiang Sheng, because it was because of her that Jiang Sheng had to endure the upcoming pain. Jiang Sheng looked at the 8-star king Chen Yaowu in front of him, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. He is only 5 stars now, but he possesses various skills and may not be much weaker than Chen Yaowu. Since he has chosen the bold and unrestrained style, he will hold on until the last moment even if he has to grit his teeth. "Please enlighten me." Jiang Sheng slowly pulled out the cold iron knife, and a heroic spirit came over him. "Very brave. I just don't know how many of my moves you can take." Chen Yaowu looked at Jiang Sheng with approval, and also rushed towards Jiang Sheng with a tang sword in hand. As a martial arts fanatic, Chen Yaowu has high attainments in all kinds of weapons, and the same is true for swordsmanship. Therefore, as soon as Jiang Sheng and Chen Yaowu started fighting, the difference between them was immediately clear. Bang! After just one encounter of swordsmanship, Jiang Sheng took several steps back. He felt pain in the palm of his hand, and his blood was surging. Even though they are both sword techniques, there are still differences in quality. It seems that the 72 return to origin swords are still not enough. When facing a strong man of Chen Yaowu's level, Jiang Sheng felt a lot of pressure. However, he still used the 72 return to origin swords to the extreme. The blades whistled, and he fought back and forth with Chen Yaowu. Of course, in this back and forth, Chen Yaowu handled it with ease, while Jiang Sheng was defeated and looked a little embarrassed. Your swordsmanship is good, but lacks artistic conception. Why don't you try my water-breaking swordsmanship and see what the world of swordsmanship is like? As Chen Yaowu spoke, the sword technique in his hand suddenly changed, and a tremendous force gushed out, like a rolling wave, smashing towards Jiang Sheng. Oh no, I can't handle it. Just the force of the knife in Chen Yaowu's hand made Jiang Sheng feel a chill of fear on his back. After just one encounter, the two knives collided with a loud bang, and Jiang Sheng flew backwards. Is this the only skill you have? I'm very surprised. How did you defeat Lu Zhantang? And how did you make Lu Zhantang be hit by the Lu family's unique skill, the heart-piercing palm? Chen Yaowu looked down at Jiang Sheng, his eyes full of disappointment. The other younger generations of the Chen family didn't know what Jiang Sheng had done, but he had always been regarded as someone of the uncle's generation and was well-informed. However, Jiang Sheng's performance somewhat disappointed him. What? Brother Jiang defeated Lu Zhantang. No wonder the Lu family broke off the engagement. It turns out that Brother Jiang did so many things, but Brother Jiang's current performance may not be a match for Lu Zhantang, right? Not to mention using the Lu family's piercing palm. The other younger members of the Chen family were all shocked when they heard what Chen Yaowu said. But then, like Chen Yaowu, they were somewhat disappointed. They didn't think that Jiang Sheng in front of them had the ability to defeat Lu Zhantang, unless someone helped him secretly. Student Jiang? Qin Yin was also shocked. Her eyes were moist. She didn't want others to think that Jiang Sheng was weak and lost. She was only moved and happy. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +3, 65/100. The system rewards 10 experience points. Jiang Sheng, who was originally feeling extremely uncomfortable with his blood boiling, couldn't help but feel happy when he heard the system prompt in his mind. Sure enough, the cutest one is his experienced baby, Qin Yun. However, he would not be willing to be looked down upon by the younger generation of the Qin family. Although the skills of rebound and invisibility that he used to defeat Lu Zhantang were not suitable for use on Chen Yaowu, he still had other skills to use. Skill copy on? Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successful replication. Water-breaking sword technique, start. Swish. After Jiang Sheng activated the copy skill, he immediately learned the water-breaking sword technique that Chen Yaowu performed. Coupled with his current 5-star combat power, he actually learned it quite well. Chen Yaowu, who was fighting with Jiang Sheng, was suddenly startled and looked at Jiang Sheng with astonishment. He didn't expect that Jiang Sheng would learn his broken water sword technique after just a few moves. He also knows the water-breaking sword technique. The others were also shocked. The water-breaking sword technique is one of the Chen family's unique skills. Although it is not as secret as the Lu family's heart-piercing palm, not many people know it. Jiang Sheng was able to perform it probably because of what he had just learned. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. In that case, why don't you try my fiery sun sword technique? Chen Yaowu is indeed a martial arts fanatic, and he can use all kinds of unique sword techniques at will. The momentum of the Tang sword in his hand changed, and a set of fierce Liang sword technique hit Jiang Sheng head-on, forcing Jiang Sheng to retreat. Skill copy on? Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successful replication. Scorching Sun sword technique, start. Swish. Just a moment later, Jiang Sheng used the same fiery sun sword technique as Chen Yaowu. Although it was a little immature compared to Chen Yaowu's, it was enough to shock people beyond words. Good. Chen Yaowu's heart tightened. He was already a rare genius, but it took him a lot of time to learn these unique skills. However, Jiang Sheng was able to learn the essence of them just by watching a few moves. This was too terrifying. Oh my god! Isn't Brother Jiang's martial arts talent even higher than that of my brother? When the other younger generations of the Chen family saw this scene, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Mr. Jiang, you are amazing. Qin Yun's face flushed with excitement. She didn't expect Jiang Sheng to have such a method. Is this guy still a human? Chun Fong in the attic was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. She had been managing the Qinwu Club for so many years, and this was the first time she had seen a martial arts freak like Jiang Sheng. Xiao Jiang, he's quite interesting. Chun Xingnan narrowed her eyes and also greatly admired Jiang Sheng. But she also understood that Jiang Sheng had aroused Chen Yao's fighting spirit, and the following fight would become more and more exciting. I just don't know if Jiang Sheng can hold on. Chapter 50. Unyielding Glory, Jedi Strikes Back. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star king. The strong man's worship honor value +1, and the system rewards 3 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of a 6-star commander. The honor value of the strong one is +1, and the system rewards 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 66/100. The system rewards 3 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the 9-star queen's praise. Both parties' favorability +1, 6/100. The system rewards 4 experience points. Just after Jiang Sheng copied Chen Yao's swordsmanship one after another, a series of system prompt sounds rang frantically in his mind. Various honor values and favorability levels are increasing one after another, and experience values are rising rapidly. It must be admitted that even if Jiang Sheng lost this battle, his gains were rich enough. Ha ha ha, it's rare for a battle to be so enjoyable. Next, I'm gonna let go. Chen Yao was indeed aroused by Jiang Sheng's talent and wanted to fight. He swung his arms and used a new sword technique, the Crazy Sword. Skill copy on? Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successful replication. Crazy Blade Rise. Jiang Sheng continued to imitate and use the copy skill to copy Chen Yao's mad sword technique. It's a pity that although Jiang Sheng was able to copy the essence of the Crazy Blade technique this time, the Crazy Blade technique has always been a technique that makes the strong stronger and the weak weaker. The difference between the Crazy Blade techniques performed by Jiang Sheng and Chen Yao is far greater than the difference between the previous sword techniques. So, bang, bang, bang. After more than 10 consecutive stabs, Jiang Sheng was forced to retreat again and again by Chen Yao. His knuckles were bleeding and blood was also flowing from the corners of his mouth. This time, Jiang Sheng was really forced into a desperate situation. If he continued, Jiang Sheng would only get more and more injured, but he would have no chance or hope of defeating Chen Yao. But even so, Jiang Sheng was still unwilling to give up. After all, the system prompt sound in his mind was still ringing, and various experience points and favorability were skyrocketing. If he stopped now, it would be a waste. Huh, what a joy! What a joy! It was rare for Chen Yao, a martial arts fanatic, to fight so vigorously with his peers. He kept shouting how exciting it was, but his sword skills became more and more sharp, making Jiang Sheng somewhat unable to defend himself. Gulp! The other younger generations of the Chen family all swallowed nervously. This was the first time in their history that they saw someone of the same generation being able to hold out against the eldest brother Chen Yao for so long. Pervert! Monster! Thinking that Jiang Sheng was about 10 years younger than Chen Yao, the younger generation of the Chen family was even more devastated because they could foresee that Jiang Sheng would be the next Chen Yao in the future. In the martial arts world, there will be another powerful person who transcends levels. Come on, Jiang! Qin Yun silently clenched her fists. She had never dared to hope that Jiang Sheng could defeat Chen Yao, but now she was ignited by Jiang Sheng's fighting spirit and even hoped that Jiang Sheng could create a miracle. He's so scary. Chun Fong in the attic was sweating profusely. In just a few days, she felt like she didn't even know Jiang Sheng anymore. Jiang Sheng's growth is so horrible that he doesn't seem like a human being anymore. Yun, good taste. Chun Xingnan finally revealed a relieved smile. She had never expected Jiang Sheng to win, but the fact that Jiang Sheng could fight Chen Yao to this point was already enough to make her proud. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating personal glory in desperation. Glory unyielding. Open. Unyielding. Counterattack in desperate situation. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind again. But what was different was that this time it was reminding Jiang Sheng that he had successfully activated his personal glory in desperation. I never thought that I would have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Jiang Sheng never thought that he could activate unyielding glory, let alone that unyielding glory would allow him to burst out with the combat power to defeat Chen Yao in desperate situations. Boom! Jiang Sheng's eyes instantly turned red, and even his skin became like red-hot steel. The next second, he swung his sword technique, and the power of that sword was so great that Chen Yao actually took several steps back. Hiss! What's going on? This scene stunned everyone. No one had expected such a shocking scene to happen. Come on, fight! Jiang Sheng was infected by the unyielding and glorious character, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. He gradually became unable to perceive the sounds from the outside world, nor the system prompts. He only knew that there was a fire burning in his meridians and that a force too powerful to be controlled was being vented wantonly. Then let's fight. Chen Yao also became excited. He was happy to be able to meet Jiang Sheng as a chess rival. Ding! Bang! Boom! Snap! 10 moves, just 10 moves, Jiang Sheng, who burst out with unyielding glory, defeated Chen Yao. Chen Yao fell to the ground in embarrassment, looking at Jiang Sheng, who swept the whole place. He did not feel the loneliness or jealousy after the failure, but only admiration and amazement. Jiang Sheng pointed his sword at Chen Yao and said, "Are you convinced?" Chen Yao smiled bitterly and replied, "I bow down to you." "Huh? Who else?" Jiang Sheng held his sword and roared, with an indomitable will running through his body, like a god of war, standing in the world. Gulp! Everyone swallowed and looked at Jiang Sheng with mixed feelings. No one expected that the final outcome would be like this. Jiang Sheng actually defeated Chen Yao, the glory of the younger generation of the Chen family. Thump! Finally, Jiang Sheng, exhausted, let out a long roar, then fainted from exhaustion and fell heavily to the ground. Quick, help him to the bed, and call Dr. Bai. Chen Yao shouted immediately, and everyone took action. Facing Jiang Sheng, who had just created a miracle, everyone was extremely responsible and serious. Jiang Sheng's feat was worthy of everyone's admiration. The younger generation of the Chen family now worships Jiang Sheng as a god. Qin Yun was so distressed that she kept wiping away tears, but she was also extremely proud because Jiang Sheng was her best friend. Chun Fong in the attic was speechless for a long time. She felt ashamed of having looked down on Jiang Sheng. A talent like Jiang Sheng was a star in the sky. How could she look down on him? Chen Xinan's cold heart trembled as she looked at Jiang Sheng, who was carefully carried away by the younger generation of the Chen family. This should be the legendary power of blood. This kid is always able to bring surprises to people. I have to say, he and Yunner's father are quite similar. If I were as young as Yunner, I would have. Chen Xingnan suddenly collected her thoughts and realized that she had been overthinking. She glanced at Chen Fong, who was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and suddenly said, "Come on, accompany me to meet the ancestor. I have decided to bet the future of the Chen family on Jiang Sheng." Chen Fong was startled at first, but then she immediately understood what Chen Xingnan meant. She nodded heavily and agreed with Chen Xingnan's idea. "I am willing to go with the curator. The curator and I agree that Jiang Sheng is worthy of my Chen family's dedicated cultivation." Chapter 51. Upgrade even when unconscious. Dr. Bai, how is Jiang? Is he serious? Jiang Sheng's sudden coma made everyone nervous, especially Qin Yun, who was extremely concerned. Normally, she had a socially anxious personality and seldom spoke, but this was the 5th time she had asked Dr. Bai about Jiang Sheng's condition. Dr. Bai put away his hand that was taking Jiang Sheng's pulse and looked at Qin Yun with surprise. The Bai family and the Chen family have always been complementary to each other because for people in the martial arts world, it is inevitable to suffer injuries when practicing martial arts, and people who practice martial arts also need medicine to regulate their bodies. Therefore, any large martial arts family must understand medicine, or have a family of doctors who have been friends for generations. The Bai family and the Chen family have the latter kind of relationship. The Bai family serves as the family doctors for the Chen family, and the Chen family protects the Bai family with their status in the martial arts world. So Qin Yun grew up under the care of Dr. Bai, and Dr. Bai knew Qin Yun's situation very well. She was socially anxious, introverted, and not good at talking. But today, Qin Yun's performance completely overturned Dr. Bai's previous cognition. "Yes, very good. Dr. Bai, what's good?" Faced with Dr. Bai's incoherent words, Qin Yun asked in confusion. Dr. Bai smiled and said, "Yunner, your condition has recovered well. If you were your normal self, you wouldn't talk so much. I can say so much now. It will be very effective in recovering from your character flaws. Keep it up. I believe you will get better and better." Qin Yun grew up under the care of Dr. Bai, so naturally he hopes that Qin Yun can overcome her socially anxious and introverted personality defects. However, Qin Yun was in no mood to pay attention to her own situation. She asked nervously, "Dr. Bai, I don't care about my own situation. I only care about whether Jiang is okay." Ha ha. Dr. Bai looked at Qin Yun, who was so nervous that she was about to cry, and suddenly laughed. "Yunner, I know that your recovery must have a lot to do with this kid. Don't worry. Even for your sake, I won't let anything happen to him." Dr. Bai's words made Qin Yun blush. It was obvious that he was making fun of the relationship between Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun. But Qin Yun couldn't care less about that now. She only cared about whether Jiang Sheng's condition was serious or not. Dr. Bai took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Sheng with a hint of surprise and disbelief, and murmured, "In fact, even if I didn't come to treat him today, Xiao Jiang would be fine. Normally, Xiao Jiang's sudden burst of full potential would damage his body to a certain extent, and he must be treated carefully. However, Xiao Jiang is very different. His situation is like his body actively releasing its potential. Not only did it not damage his body, but it also widened his meridians, laying a solid foundation for future martial arts improvement. It's just that the sudden rise in height made his body somewhat uncomfortable, which is why he fainted from exhaustion. As long as he rests for a few days, he will be able to recover as before. Moreover, his physical fitness will be far better than before, and his future martial arts journey will be smooth sailing. But just in case, I will prescribe some healing medicine for him. If you give him the medicine on time, it will help him recover faster and also help him stabilize his realm." Dr. Bai said with admiration on his face. Their Bai family has been treating the Chun family for generations, and they have seen many cases of potential explosions. But Jiang Sheng is one that is particularly different. Even Dr. Bai felt that Jiang Sheng's talent was exceptionally different. As Dr. Bai spoke, he walked to the table and began to write the prescription. Gulp! Dr. Bai's words made the younger generation of the Chen family swallow their saliva in unison. In addition to admiration, the look in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Sheng was mostly envy. Ever since Jiang Sheng defeated Chen Yaowu, the younger generation of the Chen family has regarded Jiang Sheng as a god. After all, no one of his generation in history could fight Chen Yaowu to a draw. As for the person who defeated Chen Yaowu, Jiang Sheng was undoubtedly the first one. Coupled with Dr. Bai's admiration for Jiang Sheng, the younger generation of the Chen family could hardly hide their envy and jealousy. "Brother Jiang, you are so powerful. Admire. I wish I had half his talent." One after another, the younger generation of the Chen family were praising and sighing with emotion. "Jiang, you are great." Qin Yun also looked at Jiang Sheng with shining eyes. She didn't expect that Jiang Sheng was not only fine, but also turned a disaster into a blessing. This was so comfortable. The clenched fists were finally able to loosen. If it weren't for the family members around, Qin Yun would have thrown herself on Jiang Sheng and burst into tears. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of a 6-star commander. The strongman's worship honor value +1, and the system rewards 2 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, and the system rewards 3 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. A series of system prompts sounded one after another, but unfortunately, Jiang Sheng, who had already fainted, could not hear them at all. However, this did not prevent Jiang Sheng's experience value from skyrocketing. Jiang Sheng's honor value and favorability were also increasing rapidly. After walking out of the room, Dr. Bai turned around and went to the next room. In this room, Chen Xingnan and Chen Fang had been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Bai, how is Xiao Jiang?" Chen Xingnan's arrogant and cold attitude actually fluctuated a little today, and she even became nervous for Jiang Sheng. Dr. Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. He also watched Chen Xingnan grow up. He knew Chen Xingnan too well as a woman who had been strong all her life. He never expected that there was someone who could make Chen Xingnan nervous and concerned. With a slight smile, Dr. Bai said slowly, "Don't worry, that guy is much more powerful than you and I imagined. Not only is he..." Dr. Bai explained his diagnosis to Chen Xingnan again. To sum it up in one sentence, Jiang Sheng is not only fine, but this Jedi counterattack has actually increased Jiang Sheng's potential, and his future practice will be smooth sailing. Sharp! Chen Xingnan's eyes lit up, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Now I can go to find the ancestor without any worries. As she spoke, Chen Xingnan stood up and thanked Dr. Bai respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for taking care of me personally. You're welcome. You're welcome. Dr. Bai responded politely, but as an elder, he did not stand up. Instead, he calmly accepted Chen Xingnan's gift of thanks. Afterwards, after a brief chat with Dr. Bai, Chen Xingnan, accompanied by Chen Fong, went to the backyard where the ancestor was. When passing by the room where Jiang Sheng was temporarily staying, Chen Xingnan looked inside with complicated eyes. Boy, you are really good. After muttering something silently in her heart, Chen Xingnan walked away. Shortly after Chen Xingnan left, the system prompt sounds rang again in Jiang Sheng's unconscious mind. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 9-star Queen's Praise. Both parties' favorability +1. The system rewards 4 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. Chapter 52. 10-star Emperor, triggering new skills. In the backyard of the Chen family, in an antique training room, an old man with white hair and beard sat quietly on a cushion. Opposite the old man were Chen Xingnan and Chen Fong, who were kneeling there cautiously. Even though the old man is already in his 70s and his face is full of wrinkles, even if he is sitting there motionless, the aura he exudes is enough to make people feel afraid. This person is the ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Yuanxiao. Chen Yuanxiao is not only the strongest person in the Chen family, but also the only one in the Chen family who has cultivated internal energy through martial arts. According to Chen Yuanxiao, external cultivation of martial arts is ultimately inferior, and only internal cultivation is superior. It's a pity that things like inner cultivation depend on talent on the one hand and fate on the other. When one can comprehend, it depends entirely on one's luck. Outsiders cannot help or enlighten one. The Chen family has a history of ups and downs for thousands of years, but there are only a handful of people who can cultivate internal energy. This shows how terrifying the masters of internal energy are. It is also because of the internal energy masters of the Chen family that the Chen family has been able to stand for 1,000 years. Time passed by bit. Chen Yuanxiao didn't open his eyes or speak a word. Chen Xingnan and Chen Fong didn't dare to say anything to wake Chen Yuanxiao up. They could only wait obediently. Call. Suddenly, Chen Yuanxiao let out a long sigh, opened his eyes with a smile, looked at Chen Xingnan cheerfully, and said, Xingnan, you usually always avoid me, afraid that I would point fingers at your practice. Why did you take the initiative to come to me today? Chen Yuanxiao dotes on Chen Xingnan especially, because the future of the Chen family almost depends on Chen Xingnan. Although Chen Yaowu is very strong and talented, in Chen Yuanxiao's eyes, Chen Xingnan is better in all aspects, so Chen Xingnan became the object of Chen Yuanxiao's dedicated cultivation. Chen Xingnan took a deep breath, restrained her condescending attitude in front of outsiders, and said obediently, Grandfather, I've taken a fancy to a young man. I think his talent is far superior to mine. If possible, I hope you can train him with all your strength, and the future of our Chen family can also be handed over to him. Chen Xingnan said this seriously, and there was no sign of joking in her expression. Oh! Chen Yuanxiao was slightly surprised. It seemed that the young man must have extraordinary talent, as the rebellious Chen Xingnan praised him so highly. However, Chen Yuanxiao didn't remember that the Chen family had such an outstanding young generation. Xingnan, this young man you're talking about, which one of our Chen family is it? Ancestor. He is not a member of our Chen family, but Yun'er's friend. Yun'er's friend. Isn't that only 20 years old? Yes, that's 20 years old. Chen Xingnan's unwavering response made Chen Yuanxiao's eyes even more surprised. Although people in the martial arts industry place great emphasis on talent, accumulation is equally important. Without sufficient time accumulation, it is almost impossible to achieve too high an achievement. Things like becoming famous at a young age and being invincible can only appear in martial arts novels and cannot exist in reality. It is also because of this that people like Chen Yaowu and Lu Qingshan, who claim to be invincible among the younger generation, are actually already around 30 years old. Just in his early 20s, even if he had talent, it would be impossible for Chen Xingnan to admire him so much, unless Xingnan, since he is so valued and admired by you, he must be the one that their family focuses on training. Would they be willing to hand over such a good seedling to us? Grandfather, I checked. Jiang Sheng is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. He has no family support. What? Chen Yuanxiao was even more surprised. As an orphan, living in an orphanage, With no family support, this situation was almost a hellish start for a martial artist. How could Jiang Sheng change his fate? Are you sure that Jiang Sheng, with his background, is really qualified for our Chun family to train with all their strength? Facing Chen Yuanxiao's questioning, Chen Shengnan calmly told Chen Yuanxiao everything from the first time she met Jiang Sheng, Jiang Sheng's subsequent performance, to his complete outburst and defeat of Chen Yawu just now. Are these words of yours true? After hearing this, Chen Yuanxiao couldn't believe it at all. After all, these experiences sound no different from those of the protagonist in a novel. Who could do it without the halo of the protagonist? Even if Chen Yuanxiao was reborn at the age of 20, he could not guarantee that he would do better than Jiang Sheng. Old ancestor, what the curator said is all true. I can vouch for you. I have witnessed it with my own eyes and experienced it personally. At this time, Chen Fong spoke. During Jiang Sheng's growth process, Chen Fong was the one who suffered the greatest blow. From the initial defeat at the hands of Jiang Sheng to the current inability to face Jiang Sheng directly, her words are the most convincing. He is truly a rare genius. Chen Yuanxiao now believed it. He squinted his eyes and thought quietly. After a moment, he spoke. Well, since you, Xingnan, have recognized him, then I will trust your judgment and will do my best to train him. Thank you, ancestor. Chen Xingnan was overjoyed. What she was most worried about was Chen Yuanxiao's prejudice against Jiang Sheng and his decision not to choose him or train him. But she didn't expect that Chen Yuanxiao would agree so easily in the end. Jiang Sheng is such a lucky kid. He is valued by the old ancestor and is willing to train him with all his strength. His luck is really enviable. Chen Xingnan had never envied anyone, but now she began to envy Jiang Sheng. Even every time she thought of Jiang Sheng, she felt weird because Jiang Sheng shocked her more than all the other people combined. To be frank, Jiang Sheng is the second man recognized by Chen Xingnan besides Qin Yun's father. Chen Yuanxiao didn't say anything, but he knew in his heart what Chen Xingnan was surprised about. But only he himself knew that the ancestors of the Chun family had left behind a rubbing, which said that in 27 days, an unprecedented catastrophe would occur. No one could escape this catastrophe, and it could be said to be a world-destroying catastrophe. Whether the Chen family can survive this catastrophe is still unknown. That is why Chen Yuanxiao has always been keen on cultivating the support of the Chen family. He hopes to cultivate a young inner energy master to protect the Chen family and escort the Chen family. Chen Yuanxiao is old, and it is unknown how long he can hold on for the Chen family after the catastrophe comes. Therefore, Jiang Sheng, mentioned by Chen Xingnan, is his greatest hope so far. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the expectation of the 10-star Emperor, obtaining the system reward skill, the power of expectation, and obtaining the system reward experience value of 10. Skill. Power of expectation, passive skill. When the host is expected by others, there is a certain probability of activating this skill. After the power of expectation is activated, the host can temporarily absorb the power of the surrounding heaven and earth and temporarily increase its own level. Note, the more expectations, the higher the probability of triggering the skill. Chapter 53. The Parliament with its own motives. Jiangzhou, a military base office, where many senior military officials gathered. If these were in the outside world, these terrifying beings would be able to make Jiangzhou tremble with just a stomp of their feet. At this moment, they were all discussing one topic after another with serious expressions. The core of the topics they discuss are all within the same big framework. Doomsday emergency response. I repeat, time waits for no one. After several calculations, the world's most powerful computer in China, Longzhu, predicts that the end of the world will be in 27 days. This time is very urgent for us. We must be fully prepared before the doomsday comes. The 9 provinces of China are all trying their best to search for young people with potential, to cultivate doomsday combat power, and to make efforts for the continuation of China. Our Jiangzhou branch cannot fall behind, and we cannot do nothing. Sitting on the main seat was an old gentleman with a square face. He had thick eyebrows, broad eyes, and thick lips. He looked like a simple and honest man, but the sharpness in his eyes showed that he was no ordinary person. He must have been a terrifying person who had experienced the baptism of iron and blood. Mr. Zhou, we all understand the urgency of the situation, but it is precisely because of this that we cannot agree with Zhou Yu's nonsense behavior. Yes, Zhou Yu is too reckless. She actually used her own quota to exchange for a level 5 young man. Isn't this ridiculous? We can't abandon our principles just because of Zhou Yu's request. Level 6 is the lowest level, and it's a hard target. Moreover, the training conditions are directly linked to the level. No one should have any privileges. One after another, people stood up and expressed their opinions. They agreed with what the square-faced old man said, but they still firmly rejected Mr. Zhou's proposal and agreed to Zhou Yu's request to replace Jiang Sheng. Mr. Zhou had a sullen face and swept his calm gaze over everyone present, but his heart was not as calm as he appeared to be. Instead, he was burning with anger and wanted to slam the table and curse. If this matter was not of great importance, he would not have bothered to talk nonsense with this group of people and would have agreed to Zhou Yu's proposal on his own. Others didn't understand Zhou Yu, so how could he not understand her? She was his granddaughter. He had watched her grow up. He knew Zhou Yu's temper too well. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, Zhou Yu would definitely not bother him. Moreover, Mr. Zhou also sent someone to investigate Jiang Sheng. He found that Jiang Sheng was indeed a promising talent. In a very short period of time, he grew from an ordinary person to a remarkable rookie, especially when he sent people to the Yang family to inquire about the situation. The Yang family directly refused and did not give any reply. They even almost fell out with him because of Jiang Sheng. This made Mr. Zhou realize that Jiang Sheng must have something extraordinary, because Mr. Zhou understood the style of the Yang family. As one of the few inheritors of the magic, the Yang family's vision and methods of judging people were beyond their reach. Originally, when it comes to such a major event as the end of the world, Mr. Zhou should have joined forces with the Yang family to find a way to deal with it. However, because of a special period in China, the inheritors of the magic lineage suffered unprecedented suppression. Even though the suppression on the magic lineage was later lifted, they still could not completely let go of their grudges. Since we can't unite, we can only find a way out on our own. When seeing that the Yang family also valued Jiang Sheng so much, Mr. Zhou once thought of using the specific time of the doomsday to exchange information with the Yang family. Unexpectedly, the Yang family directly showed the heavenly steel, putting Mr. Zhou in a passive position. It was then that he realized that the Yang family had long been aware of the doomsday prophecy and had been preparing for it long ago. In fact, the entire magical school should have been preparing for it long ago, but they just didn't inform the outside world. After all, the suppression of the magic lineage back then was an all-round suppression from ordinary people to the military, which almost caused the magic lineage to be extinct. Although various compensations were given later, the pain could not be made up by a little bit of compensation. Mr. Zhou, a very important figure in the whole of China, had to apologize in person to the ancestor of the Yang family in exchange for a few pieces of information from the Yang family. Jiang Sheng is a promising talent, far more talented than Mr. Zhou and the others imagined. The end of the world is probably true, because the prophecies of the heavenly tablets have never failed. If you don't know how to use the art of looking at qi, don't trust anyone, because in this doomsday, demons will be born from the crowd. These 3 pieces of information were already the limit given by the ancestor of the Yang family. But the amount of information contained in these 3 pieces of information was also explosive, directly causing Mr. Zhou to fall into anxiety. Only then did he realize that doomsday was far more complicated than he had imagined. He also knew that Jiang Sheng was far more talented than Zhou Yu had said. However, he was unable to convince the group of senior executives in front of him, which made him very distressed. You are a bunch of rigid old men. It's already this late. Why can't you come to your senses? If you were not so prejudiced against the Yang family, I would really like to let you meet the ancestor of the Yang family and let it see the stupid faces of you people. I'm really pissed off by you guys. Mr. Zhou was furious. If the decision on resource allocation was not in his hands alone, he would not bother to talk nonsense with these people. Since all of you disagree, then Zhou Yu's topic will be put on hold for now, but I still reserve my opinion. I think Jiang Sheng can be trained. Once Jiang Sheng reaches level 6, I will use the most abundant resources to train him. At that time, you're not allowed to object. This was the decision made after Mr. Zhou and this group of senior executives had been negotiating with each other and finally gave in. As long as Jiang Sheng reaches level 6, Mr. Zhou can activate the highest level training program to train Jiang Sheng, and no one can object. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. We will keep our word. Yes, as long as it doesn't break the rules, we have no objection. As long as Jiang Sheng can reach level 6, we will recognize him. The other senior executives all agreed with Mr. Zhou's words on the surface, but deep down, they were feeling sarcastic. There are only 27 days left until the so-called doomsday, and Jiang Sheng is only level 5 now. How easy is it to reach level 6? Even if Jiang Sheng has the opportunity to be promoted to level 6, it will not be long before the end of the world. By then, it will make no difference whether to start the highest level training program or not. The people in their respective forces have already consumed enough resources, so it doesn't matter. This training program, which seemed to be fully prepared for the end of the world, was actually a secret competition among various forces for resources. This is why Zhou Yu's proposal encountered so much resistance. After all, no one wants to give up the resources that belong to their own forces to train Zhou's disciples. Well, old Zhou sighed heavily. How could he not see that these people had their own ulterior motives? But he could do nothing about it because selfishness was human nature. After finishing the topic proposed by Zhou Yu, Mr. Zhou and his group started discussing the next topic. Mr. Zhou, I found a very good young man in Jiangzhou. He is very talented and has already reached level 8. I plan to use my highest authority to train him. I wonder if Mr. Zhou agrees? Level 8? Show me the information. Old Zhou was delighted. Although everyone had their own ideas, the more powerful people they trained, the happier he would be. Besides, level 8 was very rare. Lu Qinshan. However, when Mr. Zhou saw the name in the proposal, he frowned instantly. He remembered clearly that Zhou Yu had found this young person of level 8 before, but Zhou Yu had given him a very low evaluation and did not agree to train him. Think about the words of the Yang family's ancestor again. They don't know the art of cheerleading, so they can't hand over resources to people they don't trust. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. No, I don't agree. Mr. Zhou, level 8 is already very powerful. Why not? This person's character is terrible. What does bad character have to do with strength? Since Mr. Zhou said so, then I will train him within the scope of my authority. Is that okay? Chapter 54. 5 days later. Wake up. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of favorability from the 8-star queen. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of favorability from the 9-star empress. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of skill enhancement value. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of equipment enhancement value. Bye! After Jiang Sheng had been in a coma for 5 days, he finally woke up. But after Jiang Sheng woke up, a long string of system prompts appeared in his mind. Those long strings of system prompts made Jiang Sheng's scalp tingle. How many days have I been in a coma? Jiang Sheng didn't have the energy to look at the system prompts carefully. He just wanted to know how many days he had been unconscious, what had happened during those days, and why he suddenly received so many system prompts. What Jiang Sheng saw just now were only the top few lines of system prompts. There are many more further down. Student Jiang, you finally woke up? You have been in a coma for 5 days. Qin Yun had been staying by Jiang Sheng's side for the past few days. When she saw Jiang Sheng wake up, her eyes turned red with excitement, and she almost cried. Although Dr. Bai repeatedly stressed that Jiang Sheng was not seriously injured, Qin Yun's heart was in turmoil as she watched Jiang Sheng unable to wake up, and she couldn't calm down at all. Finally, after Qin Yun had endured 5 days of hardship, Jiang Sheng woke up. 5 days? After Jiang Sheng heard Qin Yun's answer, he was stunned. He never expected that the side effects of activating glory and unyielding would be so great. By this calculation, there were originally 27 days left in the doomsday countdown, but now there are only 21 days left. It was too fast, so fast that it was beyond Jiang Sheng's expectations. However, when Jiang Sheng took a quick look at his densely packed system prompts, most of which were about gaining experience points, he felt a lot more relaxed, as if these 5 days were not wasted. Jiang Sheng collected his thoughts and temporarily ignored the system prompts, because when he looked at Qin Yun's red eyes and tender look, he felt somewhat moved. Especially Qin Yun's clearly visible dark circles under her eyes. It was very obvious that during the 5 days that Jiang Sheng was in a coma, Qin Yun did not remember to rest well. She must be very tired. Student Qin Yu have worked hard. Jiang Sheng raised his hand and gently wiped away the excited tears from the corners of Qin Yun's eyes. He could personally feel the care and tenderness from Qin Yun. Looking back, Jiang Sheng simply wanted to be friends with Qin Yun and wanted Qin Yun the 8-star queen, to become his most capable comrade in arms after the doomsday. But as time went by, as their feelings gradually warmed up, their relationship had already broken through the boundaries of ordinary friends. Of course, it might also be related to the increasing favorability between Qin Yun and Jiang Sheng. Thinking of this, Jiang Sheng checked the system and suddenly discovered that the favorability between him and Qin Yun had reached 83. 83/100, only 17 points away from the maximum level. The corners of Jiang Sheng's mouth trembled. He never expected that during the 5 days he was unconscious, the favorability between him and Qin Yun increased so much. There is no need to look at the system prompts. Just because of the increase in the favorability between Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun, I believe Jiang Sheng's experience value will skyrocket. 83 favorability, is that right? Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows. If the favorability level is at the maximum level, then well, with the current favorability level of 83, Qin Yun and Jiang Sheng should be able to. Whoa. Sure enough, when Jiang Sheng gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Qin Yun's eyes, Qin Yun was so moved that she threw herself into Jiang Sheng's arms and burst into tears. In the past few days, although Dr. Bai came back every day to diagnose Jiang Sheng's breathing remained stable, but only Qin Yun herself knew that she was worried every day, and she was worried every day that Jiang Sheng would not be able to wake up again. Jiang Sheng's gentle words just now seemed to become a window for Qin Yun to vent her emotions, causing all the negative emotions that Qin Yun had accumulated over the past few days to burst out. Forehead. Jiang Sheng was stunned for a moment when a girl who was socially anxious and dared not speak loudly suddenly broke into his arms. Gulp. Jiang Sheng swallowed nervously because Qin Yun's posture in holding him was too ambiguous. Jiang Sheng is now sitting on the bed, and Qin Yun's face is pressed against Jiang Sheng's chest, so the fullness of Qin Yun's chest naturally falls on Jiang Sheng's thighs. The elasticity and flexibility not only made Jiang Sheng's thighs feel unprecedented elasticity, but also made some parts of his body difficult to hold back. Plus, Qin Yun was crying and trembling slightly. That feeling, TSK. Jiang Sheng, a young man with vigorous blood, couldn't control himself at all. Qin Yun, who was feeling sad, suddenly noticed something moving under her chest. Qin Yun, who had never been in a relationship, naturally had no idea what was going on, so she lowered her head and looked at him in surprise. It would be fine if she didn't look at it, but when she did, she was shocked. Only then did she realize that it was Jiang Sheng's. Qin Yun panicked instantly. She felt ashamed and embarrassed. She quickly stood up and ended the ambiguous posture with Jiang Sheng. Student Qin, I'm sorry. I have never had such close contact with a girl, so... Now it was Jiang Sheng's turn to stutter embarrassedly. Jiang Sheng was very embarrassed by such an indecent scene. But he was still young, his hormones were bursting, and his energy and blood were abundant. It would be impossible for him to control himself. Jiang Sheng lowered his head in embarrassment, thinking that the simple Qin Yun would be angry, and the 83 points of favorability that he and Qin Yun had accumulated with great difficulty would definitely be reduced. Actually, it was quite easy, as it was all increased during Jiang Sheng's coma, and had little to do with Jiang Sheng, and even less to do with hard work. But in fact, Jiang Sheng waited for a long time, but still did not receive the system prompt sound. So he raised his head in confusion and looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun blushed and looked at Jiang Sheng shyly. Then, she leaned close to Jiang Sheng's ear and whispered softly, "So, I am Jiang's first one?" Gulp. Listening to Qin Yun's gentle voice, smelling the body fragrance that hid his nose and the snow-white face right in front of him, Jiang Sheng could only swallow his saliva nervously. He would never have dreamed that Qin Yun, who had a socially anxious personality, would one day seduce him with words. I don't know if it was because Qin Yun was too charming, or because Jiang Sheng couldn't control himself, or if he was just letting things take their course, but Jiang Sheng turned his head and gently kissed Qin Yun's pink cherry lips. His hand, like in Lushan's claw, slowly rose up, then moved closer. Chapter 55 Favorability is still rising. Qin Yun, who had a playful look in her eyes, felt dizzy when Jiang Sheng suddenly kissed her on the red lips. But for some reason, she instinctively did not resist, but slowly closed her eyes and responded to Jiang Sheng's clumsy kissing skills. Qin Yun was responding to Jiang Sheng's passionate kiss awkwardly when she suddenly felt a hot hand climbing up her delicate body, and her whole body trembled instantly. After a slight resistance, Qin Yun actually accepted it. However, when Jiang Sheng's claws were about to go deeper and penetrate into her clothes, Qin Yun grabbed Jiang Sheng's hand, and with shame and anger, she stopped their first and unskilled passionate kiss and glared at Jiang Sheng fiercely. Men, none of them are good. Qin Yun's angry look was neither tight nor scary, but made her even more adorable. Jiang Sheng smiled bitterly and awkwardly withdrew his claws. He looked at Qin Yun's lips that were red from being bitten by him and said apologetically, "Student Qin, I'm sorry. I can't help myself. I really didn't mean it." Puff! Qin Yun smiled shyly and did not blame Jiang Sheng. She just glared at Jiang Sheng coquettishly. Just this one glance made Jiang Sheng's heart flutter again. But this time, Jiang Sheng still controlled himself. After all, this is the Qin family. If he dares to be too presumptuous and is discovered by the Qin family, he will definitely be in trouble. Furthermore, the favorability between him and Qin Yun is only 83 now. It is already very rare to be able to achieve this step. He does not want his greed to cause the favorability between the two to drop. He was also thinking about waiting until the favorability between the two of them reached the maximum level and then feeling that the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Jiang Sheng secretly encouraged himself in his heart. After all, a favorability of 83 was already good enough. Then with the maximum favorability, he would surely be able to have scenes like in the love development game that he could only imagine in his dreams. Squeak! Just when the atmosphere between Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun was particularly ambiguous, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Chunjiu pushed the door open and walked in, carrying the boiled medicine. "Jiang, brother Jiang, are you awake?" When Chunjiu saw Jiang Sheng sitting up, he shouted happily. To be honest, Jiang Sheng has been in a coma for 5 days. Even with Dr. Bai's repeated assurances, people are still worried, and even Chunjiu is no exception. Now that Jiang Sheng has woken up, he is naturally very happy. However, Chunjiu's sudden intrusion immediately made Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun, who were already in a very ambiguous relationship, blush instantly, and they were too embarrassed to look each other in the eyes. Brother Jiang's seventh sister, what's wrong with you?" Although Chunjiu was not very old, he could still see that something was wrong between Qin Yun and Jiang Sheng. He always felt that there was something strange between the two of them, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. It's nothing. I just woke up and was a little excited, and classmate Qin was also a little excited when he saw me wake up." Jiang Sheng explained awkwardly that this reason was lame, but he couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. In front of Chunjiu, Qin Yun returned to her socially anxious personality. She was quiet and didn't like to express herself. She just kept her head down silently and glared at Jiang Sheng coquettishly. There was a hint of shyness in her blaming eyes. "Oh, I see." Chunjiu nodded in sudden realization. Being young, he believed it so easily. "Brother Jiang, even though you are awake, you still need to take the medicine. Drink the medicine first. I'll go call someone now." "Everyone, we've been waiting for you to wake up. Even Dr. Bai hasn't left our house these days." Chunjiu left the medicine and left quickly. Qin Yun looked at the medicine left by Chunjiu and was about to feed it to Jiang Sheng out of habit. However, when the spoon had already reached Jiang Sheng's mouth, she realized that Jiang Sheng had already woken up and no longer needed her careful care. Unfortunately, before Qin Yun could retract the spoon, Jiang Sheng took a bite and swallowed the medicine down with a gulp. "Student Jiang?" Qin Yun felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Sheng again. Jiang Sheng smiled calmly and said, "Thank you for feeding me medicine these days. Qin, I am afraid that I can only repay you with my body. Who asked you to pledge yourself to me?" Qin Yun shyly stuffed the bowl of medicine into Jiang Sheng's hand, turned her head away, not daring to look at Jiang Sheng. "Mr. Jiang, are you sincere about what you said? Mr. Jiang, are you proposing to me? Student Jiang, should I agree to your request?" Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 84/100. The system rewards 3 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 85/100. The system rewards 3 experience points. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind at the right time, making Jiang Sheng realize that his cheesy love words just now were quite effective. It's 85, keep going. Jiang Sheng drank the medicine with great excitement. He was full of expectations for the future. He believed that before the end of the world, he and Qin Yun would be able to have a perfect relationship. Then, would he be able to... Jiang Sheng smiled foolishly. Who could have thought that a week ago, when Jiang Sheng had just activated the system, he was still worrying about what to do when the doomsday came. But now he has begun to think about sex. Squeak! The door was pushed open again, and this time it was Chun Yaowu and Dr. Bai who came in. Brother Jiang, you are awake indeed. Chun Yaowu walked up happily and hugged Jiang Sheng. He was also one of the people who was extremely anxious about why Jiang Sheng hadn't woken up yet. He felt very guilty and worried that he had harmed Jiang Sheng. Fortunately, Jiang Sheng woke up. After a brief chat with Jiang Sheng and explaining that Chen Jiao had gone to call other people, Chen Yao quickly gave up his seat and let Dr. Bai give Jiang Sheng a serious diagnosis. Dr. Bai first looked at Jiang Sheng's complexion and then began to take Jiang Sheng's pulse. As for Jiang Sheng, he was looking at Dr. Bai in front of him with great excitement. 9-star medical saint? Isn't this old man too powerful? Following the system's prompt, Jiang Sheng immediately wanted to make friends with Dr. Bai. Think about it, in the doomsday world, what does a 9-star medical saint mean? It's almost the same as carrying a cheat. Dr. Bai seemed to have noticed the eagerness with which Jiang Sheng looked at him. He smiled slightly and responded to Jiang Sheng's gaze kindly. However, he, who had originally been taking Jiang Sheng's pulse with a peaceful expression, suddenly frowned after a moment, with surprise and disbelief flashing between his brows. Breakthrough? Even when he was asleep or unconscious, this guy could break through his own realm. Who on earth is this monster? Chapter 56. Meeting with the Chun family patriarch. Dr. Bai looked at Jiang Sheng in astonishment. He thought that Jiang Sheng, who had exploded with blood power in a desperate situation, had not damaged his foundation and even widened his meridians, which was already a very terrifying thing. But now, when he found that Jiang Sheng's strength had improved to a higher level while he was sleeping, he went crazy. Upgrade while sleeping? Upgrade while unconscious? No one, let alone the martial artists, could do this, even those in the nearly secluded magic world. Looking Jiang Sheng up and down, Dr. Bai was looking at him as if he were a monster because Jiang Sheng completely shattered his inherent medical knowledge. This kid doesn't look like a human, but more like a monster. Dr. Bai muttered to himself. Dr. Bai, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Brother Jiang's health? Seeing that Dr. Bai's expression kept changing, Chen Yaowu began to ask nervously. Hearing this, Dr. Bai smiled and shook his head, saying, No, there is no problem at all. In fact, it is better than before. What was that expression you had just now? Chen Yaowu asked in confusion. Dr. Bai did not hide anything and said bluntly, The reason why I was shocked just now was that Xiao Jiang had a breakthrough while he was sleeping. What? A breakthrough? Chen Yaowu opened his mouth in shock. This was the first time he heard of such a thing. The look he gave Jiang Sheng was as if he had seen a ghost. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star king. The strong man's worship honor value +1, and the system rewards 3 experience points. Breakthrough! Qin Yun covered her mouth in surprise. When she looked at Jiang Sheng, in addition to the previous ambiguity, there was now a hint of admiration. Mr. Jiang, you are really amazing. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 86 out of 100. The system rewards 3 experience points. Mr. Bai, you said Xiao Jiang had a breakthrough while sleeping? At this time, Chun Xingnan, who happened to come to Jiang Sheng's room to visit Jiang Sheng, who had just woken up, looked at Dr. Bai in surprise. She had seen the world, but in the martial arts world, she had never seen anyone who could level up in their sleep. Even in martial arts novels, they wouldn't dare to write about it, right? Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the 9-star queen's praise. The favorability of both parties is +1, 26/100. The system rewards 4 experience points. As the people present had different reactions, system prompts sounded one after another in Jiang Sheng's mind. Jiang Sheng didn't think much of the previous system prompt, but the last favorability level of 26 for Chun Xingnan as the 9-star empress made Jiang Sheng's eyes widen. When did the favorability reach 26? What happened during the time I was unconscious? Jiang Sheng was a little crazy. Before he fell into a coma, The favorability between him and Chen Xingnan was still in the single digits, but after waking up, it had reached 26. Isn't this too exaggerated? It was really hard for him to imagine what had happened during the days he was in a coma that had caused the relationship between him and Chen Xingnan to increase so much. If nothing had happened, even because of his bold performance that day, his reputation shouldn't have risen so quickly. Jiang Sheng is self-aware. His performance under desperate circumstances that day was indeed remarkable. It is completely understandable that he increased the favorability between himself and Chen Xingnan after he fell into a coma, but it is a bit problematic to increase it so much. Something must have happened that Jiang Sheng didn't know about. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Gulp. However, after Jiang Sheng thought it through and calmed down, his heart suddenly became agitated. After all, the favorability between him and Qin Yun has been proven. When the favorability reaches a certain level, then So, what will happen to the favorability between him and Chen Xingnan? In an instant, Jiang Sheng seemed to have a picture, and his cheeks turned red. Xiao Jiang, you don't have to be shy or embarrassed. I didn't say anything nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can check your physical condition. You have indeed upgraded. I didn't lie. When Dr. Bai saw Jiang Sheng blushing with embarrassment, he thought that Jiang Sheng was embarrassed because he said he had a breakthrough in his sleep. Let me see. Jiang Sheng also regained his sanity instantly. There are some things that he cannot think about now. So, he opened the system, ignored so many system prompts, and did not have time to check his specific situation. He just checked his level. Sure enough, it was upgraded. Host, Jiang Sheng, level, 6-star commander, 13/600. It is hard to imagine that before Jiang Sheng fell into a coma, he had just been upgraded to a 5-star berserker, and when he woke up, he became a 6-star commander. This upgrade speed is just amazing. This made Jiang Sheng more convinced that something big must have happened during the time he was unconscious. Otherwise, he would not have been able to advance. It is indeed a small breakthrough. Jiang Sheng now really wants to have a quiet space to carefully check his attributes and system prompts to see what exactly happened. Even if you can't tell exactly what happened, you can get a general idea of what happened. Of course, it would be great if someone could tell me what happened during those 5 days. Dr. Bai smiled and nodded. He was not surprised at Jiang Sheng's answer, because he was very confident in his medical skills, and there was no way he would make a wrong judgment. He is really good. Chen Xingnan looked at Jiang Sheng with a very different look than before. No wonder all the forces came to fight for this kid a few days ago. Fortunately, the ancestor is more skilled. Otherwise, our Chen family would have suffered a great loss. A super genius who can break through and upgrade even in his sleep is worth the Chen family's everything bet. As it turned out, the Chen family's bet was right, and they won, and Chen Xingnan did not make a mistake. But every time she thought of the fierce battle a few days ago, her scalp would tingle. It seemed that in front of a true strong man, a martial artist of her level was not worthy of being called a master. Even the aftermath of the battle between those old monsters could crush Chen Xingnan. However, Chen Xingnan quickly shook her head secretly and put away her inferiority complex. After all, the fighting power of those old monsters was equivalent to the power of another world, and she was far inferior to them. It was normal. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xingnan collected her thoughts and said to Jiang Sheng, who had completely recovered, Xiao Jiang, my Chen family ancestor wants to see you. Please pack up and follow me. Ancestor. Chen Xingnan's words instantly shocked Qin Yun and Chen Yaowu. Because the ancestor of the Chen family has always been elusive, it is extremely difficult for the younger generations of the Chen family to meet him, let alone for outsiders to meet him. Except for Dr. Bai, who was aware of the battle situation in the previous few days and was able to remain calm, it was understandable that any member of the Chen family would be shocked when they heard that the ancestor had an appointment with Jiang Sheng. Good. Jiang Sheng could tell from the expressions of Chen Yaowu and Qin Yun that the ancestor of the Chen family was no ordinary person, and it was very necessary to see this side of him. Moreover, it is very likely that it is closely related to the level increase during the few days when he was unconscious. Chen Xingnan is 9 stars, Chen Yaowu is 8 stars, Qin Yun is 8 stars, so how many stars is this Chen family ancestor? Could it be 10 stars? Jiang Sheng was packing up while thinking secretly. Chapter 57 View Personal Information. On the way to meet the ancestor of the Chen family, Jiang Sheng seized the rare free time and quickly checked his current situation. He first skipped the system information one after another and directly checked his system panel. It was obviously more important to see his current attributes first. Host, Jiang Sheng. Level, 6-star commander, 32/600. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 36/100. Instant strike, proficiency 60. God's arrow, proficiency 88. Return to origin 72 swords, proficiency 80. Copy, exclusive skill. Power of expectation, passive skill. Enhancement value 60. Equipment, cold iron knife, level 6. Fine steel bow, level 5. Enhancement value 80. Glory, adoration of the strong, glory value 88. Unyielding, glory value 28. Jiang Sheng looked at his attribute panel and immediately frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Because he was clear about the exclusive skill of copying, but Jiang Sheng remembered the passive skill of expected power very clearly. He had never had it before he fell into a coma. What is going on? Jiang Sheng was in a dark state. He had been in a coma for the past few days and had no idea what had happened. He didn't even know how he upgraded, let alone the sudden addition of passive skills. There was no other way. Jiang Sheng could only search through a long series of system information for relevant information about the passive skill, the power of expectations. Finally, Jiang Sheng found it. Special mission, the expectation of the 10-star emperor. Jiang Sheng looked at the special task, clearly visible in the system prompt, and felt a little confused. In this special mission, the expectation of the 10-star emperor, there is an information bar about the power of the system reward skill expectation. When did I get the hope of becoming a 10-star emperor? And who is this 10-star emperor? Jiang Sheng felt like he had been in a coma for 5 days, as if he had missed the whole world. He was just a small 6-star commander. No, when he gained the expectations of a 10-star emperor, he was still just a 5-star berserker. It was incredible to Jiang Sheng that a 5-star berserker could actually receive the expectations of a 10-star emperor. What made him feel even more unbelievable was that he actually triggered a special mission. However, there is very little information about this special mission. The only thing is that after completing the mission, you will get a special reward from the system. If the mission fails, there is no penalty. It is equivalent to a free opportunity to obtain special rewards from the system. But Jiang Sheng understood that the fewer words there were, and the more vague the information given, the richer and more shocking the reward would be. As the saying goes, the fewer words, the more content. The current main task is to find this mysterious 10-star emperor and fulfill his wishes. Since there are special system rewards for completing the task, Jiang Sheng naturally will not miss this opportunity. Etc. Just when Jiang Sheng was thinking about how he was going to fulfill the special mission and the expectations of the 10-star emperor, he suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered that he was already a 6-star commander, but why didn't he receive any advanced rewards from the system after the upgrade? When he upgraded to a 5-star berserker, he obtained the exclusive skill of copy skill. Jiang Sheng had experienced how powerful and useful the copy skill was, so he had always held out hope for the advanced rewards of the system. However, this time's upgrade did not seem to receive any advanced rewards from the system. Otherwise, it should have been seen in the system's skill list. So, Jiang Sheng began to quickly search for relevant information about his upgrade in the system prompts. Finally, hard work paid off, and Jiang Sheng finally found the information about the system's advanced rewards after upgrading to a 6-star commander. Jiang Sheng was slightly stunned because he could see clearly that it was written on the system information list that after he upgraded, the system had advanced rewards, but the reward was not a skill, but a special bonus point. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system high-level upgrade reward. The high-level upgrade reward has been issued. Please check it out. Ding! System prompt. System high-level upgrade reward. Super skill enhancement value 1 point. The host can choose any of his own skills to enhance and upgrade. After the skill is enhanced, it will become a high-level skill in the future world. Gulp! Jiang Sheng swallowed his saliva. His heart was so excited. You can strengthen a skill at will and upgrade it to the so-called future world. This is really amazing. Because of Zhou Yu, the human number 0, Jiang Sheng has successfully opened a new world line and completed the world mission. Therefore, Jiang Sheng understood that the coming of doomsday was not the end of the world. Before doomsday, there should be a completely new worldview coming. However, what that new worldview looks like and whether it can be successfully implemented depend a lot on Zhou Yu, the human number 0. Since it is a new world, the skills under the new worldview must be stronger than the current stage, that is, the skill strength of Jiang Sheng in this doomsday system stage. Therefore, this special skill enhancement value is particularly precious. By the way, what's going on with Zhou Yu? Has the world line mission been triggered? Jiang Sheng was awakened by this special skill enhancement value and immediately realized the importance of Zhou Yu. He began to look for information related to Zhou Yu in the system prompts. At the same time, he did not forget to look for information about the world line mission. After all, if the world line mission fails, it means that the advent of the new world is doomed to fail and mankind will perish. So the level of the world line mission is above all other missions. At least, that's what Jiang Sheng thought. He could fail in other missions, but he couldn't fail in the world line mission, and he couldn't afford to fail. Found it. After Jiang Sheng searched for a long time, he finally found information about Zhou Yu in a series of system prompt messages. Ding! System prompt. World line mission activated. Human number 0's worries. Human 0's concerns. Human 0 is worried about the relationship with the host. Please dispel Human 0's concerns as soon as possible and build trust between you and Human 0. Mission successful. System rewards 20 experience points. System rewards 10 skill enhancement points. System rewards 10 equipment enhancement points. Establish a favorable relationship with human number 0 and reward 10 favorable relationship points. Mission failed. 300 experience points will be deducted. 30 skill enhancement points will be deducted. 30 equipment enhancement points will be deducted. 30 honor points will be deducted. And a gap will appear with human number 0, and it will be impossible to establish goodwill again in the future. Hiss. After reading the news about Zhou Yu, Jiang Sheng took a breath and was a little confused. He was really confused. Chapter 58 finally met the 10-star Emperor. What are the concerns of Human 0? What happened in the past few days? Jiang Sheng was really dumbfounded. He didn't expect that during the few days he was in a coma, he would cause Zhou Yu to worry. Of course, Jiang Sheng was not at all worried about the world line mission and the concerns of the 0 good humans. Even though the punishment for failing this mission is so severe, Jiang Sheng is not afraid at all. Because this task was not difficult at all for Jiang Sheng. He and Zhou Yu had a good relationship before. Although he had been in a coma for a few days, he was awake now. As long as he had a face-to-face chat with Zhou Yu and cleared up the misunderstanding, he would naturally be able to dispel Zhou Yu's worries. After all, Jiang Sheng had originally planned to establish a good relationship with Zhou Yu. Now, even if this world line mission did not occur, Jiang Sheng would still maintain his relationship with Zhou Yu. However, he was surprised to learn that he could establish a good relationship with Zhou Yu after successfully completing the mission. Building a good relationship with Mr. Zhou, well, Jiang Sheng thought about it, and his face turned red. Because he has already tasted the sweetness of having his favorability increased to a certain level. Qin Yun is a perfect example. With a favorability of over 80 between the two of them, it is already enough. Wouldn't it be even more exciting after reaching the maximum level? Establish a favorable relationship with Zhou Yu. Once the favorable relationship increases, does it mean? Jiang Sheng quickly shook his head, telling himself not to think too much. Nothing had happened yet, and he still hadn't figured out what had happened during the days he was unconscious, so he had no time to relax. Continuing to search for system prompt information about world line tasks, Jiang Sheng finally found a new piece of information among the vast amount of system prompt information. Ding! System prompt. World line mission triggered. Demon King assassination mission. The Demon King's assassination mission. Assassinate the 8-star zombie-killing Demon King. Eliminate the obstacles of the world line, and prevent the world line from disappearing. Task success. System reward experience value 30. Task reward skill enhancement value 10. Task reward skill enhancement value 10. Task reward unyielding glory value 10. Task reward equipment. King's Blood Cry. The Blood Cry of the King. Level 8 dagger. 30/100 chance to trigger the equipment attribute of a one-hit kill. Mission failed. Deduct 100 experience points. Deduct 10 skill enhancement points. Deduct 10 skill enhancement points. Deduct 10 unyielding glory points. And increase the chance of the world line disappearing by 300%. When Jiang Sheng saw the mission for another world line, he almost cursed. Assassinate the 8-star zombie killer Demon King? Isn't this asking me to assassinate Lu Qingshan? Jiang Sheng really couldn't figure out what kind of magic this Lu Qingshan had that he could be linked to world line missions time and time again. More importantly, once he failed to successfully assassinate Lu Qingshan, the world line would disappear, which means that the probability of world line upgrade failure would actually increase to 300%. How is this different from the world line upgrade being bound to fail? Lu Qingshan, I'm sorry. Although it is unclear what happened to Lu Qingshan and what he did to cause the World Line mission, Jiang Sheng has made up his mind to eradicate this cancer, Lu Qingshan, and not let him be affected by the upgrade of the World Line. Because if the World Line fails to upgrade, it will be equivalent to the extinction of mankind. In just a few moments, Jiang Sheng discovered a series of tasks, all kinds of things that made him either excited or worried. Although 5 days does not seem to be a long time, it is really too long for Jiang Sheng. First, there was the 10-star Emperor who appeared inexplicably. Then there was human number 0 Zhou Yu. And finally, there was Lu Qingshan, who had always been at risk of destroying the World Line upgrade. 3 major tasks and 3 people. Each of them would require Jiang Sheng to spend a lot of energy. Just as Jiang Sheng was about to continue checking other system information, Chen Xingnan, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Sheng seriously. Xiao Jiang, the old ancestor, is inside. When you go in later, you must be extra careful not to anger the old ancestor. And don't make him unhappy. Chen Xingnan, who has never liked talking nonsense to others, might be giving such careful instructions to a junior for the first time. There is no way. The status of the Chun family ancestor is extraordinary, and everyone must pay special attention to him. Especially Chen Xingnan, who witnessed the gap between himself and the ancestor with his own eyes, has extra respect for the ancestor. At this moment, when she looked at Jiang Sheng again, there was actually a hint of envy in her eyes. After all, Jiang Sheng was the only person in history who could make the ancestor fight with all his strength to protect him. Forehead, Jiang Sheng, who was still sorting out his thoughts and wanted to check other system information, was frightened by Chen Xingnan's words. He dared not to think about it anymore and immediately concentrated all his attention. Although Jiang Sheng and Chen Xingnan did not have many opportunities to interact, and their favorability level was only 42 now, but based on the little understanding Jiang Sheng had about Chen Xingnan and the news about Chen Xingnan that Qin Yan occasionally revealed, Jiang Sheng already had a simple understanding of Chen Xingnan. A strong woman with a high opinion of herself, a person who is too lazy to talk nonsense, and a person who is almost always too lazy to say much to the younger generation. But it was this person who reminded him so solemnly. And Jiang Sheng understood that the ancestor of the Chun family was very extraordinary and must not be underestimated or disrespected. Don't worry, Annie. I will be extra cautious. Jiang Sheng nodded solemnly. He was already in high spirits. Very good, come in. Chen Xingnan nodded. Seeing that Jiang Sheng realized the importance of meeting the ancestor, she gently pushed open the door and let Jiang Sheng in. As for Chen Xingnan, she stood obediently at the door. Without the permission of the Chun family's ancestor, she didn't dare to go in rashly. When Jiang Sheng saw this scene, his eyelids jumped. The ancestor of the Chen family must be a powerful person to be able to make the unruly Chen Xingnan so obedient. Ding! System prompt. The 10-star Emperor is ahead. Please be respectful. Ding! System prompt. The 10-star Emperor is here. Please complete the special task as soon as possible. The 10-star Emperor's expectation. The expectation of the 10-star Emperor. Complete all the requirements of the 10-star Emperor. Ding! System prompt. After the host completes the special mission 10-star Emperor's expectation, he can obtain the system's special reward. Jiang Sheng, who was walking towards the room, suddenly paused in the air. He raised his head in surprise and looked into the depths of the dim room in astonishment. The 10-star Emperor is actually the ancestor of the Chun family? Jiang Sheng's lips trembled. He obviously did not expect that the 10-star Emperor would be the ancestor of the Qin family. What's more, he couldn't understand what kind of expectations the 10-star Emperor of the Qin family would have for him, and what kind of tasks he would ask him to complete. Chapter 59, Jiang Sheng's Decision. Xiao Jiang, don't be afraid, come in. Just when Jiang Sheng was filled with shock and confusion, a warm call came from inside the room. Is this the Chun family's ancestor? Jiang Sheng's heart trembled slightly, and then he immediately responded respectfully. Yes, ancestor. After saying that, Jiang Sheng stepped into the room cautiously and walked towards the depths of the room. Chen Xingnan, who was at the door, took the initiative to close the door for Jiang Sheng. The light in the room was more or less dim, but Jiang Sheng was now a 6-star commander after all. His physical fitness had made a qualitative leap, and his eyesight was also amazing. Although the room was a little dim, he could still see the surroundings clearly. Deep in the empty room, there were several simple cushions. On one of them sat an old gentleman who looked quite sage-like. The old man is now in his 70s, and you can see the traces of time on his face, the slightly loose skin, and the white hair and beard. However, when Jiang Sheng looked into the old man's eyes, he was shocked by the gleam of brilliance in them. Sharp, unrivaled, bright eyes. Jiang Sheng found it hard to imagine that an old man in his 70s could have such shining eyes. As expected of a 10-star emperor, he is truly amazing. Jiang Sheng was greatly shocked. He stood respectfully and obediently opposite the old man. Because of his special mission, the expectation of the 10-star emperor is to fulfill all the requirements of the Chan family's ancestor. Although there is no penalty for mission failure, you can get special rewards from the system if the mission is successful. This opportunity is rare. Jiang Sheng secretly swore in his heart that he must complete the mission. Sit down. Yes, ancestor. When the Chen family ancestor saw Jiang Sheng, he first looked him up and down and found that Jiang Sheng had actually upgraded, and his energy and blood were obviously more vigorous than before. He couldn't help feeling a little surprised. After all, this was the first time he had heard of being able to level up in one sleep. Furthermore, when Jiang Sheng faced him, he was not shy at all. He sat down immediately after he was told to sit down, and was not overly humble at all. Thinking about how Chen Shengnan was always extremely cautious when she met him before, Jiang Sheng was more natural. The Chen family ancestor thought that Jiang Sheng was quite good, as he was able to maintain his powerful aura without being humble or overbearing. In fact, it was the Chen family's ancestor who misunderstood. Although Jiang Sheng sat down immediately after he was told to do so, without any hesitation. In fact, Jiang Sheng's palms were already sweating from nervousness. As a 10-star emperor, even though the Chen family ancestor behaved amiably enough, the sense of oppression still made people's scalps tingle. But Jiang Sheng had the expectation of becoming a 10-star emperor with a special mission. He had to meet all the requirements of the Chen family ancestor, so naturally he could not miss any details. If the Chen family ancestor asked him to sit down, he would not hesitate at all. Xiao Jiang, you are really good. No wonder Xingnan praised you so much. No wonder several forces have been fighting for you in the past few days. The ancestor of the Chen family looked at Jiang Sheng with a smile. He was becoming more and more satisfied with Jiang Sheng. When Jiang Sheng heard the words of the Chen family's ancestor, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and he was shocked. He finally understood what had happened in the past few days. It turned out that several forces were fighting for him. But he didn't understand which forces were the ones mentioned by the Chen family ancestor. How did this fight start and end? Why did he gain so much in this fight without doing anything? As if he could see the confusion in Jiang Sheng's eyes, the Chen family's ancestor explained with a smile. Confused? Actually, this matter is very simple. That is, afterwards, the ancestor of the Chen family recounted the incident very briefly. Basically, the three forces were competing for Jiang Sheng. The military led by Zhou Yu, the magic lineage led by the Yang family, and the Chen family. Without exception, these three parties all value Jiang Sheng's talent very much and believe that Jiang Sheng is a promising talent. Originally, if only one party valued Jiang Sheng, it would not be a big deal. After all, although geniuses are rare, they do exist. But when three parties valued him at the same time, the meaning became different. All three parties were surprised that the other two parties also valued Jiang Sheng. After all, one had a military background, one had a magic background, and one had a martial arts background. They belonged to three completely different systems. Logically speaking, the geniuses in their eyes should not overlap. However, Jiang Sheng broke the shackles of these rules and regulations and forced these three forces to pay attention to him at the same time. This forced the three parties to think about whether Jiang Sheng was the one-in-a-million all-round genius. Once this setting is accepted, the degree of recognition of Jiang Sheng will naturally increase a lot, and the competition among the forces will naturally become more difficult. The escalating struggle among the three forces will also attract the attention of other people. Gradually, Jiang Sheng's identity and status will become extremely special. Especially these three forces, they all knew something about the coming of doomsday. Although the ways and contents of their knowledge of doomsday were somewhat different, the news with only 20 days left was completely consistent. At such a critical juncture, genius, especially all-round genius, becomes particularly important. After listening to the story told by the Chen family's ancestor, Jiang Sheng was completely confused. He would never have thought that he would become so popular now. At the same time, he also understood why his experience value increased so much and why the system prompted so many messages. The three-way fight, the spying and attention of countless masters, No wonder the worship and honor value of the strong has increased so much. It's all the masterpieces of these people. But after thinking about it carefully, Jiang Sheng accepted it all calmly. After all, except for the 72 return to origin swords and the divine arrow, the rest of his skills, including the unyielding glory, were all abnormal level skills. These abilities combined together create an ultimate all-round genius, which is reasonable and completely understandable. The Chen family's ancestor watched Jiang Sheng's transformation from shock to calmness, and from calmness to acceptance, and his evaluation of Jiang Sheng increased a bit. Being able to recognize one's own strengths and calmly accept the attitudes of the outside world is a mentality that Jiang Sheng, at his age, cannot possess. All I can say is that Jiang Sheng is also very strong mentally. Xiao Jiang, I have a slight advantage in this three-way fight. Logically speaking, our Chen family is the most qualified to absorb your forces, but the final decision is still up to you. The tone of the Chen family ancestor's speech was still so kind and friendly, and there was no intention of forcing Jiang Sheng to make a decision. However, Jiang Sheng made the decision without hesitation. Ido. Jiang Sheng said frankly that on the one hand, the ancestor of the Chen family was a 10-star emperor. If the doomsday came in 21 days, his combat power would definitely be extraordinary. On the other hand, Jiang Sheng has a good impression of Qin Yun and Chen Xingnan, especially Qin Yun. He can't hurt their feelings, not to mention that Qin Yun is an 8-star queen and Chen Xingnan is a 9-star empress. Huh, good, very good. After hearing Jiang Sheng's decisive and sincere answer, the Chen family ancestor burst into laughter. He looked at Jiang Sheng and said, "Since you are willing, I will do my best to train you. Next, I will teach you my trump card, and I hope you can learn it." Chapter 60 Super Enhancement of Copy Skills. Hands. When Jiang Sheng heard the Chen family ancestor say that he wanted to pass on his trump card to Jiang Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Being able to become a 10-star emperor and to gain the upper hand in the battle with the military and the magicians, the ability of the Chen family ancestor is beyond doubt. If Jiang Sheng could learn the trump cards of the Chen family's ancestor, he would have the ability to protect himself even if doomsday comes in the future. "Thank you, ancestor. I will do my best to learn." Jiang Sheng responded with a solemn vow. At this moment, he was no longer just fulfilling the expectations of the 10-star emperor for completing a special mission, but sincerely hoped that he could learn some skills. It's a good thing to have this determination, but seeing Jiang Sheng so excited, the Chen family ancestor couldn't help but feel a little worried. He smiled bitterly and said slowly, "But my trump card is not so easy to learn. My Chen family has thousands of years of heritage, but there are only a handful of people who can learn the Chen family's secret techniques. Even martial arts prodigies like Shengnan and Yaowu were trapped outside the threshold. So, it's good to have confidence, but don't feel burdened if you fail. After all, you're still young, younger than them. You must have a better chance of success than them." The Chen family's ancestor spoke with hope in his eyes. He also hoped that Jiang Sheng could learn it, but if he couldn't, it might be his fate. After all, even the ancestor of the Chen family was already over 60 years old when he realized the inner energy, and now Jiang Sheng is only 20 years old, and it is already very good for him to have some understanding. Seeing how serious the Chen family ancestor was, Jiang Sheng immediately became cautious. He knew in his heart that whether he could learn the Chen family's secret skills not only affected whether he could fulfill the expectations of the special mission of the 10-star emperor, but also affected whether he could master a unique skill before the end of the world. "Xiao Jiang, watch out." At this time, the ancestor of the Chen family slowly raised his hand, gathered his energy slightly, and then suddenly swung out with a palm. Boom! Snap! In the distance, a wooden table exploded. The wooden table broke into pieces and scattered all over the floor. On the side panel of the wooden table, Jiang Sheng clearly saw a shocking palm print. Hiss! Jiang Sheng took a breath of cold air when he saw this. If it was a direct slap on the wooden table, then leaving a clearly visible palm print, there would be no need to be so shocked. However, the ancestor of the Chen family was 4 or 5 meters away from the wooden table, and his palm never touched the wooden table from beginning to end. This is the truly terrifying thing. Hit something from a distance? Hit a cow from a distance? Jiang Sheng blinked. The actions of the Chen family ancestor were beyond Jiang Sheng's understanding. They were almost the same as the scenes in martial arts novels. Want to learn? The Chen family's ancestor looked at Jiang Sheng with a smile. Jiang Sheng nodded heavily and said, "I want to learn." The Chen family ancestor continued, "This kind of kung fu is called Nei Shi, which is similar to the Zhen Qi in martial arts novels and also like the Zhen Yuan in fairy tale novels. However, precisely because this thing is so mysterious, it is very difficult to learn. It mainly depends on one's own comprehension. Internal qi comes from self-realization and runs through various acupuncture points in the human body, activating them, widening the meridians, and strengthening oneself from the inside out. There are a total of 720 acupuncture points in the human body, about 400 of which are commonly used. My Chun family's secret technique can open up 89 acupuncture points. I have only opened 37 acupuncture points now. The strength is not too strong, but for now it is enough." Gulp! Jiang Sheng listened to the words of the Chun family's ancestor and felt that his brain capacity was insufficient. Internal breath? True qi? True essence? Acupuncture points? Meridians? What are these? Although Jiang Sheng's level has reached the level of a 6-star commander, in fact, Jiang Sheng relies on the system. He does not understand what the Chun family ancestor said. However, Jiang Sheng was not particularly worried, because the skills he possessed were also very powerful, especially the copying skill, which was even more terrifying. When facing the 7-star warlock Yang Xiaohe, he had achieved many remarkable feats. Now it should be useful. In order to fulfill the special mission and the expectations of the 10-star emperor, and also to learn the mysterious martial arts technique of internal breathing, Jiang Sheng once again activated the copying skill. Although copying skills only allows Jiang Sheng to use the opponent's skills and he cannot learn them, it is enough. Ding! System prompt. Copy skill activated. Copying the inner breath secret technique. Copying in progress. Ding! System prompt. Copy fail. Reason for failure. Inner breath secret technique is a high-level world line skill, and copy skill is a doomsday world line skill. It is impossible to copy high-level world line skills. When Jiang Sheng saw the system prompt, he was stunned. He never imagined that the secret technique of inner breath belonged to the advanced world line skill. That is to say, the ability under the new world line after the upgrade of the doomsday world was completed. No wonder Jiang Sheng was filled with emotion. He finally understood why the ancestor of the Chen family could become a 10-star emperor. It was not because the ancestor of the Chun family was only capable of being a 10-star emperor, but because in the Doomsday World offline, the highest level was a 10-star emperor. If the world line can be expanded and the new world line is successfully descended, then the level of the Chun family's ancestor will definitely be higher. With this in mind, it is understandable that the Chun family's ancestor has the upper hand in the competition between the military and the magicians. It's just, what should I do now? Jiang Sheng had a headache. If the copying skills were ineffective, he would have no other suitable means, etc. Just when Jiang Sheng was feeling somewhat desperate, he suddenly remembered that he had gained 1 point of super skill enhancement value after the upgrade, which was just enough to upgrade the copy skill. Jiang Sheng once again checked the description of the super skill enhancement value. It was clearly written that it was possible to enhance one's own skills to high-level skills in the future world line. Then, if the copying skill has evolved, can I copy the inner breath secret technique of the Chen family's ancestor? Can't the special mission of the 10-star emperor's expectations be fulfilled? Jiang Sheng did it right away, without any hesitation. He immediately added points to the copy skill in his mind and activated the super enhancement. Ding! System prompt. Host, do you want to choose the super enhanced copy skill? Yes. Ding! System prompt. Copy skill super enhancement in progress. Please wait. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. The copy skill super enhancement is complete. The enhanced skill is copy. Skill copy. Perfectly copy the opponent's skills and save them. You can activate them at any time. Host exclusive skill. Note: special skills, exclusive skills can only be used 3 times after copying. When the system prompt sounded in his mind, Jiang Sheng blinked, unable to hide his excitement. This time the super enhancement of the copy skill is simply a geometric enhancement. Although there is only 1 word difference between the duplicate skill and the copy skill, there is a world of difference between them. I just don't know if I can successfully copy the Chun family ancestor's secret technique of internal energy. Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes and activated the copying skill. Ding! System prompt. Copy skill activated. Ding! System prompt. The recording of the inner breath secret technique is in progress. Chapter 61 Special Mission completed. Ding! System prompt. The internal breath secret technique is being recorded. Please wait. In his mind, the system prompted Jiang Sheng that the copying was still in progress, but Jiang Sheng was already confident. Because he clearly saw that in his skill bar, behind the copied skill, it was clearly marked in gold font, high-level world line skill. Then, facing the inner breath secrets of the higher-level world line, there is naturally no problem in copying the skills. More importantly, the upgrade of the copy skill this time is different from the past. The previous copy skill was to copy and then use it, but the copy skill is different. After copying, the general skills can be used infinitely, which is equivalent to Jiang Sheng learning it himself. As for the exclusive skills and special skills that the copy skill cannot use, they can still be copied and used, but there is a limit on the number of times, which is only 3 times. But that's enough. Compared to the previous copy skill, the duplicate skill is simply too powerful. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. The inner breath secret technique has been successfully copied. Internal breath secret technique. A high-level martial arts secret technique. The host currently has 1 acupoint opened. Finally, after waiting for a while, a voice that made Jiang Sheng happy came in his mind. He successfully copied the secret technique of internal breath and opened up an acupuncture point. It's done! Jiang Sheng muttered to himself, then imitated the Chen family's ancestor and slowly raised his arm. He took a deep breath and felt a warm current surging in his body. After passing through an acupuncture point on his arm, the airflow was significantly strengthened. Then, boom! Snap! A strong wave of air gushed out from Jiang Sheng's palm and directly hit the wooden table in the distance. However, after a crisp sound, the wooden table did not shatter on the spot like the ancestor of the Chen family, but vibrated violently, leaving a shallow dent on it. What? How? Is this possible? He was originally looking at Jiang Sheng, who was in deep thought, and was prepared to explain the secret of the inner breath technique to Jiang Sheng bit by bit after Jiang Sheng digested his words, and pass on all his experience, including the Chen family's inner breath formula, to Jiang Sheng. However, before the Chen family's ancestor could take any action, Jiang Sheng had already learned it. Not only did he learn it, the palm strike that Jiang Sheng just made was clearly the power of opening up an acupuncture point. Gulp! The Chen family ancestor swallowed his saliva and suddenly felt his mouth dry. He had seen geniuses, but he had never seen a monster like Jiang Sheng. He hadn't even had time to explain it to Jiang Sheng. He hadn't even told Jiang Sheng the formula for the Chen family's inner breath secret technique. However, without any knowledge of the situation, Jiang Sheng learned his technique just by taking a look at it. It is said that a good cook cannot cook without rice, but Jiang Sheng actually did it. How can this be called a genius? This is a complete monster, let alone turning against the military and the magic school for him. Even if we have to fight to the death for him, it's worth it. The Chen family's ancestor was shocked, and at the same time, he was filled with emotion. If the falling out between him and the military and the Yang family, who were in charge of magic over Jiang Sheng a few days ago, was somewhat personal, then now he only had one thought, that is, Jiang Sheng was worth it, even if he had to risk everything. Jiang Sheng naturally didn't know what the Chen family ancestor was feeling. He silently looked at his own palm strike that was much inferior to his own and muttered to himself, "Too weak. Jiang Sheng has only opened up 1 acupoint now, so he is naturally much weaker than the Chen family ancestor, who has 37 acupoints." However, when the Chen family's ancestor heard these words, he was shocked and terrified again and again. Even though the ancestor of the Chen family comprehended the secret of internal energy when he was in his 60s, it still took him 3 full years to open up the first acupuncture point. Because everything is difficult at the beginning, sensing the existence of internal energy and opening up the first acupoint are the most difficult. After that, the opening of other acupoints will be much faster. But this most difficult beginning was no match for Jiang Sheng, and Jiang Sheng even lamented that he was too weak after opening up an acupuncture point. If Chen Xingnan and Chen Yaowu, 2 martial arts wizards, heard this, they would vomit blood. Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. The ancestor of the Chen family sighed and smiled bitterly, but he was very glad that he believed in Chen Xingnan and chose Jiang Sheng. Even if the disaster day, 21 days later written on the rubbing, was true, his Chen family didn't have to worry too much. Ancestor, are you satisfied with this? Jiang Sheng looked at the ancestor of the Chen family with sincere eyes. Because he was not a martial artist, he had no idea how difficult it was to practice the secret method of internal energy. He also didn't know what it meant for him to have achieved that step without the guidance of the Chun family ancestor and without the internal breath formula. He only knew that only by satisfying the Chun family ancestor could he complete the special mission, the expectation of the 10-star emperor. Satisfied, very satisfied. The Chun family's ancestor was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly in response to Jiang Sheng's question. Having already come this far, what else would the Chun family ancestor be dissatisfied with? Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing this special mission, the expectation of the 10-star emperor. Ding! System prompt. Special mission completed. System special reward. Skill fusion enhancement value 1 point. Skill fusion enhancement value. You can fuse 2 or more skills. The new skill, after fusion enhancement, can have the attributes of 2 skills. At the same time, new attributes will be activated with a certain probability, and there is a certain probability of evolving into a high-level skill. When the ancestor of the Chun family expressed his satisfaction, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind. His special task was completed, and he also received a special reward, a skill fusion enhancement value of 1 point. If it were in the past, Jiang Sheng might have thought that the system was too stingy, but after strengthening and upgrading the copy skill to the duplicate skill, Jiang Sheng realized how useful the skill strengthening and upgrading was. This skill melting enhancement value is something you can only encounter by chance. Next, the Chun family ancestor explained to Jiang Sheng many ways to use the inner breath. Hitting from a distance was just the most boring and uninteresting of the many ways to use it. Naturally, its power was also the worst. The true way to use internal energy is to adjust it to your own rhythm. Then you will be surprised to find that your previous combat power will be increased exponentially. As for how much it can be increased, it all depends on how many acupoints you have opened up. Jiang Sheng also tried it, and sure enough, at the moment he drew the sword, he felt that he could kill his former self with 1 strike of the sword. This is the difference. Xiao Jiang, I have taught you everything I can. From now on, it depends on your own efforts. After the Chun family ancestor passed on all his experience to Jiang Sheng, he sent Jiang Sheng away, but the amiable smile on his face never faded. Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. Jiang Sheng stood up and said goodbye respectfully, then left the room. As soon as Jiang Sheng walked out of the room and closed the door, he was stopped by Chun Xingnan, who had been guarding the door. Chun Xingnan looked at her watch and found that Jiang Sheng had only been in there for half an hour, which was even shorter than the time Chen Yaowu had spent receiving instruction from the ancestor for the first time. A hint of disappointment suddenly flashed across her eyes. Chapter 62, Annie Works Hard. Well, Chun Xingnan looked at Jiang Sheng disappointedly, sighed silently, and comforted Jiang Sheng softly, saying, Xiao Jiang, it doesn't matter if you haven't learned it. You are still young, and you will have a chance in the future. Although Chun Xingnan said that Jiang Sheng would still have a chance in the future, the disappointment in her eyes could not be concealed. After all, things like the secret art of inner breath rely on talent. If you don't have inspiration at the beginning, it will take a long time to make a breakthrough later. The ancestor of the Chun family didn't realize the inner energy until he was in his 60s. Chun Xingnan received guidance from the ancestor of the Chun family a long time ago, but now she is in her 40s and still has not realized anything. Chen Yaowu was instructed by the Chun family's ancestor earlier, but now he is over 30 years old and still shows no signs of comprehending his inner energy. Therefore, Chun Xingnan felt that if one did not gain any insights from learning the secret art of inner breath for the first time, whether one could comprehend it in the future would depend entirely on chance. Annie, I learned it. Jiang Sheng scratched his head awkwardly, looked at Chun Xingnan with a smile, and told her that he had learned the secret technique of internal energy. Although the secret technique of internal energy that Jiang Sheng learned was included in the recorded content, Jiang Sheng can call it up and use it at any time, which is no different from learning it himself. Ah, really? Chun Xingnan opened her mouth in astonishment. She was so proud of herself all her life, but for the first time, she showed such a shocked expression. It was also the first time that she lost control of her facial expression. After all, Jiang Sheng's words were so shocking that she couldn't believe it for a moment. Jiang Sheng naturally saw Chun Xingnan's doubt and disbelief, so Jiang Sheng smiled and raised his hand. Bang! He slapped the air again and directly shattered a fiery red rose 6 meters away. Is it really internal breath? Chun Xingnan widened her eyes. No matter how much she didn't want to believe it in her heart, she had no choice but to believe it at this moment. This kid is too scary, isn't he? You've learned it now, and you can use it. We must admit that the younger generation always outstrips the older generation. He is much better than Yun'er's father. Chun Shengnan muttered to herself and suddenly frowned. She noticed that she was subconsciously comparing Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun's father. Ever since Qin Yun's father passed away, Chun Shengnan never compared anyone with him, because in Chun Shengnan's heart, no man was qualified to be compared with her former man. But now, it seems that this inner demon has been unleashed. Thinking of this, Chun Shengnan looked at Jiang Sheng with an intriguing look in her eyes. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the Empress Joshing. The favorability of both parties is +1, 27 out of 100, and the system rewards 4 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the Empress Joshing. The favorability of both parties is +1, 28 out of 100, and the system rewards 4 experience points. Just when Chun Shengnan was lost in thought, the system prompt sounded again in Jiang Sheng's mind. Seeing the favorability between him and Chun Shengnan rising, Jiang Sheng's expression became strange, because if his favorability with Chun Shengnan reached the maximum level, then does it mean, Shengnan, come in for a moment? The sudden voice of the Chun family ancestor coming from the room interrupted Jiang Sheng's thoughts. Xiao Jiang, go and have a rest. I won't see you off. Chun Shengnan smiled and waved to Jiang Sheng, then turned around, pushed the door, and walked into the room, leaving Jiang Sheng standing there quietly, stunned for a long time. Gulp! Jiang Sheng swallowed nervously and murmured in his heart, Auntie is so beautiful when she smiles. Although Jiang Sheng had previously admitted that Chun Shengnan was as beautiful as Qin Yun, in terms of temperament, she could even surpass Qin Yun. However, Jiang Sheng still couldn't understand why Qin Yun felt inferior in front of her mother Chun Shengnan. After all, Qin Yun is not much worse than Chun Shengnan. It was not until just now, when Jiang Sheng saw Chun Shengnan's sincere smile for the first time, that he completely understood the reason. When Chun Shengnan laughs from the bottom of her heart, it is so beautiful that it is breathtaking. I still have to keep working hard. Jiang Sheng muttered to himself, then turned and left. No one knew what the effort he was talking about was about. In the room, the ancestor of the Chun family had a ruddy complexion, shining eyes, and his breathing was a little rapid. It has been so many years, I can't even remember how long it has been, that the Chun family's ancestor has never been as excited and thrilled as he is today. Shengnan, sit down. The Chun family's ancestor waved his hand, motioning Chun Shengnan to sit down and talk. Yes, ancestor. Chun Shengnan responded, then slowly sat down opposite the ancestor of the Chun family. She could understand the excitement of the Chun family's ancestor. After all, a talent as amazing as Jiang Sheng was too rare. And now, Jiang Sheng decisively stood on the side of their Chun family. If she were in his place, she would also be extremely happy. This is also why Chun Shengnan laughed from the bottom of her heart when she said goodbye to Jiang Sheng just now. Because Jiang Sheng is worth it. Shengnan, you're a great contributor to our Chun family. The Chun family ancestor said to Chun Shengnan with a smile. You are too kind, old ancestor. I just did what I should do. Chun Shengnan, who was born rebellious, rarely appears so humble in front of others. No. You don't even know what happened to Xiao Jiang just now. The Chun family's ancestor could not hide his inner excitement and repeated to Chun Shengnan everything that had just happened. Whenever the Chun family's ancestor mentioned Jiang Sheng's uncanny talent that he had learned at a glance, he felt excited. What? Old ancestor, are you saying that? Xiao Jiang learned the inner breath secret technique in one glance, and before you taught him the formula and experience. Chun Shengnan opened her mouth in shock. Chun Shengnan, who had never submitted to anyone, finally felt the terror from Jiang Sheng. Without any formula or experience to guide him, he learned everything in one go? Is he still a human being? I really underestimated him. He is stronger than any other man. I, Shengnan, have finally met my match. He should be the first man that I truly admire. Chun Shengnan thought secretly in her heart that Jiang Sheng's position in her heart had changed drastically without her realizing it. Perhaps she herself did not realize that she, who never recognized any man, had already regarded the young Jiang Sheng as the most special man she had ever met in her life. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the 9-star Queen's praise. Both parties' favorability +1, 29 out of 100. The system rewards 4 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for winning the 9-star Queen's praise. Both parties favorability +1, 30/100. The system rewards 4 experience points. Jiang Sheng, who was walking towards the front yard, was suddenly startled by the system prompt sounding in his mind. He turned around silently and looked towards the room where the ancestor of the Chen family was. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Annie, she works really hard. Chapter 63, The Magical Use of Glory. Walking on the road leading to the front yard of the Chen family, Jiang Sheng was looking at his attribute panel with a little confusion. Logically speaking, now that he has mastered the secret technique of inner breath, his combat power must be much stronger than before. At least this can be confirmed from the moment he swung the sword. However, Jiang Sheng's attribute panel did not change at all. It was exactly the same as before, with no display of the inner breath secret technique at all, as if the inner breath secret technique did not exist at all. What's going on? Jiang Sheng frowned, somewhat confused. Could it be? Jiang Sheng suddenly thought of a possibility. That is, the inner breath secret technique belongs to the New World Line, and the Doomsday system belongs to the Doomsday World Line. Now the World Line has not been upgraded yet, so it will naturally not be displayed. Just like the ancestor of the Chun family, it is not that he only has the strength of a 10-star emperor, but that the system can only display it up to a 10-star emperor. It's getting more and more interesting. Jiang Sheng smiled slightly, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. There are still 21 days until the end of the world, but he has already begun to master the combat power of the New World Line, which can be said to be a whole major version ahead of schedule. If Jiang Sheng had fear and worry about the coming of Doomsday before, now he is more looking forward to it. Of course, this has a prerequisite, which is to ensure that the World Line can be upgraded smoothly. Once the World Line upgrade fails, according to the system prompts, mankind will surely perish, and he will eventually become a victim of the Doomsday world. Thinking of this, Jiang Sheng secretly put the task of assassinating Lu Qingshan on the agenda, because assassinating Lu Qingshan was a World Line task and must be taken seriously. Student Jiang. Just as Jiang Sheng was secretly thinking about his next task, Qin Yun, who had been waiting for him for a long time, walked towards him. If it weren't for Chen Jiao, Chen Yaowu, and other members of the Chen family behind her, Qin Yun would probably have thrown herself into Jiang Sheng's arms. After all, their affection for each other is already high enough now, and hugging is nothing. Before, they almost broke through the barrier of clothes. How about it? Chen Yaowu also walked forward quickly. Among the people present, only Chen Yaowu had personally received instruction from the Chun family ancestor. No one else understood what would happen when Jiang Sheng met the Chun family ancestor, except him, Chen Yaowu. Jiang Sheng gave Qin Yun a reassuring look, then turned to look at Chen Yaowu, who was looking expectant, and said, "Not bad. I have barely learned the secret technique taught by the ancestor." Hiss! Chen Yaowu took a deep breath when he heard this. He knew too well how difficult it was to learn the Chun family's internal energy secret technique. It relied purely on talent and perception. He still had no idea about it. But Jiang Sheng learned it after only meeting the ancestor once. Perhaps this is the gap between people. If Chen Yaowu knew that Jiang Sheng not only learned the secret art of internal energy, but even opened up an acupoint, he would probably be shocked. Being able to open up an acupoint at Jiang Sheng's age, even without using system skills, Jiang Sheng can fight Chen Yaowu to a draw. This is the power of the secret technique of internal energy, and it won't take long before Jiang Sheng can firmly suppress Chen Yaowu, leaving Chen Yaowu no chance to catch up with Jiang Sheng. Sharp! Chen Yaowu patted Jiang Sheng's shoulder in admiration. He didn't know why, but he only had admiration for Jiang Sheng without any jealousy at all, as if that was how it should be. Ox! As expected of you, Brother Jiang. Sister Seven has good taste. The other younger generations of the Qin family, including Dr. Bai, who had not yet left, also praised Jiang Sheng highly, and one could tell that their praise was genuine and not just sarcastic jealousy. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star king, the strong man's worship honor value +1, and the system rewards 3 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Immediately afterwards, there was another series of system prompt sounds, indicating that Jiang Sheng's worship glory value was increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 92. Jiang Sheng looked at the rapidly increasing honor value, and his eyebrows couldn't help but raise up. If he didn't feel the use of the honor of being admired by the strong before, now he truly felt it. In addition to the increase in experience points that comes with the increase in honor points. More importantly, when the honor of a strong man reaches a certain level, Jiang Sheng's temperament undergoes a major change, and other people look at Jiang Sheng differently. It seems that Jiang Sheng was born with an aura that made people admire and respect him, and it seemed that no matter what unimaginable things Jiang Sheng did, it was justified. Even if Jiang Sheng stood there and did nothing, he would naturally develop a temperament that everyone admired, making people want to worship him and follow him. Sharp! Jiang Sheng was secretly shocked. If his personal honor and perseverance gave Jiang Sheng the opportunity to turn the tables in desperate situations, then the admiration of the powerful and glory gave Jiang Sheng the aura of a king, allowing him to possess the perfect qualities to become a leader. After another brief greeting, and after saying goodbye to the Qin family and doctor by one, Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun returned to school. After all, Jiang Sheng had been in a coma for 5 days and had not returned to school. The concerns of human number 0 about Zhou Yu's world line mission were completely understandable. The car that Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun drove back to school was the Qin family's luxury MPV, and the driver was Qin Fong. Along the way, Qin Fong would look back from time to time. It was not entirely because Jiang Sheng was too strong and powerful now, and his temperament was very different from before, but also because she always felt that Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun were weird, and these two people seemed a little ambiguous. Student Jiang, why are you in such a hurry to go back to school? Is there someone you particularly want to see? Qin Yun, who used to be socially anxious and never spoke easily, can now make jokes in front of Jiang Sheng. I have to say that the improvement in favorability has indeed changed Qin Yun a lot. Of course, this is only true for Jiang Sheng. When facing other people, Qin Yun is still as socially anxious and taciturn as before. Forehead. Jiang Sheng scratched his head awkwardly. He had to admit, women's sixth sense was quite accurate. Jiang Sheng was in such a hurry to go back to school just to see Zhou Yu. Just when Jiang Sheng was embarrassed and didn't know how to respond to Qin Yun's question, Qin Yun's small hand quietly reached out from behind and tightly held Jiang Sheng's big hand. No matter who you're going to meet, I just hope that you can always have me in your heart. Qin Yun's affectionate eyes made Jiang Sheng's heart tremble. Jiang Sheng took Qin Yun's hand and said solemnly, "You will always be the most important woman to me." Jiang Sheng said this with great confidence and an extremely serious expression. He did not lie, because Jiang Sheng knew in his heart that if it were not for Qin Yun as a starting point, his life would not have changed so much. As a human being, one should not forget his roots, and Jiang Sheng will not forget the importance of Qin Yun either. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 87 out of 100. The system rewards 3 experience points. Sure enough, the simple Qin Yun was easy to deal with. Just one sentence not only completely dispelled Qin Yun's doubts, but also increased the favorability between the two of them. Ahem! We're here! Just as the ambiguous atmosphere between Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun was becoming more and more intense, Qin Fong in the front row coughed twice awkwardly, interrupting the trend of the two people getting closer to each other. Chapter 64. Women, they really don't mean what they say. Call. Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun, who were originally in love, attracted to each other, and approaching each other, were interrupted by Qin Fong. They instantly became like 2 frightened little rabbits and quickly retreated to their seats. Both of them blushed and were too embarrassed to even look at each other. Thank you, Annie. Qin Yun and Jiang Sheng thanked Qin Fong, then got out of the car as if escaping and walked quickly towards the school. Alas, young man! Qin Fong looked at the backs of Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun, smiled bitterly, and shook her head helplessly. She didn't object to Qin Yun and Jiang Sheng getting too close. After all, now that their Chen family had placed their bets on Jiang Sheng, they had already tacitly approved of the relationship between Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun. However, young people have vigorous blood, and she was afraid that the two men could not control themselves, so she knocked them down in time to prevent them from doing anything excessive. Chen Fong felt that her well-intentioned reminder was very effective, but unfortunately, she still underestimated the power of hormones. On the way to send Qin Yun back to the girls' dormitory, Jiang Sheng suddenly hugged Qin Yun in his arms. The slender waist, the smooth skin, and the body fragrance that flowed into his nose all made Jiang Sheng's heart tremble. Qin Yun was also shocked by Jiang Sheng's bold behavior, but she only hesitated and struggled symbolically, and then acquiesced to Jiang Sheng's ambiguous behavior. Seeing that Qin Yun did not resist, Jiang Sheng secretly felt that the power of 87 favorability was indeed strong. It was rare to make a socially anxious little girl so docile. Then, Jiang Sheng had another bold idea. He slowly lowered his head and whispered something in Qin Yun's ear. Swish! As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Yun's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Qin Yun glared at Jiang Sheng shyly and said coquettishly, "Bad guy, I don't want to play with you anymore. I want to go back to the dormitory and play with little Qilin." During the days away from school, the kitten that Jiang Sheng brought back, the 9-star beast little Qilin, was left in the school dormitory by Qin Yun and handed over to the care of the sisters in the same dormitory. It seemed that because Qin Yun suddenly became beautiful, the girls who were originally very repulsive to Qin Yun now had an especially harmonious relationship with her. Coupled with the appearance of the little kitten, Qin Yun had become the core of the dormitory invisibly. Afterwards, Qin Yun broke free from Jiang Sheng's arms and ran quickly to the girls' dormitory alone. Jiang Sheng touched his nose awkwardly and secretly sighed. "Am I really too impatient?" Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. The favorability of both parties is +1, 88/100. The system rewards 3 experience points. Just when Jiang Sheng felt that he was too impatient and shouldn't have said something that went beyond the line of ambiguity, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind, startling him. "Women, you really don't mean what you say." Jiang Sheng smiled with relief. He could already foresee that in the near future, his relationship with Qin Yun would reach its ultimate. Jiang Sheng naturally felt very relieved to have a girl like this, with whom he was destined to have a very close relationship, take care of the kitten. However, the most important thing now is not Qin Yun and the little kitten, but to complete the remaining 2 world line tasks. One is Zhou Yu's worry about human number 0, and the other is the big trouble of assassinating Lu Qingshan. Of course, the first problem to be solved is Zhou Yu's because it is the easiest to solve. So Jiang Sheng immediately changed his direction and walked towards the office building of the School of Literature. Boom, boom, boom. Arriving at the door of Zhou Yu's office, Jiang Sheng knocked gently twice. "The door is not locked. Come in." After a moment, Zhou Yu's tired voice came from the office. Squeak! Jiang Sheng opened the door and walked into the office. In the office, Zhou Yu lay on the office chair, rubbing his temples tiredly. These days, she felt like every day was a year. Every day was extremely torturous, and she was filled with worry. Because Jiang Sheng, whom she had high hopes for, was missing. When Zhou Yu couldn't contact Jiang Sheng at first, she immediately sent people to look for him and found out that Jiang Sheng had gone to Qin's house. At first she wasn't too worried, but when she didn't see Jiang Sheng leaving the Qin family, she became a little restless. At this critical juncture when time is running out, every day is extremely precious, and Jiang Sheng's disappearance is of great significance. So Zhou Yu asked old Zhou to try to get the Qin family to release Jiang Sheng. Unfortunately, not only did it fail, it also angered the Qin family, causing the Qin family ancestor to personally take action and beat the people sent by old Zhou to a pulp. Later, Zhou Yu heard that the Yang family also went to look for Jiang Sheng and seemed to be very optimistic about Jiang Sheng, but they were also stopped by the Qin family. After all, the ancestor of the Qin family was too ferocious and was not someone that ordinary people could deal with. Now, both the Qin family and the Yang family value Jiang Sheng so much. Zhou Yu is very worried whether she can successfully win over Jiang Sheng. The more critical the moment, the closer the crisis comes, the more important talents like Jiang Sheng become. Unfortunately, she has no way to break through the Qin family's obstacles now. "What's up?" Zhou Yu asked weakly without even opening her eyes. She thought it was other students who came to see her, because Zhou Yu was extremely beautiful. Ever since she started to step onto the podium, there were students who had been finding various excuses to approach her, and she was already a little impatient. At first, she wanted to look for students with exceptional talents in Nanjing University, but after searching for a long time, except for a few individuals, most of them could not satisfy her. The only one who caught her special attention, Jiang Sheng, is now missing. "Teacher Zhou, I have nothing to do. I just want to come and see you," Jiang Sheng said with a smile. If someone else said these words, Zhou Yu would definitely go crazy on the spot, not only cursing, but also fighting. However, when she heard Jiang Sheng's familiar voice, she did not feel angry at all. Instead, she turned over in surprise and jumped directly from her office chair. Jiang, Jiangsheng, you're back. Zhou Yu looked at Jiangsheng in surprise. She thought the Qin family would keep Jiangsheng and never let him leave the Qin family again. After all, there are only 21 days left before the crisis comes. During this period of time, the best choice is to devote all your efforts to training Jiangsheng, rather than letting Jiangsheng leave. Although Jiangsheng didn't know why Zhou Yu was so happy, when he saw the serious dark circles under her eyes, he knew that Zhou Yu was worried about him a lot. No wonder it triggered the concerns of human number 0 in the World Line mission. Judging from Zhou Yu's current condition, if Jiangsheng didn't show up in time, I'm afraid Zhou Yu's body would be in trouble. Once something goes wrong with Zhou Yu, the number 0 human, the consequences, Tiske. I can't imagine it. Teacher Zhou, I just rested at Qin's house for a few days. I will come back naturally after I recover. Otherwise, do you want me to stay at Qin's house? Jiangsheng looked at Zhou Yu with a wicked smile. He asked this question knowingly and deliberately teasing Zhou Yu. If it were under normal circumstances, Zhou Yu would definitely not let it go. But at this moment, Zhou Yu's attitude was completely different. Zhou Yu walked around the desk, tightly grasped Jiangsheng's hand, and said bluntly, Jiangsheng, I won't hide it anymore. I have a military background, and I am now looking for young people with extraordinary talents. Although your level does not meet our selection standards, but as Zhou Yu was speaking, she subconsciously glanced at the dial on her wrist. The next second, she was so shocked by the light red number 6 that she was speechless. She remembered very clearly that when she last saw Jiangsheng a few days ago, Jiangsheng was just level 5, but now, in just a few days, Jiangsheng has reached level 6. Even though he's just level 6, this upgrade speed is too exaggerated. Chapter 65, Zhou Yu's Impure Hints. Teacher Zhou, what's wrong with you? Jiangsheng looked at Zhou Yu in confusion, not understanding why Zhou Yu suddenly became dazed. Gulp! Zhou Yu swallowed her saliva, and her hand, which was tightly holding Jiangsheng, began to tremble with excitement. Level 6, which has reached their minimum standard for selecting talents. She did not forget that when she first met Jiangsheng, Jiangsheng was only level 4, but now, not long after, Jiangsheng has reached level 6. No wonder the Qin family and the Yang family value him so much. He deserves it. Zhou Yu secretly made up her mind to win Jiangsheng over to her side. Ding! System prompt. The concerns of human number 0 in the World Line mission have been upgraded to the determination of human number 0. Human number 0's determination. Human number 0 is determined to bring the host under his command and will not give up until his goal is achieved. Task tips. If the host joins the number 0 human camp, he can obtain 100 system reward experience points, 30 system reward skill enhancement points, and 30 system reward equipment enhancement points. If the host refuses to join the number 0 human camp, the system will not punish him, but the World Line may terminate the upgrade. The sudden system notification sound that rang in his mind startled Jiangsheng, but then he calmed down. He thought that the upgrade of the World Line mission would become extremely difficult, but he didn't expect that he would only be allowed to choose whether to join human number 0, that is, Zhou Yu's camp. Although there is no punishment for refusing, and the World Line may only terminate the upgrade, Jiangsheng will not allow anything to happen that will lead to the failure of the World Line upgrade. He does not want mankind to perish on the Doomsday World Line. Jiangsheng, congratulations. You have reached our talent selection standards, so I now formally invite you to join the special training camp on behalf of the military, to defend your country and protect your people in the face of the upcoming crisis. Zhou Yu suppressed the excitement in her heart and tried to make herself look calmer and more serious. But unfortunately, Zhou Yu was still shocked by Jiangsheng's incredible upgrade speed. Not only was her excitement revealed in her emphasis, but her little hands were sweating with excitement. Faced with Zhou Yu's excited invitation, Jiangsheng behaved exceptionally calmly. It's not that he was unwilling to agree, but Jiangsheng couldn't agree so easily. Interests are something that have to be fought for. If Jiangsheng agrees too easily, won't he soon lose the opportunity to fight for resources? Only when Zhou Yu gives up enough interests and provides enough benefits, and then Jiangsheng agrees, will that be a wise decision? Seeing that Jiangsheng was not moved at all, and was even waiting for her to continue speaking, Zhou Yu immediately realized that she had underestimated Jiangsheng. What a little fox! Zhou Yu said nothing on the surface and still looked so innocent. But in her heart, she had already cursed Jiangsheng for being cunning. She understood that Jiangsheng would not easily agree if she did not offer enough benefits and explain the whole story clearly. So Zhou Yu briefly introduced this special military training camp. It is basically similar to the coming of Doomsday, in that the arrival of the Doomsday crisis is detected, so a special operations team is specially established with the highest authority to find talented people and build a strong Doomsday army. Lu Qingyun and Qin Yun have both been included in this special training camp. However, because the Lu family and the Qin family have their own power, when they join the training camp, in addition to serving the military, they will also serve their own families and will not simply obey the military. At the same time, Jiangsheng also learned from Zhou Yu that Lu Qingshan had successfully joined the special training camp. Originally, Zhou Yu did not agree to absorb Lu Qingshan, but other military forces absorbed Lu Qingshan. She had limited power and was powerless. Even as old Zhou, she could not break the rules. No wonder. After listening to Zhou Yu's explanation, Jiangsheng suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Qingshan appeared again in the World Line mission. It turned out that Lu Qingshan also joined the special training camp. From this point of view, the value of the special training camp is extraordinary. Precisely because of this, Jiangsheng has decided that he must gain enough benefits, otherwise he will not easily agree to Zhou Yu's request. The determination of human number 0 is an important World Line mission, but it is equally important to fight for one's own interests. After Zhou Yu gave a brief and quick explanation, she saw that Jiangsheng was still so calm, and she felt like cursing in her heart. Damn you little fox, you won't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. Although Zhou Yu was very angry, she also knew that Jiangsheng was worth it. So she had to bite the bullet and deliberately go along with Jiangsheng's wishes, saying, "Student Jiang, as long as you are willing to join the special training camp, I will support you unconditionally within my authority." After Zhou Yu finished speaking, Jiangsheng remained indifferent. Therefore, she could only continue to add to the bargaining. My grandfather has a special status, and his authority in the military is higher than mine. I will ask my grandfather to use his highest authority to train you. Is that okay? Jiangsheng remained indifferent and did not respond to Zhou Yu's words. Helplessly, Zhou Yu could only continue. We don't ask you to obey the military completely, but when the military needs you, you must help the military. Is that okay? Full training without any restrictions. This condition is already tempting enough. But unfortunately, Jiangsheng still didn't answer. I have nothing left to promise you, except myself. Zhou Yu was about to collapse. Jiangsheng, this little fox, was too patient and refused to give in. Unlike when he recruited Lu Qingyun and Qin Yun, he only needed a few words to get the two little girls to agree. Jiangsheng's eyebrows suddenly raised when he heard this, because he knew that this was already Zhou Yu's limit. He could agree to it. Teacher Zhou, look at what you said. I am that kind of person. Don't worry. Just based on your attitude just now, I promise you that I will join the special training camp. Jiangsheng agreed readily. He could get the highest authority resources, be free, and complete Lu Qingshan's World Line mission in the special training camp. Why not? Student Jiang, welcome to join us. Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally successfully invited Jiangsheng, and the obsession in her heart could finally be eliminated. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the World Line mission Human Number 0's determination. The system rewards 100 experience points, 30 skill enhancement points, and 30 equipment enhancement points. At the moment when Zhou Yu's obsession was eliminated, Jiangsheng heard a system notification in his mind, and his World Line mission was also completed. Moreover, the reward was very generous. Without waiting for Jiangsheng to check his current attribute panel, Zhou Yu suddenly came up to Jiangsheng with a smile. Her seemingly pure eyes always gave Jiangsheng a hint of impurity. Student Jiang, I said that, but you didn't want me. Are you really not interested in me? Chapter 66 Favorability of Human Number 0. Zhou Yu's innocent eyes were filled with resentment. She seemed really sad that Jiangsheng did not choose her. Her sorrow and sadness make people want to kiss her and give her warmth. Gulp. Faced with this situation, Jiangsheng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He lowered his head, looking at Zhou Yu's fair and beautiful face, Zhou Yu's innocent and resentful eyes, Zhou Yu's plump and fair chest, her sturdy waist, and her long and tight legs. Then, after Jiangsheng stared at the horrific abyss on Zhou Yu's chest for a moment, he pushed Zhou Yu away. Teacher Zhou, please respect yourself. Jiangsheng spoke righteously and decisively rejected Zhou Yu's temptation. Oh! Zhou Yu suddenly raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiangsheng with a little surprise. A hint of surprise and admiration flashed in her seemingly innocent eyes. It seems that I overestimated myself. Zhou Yu sighed and sat back in her office chair. There seemed to be countless sorrows in her beautiful eyes. But when Jiang Sheng saw this scene, he had no regrets at all, because there was not even any favorability between him and Zhou Yu. So how could there be any ambiguity? Jiang Sheng's favorability with Qin Yun soared all the way to 88 before he and Qin Yun reached the second line of defense in the relationship between men and women. He didn't believe that Zhou Yu, who didn't even have a favorability rating, could be one step ahead of Qin Yun and take that charming step. It seems that my initial intuition was correct. Teacher Zhou is not simple. Jiang Sheng had originally let down his guard against Zhou Yu, but at this moment, he began to examine Zhou Yu again. Yes, she has a pretty face, plump breasts, and long legs. Unfortunately, I have too many thoughts and hide them too deeply. Zhou Yu seemed to have noticed the change in Jiang Sheng's eyes, and she instantly realized that her disguise had been seen through by Jiang Sheng. We are all thousand-year-old foxes, so there is no need to play strange stories from a Chinese studio. Student Jiang, please fill out this information. I will contact you when the special training camp officially starts. By then, I hope you can prove your worth. Zhou Yu came clean and stopped pretending. Her innocent eyes suddenly became profound. You are hiding your incompetence indeed. Jiang Sheng thought to himself, as expected, but he was still shocked by Zhou Yu's sudden change. It is not difficult to pretend to be a complicated person, but it is extremely difficult to pretend to be a simple person. Zhou Yu is not simple. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. I won't let you down. Jiang Sheng took the form with a smile, filled in the information, and left Zhou Yu's office. Since the World Line mission, Human Number Zero's determination has been completed, there is no need to waste time on Zhou Yu. Jiang Sheng doesn't think that he can win Zhou Yu's favor in a short period of time. Little fox. Looking at the closed office door, Zhou Yu couldn't help but pursed her lips and revealed a faint smile. She had to admit that even though she had paid special attention to Jiang Sheng before, she still underestimated Jiang Sheng's talent and scheming. Jiang Sheng was far more mature and charming than she had imagined. However, it is enough that Jiang Sheng can come back and choose to join the military special training camp and join her forces, even if it is a conditional joining. A person who soared from level 4 to level 6 in just a few days, such talent is worth it no matter what, even if it means betting on Zhou Yu herself. Is he really not interested in me? At this moment, Zhou Yu couldn't help but frown slightly and began to examine herself secretly. Since childhood, Zhou Yu has been good at disguising herself, calculating everyone around her, and keeping everything firmly under her control. Over the years, Zhou Yu had hardly ever made a miscalculation, except for Jiang Sheng. So Zhou Yu gradually developed a different feeling for Jiang Sheng, this boy whom she couldn't even figure out. After feeling sad for a while, Zhou Yu picked up the phone and dialed her grandfather Zhou's number. Xiao Yiye, what's wrong? Mr. Zhou, on the other end of the phone, also looked extremely tired. Because the world-destroying crisis in 21 days is getting closer and closer, but the talent data collected by Jiang Zhou is not optimistic. Especially Jiang Sheng, who was recommended by Zhou Yu, was actually firmly protected by the Qin family, which made old Zhou even more uncomfortable. Jiang Sheng is back. Zhou Yu tried hard to appear calmer. What? Mr. Zhou was startled and asked immediately, how is it? Have you confronted him? Is he willing to join the special training camp? Well, I offered him the best price, and he finally agreed. Best price? Mr. Zhou, on the other end of the phone, was obviously surprised when he heard Zhou Yu's words. After all, the best price means that Jiang Sheng enjoys a high degree of freedom, which makes Mr. Zhou wonder whether it is worth spending a lot of energy to train Jiang Sheng. And what Zhou Yu said next directly dispelled Mr. Zhou's concerns. Jiang Sheng is already level 6. Ah! Mr. Zhou was shocked. He clearly remembered that the last time Zhou Yu talked about Jiang Sheng, he had just been promoted from level 4 to level 5. In just a few days, he was promoted from level 5 to level 6. This speed is not only outrageous, it is simply abnormal. It's all those old, stubborn people who are getting in the way. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. Mr. Zhou was furious. If everyone else had agreed with his decision at the original meeting, he wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. Jiang Sheng was recruited into the special training camp when he was level 5, and the conditions were definitely different from now. At the same time, Mr. Zhou also understood why both the Yang family and the Qin family valued Jiang Sheng so much, because this kid was worth it. Xiao Yiye, I'll remember your achievement. Need not. Mr. Zhou's attitude towards Zhou Yu and Zhou Yu's attitude towards Mr. Zhou are almost completely opposite. Different from Mr. Zhou's enthusiasm, Zhou Yu seemed not to regard Mr. Zhou as his grandfather at all, and always spoke in a cold tone. Well, looking at Zhou Yu hanging up the phone, Mr. Zhou sighed helplessly and murmured, Xiao Yiye is still angry with me for what happened back then. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the appreciation of human number 0. The favorability of both parties is +1, 1/100. The system rewards 6 experience points. Jiang Sheng, who had just walked out of the Chinese department office building, was suddenly startled by the system prompt sound in his mind. He was stunned for a long time, then turned his head in confusion and looked in the direction of Zhou Yu's office. What's going on? Jiang Sheng was a little confused. He clearly didn't do anything and had already left Zhou Yu's office. Why did Zhou Yu suddenly develop a good impression of him again? I don't understand. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. It is really impossible to guess. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! The host is under the wrath of the 8-star queen. Current wrath value, 56 out of 100. Current favorability, 0 out of 100. The system deducts 3 experience points. Immediately afterwards, another system notification sounded, leaving Jiang Sheng dumbfounded. Chapter 67, Lu Qingyun's Anger. 8-star queen? Anger value? What's going on? Jiang Sheng looked at the system prompt message in his mind and froze in place, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Especially the shocking favorability level of 0, which deeply hurt Jiang Sheng. This is Lu Qingyun? The corners of Jiang Sheng's mouth trembled. The favorability between him and Lu Qingyun was established with great difficulty, and it finally showed some progress. Unexpectedly, not only has the favorability returned to 0, but the anger value has also reached 56. What on earth is going on? Jiang Sheng did not dare to hesitate, and immediately looked through the system prompt information that he had not had time to check carefully before. In the end, he discovered that he had received anger values from Lu Qingyun as early as the 2nd day after he fell into a coma. The favorability level had been decreasing until it reached 0, while the anger value had been increasing until it reached 56 just now. What happened during this period? Jiang Sheng looked puzzled. He was unconscious, so he naturally had no idea what he had done to Lu Qingyun. Although being in a coma was good, as it allowed him to soar all the way to a 6-star commander and gain a lot of system rewards, he did not expect that among all the joyful messages, there was such a huge crisis lurking. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, Jiang Sheng vaguely noticed that his cell phone was vibrating. Could it be? Jiang Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a possibility. Then, he quickly took out his cell phone, and sure enough, there were 2 mini messages that he hadn't replied to. What caught his eyes were not only WeChat text messages, but also a long string of missed calls. Bang! Jiang Sheng slapped his forehead heavily and smiled bitterly. He had not paid attention to the problem of his mobile phone since he woke up. He had set his mobile phone to the minimum vibration mode, which caused him to ignore 2 many messages. Now I quickly checked and found that except for Qin Yun, who knew I was unconscious, Zhou Yu had sent me many messages and made many phone calls, but I didn't reply. No wonder, Zhou, you looked so haggard. Yang Xiaowu also sent a lot of messages and made a lot of phone calls, but Jiang Sheng also did not reply. He also had no idea what Yang Xiaowu's current situation was like, or whether he would resent him. After all, Yang Xiaowu is a rare beast tamer. Although he is only a 2-star beast tamer, the fact that he can train a 9-star beast like a kitten is enough to show Yang Xiaowu's value. So Jiang Sheng settled down and decided that after solving the problem of Lu Qingyun, he would go see Yang Xiaowu again to maintain the relationship between the two. Scrolling further down, there were many messages and missed calls from Lu Kai. This was his brother. Jiang Sheng didn't even look at him and just skipped over him. Between boys, any misunderstanding could be easily resolved with a simple explanation. It wasn't complicated at all. Zhang Tiantian, Jiang Sheng, who was originally quite calm, became weird in expression when he saw a series of messages from Zhang Tiantian. In the past, he might have been a little concerned about Zhang Tiantian. After all, she was a zombie of a higher level than himself. But now, there was no need to pay attention to her. Jiang Sheng was not afraid at all. Besides, which of the beauties around Jiang Sheng now is not 100 times better than Zhang Tiantian? Just because he liked Zhang Tiantian before doesn't mean he needs to like her now. People who don't need to be paid attention to should naturally be deleted. Jiang Sheng simply deleted all the messages and missed calls that Zhang Tiantian sent him, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps this is what it means to say out of sight, out of mind. Finally, it was Lu Qingyun. TSK Tisk. Jiang Sheng looked at the dense messages sent by Lu Qingyun and the missed calls one after another, and finally understood why Lu Qingyun was angry. A girl just develops a crush on a boy, and then suddenly finds that the boy is gone, or he disappears with another girl who also has a crush on the boy. In this situation, which girl would not be angry? Jiang Sheng could imagine how crazy Lu Qingyun was during this whole process, from her initial disappointment to her subsequent anger and humiliation. Although the favorability between him and Lu Qingyun has now returned to zero, and there is only anger, but Lu Qingyun is still an 8-star queen and a proud and beautiful woman. Especially the rare tight body of a girl who practices martial arts, which makes Jiang Sheng obsessed with her. Even though there was a risk of encountering Lu Qingyun's wrath, Jiang Sheng still wanted to give it a try to see if there was any room for recovery. So Jiang Sheng silently dialed Lu Qingyun's number. "Student Jiang, maybe you finally showed up?" As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Sheng heard the sound of Lu Qingyun gritting her teeth. Gulp! Jiang Sheng swallowed his saliva, realizing that this matter would never be easily resolved, but he could only bite the bullet, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Student Lu, there is actually a misunderstanding here." Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Did I misunderstand that you and Qin went missing together? Or did I misunderstand that you ignored my messages? Lu Qingyun's words not only carried the usual arrogance, but also a touch of sarcasm. "Can you give me a chance to explain it to you?" Jiang Sheng asked tentatively. Lu Qingyun had already shown this attitude. If there was no chance to resolve the misunderstanding, then their relationship would probably be over. It would be almost impossible to repair it. Lu Qingyun on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Finally, as if she had mustered up great courage, she said, "Okay, I'll give you a chance. Let's meet on the rooftop of teaching building number 1. After saying that, Lu Qingyun hung up the phone. The rooftop of teaching building number 1? Jiang Sheng looked at the phone screen with a strange expression. Girls may not quite understand the special meaning of the rooftop of teaching building number 1, but boys know it very well. Because there have been several short videos at Nanjing University that became popular among boys. The male and female protagonists of the short videos were all on the rooftop of Nanjing University's number 1 teaching building, passionately pursuing the great harmony of mankind. Therefore, whenever boys mention the rooftop of teaching building number 1, they will almost always think of the sensational short video incidents that happened in the past. Lu Qingyun decided on the rooftop of teaching building number 1 as the meeting place. I really don't know whether Lu Qingyun did it on purpose or just out of ignorance. Well, Jiang Sheng sighed helplessly. Although he felt it was a bit strange to choose the rooftop of teaching building number 1 as the meeting place, he still went there. When Jiang Sheng arrived at the rooftop of Nanjing University's number 1 teaching building, Lu Qingyun had already arrived. Teaching building number 1 of Nanjing University is a very old building. It is not tall, with only 3 floors. The teaching building is not big, and the roof area is also not large. Because it is an old building, many hundred-year-old trees are planted around Nanjing University's number 1 teaching building. The height of these old trees can completely cover the roof of number 1 teaching building. This makes the light on the roof of number 1 teaching building a little dim, and there are more hidden corners. At this time, Lu Qingyun was rarely wearing a long dress, standing under the shade of a tree, letting the afterglow of the setting sun shine on her body, embellishing her proud figure, and shining on her pretty face. Chapter 68. This anger is just right. What a nice view. Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Qingyun, who was standing gracefully under the shade of trees and in the afterglow of the setting sun, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration. I have to say, a beauty is a beauty, and with a little embellishment, she can be stunningly beautiful. Lu Qingyun was already beautiful, and now she was wearing a long skirt, which added a touch of femininity to her proud beauty, adding a touch of softness. Have you seen enough? Just when Jiang Sheng was secretly sighing, Lu Qingyun suddenly turned around, looked at Jiang Sheng playfully, with an intriguing smile on her lips. Click! Jiang Sheng's heart trembled. Lu Qingyun's smile was so chilling. Scratching his head awkwardly, Jiang Sheng walked over and stood under the shade of trees like Lu Qingyun, looking at the sunset and muttering, "How can I ever get enough of such a beautiful view?" If I could, I'd like to keep looking. Zhang Sheng's words suddenly softened Lu Qingyun's angry eyes. What beautiful scenery. It was clearly about the beautiful Lu Qingyun. Slippery tongue. Is this how you usually try to make classmate Qin happy? Lu Qingyun's gentle look disappeared after a few seconds, leaving behind the same indifference and anger. Her words were still as sharp and sarcastic as ever, but Zhang Sheng could hear a different flavor in them. I did want to, but unfortunately I was in a coma for 5 days and didn't have the chance to say such things to classmate Qin. Zhang Sheng replied with a wry smile. Lu Qingyun raised her eyebrows and looked at Zhang Sheng with a little surprise. It was obvious that she was not aware that Zhang Sheng had been in a coma for 5 days. There was a hint of surprise and worry in that angry look. What's going on? Finally, Lu Qingyun couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked the question that Zhang Sheng wanted her to say. This is what happened. Zhang Sheng smiled proudly in his heart, knowing that he had already accurately grasped the angry little beauty Lu Qingyun. Next, he briefly recounted what happened at the Chun family. Of course, he simply skipped over the ambiguous actions with Qin Yun and did not even mention them. It was precisely because he felt that he had figured out Lu Qingyun's little thoughts that Zhang Sheng deliberately avoided this topic, because he was sure that as long as he dared to bring it up, Lu Qingyun would go berserk in the next second. The best strategy is to be both detailed and brief. After listening to Zhang Sheng's narration, Lu Qingyun learned that Zhang Sheng had actually defeated Qin Yawu, a genius admired by everyone in the martial arts world. She couldn't help but feel shocked, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Zhang Sheng was filled with complicated emotions. As for Zhang Sheng being won over by the Qin family, Lu Qingyun could fully understand it. At the age of 20, he was able to defeat the 30-year-old Qin Yawu. Anyone would be willing to win over a monster or pervert like Zhang Sheng at all costs. Oh, if that's the case, the Qin family will definitely agree with you and classmate Qin, right? After calming down, Lu Qingyun suddenly spoke, catching Zhang Sheng off guard. This? Zhang Sheng touched his nose awkwardly. This question was really hard to answer. If he wasn't careful, Lu Qingyun might go berserk. However, before Zhang Sheng could respond, Lu Qingyun turned sideways and put her clean and beautiful face in front of Zhang Sheng. The proud and firm breasts pressed in scrupulously against Zhang Sheng's chest. As soon as Lu Qingyun opened her mouth, the orchid fragrance from her mouth rushed into Zhang Sheng's nose. When the two were almost face to face, Lu Qingyun said, I don't care about the Chun family or classmate Qin. If you, Zhang Sheng, dare to ignore me, I, Lu Qingyun, will possess you in a domineering way. I want to occupy you before Qin does. I will vent all my anger on you. I will ravage you to my heart's content and make you fall at my feet. As Lu Qingyun spoke, she not only did not restrain her increasingly intimate behavior with Zhang Sheng, but she ignored the fact that she was wearing a long skirt and deliberately lifted her white calves to trap Zhang Sheng in her embrace. Gulp! Zhang Sheng looked at the faint black lace scenery under Lu Qingyun's skirt and suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. Darkened. Lu Qingyun has completely darkened. Because she failed to get it naturally, Lu Qingyun decided to possess him in a domineering way. The more Zhang Sheng did not respond to her, the more she wanted Zhang Sheng to feel her presence at all times. The Qin family wants Zhang Sheng, Qin Yun wants Zhang Sheng, and she, Lu Qingyun, must be the first to get Zhang Sheng. She just wants to hold tightly in her hands the things that seem unattainable to her. Hey Zhang, are you blushing? Lu Qingyun noticed that Zhang Sheng accidentally caught a glimpse of the scenery under her skirt, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she teased Zhang Sheng, whose face was blushing. As Lu Qingyun spoke, she slowly moved closer to Zhang Sheng's ear and sent the warmth from her mouth into Zhang Sheng's ear. Gulp! Zhang Sheng's ears were itchy, and his heart was even more itchy. He didn't expect that Lu Qingyun was so good at playing, and he was actually being controlled by Lu Qingyun. However, Zhang Sheng actually liked the feeling of being controlled by Lu Qingyun. He even hoped that Lu Qingyun's anger would be more intense. Damn it, I'm like this? And he's not moved? Is it because I'm not charming enough? But only when he is like this can he look like a gentleman. And only then can people like him. Lu Qingyun saw Zhang Sheng blushing with shyness, and how he was able to control himself despite her unscrupulous behavior. All kinds of thoughts arose in her mind. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! The host is under the wrath of the 8-star queen. Current wrath value, 57 out of 100. Current favorability, 0 out of 100. The system deducts 3 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the praise of the 8-star queen. Favorability of both parties +1, 1/100. Current anger value, 57/100. System reward experience value 3. Two system prompts suddenly sounded in Jiang Sheng's mind, which made Jiang Sheng a little confused. But after watching it again and again, Jiang Sheng was finally convinced that it was indeed all about Lu Qingyun. On the one hand, the anger value increased, and on the other hand, the favorability increased. Two-faced person? Two emotions? Jiang Sheng didn't know what this meant. Anyway, the increase and decrease of experience points would cancel each other out. Lu Qingyun was so excessive to him, so he decided to wait and see and not jump to conclusions. From now on, you must reply to my message, otherwise. Lu Qingyun chuckled and glanced at Jiang Sheng. Then, as Jiang Sheng stared in amazement, she retracted her white calves and returned them to the appropriate position. Lu Qingyun gently patted Jiang Sheng's chest with her small hand, then left with a smile, while Jiang Sheng was puzzled. Jiang Sheng scratched his head. He always felt that Lu Qingyun was acting weird now, a little too weird, and a little too weird that made him unable to stop. Ahem! Jiang Sheng coughed twice in embarrassment. He just realized that someone seemed to have photographed his and Lu Qingyun's intimate behavior in teaching building number 3 next to teaching building number 1. Student Lu is so careless. If you don't understand the problem of teaching building number 1, you shouldn't meet here. Because there have been several viral short videos on the rooftop of teaching building number 1, there are always people paying attention to this place, and it is normal to be photographed. While Jiang Sheng was complaining about Lu Qingyun being a little naughty, Lu Qingyun, who was walking down the stairs, raised her head and glanced at the window of teaching building number 3, where a flash of light was passing by, and a faint smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Student Qin should be able to see the short videos soon, right? I've been suffering for so long. There must be some price to pay. Lu Qingyun left teaching building number 1 with a smile. In fact, Jiang Sheng was totally wrong about one thing. It was not that the girls were unaware of the secret on the rooftop of teaching building number 1. On the contrary, the girls' attention to this aspect was much stronger than that of the boys. After all, girls mature earlier than boys. Chapter 69, Hongmen Banquet. Brother, you are famous. Jiang Sheng was standing on the rooftop of Nanjing University's number 1 teaching building, sighing to himself, when suddenly he received a message from Lu Kai. Jiang Sheng frowned, looking confused and bewildered. The next second, Lu Kai sent another short video to his mobile phone. Jiang Sheng clicked it and was stunned instantly. That's right, it was the short video of him and Lu Qingyun meeting on the rooftop of teaching building number 1. But because of the shooting angle, the two of them formed a perfect substitute. Originally, it was just that the evil Lu Qingyun stopped Jiang Sheng and whispered a few words into Jiang Sheng's ear. It was such a simple thing. But because of the shooting angle, it looks like Jiang Sheng and Lu Qingyun are kissing passionately, with some human harmony that is not suitable for children. This is pure slander. Jiang Sheng blinked. As the person involved, he knew that it was not like what was shown in the video. Unfortunately, he couldn't defend himself now. Student Lu also. Jiang Sheng was a little overwhelmed. If Lu Qingyun had not foolishly chosen to meet on the rooftop of Nanjing University's number 1 teaching building, this situation would not have happened. He would not have been photographed, and he would not have been so embarrassed because the video went viral among the students. Ding dong! Just when Jiang Sheng was having a headache, a piece of information made him dumbfounded. This? Shoops? She got tricked. The source of the information was none other than Qin Yun, who had bid farewell to Jiang Sheng not long ago. And the message Qin Yun sent to Jiang Sheng was none other than the short video that Lu Kai had sent to him. Damn it! Jiang Sheng suddenly realized that he had thought too simply of girls. What do you mean girls are very reserved and will not participate in the spread of such short videos? Bullshit, if the girls get crazy, the boys will have no chance at all. So, is it true that Lu Qingyun didn't understand the special nature of Nanjing University's number 1 teaching building and so foolishly chose this place? I'm afraid not. After calming down and thinking about it carefully, Jiang Sheng guessed that Lu Qingyun probably did it on purpose, and her purpose was naturally to take revenge on him. Now that the video has been sent to Qin Yun, Jiang Sheng will definitely be in a difficult position. Moreover, the angle of the video is so tricky that it is difficult to explain. From this, it can be seen that everything was in Lu Qingyun's plan. Even the position and angle were carefully studied. Only Jiang Sheng foolishly jumped into the trap, thinking it was harmless. Girls are really scary when they turn evil. Jiang Sheng's heart tightened, and he was afraid of Lu Qingyun's methods. Although Lu Qingyun's transformation to the dark side quickly brought the two closer together in a certain way, Lu Qingyun, who did everything she could after turning to the dark side, was quite cruel and would do anything to achieve her goals, causing Jiang Sheng to be extremely anxious. So cruel! Just when Jiang Sheng was secretly sighing, Qingyun sent a message inviting Jiang Sheng to have dinner together in the school cafeteria in the evening. Gulp! Jiang Sheng swallowed his saliva. He knew that this was the Hongmen banquet, but for the sake of his good impression with Qingyun, he had to go. I will definitely be there on time. Jiang Sheng gritted his teeth and sent a message back to Qingyun. Then he walked down the #1 teaching building step by step, like a zombie who had lost his soul. He was very worried about how to explain to Qingyun in the evening. Squeak! As soon as Jiang Sheng arrived downstairs, Lu Kai drove his Mercedes-Benz G to the entrance of teaching building #1 and saw the distraught Jiang Sheng. Brother, get in the car! Lu Kai greeted Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng, who was originally in a low mood, suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Kai with a little surprise. 6-star commander? Brother Lu has also been upgraded. Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Kai with a hint of shock because the moment Lu Kai appeared, the system prompted Jiang Sheng that Lu Kai had been upgraded to a 6-star commander. Jiang Sheng didn't quite believe it at first, but after carefully reading the system prompts, he finally confirmed that Lu Kai had really upgraded. This means that Lu Kai also has the opportunity to participate in the military special training camp. As a brother, he is happy for Lu Kai. Brother, I've already paid to help you settle this. Your short video will no longer be circulated. As long as the students who saw it don't say anything, I don't think Qin will know about it. Lu Kai spoke comfortingly to Jiang Sheng, who was sitting in the passenger seat. In the past, Lu Kai regarded Jiang Sheng as his idol and brother. Now, Jiang Sheng's admiration and honor value is so high that Lu Kai unconsciously trusts Jiang Sheng even more and is willing to be on good terms with him. Jiang Sheng felt Lu Kai's sincerity, but he couldn't be happy. Thank you for your help, Brother Lu, but it's not necessary anymore. Lu Kai frowned and said in confusion, Brother, how can you say it is unnecessary? Anyone who has experienced it can see that it is impossible to do that posture. Ahem. Anyone who has been through this can see that you were wrongly accused. Nothing happened between you and classmate Lu. It's just that the angle was too tricky and your posture with classmate Lu was too ambiguous. This is not just to protect your reputation. More importantly, Qin may not understand the mystery if she sees it. If she misunderstands, you can't clear yourself even if you jump into the Yellow River. Lu Kai is indeed knowledgeable, and he got to the point of the problem in just a few words. Unfortunately, Jiang Sheng weakly took out his cell phone and opened the message Qingyun sent him. Lu Kai took a glance and was stunned for a moment. His eyelids twitched, and after a long while he spoke, Take care, brother. Afterwards, Lu Kai drove Jiang Sheng directly to the student cafeteria. As if his curiosity was taking over, Lu Kai did not leave. Instead, he followed Jiang Sheng from a distance, sitting in the distance, waiting for the next sure scene. He could tell that there was something wrong with the video, and he guaranteed that a pure girl like Qingyun would definitely not be able to see it. So Lu Kai was very much looking forward to seeing how Jiang Sheng would calm Qingyun's anger and deal with the girl's temper. Lu Kai has always regarded Jiang Sheng as his idol. He wants to know whether his idol can easily solve this unsolvable problem. Jiang Sheng sat there, bought Qingyun's favorite food, and waited with a sad face for the impending judgment and anger of Qingyun. Thank you, Jiang. Not long after, Qingyun came to the school cafeteria holding the kitten. She looked at the food Jiang Sheng bought for her, first said thank you, and then sat down opposite Jiang Sheng. No, you're welcome. Jiang Sheng looked at Qingyun awkwardly. He couldn't read any emotion from Qingyun's face. There is no anger, no sadness, and no sorrow, only the usual calmness. Qingyun smiled and looked up at Jiang Sheng, who was feeling very uncomfortable. She said calmly, Why are you looking at me? Eat! Click! Jiang Sheng's heart sank. He was not afraid of Qingyun getting angry, but he was afraid that Qingyun, who was socially phobic, would suddenly become talkative. This must be the calm before the storm. It's over. I finally accumulated 88 points of favorability and finally got to kiss, hug, and lift Qin up high. Now, who knows what will happen? Jiang Sheng already felt the storm coming, and he was not optimistic about what would happen next. Chapter 70 Jiang Sheng's Magical Operation. Student Chin, actually that video. Jiang Sheng struggled for a long time in his heart, and finally mustered up the courage to explain to Qin Yun. But Qin Yun directly interrupted Jiang Sheng. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's eat first. Qin Yun didn't say anything, but instead enthusiastically picked up some food for Jiang Sheng. This made Jiang Sheng even more nervous. Qin Yun usually never talks so much, even in front of him. She suddenly talks so much today, there must be something wrong. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to ask. Jiang Sheng gritted his teeth and accompanied Qin Yun for dinner. But to be honest, the food was really tasteless. The whole meal was so quiet that it made people's scalps numb, as if nothing had happened between Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun. The only surprise was that the kitten jumped out of Qin Yun's arms and went straight into Jiang Sheng's arms. The little kitten not only kept rubbing Jiang Sheng's cheeks, but also licked Jiang Sheng's chin. This made Qin Yun, who took care of the kitten more, a little jealous. Classmate Jiang is really amazing. Even the little female cat loves to get into Jiang's arms. Ding! Jiang Sheng's mouth trembled, and he almost couldn't hold the chopsticks in his hands steadily. Jealous girls are so scary that they won't even let a kitten go. Of course, Jiang Sheng didn't know whether Qin Yun's words had any hidden meaning. My brother is awesome. At this time, Lu Kai, who had been hiding in the distance and watching, secretly gave Jiang Sheng a thumbs up. Because the distance was too far, he didn't know what Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun said, but he could see that Qin Yun was smiling the whole time and even took the initiative to pick up food for Jiang Sheng. The key point is that when the kitten jumped into Jiang Sheng's arms, Qin Yun was actually flirting with Jiang Sheng, which really opened Lu Kai's eyes. It should have been a Shura situation, but it seemed so calm, as if Jiang Sheng had already sorted out everything. But in fact, only Jiang Sheng, who was in the middle of it, felt very uncomfortable. Jiang Sheng really couldn't understand what Qin Yun wanted to do, whether Qin Yun was really not angry, or the current state was Qin Yun's most angry state. Jiang Sheng didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief until he and Qin Yun finished their meal. After dinner, Qin Yun stood up and prepared to leave, as if she came to the cafeteria just to have dinner with Jiang Sheng. Call! Just when Qin Yun stood up to leave, Jiang Sheng grabbed Qin Yun's little hand. He looked at Qin Yun eagerly, wanting to say something, but stopping himself. Student Jiang, what's wrong with you? Qin Yun asked knowingly. Jiang Sheng gritted his teeth. He said nothing, but simply hugged Qin Yun in his arms and kissed her passionately. I'm awesome. Bro, you're awesome. This scene stunned Lu Kai, who was sitting far away. He looked at Jiang Sheng and couldn't say a word for a long time. Aren't these Jiang Sheng and Qin Yun? They're showing off their affection, even in the cafeteria? Student Jiang is amazing. The red flag is flying high at home, and the colorful flags are flying outside. He is a master. This is a master. I am really envious. In the school cafeteria, other male students also cast envious glances, especially those who had seen the short video, who drooled with envy. After all, whether it is Qin Yun or Lu Qin Yun, they are both among the most beautiful girls in Nanjing University, but both of them seem to be firmly under Jiang Sheng's control. Qin Yun, the person involved, was also startled by Jiang Sheng's sudden passionate kiss. Especially with so many classmates around her, her socially anxious self suddenly returned to her original state. Her cheeks turned red with nervousness, and she tried hard to push Jiang Sheng away. Unfortunately, Jiang Sheng was a master who had opened an acupoint with the secret technique of internal energy, so it was very difficult for Qin Yun to push Jiang Sheng away. As they kissed, Qin Yun seemed to be infected by Jiang Sheng's eagerness, and she even took the initiative to loosen her tightly clenched teeth, allowing Jiang Sheng's tongue tip to smoothly enter her small tongue. She was dazed, her body went limp, and she no longer had the strength to resist, falling completely into Jiang Sheng's arms. After a while, Jiang Sheng reluctantly let go. He looked at Qin Yun, whose cheeks were rosy and eyes were blurred, and said faintly, "This is the second time I kissed a girl in my life." This was Jiang Sheng's final explanation to Qin Yun. Call. Qin Yun's face, which was already as red as a ripe apple, became even redder now. Although Jiang Sheng's words seemed a bit nonsensical, in fact, Jiang Sheng said something that only he and Qin Yun knew. That is, Jiang Sheng's first kiss was with Qin Yun, and now it is Jiang Sheng's second kiss, and the heroine is also Qin Yun. This means that Jiang Sheng has never kissed any other girl, which also indirectly shows that the seemingly passionate behavior with Lu Qin Yun in the short video is all fake. It has to be said that Jiang Sheng's way of solving the problem was brilliant. Not only did it make Qin Yun happy, but it also made Qin Yun have a special feeling for Jiang Sheng. Qin Yun blushed and raised her head shyly, glanced at Jiang Sheng, and said faintly, "This is also my second kiss." After saying that, Qin Yun ran away shyly, even forgetting to take the cute little kitten with her. TSK, TSK. It was originally a Hongmin banquet, and Qin Yun, who had come to call for an explanation, had changed her socially anxious personality, but in the end, she returned to her old girlish self. She was completely conquered by Jiang Sheng's offensive. Not long after Qin Yun left, ding dong, Jiang Sheng received a message from Qin Yun on his phone. "I believe in you. Always have." Just a few simple words have already made Qin Yun's attitude and position clear. A crisis that seemed impossible to resolve was actually ended so lightly. "Brother, I don't submit to heaven or earth, but I submit to you." Lu Kai walked over quickly and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, not sparing his praise for Jiang Sheng at all. He is so powerful that even after the short video incident, he can still coax Qin Yun into submission. Lu Kai has witnessed Jiang Sheng's charm. "Call." Jiang Sheng let out a long sigh, looked back at Lu Kai, smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't you notice that my clothes on the back are all wet?" Just now it seemed that everything was under control, but in reality, only Jiang Sheng knew the risks. Wasn't he worried? Wasn't he afraid? Impossible. The best proof is the cold sweat behind him. Lu Kai was reminded by Jiang Sheng, and then he noticed Jiang Sheng's sweat-soaked clothes. He secretly admired Jiang Sheng and admired him even more. "You have the heart of a tiger and the ability to smell the roses. Brother, you are a man who can accomplish great things." Jiang Sheng was speechlessly sent back to the dormitory by Lu Kai. Perhaps only Lu Kai would believe in him, praise him, and extol him so unconditionally. Lying on the bed, hugging the little kitten in his arms, Jiang Sheng, who had just woken up from a coma today, fell into a deep sleep due to weakness in his physical condition. In his dream, Jiang Sheng vaguely dreamed of a beautiful cat-eared lady who was taking off his clothes bit by bit. Chapter 71, The Charm of the Nightmare of the 7-Star Alienated Zombies. Jiang Sheng, who was sleeping, perhaps because he was too tired, felt that he had completely lost control of his body and could only let the cat-eared beauty in front of him do whatever she wanted. Although Jiang Sheng likes to watch anime on weekdays, he is definitely not a otaku who is obsessed with the second dimension, so it is somewhat unreasonable for him to dream about a girl with cat ears. Moreover, Jiang Sheng didn't know why, but he always felt that the cat-eared beauty in front of him had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. Don't! Just when Jiang Sheng was thinking about why the cat-eared beauty appeared, the cat-eared beauty had already started the next action, which made Jiang Sheng, who had already regained his perception in his subconscious, jump with fear and panic on his face. After all, Jiang Sheng was still a very innocent boy, so how could he have experienced such a thing? Even in his dreams, it had never happened. But the cat-eared girl ignored Jiang Sheng's resistance and continued with her actions, which made Jiang Sheng feel itchy, but he couldn't bear to really refuse. But the following scenes made Jiang Sheng, who had no experience at all, feel somewhat shy. "Don't what?" Jiang Sheng shouted desperately in his sleep, but unfortunately, it was of no use. The cat-eared beauty seemed to turn a deaf ear to Jiang Sheng's words. She slowly approached closer and closer. Jiang Sheng quickly surrendered to the cat-eared beauty. Ding-ling! The shrill sound of the alarm woke up Jiang Sheng from his sleep. "Call!" Jiang Sheng slowly opened his eyes and looked at the little kitten sleeping on his chest with a strange expression. A bold idea arose in his mind. However, Jiang Sheng quickly shook his head, thinking that his idea was too absurd. The kitten was a beast, not the cat-eared girl he had imagined. Meow! When the kitten saw Jiang Sheng wake up, it enthusiastically came to Jiang Sheng's ear and began to lick Jiang Sheng's cheek. Click! This familiar touch made Jiang Sheng stunned for a moment, and he seemed to understand something. Perhaps his wild thoughts were not groundless. Jiang Sheng picked up the kitten speechlessly, with something strange in his eyes, because ever since Yang Xiaowu gave the kitten to him, the kitten seemed to be particularly attached to Jiang Sheng, as if it really recognized Jiang Sheng as its master. Just like Qin Yun is so kind to the kitten and takes care of it, the kitten just likes to stay around Jiang Sheng. 9-star beasts are extraordinary. Jiang Sheng was secretly shocked. He had a feeling that the little kitten would definitely surprise him in the future, but he couldn't guess how. There are only 20 days left until the end of the world. After calming down, Jiangsheng sighed helplessly. Although he was no longer afraid of the end of the world, he already had a certain ability to protect himself. However, Jiangsheng clearly remembered that the system had prompted that if the world line upgrade failed, that is, if the transition from the doomsday world to the new world could not be completed, then the extinction of mankind would be an inevitable outcome. So the real crisis has not been completely resolved. We still need to keep working hard. In order to deal with the unknown danger, Jiangsheng had no choice but to work hard. After opening the system, Jiangsheng briefly checked his current situation. Host, Jiangsheng. Level, 6-star commander, 188/600. Skills, stealth, duration 5 seconds. Rebound, success rate 36/100. Instant strike, proficiency 60. God's arrow, proficiency 88. Return to the origin 72 swords, proficiency 80. Copy, exclusive skill. Power of expectation, passive skill. Enhancement value 90. Equipment, cold iron knife, level 6. Fine steel bow, level 5. Enhancement value 110. Glory, adoration of the strong, glory value 92. Unyielding, glory value 30. The favorability with Qin Yuan has now soared to 88 points, and the favorability with Chun Xingnan has also reached 30. Even Zhou Yu has a favorability of 1 point. The only thing that made Jiangsheng speechless was that although he and Lu Qingyun had re-established a 1-point favorability, Lu Qingyun's anger value had also reached 57 points. This didn't seem to be a big problem at the moment, but he didn't know what would happen next. Anyway, Lu Qingyun has turned evil, but the only thing worth being thankful for is that after turning evil, Lu Qingyun is still quite cute. In addition to these, Jiangsheng still has one world line mission to complete, which is to assassinate Lu Qingshan. This task must be taken seriously because it is related to the upgrade of the world line. Unfortunately, Lu Qingshan has now joined the military special training camp and has his own background and power, so it is not so easy to solve the problem. There is also the power of copying and expectation. These two skills are also very good and will definitely become a great help to Jiangsheng in the future. Moreover, when Jiangsheng completed the special task expected by the Chun family's ancestor, the 10-star emperor, he also obtained 1 point of skill fusion enhancement value. Among Jiangsheng's many skills, he has already thought about which 2 skills to fuse and enhance. If necessary, he would definitely choose fusion enhancement at the first opportunity, but if it is not necessary, keeping this skill fusion enhancement value might be of great use. We have to keep upgrading. After checking his own attributes and looking at the headache-inducing upgrade experience points, Jiangsheng secretly made up his mind to continue upgrading. Because now every time he upgrades, he can get high-level upgrade rewards from the system, and the rewards are also very good and worth looking forward to. At the same time, only by upgrading can he better cope with world line tasks. He cannot afford to lose in front of world line tasks. Looks like we have to go to Hongshan Park. When Jiangsheng thought about upgrading, he naturally thought of Hongshan Park because for him now, Hongshan Park is a very good place for upgrading. In Hongshan Park, there is also Yang Xiaowu, a rare 2-star Beastmaster. If you make good friends with him, he will definitely be a great help in the future. He still remembered that the ancestor of the Chun family once said that the Yang family had also gone to look for him. Combined with the information Yang Xiaowu sent him, he felt that it should not be difficult for him to establish an alliance with the Yang family. Jiangsheng did what he said. With the purpose of upgrading and the idea of forming an alliance with the Yang family, he went to Hongshan Park with the kitten in his arms. Arriving at the subway entrance, looking at the densely packed crowd and listening to a series of system prompts in his mind, Jiangsheng was not panicked at all. Instead, his face was full of anticipation. This is a good place to refresh unyielding glory. He has experienced how useful unyielding glory is. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! There is a wave of zombies ahead. Please evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! Ignoring the system notification sound ringing in his mind, Jiangsheng stuffed the kitten into his arms and strode towards the subway station with his head held high. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for daring to face the terrifying zombie tide. Unyielding glory points +1. System reward experience points 5. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. Ding! System prompt. The 7-star alienated zombie nightmare charm appears ahead. Please avoid it. Amidst a series of system prompts regarding the upgrade of unyielding glory, there suddenly appeared a prompt that made Jiangsheng's eyelids twitch. Chapter 72, Purposeful Approach. 7-star Alienated Zombies? Nightmare's Phantom? Jiang Sheng was originally happily enjoying the pleasure brought by the upgrade of unyielding glory, but the abrupt system notification sound made his eyelids twitch. This was the first time Jiang Sheng had encountered a mutant zombie. Moreover, it was a 7-star zombie. Jiang Sheng is only a 6-star commander now, so when he heard the system prompt that there was a 7-star mutated zombie, he naturally became alert. Afterwards, Jiang Sheng instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of the Tang's sword, looked around vigilantly, and began to search for the 7-star alienated zombie nightmare charm in the crowd. Is it her? Jiang Sheng took a quick look around and soon saw a woman who looked out of place in the crowd. At this time, almost all the people here are office workers. Everyone is wearing either work clothes or ordinary casual clothes. Even if there are old men and women who get up early and go out, they're dressed very simply. But among this group of simple and plain people, a person wearing a scarlet long skirt suddenly appeared. The skirt was slightly semi-transparent, allowing people to vaguely see the black lace underwear inside the scarlet skirt. Not only that, the woman also put on very glamorous heavy makeup, had her hair permed into big curls, and her bright red lips were even more eye-catching, making her stand out in the crowd. If it were any other time period, it would be understandable to occasionally encounter such a woman, but it was past 7 in the morning, the rush hour, and generally a young woman dressed like this would not squeeze into such a crowded subway car. The only possibility is that this woman deliberately appeared on the subway at this time. Just as Jiang Sheng was secretly looking at the charming woman was twisting her slender waist and walking back and forth in the crowded carriage. When the female comrades at work saw the charming woman squeezing past them, they couldn't help rolling their eyes. Although they didn't say anything, they must have been cursing in their hearts. They said all kinds of nasty things such as slut, whore, and money loser. In short, they didn't say anything nice. On the contrary, the male comrades who were working, when the charming woman deliberately passed by them, either rubbed their bodies with her plump breasts or had a brief and thrilling friction with their buttocks, made them unable to control themselves and could not help but look at the charming woman a few more times. Two distinct situations occurred simultaneously in the subway car. As for those elderly people who get up early to exercise or buy groceries, their attitudes are similar to those of working men and women. The old men stared with their eyes wide open, staring at the charming women in their seats, not for anything else but to make themselves happy. The older ladies were even more direct. They opened their mouths and started pointing fingers at the beautiful woman one by one, without hiding anything. The seductive woman naturally noticed the commotion she caused when she passed through the carriage, but she didn't care at all. She glanced at the people around her while walking quickly forward. Sometimes when she was harassed, she would just smile charmingly and say nothing. Suddenly, the charming woman who was walking through the crowd suddenly fixed her eyes on Jiang Sheng. No one knew what she saw in Jiang Sheng, but she squeezed through the crowd and moved closer to Jiang Sheng. Ding! System prompt. Warning. Warning. The 7 stars alienated zombie nightmare charm is approaching. Please prepare for battle. As the seductive woman approached, the system prompt sound rang in Jiang Sheng's mind again. At this moment, Jiang Sheng could finally be sure that this seductive woman was the nightmare charm of the 7-star alienated zombie. Call. The charming woman finally squeezed in front of Jiang Sheng. She suddenly did a magical move of tripping over her heels and toes, staggered, and fell directly into Jiang Sheng's arms. Jiang Sheng was quick-witted and quick-handed. He supported the beautiful woman's shoulders and prevented her from falling into his arms. However, the sudden fall of the charming woman, up and down, caused the already tempting ravine to constantly change shape. Thank you, handsome boy. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the charming woman. She was obviously a little surprised that Jiang Sheng could hold her so steadily and prevent her evil plan from succeeding. You're welcome. Facing the charming woman's constant flirting, Jiang Sheng turned a blind eye. He pushed the charming woman away lightly. It's not that the charming woman is not stunning or beautiful enough, but compared with Qin Yun, Lu Qingyun, and Zhou Yu, she is obviously not as good as her. Jiang Sheng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was not moved at all. He just glanced at the abyss twice more. Gulp! The male comrades around all swallowed their saliva. The scene just now almost took their souls away. They looked at Jiang Sheng and couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. It was such a good opportunity, but Jiang Sheng actually gave it up. He was so stupid and naive. But Jiang Sheng knew in his heart that it was no accident that this charming woman walked through the crowd and deliberately fell in front of him. Although he was not sure what the seductive woman was trying to do, he was sure that her mind was definitely not simple, and he had to be careful and guard against it. "Thank you for your help, handsome boy. To express my gratitude, I would like to treat you to a meal. Would you be willing to do me the honor?" The charming woman looked at Jiang Sheng with seductive eyes, and her every frown and smile revealed hints that made people imagine. "No need." Jiang Sheng decisively rejected the request of the charming woman. Jiang Sheng thought that he looked pretty good, but he was far from the kind of man that could make a woman fall in love with him at first sight and then throw herself into his arms. Whether it was Qin Yun, Lu Qin Yun, or even Zhou Yu, they all slowly built up a good impression of each other after constant contact. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appears, and just because he helped someone up when he fell, he wants to treat her to a meal, and she even has the seductiveness to offer her body to him. If there is no problem with this, Jiang Sheng would never believe it. Why did this woman choose me? Jiang Sheng appeared calm on the surface, but deep down he was already constantly calculating. But after thinking about it, Jiang Sheng still couldn't figure it out. The only thing that made Jiang Sheng feel different from others was his level. Even though there are a lot of people in the carriage, no matter they become zombies after 20 days or remain human after 20 days, most of them are below 3 stars. 6-star powerhouses like Jiang Sheng do not exist at all. Can she also tell my rank? Jiang Sheng's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly realized something. Afterwards, Jiang Sheng ignored the charming woman's slightly sad and resentful look and remained silently vigilant. When the subway stopped at Hongshan Park Station, Jiang Sheng got off the subway immediately and left quickly. Since the charming woman approached him with a purpose, she must have bad intentions. Jiang Sheng would not put himself in danger until he was absolutely sure of defeating her. Unfortunately, Jiang Sheng wanted to hide, but the charming woman would not let Jiang Sheng escape from her grasp easily. After Jiang Sheng got off the subway, the charming woman's eyes focused, and she also got off the subway immediately, chasing in the direction Jiang Sheng left and catching up quickly. Chapter 73, Falling into Nightmare. Ding! System prompt. Warning! Warning! The 7-star alienated zombies are tracking the host. Please be careful to avoid them. Please be careful to avoid them. Caught up? Jiang Sheng, who had just walked out of the subway station and headed towards Hongshan Park, was startled by the system prompt sound that suddenly sounded in his mind. He never expected that even though he had tried his best to dodge, the other party still kept chasing him. Jiang Sheng glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye, but unfortunately, he could not find the figure of the alluring woman. It can be seen that the other party's hiding method is also extraordinary. But unfortunately, Jiang Sheng didn't need to really find the charming woman. The system would remind Jiang Sheng that the charming woman had been following him. It seems that there is no way to escape. Jiang Sheng smiled bitterly. Since the other party had caught up with him, he would definitely not give up. Even though he didn't understand what the seductive woman wanted to do, Jiang Sheng had become extremely vigilant. At the same time, he was planning in his mind how to deal with the seductive woman next. "Did you find me?" The charming woman who had been following Jiang Sheng quietly was startled by Jiang Sheng's subconscious action of turning his head to look. She felt that Jiang Sheng might have discovered her. But then, when she saw Jiang Sheng continuing to walk towards Hongshan as if nothing had happened, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you my stealth skills won't be exposed so easily." The charming woman smiled slightly, followed Jiang Sheng proudly, and walked towards the direction of Hongshan. If Jiang Sheng heard what the charming woman said at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. That charming woman actually had the predecessor of his stealth skill, the stealth skill. After Jiang Sheng went up the mountain, just like last time, he did not follow the regular route, but jumped directly into the uninhabited jungle, looking for zombies and insects to kill as he walked. Ding! System prompt. There is a 3-star zombie wolf spider ahead. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 3-star zombie wolf spider. The system rewards 1 experience point. Jiang Sheng was searching for zombie insects while killing them. Although the experience points rewarded by the system for killing low-level zombies were very small, but every little bit counts, and he could still level up if he killed more. At the same time, by doing this, he could continue to observe the charming woman behind him. Although Jiang Sheng could not find any trace of the seductive woman visually, the swaying of the weeds on the road behind him indicated that someone was secretly following him. That's interesting. Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes. He had realized that the seductive woman's hiding method was somewhat similar to his previous stealth method, both of which enabled him to disappear from the other party's sight. But unfortunately, only the main body disappeared, and it only disappeared from sight. Any movement caused by the main body could not be completely covered up. Unlike Jiang Sheng's upgraded invisibility, he could disappear directly from the opponent's perception, making it impossible for the opponent to find him. It's time. Jiang Sheng looked around and found that the place he was in was rarely visited and very secluded, which was a perfect place to kill and rob. So he muttered to himself, skill stealth, activate. Swish! The next second, Jiang Sheng disappeared, completely disappearing from where he was just now, without a trace and nowhere to be found. Is this guy hunting zombies to level up? The charming woman who had been following Jiang Sheng watched him kill zombie insects again and again, and finally realized what Jiang Sheng had been doing all the way. But just as she was about to take the next step, she suddenly discovered that Jiang Sheng, who had been right in front of her, had disappeared. What's going on? Where's that kid? The charming woman was stunned. She had never expected that Jiang Sheng would suddenly disappear. Boom, boom, boom. The charming woman didn't bother to be cautious and rushed forward quickly. She came to the place where Jiang Sheng had just been and observed carefully, trying to find out if there was anything fishy going on. Unfortunately, she found nothing. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a shiny tang sword was suddenly placed on the neck of the charming woman, and a cold air came from behind her. You! The charming woman turned around in shock, looking at Jiang Sheng, who seemed to be smiling, and her heart was filled with turmoil. You can see me? The seductive woman murmured in disbelief. Her stealth skill still had 3 minutes left, so she shouldn't have been discovered. Jiang Sheng smiled contemptuously, looked at the seductive woman who had released her stealth skill, and said disdainfully, the grass on the ground is moving, and the leaves of the bushes in the air are moving. Do you think you can hide this? The charming woman felt embarrassed. Indeed, she had just run over in such a panic to check the situation that she did not notice the disturbance she caused in the surrounding environment. But she didn't understand why Jiang Sheng's disappearance didn't cause any environmental fluctuations. The charming woman would never have dreamed that Jiang Sheng's means of concealment was invisibility, a magical skill that allowed him to disappear from all perception. Even the surrounding environment could not sense Jiang Sheng. It was a pipe dream for her to detect Jiang Sheng's trace. Tell me, why are you following me? Jiang Sheng stared at the charming woman coldly. He wanted to know what her purpose was. The charming woman smiled slightly, looked at Jiang Sheng frivolously, and said calmly, originally, I saw that you were of a high level and wanted to recommend you to join the Master's army, but now it seems that you should have your own organization, and your purpose has changed. What has it become? Of course, it's an obstacle that prevents you from becoming the Master. Humph! You! Jiang Sheng was looking at the charming woman with a sneer. Although he was shocked that there was a master behind the charming woman, it was a foolish dream to think that she could get rid of him easily. However, just as Jiang Sheng was about to express his disdain for the alluring woman's arrogance, the next second, the alluring woman's pupils simply turned pink, and then Jiang Sheng fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Sheng only felt that there was pink mist all around him, and then one beautiful woman after another walked out of the mist. Although those charming women looked the same, they were different kinds of clothes and put on different kinds of makeup. They teased Jiang Sheng while taking off their clothes. That scene is more than just erotic. But Jiang Sheng knew in his heart that this was a dream full of dangers, and he had to wake up immediately, otherwise his real body would be in danger. Jiang Sheng struggled hard for a long time, but to no avail. Just when Jiang Sheng fell into despair and didn't know how to break through the nightmare, a cat's meow woke him up from the nightmare. Meow! The little kitten suddenly poked its head out from Jiang Sheng's arms. It seemed to have sensed something was wrong with Jiang Sheng, and it gave a gentle cry, which brought Jiang Sheng back to consciousness. Chapter 74 New Skill, Shock. Call. Jiang Sheng let out a long sigh, his back covered in cold sweat. He never expected that the alluring woman, the 7-star mutated zombie nightmare charm, would be so powerful that she could trap him at a mere encounter. Fortunately, the kitten woke Jiang Sheng up in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. What? Awake! The charming woman was also startled by Jiang Sheng's sudden awakening. Her methods were always successful, and this was the first time she failed. Just as the charming woman was wondering how Jiang Sheng woke up, she suddenly noticed the little kitten poking its head out of Jiang Sheng's arms. 9 stars! The seductive woman was shocked. Besides being shocked, her eyes were full of greed. If she could take the 9-star beast kitten away, she could imagine how her master would reward her. How can a mere 6-star commander possess the 9-star beast Qilin? It belongs to me. The seductive woman looked at Jiang Sheng with a sneer, and her pupils began to change color again. Hiss! When Jiang Sheng heard the words of the charming woman, he took a breath of cold air. He did not expect that the charming woman actually had the ability to identify the level of others. It's no wonder why the charming woman chose me at first sight on the subway. However, no matter what the charming woman said, he would not give up the kitten. He had obtained it from Yang Xiaowu with great difficulty, so how could he give it to others? But Jiang Sheng had also seen the nightmare ability of the enchanting woman. Although he had enough abilities and they were strong enough, he was somewhat powerless against this skill that was almost like magical damage. Skill recording on. Copying the skill Nightmare Charm in progress. Copying completed. You can use it 3 times. Skill Nightmare Charm. Activated. Current consumption 1/3. Since we can't defeat it with physical force, we can only use magic to defeat magic. When the seductive woman's pupils turned pink, Jiang Sheng's pupils also turned pink. The next second, they both fell into a nightmare at the same time. In Jiang Sheng's nightmare, he was surrounded by pink mist. Out of the mist walked all kinds of beautiful women, showing their charm and arousing Jiang Sheng's nerves. And in the nightmare of the charming woman, various Jiang Shengs walked out from the pink mist, and they also teased the nerves of the charming woman. Meow! The little kitten cried out at the right time, waking Jiang Sheng from his nightmare. But at the same time, the charming woman also woke up from her nightmare. The kitten could wake up Jiang Sheng, and it could also wake up the charming woman. After all, the two were very close to each other, and the kitten's cry was enough to affect both of them. What's going on? You actually know my special skills. The charming woman was stunned. As one of the 7 mutated zombies, Nightmare Charm was her exclusive skill. But she never expected that Jiang Sheng would also master her own unique skills. Still not working? Jiang Sheng ignored the shock of the charming woman, because after the copy skill was upgraded to duplicate, even the exclusive skills could be copied, but there was a limit on the number of times it could be used, and it could only be used 3 times. However, the problem now is not how many times he can use it, but that even if Jiang Sheng copied the skill Nightmare Charm, he could not successfully defeat the charming woman. He wanted to draw his sword and chop the seductive woman to death, but the other party did not give him a chance. Before Jiang Sheng could raise his hand, the seductive woman once again used her skill, the Charm of Nightmare. Obviously, the seductive woman was not convinced, and she also knew that this might be her only way to suppress Jiang Sheng. Once the distance between them was widened and Jiang Sheng had time to react, she would definitely lose. It seems that the only option left is to fuse and enhance skills. Jiang Sheng was also helpless. In this situation, he could only practice his previous idea, which was to combine and strengthen the rebound skill and instant attack skill. These 2 skills are both probabilistic skills. They are powerful enough, but it would be very embarrassing if they cannot be successfully activated. If these 2 skills are integrated and strengthened, they can become mandatory skills that are not affected by probability. Even if they only take into account part of the capabilities of these 2 skills, it will be enough. Jiang Sheng did what he said and immediately activated the system's skill fusion enhancement function in his mind. Ding! System prompt. Host, are you sure you want to fuse the enhanced rebound and instant attack skills? Sure. Ding! System prompt. Skill rebound and skill instant attack are being fused and strengthened. Please wait. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. Skill rebound and skill instant fusion enhancement are successful. New skill shock activated. Skill shock. Instantly destroy the opponent's skills, and at the same time rebound the opponent's skills, making the enemy hit by your own skills. Note, for the same skill, the effective number of times is 3. After 3 times, the skill shock is invalid. In just a split second, Jiang Sheng's mind completed the fusion, strengthening and upgrading of skill rebound and skill instant attack. Although the upgraded skill shock is not a super skill that crosses the world line like the copy skill, the effect of skill shock is very powerful. It basically combines the characteristics of skill rebound and skill instant attack. However, it is a bit troublesome that the same skill is only effective 3 times. But Jiang Sheng now has sufficient skill enhancement value, and he can continue to strengthen and upgrade when necessary, so he is not afraid. Boy, I don't believe you can imitate my skills 100%. The seductive woman screamed in shock and anger, and at the same time, her skill, Nightmare Charm, was activated. Skill Shock. Activated. This time, Jiangsheng did not use the copied skill Nightmare Charm, but used his new skill Shock. Buzz! When the pink light in the enchanting woman's pupils pierced Jiangsheng, an invisible wave shattered the pink light. At the same time, the shattered pink light also backfired on the charming woman. The next second, the charming woman fell into a nightmare. Her face began to turn red, and her body began to twist unconsciously. Bang! Jiangsheng clearly heard a muffled sound, and the charming woman's heart was beating rapidly, almost bursting. Moreover, blood was flowing out of her eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and other orifices. She actually died from her own unique skill, Nightmare Charm, a few minutes later. Gulp! Seeing this scene, Jiangsheng swallowed his saliva in fear. It was too horrible. If the kitten hadn't woken him up in time, he would probably have ended up with bleeding from all 7 orifices and a burst heart. This woman is scary enough. Isn't the master behind her even scarier? Jiangsheng felt his scalp tingling when he remembered the alluring woman saying that she had her own master. The other party's level and strength should not be underestimated, as he was able to recruit the 7-star alienated zombie Nightmare Charm. It's not that the zombies in the Doomsday world are not powerful enough, but that I haven't met the truly strong ones. Jiangsheng straightened his face. He realized that because he had encountered too few high-level zombies, his vigilance was too low. The appearance of the charming woman reminded him that the Doomsday world was far more complicated and terrifying than he had imagined. Upgrading is imperative. Jiangsheng gripped the Tang sword in his hand and became more determined to work hard to upgrade. Chapter 75: Hell Zombies. Jiangsheng looked at the charming woman lying on the ground, feeling a mixture of emotions, because he had lived too smoothly in the past period of time, which made Jiangsheng somewhat slack. The appearance of the charming woman made him completely realize that the Doomsday world was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Buzz! Just when Jiangsheng was feeling filled with emotion, a faint blue flame suddenly rose from the breathless charming woman. Then, in just a short moment, the dark blue flame completely surrounded the charming woman. Although he was still some distance away from the charming woman, Jiangsheng could still feel the horror of the dark blue flame. However, the feeling brought by the dark blue flame was not heat, but cold, biting cold. Sizzle! The piercing sound of flames exploding rang in Jiangsheng's ears. Soon after, the faint blue flame finally went out, and the enchanting woman disappeared at the same time, leaving only a faint black mark where the enchanting woman had just fallen. It was as if that charming woman had never appeared. If Jiangsheng had not fought with that charming woman before and defeated her with his own hands, Jiangsheng would probably have suspected that he was hallucinating at this moment. Hiss! Seeing this horrifying scene before his eyes, Jiangsheng couldn't help but gasp. He could vaguely guess that this dark blue flame might be related to the owner behind the alluring woman. He is such a difficult person. Jiangsheng frowned. He understood that he had to be strong enough. Otherwise, when the person behind the alluring woman appeared, he might not even be able to fight back. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the 7-star alienated zombie Nightmare Charm. The system rewards 30 experience points, 10 skill enhancement points, and 10 equipment enhancement points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for discovering the fragment of Hellfire. Would the host like to pick it up? Hellfire. The system prompt in his mind, just now about killing the 7-star mutated zombie Nightmare Charm, did not attract much attention from Jiangsheng. Instead, the next prompt information about the Hellfire made Jiangsheng excited. So, Jiangsheng began to look carefully at the place where the charming woman had just fallen. Sure enough, hard work pays off. After a careful search, Jiangsheng found a small piece of blue flame under the black, human-shaped mark. Is this the fire of hell? Although he had no idea what this hellfire was, Jiangsheng had already witnessed its horror, so he let the system choose to pick it up without hesitation. Ding! System prompt. Hellfire fragments are being picked up, please wait. Ding! System prompt. The hellfire fragments have been picked up successfully. The current fragment value is 2/30. When the fragments are fully picked up, the skill Hellfire can be recorded again. Skill Hellfire. The flames from the depths of hell can burn all living things to ashes and cannot be extinguished without a holy object. Gulp! Jiangsheng looked at the skill explanation of Hellfire and swallowed in shock. Being able to burn all living things to ashes, what a terrifying attribute this is. Although it has a fatal flaw and can be restrained by holy objects, doesn't that also mean that, apart from holy objects, the fire of hell is invincible? Fortunately, I already have the skill information of hellfire. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if I encountered it. However, how do we collect 28 hellfire fragments? Such a powerful skill, it would be a pity to throw it away. Jiang Sheng sighed secretly, because the system's prompt made Jiang Sheng alert to hellfire, but how to accumulate the remaining hellfire skill fragments is still a problem. Since he couldn't think of a solution for the time being, Jiang Sheng wouldn't waste his energy on it. He would continue to improve his level when he had time. So, Jiang Sheng collected his thoughts, silently noted down the task of collecting the fragments of hellfire, and at the same time reminded himself to be careful of the master behind the alluring woman. Then he continued to fight monsters and gain experience, walking towards the ancestral home of the Yang family, an underground laboratory in the Nanjing University Chemistry Laboratory building. At this time, there was no light in the laboratory, and even the windows were blocked by thick curtains, preventing the early morning sunlight from shining in. However, the laboratory was still bright because there were balls of blue flames burning around the laboratory. A boy with a feminine look suddenly opened his eyes. He looked in the direction of Hongshan Park and smiled grimly. Xiao Rou had an accident? It seems like she met an expert. The feminine boy smiled grimly. Xiao Rou, the charming woman, was his puppet. He knew very well about Xiao Rou's strength. A dignified 7-star mutated zombie nightmare charm will not necessarily lose even if he meets an ordinary 8-star king, and may even have the advantage. What's more, the doomsday has not yet come, and Xiao Rou, who has been able to activate her own exclusive skills, is even more powerful. It can be said that Xiao Rou used the power of the future to fight against ordinary people who have not yet stimulated their own energy. The fact that she failed is enough to show how terrifying her opponent is. What a pity! I'm only a 4-star now. My level is too low, and I have too few skills. Although I can use the Hellfire due to my special status as a Hell Zombie, I cannot guarantee that the opponent is superior in strength. Therefore, I cannot show up and avenge Xiao Rou. The feminine-looking boy murmured coldly. 10 days ago, the day when Jiang Sheng's system was activated, this feminine-looking boy also awakened his identity as a zombie from hell. When he realized that the end of the world was coming and he would become a zombie, the feminine boy did not feel lost at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. All the negative emotions in his heart burst out at once. With the help of the special properties of Hellfire, he controlled several zombies of good levels to become his puppets. At the same time, he asked those puppets to capture humans for him, and he burned them one by one with Hellfire to improve his own level. It's a pity that his biggest helper Xiao Rou met with an accident, so he had to mobilize other helpers. Xiao Shui, Guomin. The boy with the feminine appearance raised his head and looked outside the laboratory door. A faint blue flame flashed in his eyes, and then he shouted sinisterly. Not long after, a beautiful girl walked in, twisting her waist. "Owner!" Jiang Ruoxie called out to the feminine boy respectfully, then stood there obediently, waiting for his instructions. The feminine boy said without changing his expression, "Xiao Rou had an accident. Now I need you to help me attract humans so that I can improve my strength." "Master, rest assured, Xiao Shui will do his best." Jiang Ruoxie smiled charmingly and agreed. "Remember, unless it is absolutely necessary, do not choose people on campus, and do not let anyone discover your identity. If Teacher Su asks about me, just say that I am doing a graduation project experiment, and do not let him disturb me." "Yes, Master," Jiang Ruoxie responded, turned around, and left the laboratory. Chapter 76, Yang Xiaowu's Grievances. Yang Family Ancestral Home. Recently, Yang Xiaowu has trained quite a few more ferocious beasts, and many of the previous beasts have also been significantly improved. The nearly 100 ferocious beasts surrounding Yang Xiaowu alone are a force that cannot be underestimated. However, faced with such a grand occasion, the human-speaking parrot always seemed to be disgusted. What's the point of having so many rubbish? All of them combined are not as good as a small Qilin. Who said that? Xiao He and Xiao Bai have a chance to surpass Xiao Qilin. Facing the ridicule of the human-speaking parrot, Yang Xiaowu was not at all scared. She pointed at 2 small snakes, one black and one white, not far away, and refuted the words of the human-speaking parrot. "Forehead." The human-speaking parrot was stunned for a moment. It looked at the 2 little snakes for a long time, and finally acknowledged Yang Xiaowu's judgment. The black and white dragons are both 8-star. When they join hands, they are indeed no worse than the little Qilin. In fact, they may even surpass the little Qilin. However, this cannot be used as an excuse for your wrong decision in sending the little Qilin away. Has Jiang Sheng come here since he got the little Qilin? I think he ran away with the little Qilin a long time ago. I asked your grandfather to go to the Chen family to ask for him, but unfortunately, your grandfather is a useless guy and is of no use at all. It's settled now. The little Qilin has been given away. We have lost a great general. If the record on the heavenly monument is true, then wouldn't we be making a wedding dress for others? Especially that brat Jiang Sheng. He is so ungrateful. He got the little Qilin, but he doesn't even remember the slightest bit of kindness. He is such a bastard. Also, Xiaowu, don't judge a person based on your intuition anymore. I admit that your intuition is very accurate, but there are always times when you miscalculate, just like the case with that brat Jiang Sheng. It was a big mistake. The human-speaking parrot kept chattering on and on. Although he admitted that Xiao He and Xiao Bai had some strength, he still could not forgive Yang Xiaowu for giving Lil Qilin to Jiang Sheng. Can you please stop nagging? You're like an old man, talking all day long. Yang Xiaowu pouted and complained like a parrot. Ever since Jiang Sheng disappeared and could not communicate on his own, the human-speaking parrot has been busy, whispering these things in Yang Xiaowu's ears all day long. Time and time again, Yang Xiaowu almost memorized the words of a parrot. Seriously, isn't Yang Xiaowu angry? She was also angry. After all, it was she who decided that Jiang Sheng was someone worth making friends with. Unfortunately, reality slapped her hard in the face. Although Yang Xiaowu was still unwilling to believe in her heart that Jiang Sheng was an ungrateful person, she really had no reason to fight back against the human-speaking parrot. Xiaowu, who do you think looks like an old man? Although I am old, that is only relative to you humans. In our race, I am in my prime and not old at all. The human-speaking parrot seemed to have its tail stepped on and started chirping loudly, very angry and furious. What it hates most is being called old. Yang Xiaowu turned her head, rolled her eyes, and laughed secretly. Of course, she knew the temperament of the human-speaking parrot, but she just wanted to say that, because only in this way could she make the human-speaking parrot shut up. This trick has worked every time, and it worked today as well. Jiang Sheng, where are you? Are you really an ungrateful person? Yang Xiaowu looked at the red sun that had just risen with a bitter smile on her face. She had not sent any messages to Jiang Sheng since the past few days, because she felt that if Jiang Sheng really remembered the kindness she had shown him in giving him the little Qilin, he would definitely not ignore her. If Jiang Sheng was really an ungrateful person, then even if she sent him more messages, it would all be in vain. Hello, Xiaowu. Just when Yang Xiaowu was filled with emotion, suddenly a familiar call made Yang Xiaowu's heart flutter. Is it him? Yang Xiaowu turned her head suddenly, and as expected, she saw the figure she had been thinking about. Jiang Sheng. You're finally here? Yang Xiaowu ran towards him. When she really stood opposite Jiang Sheng and confirmed that the person in front of her was Jiang Sheng, her eyes instantly became moist. These days, she has always been criticized by her family, who say that she has met the wrong person. All kinds of rumors have put Yang Xiaowu under great psychological pressure. She feels wronged and uncomfortable. The moment I saw Jiang Sheng, it seemed as if all the grievances had found a window to vent. Asshole! Why did you come just now? Woo. Yang Xiaowu burst into tears on the spot and threw herself into Jiang Sheng's arms. Yang Xiaowu is still very young and innocent. She has never experienced the beatings of society. She has always relied on instinct to judge whether a person is good or bad, and she also relies on instinct to train animals. Yang Xiaowu has never missed it all along. Jiang Sheng's reappearance proved that she really has a discerning eye and will never make mistakes, whether it is identifying animals or humans. Forehead. Jiang Sheng looked at Yang Xiaowu, who threw herself into his arms and cried bitterly, his face full of embarrassment. Of course, he didn't know what Yang Xiaowu had experienced recently, but he learned from the ancestor of the Chun family that the Yang family sent people to the Chun family, but unfortunately, they returned in defeat. Presumably because of this incident, I was in a coma for 5 days and completely lost contact, causing Yang Xiaowu to suffer a lot of injustice. Looking at Yang Xiaowu's innocent face, Jiang Sheng couldn't help feeling a little guilty. He patted Yang Xiaowu's back gently and murmured apologetically, I'm sorry, I'm late. Little pervert, Let Xiao go, let Xiao go. At this time, the human-speaking parrot in the yard suddenly screamed, scolding Jiang Sheng and asking Jiang Sheng to let go of Yang Xiaowu. Jiang Sheng scratched his head awkwardly. Although it was Yang Xiaowu who took the initiative to throw himself into his arms, he and Yang Xiaowu had only met twice, and it was indeed a little inappropriate for him to hug him like this. But he would never admit that he was a pervert. Looking up, Jiang Sheng glared at the parrot and retorted, "How am I a pervert? I was just comforting little sister Xiaowu. Please don't spit blood at me." A beast in human form, extremely lecherous, saying one thing and thinking another, seducing and then abandoning. The human-speaking parrot was not frightened by Jiang Sheng's words. Instead, it continued to retort to Jiang Sheng using various idioms. But at the same time, the human-speaking parrot was extremely shocked. What's going on? When did this little pervert reach level 6? Also, why do I feel the inner breath flowing from him? He is only in his early 20s. Could it be that he has already comprehended the secret technique of inner breath? My God, what kind of monster is he? Xiaowu, I admit that your vision is indeed extraordinary. This time, you bet right. Not only is he not an ungrateful bastard, but he is also a demon genius worthy of using little Qilin to make friends with. The human-speaking parrot was filled with shock. With just one glance, it saw through Jiang Sheng thoroughly. Wait, why is there an evil aura from hell on him? Suddenly, the human-speaking parrot noticed something, and the look in its eyes when it looked at Jiang Sheng changed a little. Chapter 77 Yang Family Secrets. At this time, Jiang Sheng was looking at the human-speaking parrot with a bitter face as it cursed him with idioms. He found that although the human-speaking parrot was not of high level, it was quite human-like, even more human-like than humans. I don't know where this human-speaking parrot learned so many idioms, but it threw all of them at Jiang Sheng, making Jiang Sheng sound like a heartless man who cheated on his wife. Jiang Sheng, I feel wronged. Shut up. At this time, Yang Xiaowu finally recovered from her grievances. She looked at the human-speaking parrot with pride, no longer humble as before, but instead her face was full of arrogance. He is mine. You are not allowed to say that about him. He is someone I approve of. You are not allowed to slander him like this. Yang Xiaowu's words confused both the human-speaking parrot and Jiang Sheng. However, Yang Xiaowu quickly realized that he had said the wrong thing. So she quickly changed her words and tried to make amends for herself. Call. Jiang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Xiaowu changed his words. Otherwise, based on what Yang Xiaowu just said, he would really be like a heartless man who abandoned his lover. After all, getting benefits and then disappearing is indeed a very hateful behavior. However, when Jiang Sheng saw Yang Xiaowu's arrogant and complacent look, he was secretly happy in his heart. He understood that his visit this time finally made Yang Xiaowu proud. The human-speaking parrot was mumbling to itself, and no one knew what it was saying, but it didn't yell at Jiang Sheng. But judging from its appearance, its mouth must be unclean, and it must be cursing. Meow. Just when the atmosphere became a little awkward, the little kitten suddenly jumped out of Jiang Sheng's arms, rushed into Yang Xiaowu's arms, and cuddled up to Yang Xiaowu enthusiastically. Little Qilin. Yang Xiaowu hugged the kitten and kissed it excitedly. This is the first 9-star beast that she has carefully bred, and it is also a proof of her strength. Of course, she likes the little kitten very much. Jiang Sheng looked at the little kitten that abandoned him and threw itself into Yang Xiaowu's arms, and only then did he notice that Yang Xiaowu was now a 5-star beast master. From 2 stars to 5 stars, Yang Xiaowu's upgrade speed is not slower than Jiang Sheng's. At the same time, the system prompt sound in his mind also surprised Jiang Sheng. Ding! System prompt. There is an 8-star beast black dragon in front of the left. Please keep an eye on it. Ding! System prompt. There is an 8-star beast white dragon in front of the left. Please keep an eye on it. Ding! System prompt. There is a 5-star beast to the right rear. Ding! System prompt. One system prompt after another rang in Jiang Sheng's mind. Jiang Sheng then realized that in just a few days without coming to Hongshan Park, Yang Xiaowu had actually cultivated so many ferocious beasts, of which nearly 1/7 were high-level beasts. This number is already very terrifying. After all, among so many people, no matter whether they will mutate into zombies in the future or be strengthened into human warriors, there are not many high-level ones. In total, the proportion of high-level ones is about 1/20th, or even less than 1/30%. With such an intuitive comparison, you can understand how powerful Yang Xiaowu is. No wonder Yang Xiaowu is able to level up so quickly. Having trained so many ferocious beasts, it is normal for a beast master to level up. This also made Jiang Sheng understand how important it was to have a huge force behind him. Jiang Sheng didn't believe that those ferocious beasts were found by Yang Xiaowu himself. Without the Yang family's foundation, Yang Xiaowu would not have achieved what he has today. However, he looked at the human-speaking parrot and found that it was still the same as before, of a very low level and looked very inconspicuous. But Jiang Sheng always felt that the human-speaking parrot was very unusual. At least from his conversation with Yang Xiaowu, it seemed that the human-speaking parrot was not a realistic pet. Boy, I smell the breath of hell on you. Tell me the truth. What have you done? Are you related to hell? At the beginning, the human-speaking parrot was not sure, so it did not point it out directly, but continued to observe Jiang Sheng secretly. In the end, it was certain that Jiang Sheng had the aura of hell. It was still very weak, but definitely existed. The breath from hell? When Yang Xiaowu heard the parrot's words, he was also startled and took 2 steps back nervously. On the Yang family's heavenly tablet, there are 9 levels of catastrophes that will lead to the destruction of the world, and the catastrophe of hell is one of them. Only by breaking through the 9 levels of tribulation can we survive the catastrophe of world destruction and usher in the rebirth of the world mentioned on the heavenly monument. Now, the catastrophe of world destruction has not yet begun, but Jiang Sheng, whom she values, already has the aura of hell, which naturally makes Yang Xiaowu extremely nervous. Me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng frowned at first, then looked at the human-talking parrot with sudden realization, his eyes full of shock. He never expected that a human-speaking parrot of such a low level could actually see that he had fragments of hellfire on him. This skill was too terrifying. It's a pity that Jiang Sheng's doomsday system can only read the opponent's level and identity, but not the opponent's skills. Otherwise, Jiang Sheng would have to see who the human-speaking parrot is. After figuring out the source of the hellish aura on him, Jiang Sheng did not hide anything and directly showed the fragment of the hellfire. Boom! A small flame burned in Jiang Sheng's palm, and the faint blue light made people's backs chill. Jiang Sheng then explained, "You were talking about the smell of this hellfire fragment, right? Actually, this thing is not mine. I picked it up. The specific thing is this. This morning, Jiang Sheng told the human-speaking parrot everything from how he came to Hongshan Park from school, to his encounter with the alluring woman, to how the alluring woman was inexplicably burned to death, and finally how he picked up the fragments of hellfire. For some reason, Jiang Sheng always felt that the human-talking parrot was not an ordinary beast. Judging from the relationship between Yang Xiaowu and the human-talking parrot, the status of the human-talking parrot should be higher than that of Yang Xiaowu. So that's how it is? The human-speaking parrot finally breathed a sigh of relief after listening to Jiang Sheng's story. Yang Xiaowu also breathed a sigh of relief, and then dared to come to Jiang Sheng again. Don't blame us for being too nervous. Our Yang family has a heavenly tablet that records the catastrophe of world destruction. It also records the 9 catastrophes of world destruction, and the catastrophe of hell is one of them. Yang Xiaowu simply told Jiang Sheng the secrets of their Yang family, because their Yang family had already decided to win over Jiang Sheng, so there was no need to hide some things. 9-fold tribulation? New world. Jiang Sheng's heart skipped a beat. It made sense. It made sense again. It turned out that there were many records about the catastrophe that would come at the end of the world, but Jiang Sheng just didn't know about it. It is only after the 9th catastrophe that the world line can be upgraded, which is somewhat difficult. Feeling the heavy burden on his shoulders, Jiang Sheng realized that there was still a long way to go. Boy, I feel that you have already learned the Chen family's inner breath secret technique. I wonder, are you interested in our Yang family's techniques? Suddenly, the human-speaking parrot spoke again and extended an olive branch to Jiang Sheng. Chapter 78, Secret Book, The Way of Taoism. Really? When Jiang Sheng saw the human-speaking parrot extending an olive branch to him, and Yang Xiaowu had no objection, Jiang Sheng was already certain that the human-speaking parrot was not as simple as he saw on the surface. The true identity and level of the human-speaking parrot must be very terrifying. What a powerful concealment method! Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The system was unable to detect the true level of the human-speaking parrot, which showed that the human-speaking parrot's methods were extremely powerful. What conditions? Faced with the olive branch thrown by the human-talking parrot, Jiang Sheng did not immediately agree excitedly, but but asked with a little hesitation. After reaching a united front with the Qin family and the military represented by Zhou Yu, Jiang Sheng has realized that it is impossible to cooperate with these huge forces without conditions. As for what kind of conditions can be negotiated, it all depends on the other party's sincerity and your own negotiation skills. Condition? The human-speaking parrot was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter as if it suddenly realized something. However, the laughing sound of the human-language parrot is somewhat harsh and unpleasant. After a while, the human-speaking parrot finally calmed down its smile. It jumped twice on the branch and got a little closer to Jiang Sheng. Then, the human-speaking parrot lowered its head, looked at Jiang Sheng carefully, and said, "You may not be very old, but you are quite experienced. If someone like you who has no foundation wants to learn the magic of my Yang family, you have to sell yourself to my Yang family. It's just that you have decent character, and Xiaowu is optimistic about you. Moreover, you are able to practice the Chun family's inner breath secret technique, which proves that you have reached an agreement with the Chun family. It is definitely unrealistic for you to sell yourself to my Yang family. So, as long as you are willing to help our Yang family and contribute to our Yang family when the catastrophe comes, that will be enough." The human-speaking parrot spoke frankly. The conditions it offered were more favorable than those offered by Zhou Yu. At least, there were no restrictions. It's that easy? Jiang Sheng was shocked by the words of the human-speaking parrot. This condition, which was almost unrequired, really surprised him. The human-speaking parrot sighed and murmured, "Although my Yang family's secret technique is very precious, the apocalypse is about to come, and it is a good thing for my Chinese lineage to have more strength. Even though my lineage of magic was suppressed by various parties back then, the blood of China still flows in our bones. I believe that you will not let me down, nor will you let Xiaowu down." The parrot, who is always unreasonable and spouts all kinds of sarcastic words on weekdays, actually has the demeanor of a master at this moment. Jiang Sheng heard this and was in awe of the parrot. "I will do my best to learn the Yang family's secret technique. At the same time, I will become the Yang family's most solid ally." "Good. Very good." The human-speaking parrot said this with admiration, and then turned to look at Yang Xiaowu and said, "Xiaowu, ask that brat Yang Xiaowu to come over. Remember to bring our Yang family's Dao Fa Kai Wu with you." "Yes." Although Yang Xiaowu always likes to bicker with the human-speaking parrot on weekdays, he is still very obedient and well-behaved when it comes to big things. So, Yang Xiaowu sent a message to his cousin Yang Xiaowu, asking Yang Xiaowu to come to the Hongshan old house as soon as possible. After Yang Xiaowu learned that it was the parrot's order and that he was to bring Taoism exploitation to Jiang Sheng, he rushed over happily. Ever since the last fight with Jiang Sheng, Yang Xiaowu was completely conquered by Jiang Sheng's uncanny talent. Every time he thought of it, he was full of praise. Not long after, Yang Xiaowu arrived at the Hongshan old house and met Jiang Sheng, who had been missing for several days. Yang Xiaowu, who already admired Jiang Sheng, now admired Jiang Sheng even more because of the aura of admiration from a strong man with 90 honor points in Jiang Sheng. "Sure, brother. You have been able to get the ancestor to agree to let you study our Yang family's Dao Fa Kai Wu. It seems that you have been recognized by our Yang family's ancestor." Yang Xiaowu gently patted Jiang Sheng's shoulder and said, "However, my Yang family's Dao Fa Kai Wu is not easy to learn. It contains thousands of Taoist secrets. Even the most basic Dao Yuan self-cultivation is very difficult to get started. But you don't have to be afraid. I'm here for you. I'm a rare genius in magic. If you have any questions, just ask me. I can answer them all." Ahem. Just when Yang Xiaowu was about to continue bragging to Jiang Sheng, Yang Xiaowu next to him coughed heavily twice and gave Yang Xiaowu a speechless look. "My cousin is good in everything except bragging. Once he starts bragging, he will completely let himself go and completely ignore the reality. Not to mention that Yang Xiaowu himself hadn't been able to learn all the techniques in Taoism, just asking for advice on this matter, with the ancestor of the Yang family around. When would it be Yang Xiao's turn to step forward? Fortunately, the ancestor of the Yang family was as unreliable as Yang Xiaowu. If it was another petty-minded ancestor, Yang Xiaowu would probably have been lying on the bed by now. Forehead. Yang Xiaowu was awakened by Yang Xiaowu's words and immediately realized that he had exaggerated. So he smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, take your time to read it. If you don't know how to do it, come and ask me." As he spoke, Yang Xiaowu handed the Taoism exploitation he brought to Jiang Sheng. Hiss! As soon as he took the book Taoism, Jiang Sheng's mouth trembled, and he took a breath of cold air. Because Dao Fa Kai Wu is really too thick. It is divided into 10 volumes, and each volume has hundreds of sections. The weight alone is dozens of kilograms. Not to mention finishing studying the book Taoism. Even reading it would take a lot of time. As for how to learn, how to finish learning, how to learn it, Jiang Sheng suddenly felt a headache. Seeing Jiang Sheng frowning, Yang Xiao immediately laughed cheerfully. Although Taoism exploitation is good, it takes a lot of time to really get started. He is the most talented of the younger generation of the Yang family, but it took him 3 years to finish reading Taoism exploitation. As for Jiang Sheng, he felt that it would also take a year or so, and that was with the guidance of Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao also laughed secretly. It took her nearly 10 years to completely master the chapter on taming beasts in the Dao Fa Kai Wu. If Jiang Sheng was foolish enough to learn all of it, it would probably take him forever to learn it all. The human-speaking parrot, this special existence whose real identity is the ancestor of the Yang family, is also waiting to see Jiang Sheng suffer a defeat. After all, Jiang Sheng's arrival today made it lose face in front of Yang Xiaowu, and it would not feel happy unless Jiang Sheng suffered a little. Ding! System prompt. The system has detected the secret book Dao Fa Kai Wu. Would the host like to use the copy skill to copy the entire book? This is also possible. Just when Jiang Sheng was having a headache about how to study such a thick book Taoism, the timely system prompt sounded in his mind like a natural sound. Chapter 79, don't believe it? Then please read it. Copy the whole book. After a brief moment of daze and excitement, Jiang Sheng immediately chose to use the copying skill to copy the entire book Taoism exploitation. Ding! System prompt. The copying skill is activated. Copying Dao Fa Kai Wu. Please wait. Ding! System prompt. Copying completed. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the skills in Dao Fa Kai Wu. When performing the skills in Dao Fa Kai Wu, you can enter the copy interface to search. Gulp! Not long after, the system prompt sounded again in Jiang Sheng's mind. He swallowed excitedly and secretly praised in his heart. It is worthy of being a skill from the New World line. It is really amazing. Being able to copy the entire book Dao Fa Kai Wu in such a short time, his copying skills can be said to be very strong. After all, Jiang Sheng is not just simply recording, but is able to display all the skills in Dao Fa Kai Wu. This is much more impressive. He opened the recording interface in his mind, and a long list of skills popped up, ranging from the 5 elements technique, to the talisman technique, to the beast taming technique, including almost every technique that Jiang Sheng could think of and couldn't think of. Among this long list of techniques, the most eye-catching ones are the art of sex, the art of sexual intercourse, and other secret techniques. Jiang Sheng blinked, secretly feeling a little excited. If his favorability with Qin Yun reached the maximum level, could he try out these magical secret techniques? Just when Jiang Sheng was secretly happy, Yang Xiao suddenly pushed Jiang Sheng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, what's wrong? Are you scared by the Tao of exploitation? Don't be afraid. As long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. You will definitely be able to learn it." Yang Xiao seemed to be sincerely comforting Jiang Sheng, but in fact, this guy had a lot of bad intentions and was just waiting to see Jiang Sheng's distressed look. After all, it was a rare opportunity to show off in front of Jiang Sheng, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. Yang Xiaowu and the human-talking parrot naturally saw through Yang Xiao's little thoughts, but they didn't point it out because they also wanted to see Jiang Sheng get humiliated. Because Jiang Sheng is an outsider with no backing or background, he is so perversely jealous that anyone would feel a little unbalanced. Unfortunately, when Yang Xiaohe and the others were waiting to see Jiang Sheng being humiliated, Jiang Sheng took the Taoism exploitation in his hand and returned it all to Yang Xiaohe. What are you doing?" Yang Xiaohe was startled by Jiang Sheng's sudden action. He raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Brother, even if you are scared by the exploitation of Taoism, you don't have to give up directly, right? This is the secret book of my Yang family. Many people may not be able to learn it even if they try their best." Yang Xiaohe thought Jiang Sheng was going to give up, so he quickly persuaded Jiang Sheng to change his mind. Jiang Sheng blinked, looked at Yang Xiaohe with a smile, and said, "I'm not giving up, I just learned it." Yang Xiaohe was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang Sheng in disbelief, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Including Yang Xiaowu and the human-talking parrot, they were all shocked. I haven't even started reading the book yet, and you've already learned it? Are you kidding me? What the hell? Do you think everyone else is blind? Brother, stop it. Yang Xiao looked at Jiang Sheng with a wry smile. He secretly winked at Jiang Sheng, signaling Jiang Sheng not to be impulsive. The ancestor of their Yang family, also known as the human talking parrot, hates the most when others talk nonsense. Even he, Yang Xiaohe, the unique genius of their Yang family, is not liked by the human talking parrot. Only the simple Yang Xiaowu of the Yang family can win the favor of the human talking parrot. Student Jiang, you really need to take a good look at this. Our Yang family's Dao Fa Kai Wu is really amazing. Yang Xiaowu was also a little panicked. She also knew her ancestor's temper, so she deliberately raised her tone to tell Jiang Sheng not to be impulsive. Humph, you can read it or not. Yang Xiaohe, put away the exploitation of Taoism, and let's go back to the house. The human-speaking parrot was furious. It glared at Jiang Sheng angrily, its eyes full of disgust and contempt. At the same time, it yelled at Yang Xiaohe to put away Taoism exploitation and go back to the house, not wanting to pay any more attention to Jiang Sheng. In the eyes of the human-speaking parrot, Jiang Sheng, who was so frivolous, was not worthy of being an ally of their Yang family, and was not qualified to learn their Yang family's Taoism. Ancestor! Seeing this scene, Yang Xiaohe and Yang Xiaowu looked at the human-talking parrot nervously. Even Yang Xiaowu, who was usually not very respectful to the human-talking parrot, couldn't help but shout out the word ancestor, hoping that the human-talking parrot would give Jiang Sheng another chance. Can't you hear me? Unfortunately, the parrot turned a deaf ear to the human words and just kept muttering coldly, making Yang Xiaohe and Yang Xiaowu dare not say anything. Grandmaster, why are you angry with them? They have good intentions, and I am not lying. I really have learned it. Just when the human-speaking parrot was getting furious, Jiang Sheng spoke. Of course he knew that Yang Xiaohe and Yang Xiaowu were doing this for his own good, so he naturally couldn't let them get scolded for him. So, while Jiang Sheng began to persuade the human-speaking parrot, he raised his hand and silently rubbed out a palm thunder. You kid are not worthy of calling me ancestor, you. The human-speaking parrot turned its head angrily and stared at Jiang Sheng viciously. Just as it was about to scold Jiang Sheng, the next second, it swayed stupidly on the tree branch and almost fell down. Palm thunder? The most difficult spell in Dao Fa Kai Wu. Not only was the human-speaking parrot stunned and frightened, Yang Xiao's eyelids were also twitching, and he screamed out on the spot. He was one of the few geniuses in the Yang family who could study Dao Fa Kai Wu in a simple way and master hundreds of magic techniques. Therefore, Yang Xiao knew very well which magic technique in Dao Fa Kai Wu was the most difficult to learn. Palm thunder is currently recognized by the Yang family as the most difficult technique. That classmate Jiang? The innocent Yang Xiaowu blinked her big eyes, just like a pure little girl who saw the colorful world for the first time. The expression was so wonderful. Jiang Sheng silently looked at the stunned human-talking parrot, Yang Xiaohe and Yang Xiaowu, and the smile on his face could not be hidden. There is no way. Although Jiang Sheng's level is not very high, his system skills are extremely powerful. The copying skill can truly be called a magical skill. Now, do you believe it? Jiang Sheng said with a smile. Gulp! The human-speaking parrot swallowed his saliva and said foolishly, What else can you do, kid? You can't have really learned everything, right? Seeing that the parrot still didn't believe it when speaking human language, Jiang Sheng didn't say anything more. He slightly changed the hand seal on his palm and changed the mantra. Boom! 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 Palm thunder, sky fire, 1,000-foot waves, suspended talisman. One spell after another appeared in Jiang Sheng's palm. These were all extremely difficult secret spells in Taoism. Although Jiang Sheng's level was not high and the magic he performed did not seem to be very powerful, it was already amazing enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yang Xiao stared blankly at Jiang Sheng's performance, muttering to himself, and began to count the types of magic spells Jiang Sheng performed. Chapter 80, The Yang Family Patriarch's Brain. 666, 667, 668. Brother, you are so cruel. I, Yang Xiao, will not submit to heaven or earth, but to you. Yang Xiao counted the spells Jiang Sheng performed one by one, and finally when he counted to 668, Jiang Sheng stopped. Yang Xiao looked at Jiang Sheng, who was calm and composed, the admiration in his eyes almost overflowing. Student Jiang, are you still human? Yang Xiaowu blinked, curled his lips, tilted his head, and looked at Jiang Sheng. In his eyes, besides envy, there was also deep jealousy. A genius, unparalleled, unrivaled in the world. The human-speaking parrot began to recite idioms again, but this time, without exception, all of them were praising Jiang Sheng's astonishing talent. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the worship of the 7-star warlock. The honor value of the strong man's worship is +1. The current honor value is 93. The system rewards 3 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host. Bye. Just as Yang Xiaowu, and the human-talking parrot were amazed, system prompt sounds rang one after another in Jiang Sheng's mind. In just a moment, Jiang Sheng's worship glory value reached 95, not far from the maximum level. As for the experience points gained, it was not that surprising. Jiang Sheng silently withdrew his hand. It was not that he did not want to continue to perform the magic, but the other magics in Taoism could not be performed out of thin air and required the help of external objects. At the same time, Jiang Sheng also secretly opened the system and observed his own attributes. Sure enough, just as he expected, although he had learned the basic secret technique of Dao Yuan self-cultivation and Dao Fa Kai Wu, there was an obvious warm current flowing through his body along the 8 extraordinary meridians. But apart from the techniques in Dao Fa Kai Wu, there was no trace of Dao Yuan self-cultivation. From this we can see that Dao Yuan's self-cultivation secret method is similar to the Chun family's inner breath secret technique. Both belong to the skills of the next world line and cannot be displayed under the doomsday system. This Dao Yuan and internal energy are actually related. Just when Jiang Sheng was verifying his conjecture, he suddenly discovered that the Dao Yuan wandering in his body was actually flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and finally hovered in the acupoints that Jiang Sheng had already opened up, and together with the internal breath, it was slowly nurturing the acupoints. Internal breath, the secret art of martial arts. Dao Yuan, the secret book of magic. These 2 methods of cultivation were originally unrelated, but at this moment, they were perfectly integrated. Jiang Sheng could feel that inner breath was a kind of qi, and Dao Yuan was a kind of spirit. The qi came from oneself, and the spirit came from heaven and earth. Although the 2 could not be converted into each other, they could complement each other. But for some reason, Jiang Sheng always felt that the reason why the 2 could not be integrated and transformed was because something was missing. As for what it was, he was not sure. Anyway, at this moment, martial arts and magic showed signs of blending with each other. It's a pity that Jiang Sheng's internal energy is not strong enough, and he has just started practicing Dao Yuan. They are still in the initial stage and have no ability to continue exploring. Interesting. A smile appeared on Jiang Sheng's lips. Although he couldn't see the mystery yet, he vaguely realized that he was opening up a new and unprecedented path. It was just that he himself didn't know how to go on. He could only wait for the system to bring him the next surprise. Brother, tell me, how did you do it? At this time, Yang Xiao came up and hugged Jiang Sheng's shoulders tightly, as if he was determined to get to the bottom of the matter. At the same time, Yang Xiaowu and the human-talking parrot also looked at Jiang Sheng curiously. Although they did not speak, they were as curious as Yang Xiao, very curious. This? Jiang Sheng touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't just say that this was a skill given to him by the system, right? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Sheng could only bite the bullet and smile bitterly. Maybe this is talent. Depend on. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes, looking speechless. It's not that he didn't believe it. He just felt speechless. After all, how could one learn so many techniques in Taoism in a short moment without top-notch talent? But if it is explained simply as talent, it would be a bit sad. After all, these hurtful words, such as comparing yourself with others will make you angry. Goods should be thrown away if they are not compared. The gap between people can be seen at a glance, etc. Really hurt Yang Xiao's proud little heart. Yang Xiaowu and the human-speaking parrot also looked devastated. They had been waiting for a long time, and all they got was the word talent. Although I have to believe it, I still feel unhappy. Well, I'm leaving now. I'll visit you another day. Jiang Sheng looked at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiaowu and the human-talking parrot, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately chose to say goodbye. It's not that he was afraid of anything, but he also felt that his reasons were a bit ridiculous. He was afraid that Yang Xiaowu and the others would ask about the matter again. If that happened, Jiang Sheng would really have no way to explain it. After all, He hadn't even opened the book Taoism just now, so it was a bit misleading to say that he was gifted with enlightenment. Without waiting for Yang Xiaohe and the others to say anything, Jiangsheng picked up the kitten in Yang Xiaohu's arms and ran away quickly. Not long after Jiangsheng left, Yang Xiaohe, Yang Xiaohu, and the human-talking parrot finally recovered from the shock they had just experienced. They stared at each other blankly and could read the astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. At this moment, Yang Xiaohu suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted loudly. No, he didn't even open the Tao Fa Kai Wu just now. Even if he is a genius, he can't learn it, right? Yang Xiaohu's shout instantly woke Yang Xiaohe and the human-speaking parrot up. Yes, how did you learn it without even reading the book? I was just shocked by his method and overlooked this point. So, he must have deceived us? Yang Xiaohe and the parrot came to their senses instantly. They were not as naive as Yang Xiaohu and naturally overlooked the simple detail that Jiangsheng never turned the page. The shock just now made them overthink things, but Yang Xiaohu was the first to realize it. Grandmaster, what is going on? Could it be that Jiang has been playing the pig and eating the tiger all along? Yang Xiaohu looked at the equally shocked human-speaking parrot and asked seriously. Unless Jiangsheng knew the techniques in Taoism and creation from the beginning, otherwise it cannot be explained. But the parrot shook his head and said, No, our Yang family's Tao Fa Kai Wu has never been leaked. Even other families with the same magic lineage have never read our Yang family's Tao Fa Kai Wu, so pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger does not exist. Then, how do you explain it? Yang Xiaohu tilted her little head. She was so simple-minded that she couldn't figure it out and couldn't understand it. The human-speaking parrot was silent for a moment and finally murmured, It's possible. What a talent. It is said that there was a genius more than 2,000 years ago. He had a gift called the induction of heaven and man. He could not only learn the secrets in books, but also learn and perform anything he saw, heard, and thought of. Ah, there are still people like this in the world. Yang Xiaohu and Yang Xiaohe were both stunned. Could such a heaven-defying existence really exist? The human-speaking parrot smiled bitterly and said, Yes, although it is just a rumor, his name is very famous. Who is he? Zhuxiai. Zhudaxian. Chapter 81 Childhood Playmate. After Jiangsheng came down from Hongshan Mountain, he took the subway directly back to school. He would never have thought that because of his incredible copying skills, the parrot, the ancestor of the Yang family, would regard him as a god like Zhuxiai. If Jiangsheng knew about this, he would definitely feel ashamed. After all, how could he be compared with the most mysterious practitioner in the world, Zhuxiai, the great immortal? On the way back to school, Jiangsheng refreshed the honor value of unyielding glory while secretly observing his own attributes. Since Jiangsheng woke up, he has gained a lot and acquired many new skills, such as the current magical skill of copying and the new skill of shock and so on. At the same time, Jiangsheng and Qin Yun's favorability has approached the maximum level. He is really looking forward to being able to be with Qin Yun after the favorability reaches the maximum level. As for Lu Qingyun, whose anger value has increased, it is not a big deal for now, and it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. It's just that Jiangsheng's upgrade progress is somewhat slow. After becoming a 6-star commander, he has a total of 600 experience points. He has not yet accumulated half of them, so it is still very troublesome for him to upgrade. It's a long and arduous journey. Jiangsheng sighed secretly. Ever since he learned from Yang Xiaohu that there were 9 difficulties in the catastrophe of world destruction, he had been speculating that perhaps in order to upgrade the world line of the doomsday world, it would also be necessary to overcome 9 difficulties. If the world line cannot be upgraded, the extinction of mankind is almost inevitable. The only thing that could bring Jiangsheng some comfort was the appearance of the hellfire. When the hellfire appears, it means that one of the difficulties in the world-destroying catastrophe has become faintly visible. Eliminating this trouble should be a great joy for the coming of the end of the world. It's a pity that the charming woman who appeared on the subway did not reveal any useful information until her death, and the owner behind her cannot be found for the time being. Jiangsheng has reason to believe that the master behind the alluring woman is the key to the catastrophe of hell. We have arrived at Nanda Station. Passengers who need to get off, please get off from the left door. Just as Jiangsheng was sorting out his slightly confused thoughts, the subway had already arrived at their school. Jiangsheng got off the car and walked towards the subway entrance. Nanda Station is a subway station with a very large flow of people. Whenever Nanda students go out to play, Most of them will take the subway here. Therefore, when Jiang Sheng left, he once again triggered the characteristics of unyielding glory. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for facing the terrifying zombie tide. Unyielding glory points +1. System reward experience points 3. Ding! System prompt. Warning. Warning. There is a 6-star mutant zombie 1,000 faces in front of you on the left. Please be alert. Ding! System prompt. There is a 3-star zombie ahead. There would be a lot of system prompts near the subway station, and Jiang Sheng would habitually ignore the news about the upgrade of unyielding glory. But this time, Jiang Sheng had just taken a few steps out of the subway station when he suddenly froze in place. 6-star mutant zombie 1,000 faces? Another mutant zombie? Jiang Sheng's face was full of surprise. After all, the appearance of mutated zombies was rare, but the sudden appearance of 2 mutated zombies today made Jiang Sheng somewhat alert. Coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Why did Jiang Sheng have to encounter all of them? When things are too coincidental, it means there is something mysterious about the thing itself. So, Jiang Sheng quickly raised his head and looked to the front left. He was trying hard to find the 6-star mutated zombie 1,000 faces among the crowd. Sick Shui. Jiang Sheng was stunned at first because he saw a familiar figure, and then Jiang Sheng's face became extremely ugly. Could it be Xiao Shui? Jiang Sheng's face was gloomy. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately walked toward Xiao Shui. Ding! System prompt. Warning. Warning. There is a 6-star mutant zombie 1,000 faces in front of you on the left. Please be alert. Ding! System prompt. Warning. Warning. There is a 6-star mutant zombie 1,000 faces in front of you on the left. Please be alert. The closer Jiang Sheng got to Xiao Shui, the more frequent the system prompts became. Now, Jiang Sheng could be sure that the 6-star mutated zombie 1,000 faces was Xiao Shui. Although he was extremely reluctant and unwilling to admit it, the situation before him forced him to admit that Xiao Shui was his enemy. Sick Shui. Suppressing the sadness in his heart, Jiang Sheng shouted to the little girl who was walking towards him. The girl was exceptionally beautiful and knew how to dress herself up. Even though her foundation was a little thick and her makeup was heavy, it couldn't hide her beauty. Jiang Sheng. When Jiang Ruoshui heard someone calling her, she looked around first and finally found that it was Jiang Sheng. The smile on her lips immediately disappeared and was replaced by anger and displeasure. She and Jiang Sheng came from the same orphanage and were both orphans. Their names were given by the director, so they both had the surname Jiang. When they were young, Jiang Ruoshui and Jiang Sheng had a very good relationship. After all, they were friends who grew up together and could be said to be childhood sweethearts. However, when they grew older and understood vanity, Jiang Ruoshui no longer played with Jiang Sheng and even wanted to get rid of the label of coming from an orphanage at all costs. Jiang Ruoshui felt that as long as she didn't associate with anyone in the orphanage, no one would notice that she came from an orphanage. Her goal is to become a superior person, and her so-called childhood sweetheart with Jiang Sheng was all just an ignorant joke in their childhood. Jiang Ruoshui believes that Jiang Sheng is not worthy of her beauty. What she wanted was a strong man, a truly strong man, not Jiang Sheng, an orphan who also came from an orphanage. Jiang Sheng, I've told you so many times, if you see me near the school, don't say hello to me. Don't act like you know me. I don't want to know you, and I don't want others to know that I know you. Jiang Ruoshui glared at Jiang Sheng angrily. In her heart, she always believed that Jiang Sheng still retained his childhood fantasies and wanted to try to take advantage of others. When she was a child, she was ignorant and would not reject Jiang Sheng's kindness. But now that she has grown up, she will not let Jiang Sheng get close to her. Xiao Shui, I didn't mean to disturb you. Shut up. I don't want to talk to you. Stay away from me. Don't interfere with my work. Jiang Sheng wanted to say something, but Jiang Ruoshui had already turned and left, leaving Jiang Sheng with only a cold and heartless back. Jiang Sheng looked at Jiang Ruoshui. Although he felt sad, he knew that he and Jiang Ruoshui were no longer close and were no longer childhood friends. Ding! System prompt. The 6-star mutant zombie 1,000 faces has been detected to have hellfire fragments hidden in it. Hellfire can only be dropped after death. What? Jiang Sheng, who was feeling emotional, was startled by the sudden system prompt sound. He looked at Jiang Ruoshui, and his expression changed again and again. Chapter 82: The Old Man Who Asks Questions. Jiang Sheng, who had already decided to ignore Jiang Ruoshui for the time being, suddenly heard the system prompt him that Jiang Ruoshui had fragments of hellfire on his body, which immediately made Jiang Sheng change his mind. Fragments of hellfire? So, Xiaoshui is also related to the enchanting woman who was inexplicably burned by the hellfire. Jiang Sheng's face darkened. If Jiang Ruoshui was just a 6-star mutated zombie, Jiang Sheng probably wouldn't make things difficult for Jiang Ruoshui considering that they had been in the same orphanage and grew up together as childhood playmates. But now, it's no longer possible. Jiang Ruoshui is not important, but the person who stores the fire of hell in Jiang Ruoshui must be eliminated as soon as possible. Now that the doomsday has not yet come and no one has mutated, what really determines strength is not only level, but also one's own abilities. The reason why Jiang Sheng was able to upgrade so smoothly was because his skills have been activated in advance. Without this system bug, Jiang Sheng might not be able to fight above his level. Therefore, eliminating the Master of Hellfire is equivalent to eliminating one of the difficulties of the world-destroying catastrophe in advance. Follow me. Jiang Sheng, who was originally planning to leave, immediately turned around and followed Jiang Ruoshui from a distance. Asshole! Damn it! Hateful! Jiang Ruoshui, who had left early, was now complaining indignantly and insulting Jiang Sheng continuously. Jiang Ruoshui felt that Jiang Sheng was such a despicable scoundrel. He always wanted to take advantage of her and expose her identity. He was simply a model of being brainless. Jiang Ruoshui was walking when she suddenly noticed that Jiang Sheng not only did not leave, but followed her from a distance. Her face suddenly became ugly again. Hiss! Suddenly, a snake face appeared on Jiang Ruoshui's face. She was spitting out her tongue, and her eyes were full of viciousness. However, this time the change of expression only lasted for a moment, and the people around did not notice it at all, nor did they discover anything unusual about Jiang Ruoshui. Damn bug, you almost exposed me. Jiang Risha murmured sinisterly, his eyes filled with viciousness and cruelty. If her senior had not forbidden her to hunt near the school, especially hunting students in the school, she would have killed Jiang Sheng without hesitation, so that she would never have any trouble again. Now, Jiang Ruoshui could only leave quickly and try to avoid Jiang Sheng. Were you discovered? Jiang Sheng, who was walking behind, immediately noticed the change in Jiang Ruoshui. Jiang Ruoshui suddenly sped up and left. He must have discovered him, otherwise there wouldn't be such a big change. Looks like I have to use stealth again. Jiang Sheng secretly sighed and immediately activated the skill of invisibility. Skill stealth on. Countdown. 5 seconds. For seconds. After the skill of stealth was activated, the 5-second skill countdown also started. Under normal circumstances, 5 seconds would be enough for Jiang Sheng to do many things, especially now that Jiang Sheng is much stronger. He can feel like a fish in water. Unfortunately, they are now at the subway station. Not only do they have to avoid Jiang Ruoshui's attention, but they also have to wait for the arrival of the subway and wait for the moment when Jiang Ruoshui lets down his guard. There was no choice. Jiang Sheng looked at the countdown that was gradually disappearing and immediately started to enhance his skills. Ding! System prompt. Host, do you want to consume the skill enhancement value to enhance the skill stealth? Yes. Ding! System prompt. Skill stealth enhancement begins. Please wait. Ding! System prompt. The skill stealth has been enhanced successfully, and the duration has been upgraded to 6 seconds. It really works. Jiang Sheng's mind moved. After the strengthening, the duration of the skill invisibility increased. At the same time, the countdown time was also increasing. Moreover, the countdown time was refreshed for the first time. Skill stealth countdown, 6 seconds. 5 seconds. Now it gets interesting. Jiang Sheng accidentally discovered another system bug. That is, when the skill countdown is about to end, strengthening the skill and increasing the time limit will restart the countdown. This is equivalent to giving Jiang Sheng a lot of room for operation. Therefore, Jiang Sheng was no longer in a hurry. He followed Jiang Ruoshui in front of him while carefully observing the countdown of the skill invisibility. Every time, he would choose to strengthen at the last second. Within 1 second, the skill is enhanced successfully and the stealth skill will start counting down again. This cycle repeated itself over and over again. Jiang Sheng followed Jiang Ruoshui from a distance, successfully boarded the subway, successfully got rid of Jiang Ruoshui's attention, and successfully made Jiang Ruoshui dispel her concerns and doubts. Call! After getting on the subway, Jiang Ruoshui looked around and found that Jiang Sheng did not follow her. So she breathed a sigh of relief and finally calmed down. You idiot. You still want to follow me? You probably don't know what the senior has done to me. I am no longer an ordinary person now. Jiang Rui smiled sinisterly, and because he was too proud, a foxy look of a smug villain flashed across his face. However, just like before, it was still a flash, and no one noticed it except Jiang Sheng, who had been observing Jiang Ruoshui in secret. What is that? Jiang Sheng, who was hiding, was startled by the fox face that suddenly appeared on Jiang Ruoshui's face. But when he thought that Jiang Ruoshui was a 6-star mutated zombie with 1,000 faces, he suddenly realized that perhaps this was Jiang Ruoshui's ability. He quickly retreated to the next carriage, keeping a sufficient distance from Jiang Ruoshui. After making sure that he would not be discovered by Jiang Ruoshui, Jiang Sheng used his invisibility skill. Hey, why are you sitting here? The old man next to him looked at Jiang Sheng, who was sitting next to him in surprise. He clearly remembered that there was no one next to him. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Sheng appeared beside him inexplicably, and the fact that he didn't scare him to death and faint on the spot showed that the old man had a strong mental quality. Forehead. Jiang Sheng scratched his head awkwardly and said, Uncle, I've been sitting here the whole time. Did you remember it wrongly? Yeah. The old man frowned in confusion, not quite believing what Jiang Sheng said. Yes, sir. Jiang Sheng nodded heavily once again, and the expression on his face was extremely serious. At the same time, Jiang Sheng's mouth trembled. Your uncle is worthy of being your uncle. This old man who looks a little confused is actually a 6-star commander like him. If the doomsday comes, the combat effectiveness will be absolutely amazing. No, I got on the train at the departure station, and I've been sitting here the whole time. You couldn't have gotten on earlier than me. The old man hesitated for a moment, then came to his senses in an instant. It was somewhat difficult for Jiang Sheng to fool him. Jiang Sheng was extremely embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Coincidentally, Jiang Ruoshui, who was in the car in front, got off at this stop, so Jiang Sheng also quickly got up and got off. Hey, wait a minute. Tell me, how did you suddenly end up sitting next to me? The old man wanted to ask more questions, but unfortunately, Jiang Sheng had already got out of the car. At the same time, in order to prevent Jiang Ruoshui from discovering that he was following him, he activated the skill of stealth. Where's the boy? The old man looked at Jiang Sheng, who disappeared inexplicably, scratched his bald head nervously, swallowed his saliva, and said nervously, Could it be that I saw a ghost in broad daylight? Chapter 83. Jiang Ruoshui's Little Thoughts. Sure enough, he didn't follow. Jiang Ruoshui got off the subway and looked around. She found that Jiang Sheng was not among the crowd getting off the train. She breathed a sigh of relief and walked quickly towards the subway exit. Call. After Jiang Ruoshui left, Jiang Sheng's figure appeared where Jiang Ruoshui had just stood. He followed Jiang Ruoshui from a distance and left the subway station. What is Xiao Shui doing here? Jiang Sheng frowned in confusion, because the place where Jiang Ruoshui got off the car was a very famous village in the city. In the process of urban demolition and reconstruction, there will always be various obstacles, especially in urban villages. Because the villagers are relatively united and the interests of urban villages are huge, it is difficult to demolish, but most of them will be demolished over time. However, there are always a few urban villages that become nails that hinder the tide of the times, stuck firmly in the center of the city, causing headaches, but nothing can be done about it. Qinzhai Village is a place that has caused headaches for all leaders of all previous generations. In a prosperous and thriving city, Qinzhai Village is dirty and messy. Not only does it have a large number of immigrants and floating population, but it also nurtures several small and medium-sized criminal gangs. Therefore, Qinzhai Village has always had a bad reputation among people. Although there would generally be no accidents in Qinzhai Village during the day, Jiang Ruoshui's character was one of extreme scorn for the poor and love for the rich. How could Jiang Ruoshui, who had always hoped to enter the upper-class circle, come to a place like Qinzhai Village? I can't understand it. Although Jiang Sheng was puzzled as to the purpose of Jiang Ruoshui's coming here, he always felt that Jiang Ruoshui's purpose was not simple, and it might be related to the control of the hellfire behind her. Follow me. Thinking of this, Jiang Sheng did not dare to delay at all, and followed immediately. Fortunately, Qinzhai Village has a complex terrain, and the villagers built their houses very high, blocking the sunlight. This made the village's narrow streets very dark, making it easier for Jiang Sheng to hide his tracks and not be discovered by Jiang Ruoshui. What the hell is this place? Jiang Ruoxue had a dark face and complained indignantly because she had just accidentally stepped on a pile of dog shit. Even though she rubbed it hard on the ground, she still felt a foul odor. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Jiang Ruoxue was complaining, two boys came out from the shadows. They looked at Jiang Ruoxue with a smile and said, "Xiaoshui, you are late. I met an acquaintance on the way and was delayed for a while." Jiang Ruoxue complained helplessly. The acquaintance she was referring to was naturally Jiang Sheng. After complaining, Jiang Ruoxue rolled her eyes and glared at the two boys. "Wuda Wuer, next time you choose a place, don't choose here. This place is too dirty and messy." As Jiang Ruoxue spoke, she pinched her nose because of the stench of sewage around her. The brothers Wuda and Wuer laughed and said, "It's because it's so chaotic here, so if one or two people get lost here, no one will notice." The senior said that safety is more important than anything else. "What do you think, Xiaoshui?" Jiang Ruoxue opened her mouth, unable to complain or refute. She could only sigh and shook her head, her face full of helplessness. "Wuda, Wuer." Jiang Sheng, who was hiding in the distance, quietly peeked in. When he found out that the people who were in contact with Jiang Ruoxue were Wuda and Wuer, his expression changed slightly. Wuda and Wuer are brothers, and they are quite famous in Nanjing University. They both come from the School of Physical Education and study weightlifting. Because the two brothers are twins, they are strong, muscular, and not too ugly, so they still have some little fans in school. It is because of this that Jiang Sheng knows both of them. But Jiang Sheng didn't expect that Jiang Ruoxue was so familiar with the two brothers Wuda and Wuer. Ding! System prompt. A 5-star mutant zombie strongman has been spotted ahead. Please be alert. Ding! System prompt. A 5-star mutant zombie strongman has been spotted ahead. Please be alert. Just when Jiang Sheng was confused, the system prompt sound in his mind made his heart tremble. Another mutated zombie? Although this time it was a 5-star mutated zombie strongman, Jiang Sheng would never believe it if someone said it had nothing to do with the person behind Jiang Ruoxue. Once is accidental, twice is coincidence, 3 times means it is well prepared. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sheng became more cautious. After Jiang Ruoxue chatted with Wuda and Wuer for a few words, they suddenly saw a drunk man walking towards them not far away. Jiang Ruoxue's eyes lit up, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Get ready to work!" Jiang Ruoxue said this and waved her hand, letting Wuda and Wuer hide in the shadows again. She, twisting her waist, walked towards the drunk man step by step. Ouch! Jiang Ruoxue walked to the drunk, staggered, and fell into the drunk's arms. She cast a charming and coy look at the drunkard shyly. "Beauty!" The drunk man, who was about to fall to the ground, suddenly perked up when he saw Jiang Ruoxue throwing herself into his arms, and his drunkenness became much more sober. "My beauty, are you lonely?" The drunk had never seen a beauty like Jiang Ruoxue before, and he was immediately attracted by her. He shouted excitedly, raised his hand, and hooked Jiang Ruoxue's chin. Jiang Ruoxue suppressed the disgust in her heart, and her lips still had the same charming smile as always. Then, her expression suddenly changed, and a Medusa snake face appeared on her beautiful face. "Scott?" The drunk man shuddered, and his drunkenness disappeared immediately. He swallowed and tried to retreat back in fear. Unfortunately, it's too late. Jiang Ruoxue smiled grimly and murmured, "Go to sleep. Go to sleep." Thump! The drunk man seemed to be possessed. He fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Ruoxue, with a reluctant look on his face, kicked the drunkard twice in anger, but failed to wake him up. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Wuda and Wuer came out from the shadow corner. They applauded Jiang Ruoxue and said, "Xiaoshui, you are still so neat and efficient at work. No wonder the senior likes you so much. Stop talking nonsense. Take him away quickly. The senior is still waiting in the lab." Jiang Ruoxue frowned and glared at Wuda and Wuer, telling them to act quickly. Faced with Jiang Ruoxue's nameless anger, Wuda and Wuer shrank their necks and carried out a large box from the shadows. They put the drunk man in it and carried it, as if it were their usual training, as they ran towards the school. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Wuda and Wuer who were leaving, smiled sinisterly, and murmured, "Senior? I admit that the senior is not bad, but he is not my type." Jiang Ruoxue turned her head, snapped her fingers, and walked towards Qinjai village. Every time she snapped her fingers, a faint blue flame would burst out from her fingertips. Xiao Shui can actually control the fire of hell? Zhang Sheng looked at Zhang Ruoshui, who disappeared into the dark alley, muttering to himself in shock. Judging from Zhang Ruoshui's performance just now, Zhang Ruoshui is different from the seductive woman. The seductive woman should not be able to control the hellfire. Otherwise, she would not have been killed by the hellfire in the first place. Unfortunately, Zhang Sheng doesn't have time to track down Zhang Ruoshui now. He has to go back with Wu De and Wu Er. He wants to see who the senior that Zhang Ruoshui and the others mention is, and whether he is the mastermind behind this series of events. If that senior is the key to the hell, then Zhang Sheng will definitely not be merciful. Zhang Sheng followed Wu De and Wu Er and headed towards Nanjing University.